He died in 2014, surrounded by gunfire, betrayal, and the flashing lights of the FBI. But when he opened his eyes, he was no longer in Los Angeles. It was 1939, Poland, war-torn, on fire, and he was now a major in the German Air Force. With no memory of how he got here and no time to question it, he's thrown into the chaos of World War II. Armed with only modern instincts and a soldier's mind, he must lead, survive, and uncover the reason fate gave him a second life on the battlefield. This is not history as we know it. This is the rise of the Eagle of the Third Reich.
You're listening to Fanfiction Reader, where stories come alive through sound. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the tale.
Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 1, The Bandit Chen Dao. On December 25, 2014, neon lights, the glow from over 70 police car sirens, flickered beside a dilapidated red building on the western outskirts of Los Angeles, United States. Heinz Chen, I'm FBI Agent George McDonald. You're surrounded. Surrender your weapon, release the hostages. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say before he could finish. Agent McDonald quickly crouched down, using a police car for cover. An AK-47 protruded from the third window from the left on the second floor of the red building opposite him. A volley of bullets sprayed towards the police cars outside, shattering the windows of several vehicles. After dodging the shooter's fire, the police retaliated with various firearms, unwilling to show weakness. Gunfire erupted, and in moments, the window glass was obliterated by the bullets and the wall became a honeycomb. After venting their anger, the police ceased fire as ordered. Heinz Chen, release the hostages and surrender immediately, Agent McDonald called out, peeking his head out again. Seemingly intimidated by the fierce police firepower, an arm emerged from a window on the third floor of the building, waving a white shirt up and down continuously. It's been 14 hours, he finally surrendered, thank God. McDonald made the sign of the cross, then shouted, hand over your weapons. The other side cooperated, throwing 2 pistols and an AK-47 assault rifle from the third floor window. Simultaneously, a voice emerged, don't shoot, I'm coming out immediately. Stay alert, wait for him to come out, McDonald whispered. Soon, a figure appeared from the main entrance of the building, raising his hands high and waving a white shirt, shouting, don't shoot, I have no weapon. With that, the man called Heinz Chen cautiously walked towards McDonald's police car with his hands raised. McDonald waved his hand and 4 police officers, weapons in hand, rushed towards Heinz Chen, pinned him to the ground, handcuffed his hands behind his back, and then escorted him toward McDonald. You know, all of our Christmas plans are ruined, and it's all because of you, McDonald said. You know, my entire life and my family's hopes were destroyed by those American scammers, Heinz Chen retorted. But I'm sorry to have disturbed your Christmas. I have a Christmas gift for you, and I think you'll like it, Heinz Chen said with a smile. Seeing Heinz Chen's enigmatic smile, comparable to the Mona Lisa's, an ominous premonition arose in McDonald's heart. Search him, McDonald shouted. 2 police officers fumbled to tear open Heinz Chen's leather jacket, finding only a t-shirt with Santa Claus printed on it and a row of explosives across his abdomen with a timer displaying red letters. 7, 6, 5. The red numbers on the timer blurred McDonald's vision. You son of a B*TCH, McDonald cursed in despair. Forgot to mention, Mr. McDonald, I don't celebrate Christmas. Accompanied by the explosion, a massive fireball engulfed McDonald and the police car next to him. If there's a next life, let me only deceive others and never be deceived by them again. This was the last thought that flashed through Chen Dao's mind in this life. On September 9, 1939, south of Kutno, 113 kilometers west of Warsaw, the capital of Poland, amidst the deafening gunfire, Chen Dao, supported by his orderlies Grigory and Pike, was in a 100-meter sprint, aiming for a patch of woods about 115 meters ahead. Under the cover of his 2 orderlies, Chen Dao desperately sprinted toward the small patch of woods, constantly weaving to dodge bullets flying from behind. Chen Dao felt a burning pain in his lungs, yet the pain in his lungs couldn't hide the shock in Chen Dao's heart. What the hell was going on? Wasn't Germany beating Poland in World War II as easy as a martial arts master beating a child? How could the German army be in such a sorry state? Chen Dao cursed and sprinted. 50 meters, 30 meters, the small woods were right in front of him. Just a little more effort, and he would be safe. Chen Dao was surprised to find that his sprinting speed had significantly improved. just like when he was 16 and chased by a mad dog all over the street. It seems that the lashing of bullets and shells and the pursuit of a mad dog have a similar effect, both helping to stimulate human potential and improve escape efficiency. 20 meters, 10 meters. Chen Dao was delighted to see the woods were within reach. Looking up, many German soldiers in the woods were desperately waving their hands, cheering him on, and some German soldiers had set up machine guns to provide covering fire for him. One last sprint, and he could shake off those hateful Polish and escape to safety. Just as Chen Dao gnashed his teeth, preparing to explode, the whistling sound of a shell tearing through the air came from behind him. Boom! A shell of unknown caliber exploded behind Chen Dao, and the violent airwave threw Chen Dao into the sky. First, a standard swallow spreading its wings, Chen Dao heavily crashed into a tree trunk as thick as a man's waist, then bounced back to the ground in a face-plant posture. Ouch, my back! Chen Dao clutched his back, rolling on the ground in pain. His two loyal orderlies immediately rushed over at the sight, and several brave German soldiers also came to help. Riving the rain of bullets, they dragged Chen Dao into a dirt mound behind the small woods. What the hell is going on? After detonating a bomb in the United States, I inexplicably reincarnated into the body of an Air Force major. Before I could figure out the situation, the Air Defense Battalion I commanded suffered a major defeat with an Allied Army division. In my previous life, I was at least a pseudo-military enthusiast. I never heard of any major German defeat in the Poland campaign. What happened? Before Chen Dao could figure out the cause and effect, a young man with lieutenant's epaulets cautiously approached Chen Dao, bowed, and said, "Hello, Major. I am German Army Lieutenant Randolph." Chen Dao snapped back to attention at the sound, awkwardly returning a salute. "I am Major Heinz von Rosen, commander of the 7th Air Defense Battalion of the German Air Force. Thank your men for saving me and my men, Lieutenant Randolph. I was in a car accident last night and injured my head, forgetting many things. Can you tell me the current battle situation? And your unit number?" Randolph glanced at the white bandage wrapped around Chen Dao's head and said, "I am the acting company commander of the 1st Company, 1st Battalion, Artillery Regiment, 30th Infantry Division. Our division belongs to the 8th Army of the Southern Army Group." Chen Dao searched his memory, but found no impression of the 30th Infantry Division's unit number. "We should be now." Chen Dao was about to ask what to do. Suddenly, he remembered that he was now the highest-ranking German officer in the small woods and absolutely could not show weakness, lest it affect morale. "Lieutenant Randolph, I am now in overall command here. You will serve as my adjutant. You are to immediately count the personnel, collect weapons and ammunition, and prepare for battle. The Polish attack will not last much longer. We must hold out until reinforcements arrive." Chen Dao commanded Lieutenant Randolph, who was lower in rank, without ceremony. Randolph knew this was no time to distinguish between branches of service and unhesitatingly carried out the order. "Lao Tzu just died once. I will not die a second time, at least not prematurely again." Chen Dao rolled up his sleeves and said determinedly, #2 Volume 1, First Battle of Poland Chapter 2. Seeking help, Chen Dao lay behind a small mound, using the lush bushes on it as cover, and peeked out to observe the movements of the Polish army outside. With the help of 6x magnification Zeiss military binoculars, Chen Dao clearly saw the Polish infantry outside searching one by one among the German corpses, looking for valuable spoils of war. They're not even turning over the spoils of war to the public. The military discipline is truly corrupt, Chen Dao said with a sneer as he clearly saw a Polish soldier in his binoculars taking a watch from a German corpse and putting it on his left wrist. "Major," Lieutenant Randolph quietly returned to Chen Dao's side. "How many people do we have?" Chen Dao pulled his head back from the mound and asked. "There are 486 people in total, but we only have 7 pistols, 106 rifles, and 7 light machine guns, and also 5 flare guns." Chen Dao quickly calculated in his mind, "With these weapons, we can't even arm half of our men. Why is it so few?" "Major, you forgot. We are artillery," Randolph said concisely. "I remember now. We are a group of anti-aircraft gunners without anti-aircraft guns and artillerymen without cannons." Chen Dao hid his head, instantly feeling one step closer to an untimely death. "Major, I also found a high-power radio among your subordinates. I tried to contact our friendly forces." Chen Dao suddenly looked up, staring at Randolph, and asked, "What did they say?" "Unfortunately, our 30th Infantry Division is under attack along the entire front. The enemy has an absolute numerical advantage, so they can't send anyone to rescue us. They told us to hold our ground and wait for reinforcements," Randolph said dejectedly. The spirit Chen Dao had barely managed to muster immediately wilted again. I'll monitor the Polish here. You go to the radio immediately and have the signaler contact the 4th Air Fleet, explain our situation, and ask them to send people to rescue us. The 4th Air Fleet was responsible for providing air support to the Southern Army Group, where Chen Dao was stationed, and was also the direct superior of the anti-aircraft battalion Chen Dao led. Before long, Lieutenant Randolph returned to Chen Dao's side. They said they would relay our situation to the Southern Army Group and told us to wait patiently for reinforcements. Chen Dao cursed inwardly. The army was unreliable, and even his maternal home, the Air Force, was unreliable. He estimated he would die young again this time. Calm down, calm down. Chen Dao forced himself to calm down. He was someone who dared to strap explosives to himself and light them personally. He was also someone who dared to engage in a shootout with police in more than 70 police cars with an AK-47. He could be called a hanfei and should not be scared by such a small scene. No, we still need to call for help. Chen Dao made the decision to call for help after less than 10 seconds of thought. After spending another full 10 minutes carefully choosing his words, Chen Dao ordered Lieutenant Randolph to closely monitor the movements of the Polish army outside the forest, while he himself ran to the radio and began his plea for help. Connect me to this channel. Chen Dao searched his acquired memories and stated a channel. The channel Chen Dao mentioned was a commonly used internal communication channel for the German Air Force headquarters. Chen Dao, with a try-and-see attitude, had the signaler connect to this channel. After hearing a familiar beep 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 sound from the radio, Chen Dao felt as if he was listening to the music of the heavens. Without asking the signaler to use a code, Chen Dao directly picked up the headset and microphone and shouted, "I am Major Heinz von Rosen, commander of the German Air Force's 7th Air Defense Battalion. Who is there? Answer me." After shouting for a full 2 minutes, Chen Dao heard the voice of a middle-aged man in his headset. "Major Rosen, I don't know where you got this channel from. Leave immediately, or I will send you to a military court. I am in Poland right now. The Polish are less than 200 meters away from me. Please speak louder, preferably loud enough to call the Polish over." The middle-aged man on the other end of the radio was silent. "My subordinates and I are surrounded. The Polish are organizing their next attack. I don't know how much longer we can hold out. Now I want to say my last words to my only relative, Marshal Goering, my brother-in-law. Please help me find him. Thank you." This time the middle-aged man did not remain silent for long. His answer was direct. "Major Rosen, please wait a moment. I will contact the Marshal immediately." Soon, a jumble of voices came from the headset. Chen Dao rolled his eyes and sighed, muttering to himself, "I hope my brother-in-law can come save me." As if waiting for a century, Chen Dao finally heard the middle-aged man's voice again in the headset, but the content shattered the glimmer of hope Chen Dao had just ignited. "I'm sorry, Major Rosen, the Marshal is not here. Help me find him," Chen Dao said weakly. I inquired, and the Marshal went to the Prime Minister's office. "I am looking for the contact information for the Prime Minister's office. Please wait." The middle-aged man seemed to be moved by Chen Dao's current predicament, and his tone was very polite. Chen Dao had lost interest in speaking and waited in silence for the result. As if another century had passed, the middle-aged man said, "Major Rosen, please contact this frequency." "Good luck. Connect to that frequency." Chen Dao gritted his teeth and ordered the signaler. While the signaler was adjusting the radio frequency, behind a house outside the forest, a Polish army captain said to a 50-something officer, "General, many Germans have escaped into the forest over there. Should we go eliminate them? Order the artillery to suppress them, and quickly clear the battlefield. We need to leave here. German planes will be here soon." In Berlin, at the Prime Minister's office, Hitler, who had just returned from inspecting the front line, was listening to the Army liaison officer stationed at the Prime Minister's office report on the latest battle situation. When the liaison officer mentioned that the Polish army had launched an attack on the Southern Army Group, Marshal Goering, who was sitting to Hitler's right, put down his coffee cup. When the liaison officer mentioned the designation of the 8th Army, Marshal Goering pricked up his ears. When the liaison officer mentioned that the 30th Infantry Division had suffered heavy losses, Goering widened his eyes and asked, "Are you sure the 30th Infantry Division suffered heavy losses?" "The battle report says so, Marshal." Confirming that he had not misheard, Goering's eyes darted around restlessly. Hitler noticed his old friend's anxiety and asked, "Hermann, what's wrong?" "Heinz's battalion is there," Goering said, twitching his nose. "You mean the little fellow is there?" Hitler's voice rose by 2 points. Major Rosen, whom Chen Dao had possessed, was 20 years younger than Goering and 24 years younger than Hitler. Hitler knew Major Rosen when Major Rosen was a middle school student, and Hitler always liked to affectionately call him little fellow back then, and he had kept this habit until now. Göring propped his forehead with his right hand and nodded dully. He'll be fine. The Polish or just Hitler knew his old friend's feelings for the little fellow too well and tried to comfort Göring. That Hitler's adjutant rushed in, expressionless, and spoke quickly. Marshal, the communication room just received a signal from the Polish front. He claims to be Major Rosen and says he wants to leave you his last words. Just as Hitler was about to ask, he saw his old friend rush out with a speed utterly disproportionate to his corpulent figure. Hitler followed without hesitation. Rushing into the Prime Minister's office's communication room, Göring snatched the headset and microphone from the signaler, put the headset to his left ear with his left hand, and shouted into the microphone, "Heinz, is that you?" "It's me. Turn up the volume to maximum." Hitler and the adjutant also followed in. Hitler stood to Göring's left and, finding that he couldn't hear the voice in the headset clearly, immediately ordered. Seeing Marshal Göring and the Führer rush into the communication room one after another, standing there with solemn expressions, all the communicators in the room quieted down and looked at the two. An unnatural silence, disproportionate to the population density, fell over the communication room. "Turn up the volume to maximum." Chen Dao vaguely heard a hoarse voice from the headset. The voice was somewhat familiar. Chen Dao recalled briefly and immediately came to a conclusion. Hitler was there. His eyes darted around a few times. Chen Dao adjusted his emotions and said firmly into the microphone, "I don't have much time. Listen to me now. Every year on my sister's death anniversary, you must send her a white rose for me and tell her that I will always be proud of her." Hearing Chen Dao mention his deceased wife, Göring's eyes instantly reddened, and he choked out, "Heinz, also tell the Führer that I have done my best." Chen Dao's voice continued to come from the headset, and Hitler frowned tightly. "Tell dear Ada that her Uncle Heinz still loves her." Tears welled up in Göring's eyes as Chen Dao mentioned his only daughter. "Finally, I want to tell you that for the honor of the German Air Force, I will not be taken prisoner." Long live the German Air Force! Göring made his utmost effort to suppress his tears. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a piercing scream from the headset, "Get down!" Hearing that "get down," Göring seemed to lose his ability to speak, opening his mouth but unable to utter any sound. His left hand slowly slid from his ear, letting the continuous explosions from the headset reach everyone around him. #3 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 3, Saving the Bandit Chen Dao. Great, I'm still alive. This was Chen Dao's first thought after regaining consciousness. Struggling to open his eyes, Chen Dao found the light in front of him flickering on and off, constantly flashing. Could there be something wrong with my eyes? Chen Dao was immediately terrified. After lying there for a while, breathing heavily, Chen Dao fully woke up. Green, cool, and smooth-worthy as leaves, Chen Dao finally realized his situation. He was lying on the ground, his communications officer was sprawled on top of him, and a small tree, broken by a shell, was pressing down on the communications officer. Branches hung from the small tree, and countless leaves obscured his eyes. "Major, are you all right?" the communications officer asked weakly. "I'm fine. Change your position, and we'll move the tree together." "I'm injured, I can't move." "Major, are you all right?" A strong voice reached Chen Dao's ears. "Come, let's move the tree together," the voice continued. Several German soldiers worked together to remove the small tree. Chen Dao felt the pressure on him significantly lessen. Soon, the communications officer was carried away by 2 German soldiers, and Lieutenant Randolph helped Chen Dao sit up. Chen Dao leaned on Lieutenant Randolph's right shoulder, breathing heavily, and asked, "What kind of deep grudge or hatred do I have with these Polish people that they would shell me?" "Lieutenant Randolph, when I help you find the cannon, you must fire it back for me. We will definitely avenge this, Major," Lieutenant Randolph said firmly. "Oh no, are the Polish about to attack?" Chen Dao sat up abruptly, staring at Randolph as he asked. "Major, don't be nervous. I've already scouted, the Polish are preparing to retreat." "Really?" Chen Dao asked. After receiving an affirmative reply, Chen Dao let out a sigh and said, "That's the best news I've heard today." "Major, there's more good news. Our radio is still intact. I've sent someone to continue searching for reinforcements. We just need to wait for rescue here now," Lieutenant Randolph said. "Wait for reinforcements?" "Lieutenant Randolph, there's an iron rule in war." "What iron rule?" "Reinforcements always arrive when the soldiers are almost dead. Don't put your hope in them," Chen Dao said with a dejected expression. "I'm not injured, you go tend to the wounded." Chen Dao had by then noticed many German soldiers around him had been killed or wounded in the shelling, so he told Lieutenant Randolph to tend to the wounded. After Lieutenant Randolph left, Chen Dao stood up, preparing to check on the Polish army's movements outside the forest, when an army corporal suddenly ran over. "Major, someone on the radio is looking for you." "I am Major Rosen, and you are?" Chen Dao walked to the radio and picked up the microphone, asking, "Major Rosen, this is the Prime Minister's office. Please wait a moment. Marshal is about to speak with you," a sweet female voice said. In the Prime Minister's office, Goering lay on the sofa, facing upwards, his eyes blankly staring at the ceiling. He murmured, "Karen told me on her deathbed to take good care of Heinz. Now Heinz is gone, and even his body probably can't be found. How am I supposed to explain this to Karen?" "Herman, don't be pessimistic. Until the very last moment, we cannot be certain the little fellow has fallen. You must pull yourself together," Hitler said, sitting beside him and stroking Goering's shoulder to comfort him. Goering seemed not to hear Hitler's words and spoke to himself, "It's all my fault. My heart was too soft. He didn't have to go to Poland. He said that as a soldier, he couldn't evade war and had to go to Poland. I was soft-hearted for a moment and agreed, and that's how I lost him. He wasn't even married yet, and I lost him just like that." Goering suddenly sat up and grabbed Hitler's hand, shouting. Hitler completely understood Goering's feelings and said, "Herman, I've already told you, don't be too pessimistic, Marshal. We've found Major Rosen. He's fine." Hitler's adjutant reappeared in the room, saying quickly. Goering paused slightly, then immediately perked up as if he had been injected with a pound of morphine, rushing out like a whirlwind. "Heinz, are you all right?" In the communications room, Goering shouted into the microphone. "I'm fine," Chen Dao said. "Don't say anything now. Listen to my orders. First, ensure your radio is on 24 hours a day. Second, report your position, and I will send someone to rescue you immediately," Goering said into the microphone, his tone brooking no argument. "Yes, I'll confirm the position immediately." Chen Dao, upon hearing that reinforcements were coming, became as excited as if he had popped a pound of Viagra. "The coordinates are here. When will the reinforcements arrive?" Chen Dao reported the coordinates after checking the map. "Reinforcements, wait a moment. I'll contact you later." Goering was speechless by Chen Dao's question and could only put down the microphone first. Only then did Goering realize that in his excitement, he had blurted out that he would send reinforcements. But where would he find reinforcements? Ask the Southern Army Group for help? Forget it, the army is unreliable. Better to ask the Air Force. After some maneuvering, the Prime Minister's office communications room connected to the 4th Air Fleet's headquarters. Goering personally gave instructions to General Lower, the 4th Air Fleet's commander. Afterwards, he paced back and forth in the communications room like a trapped lion. Having only planes wouldn't work. It was already noon, and in half a day, it would be dark, and planes would become ineffective. Ground troops were essential, Goering thought, tugging at his hair. "Herman, contact the Southern Army Group headquarters and have them send people to rescue the little fellow," Hitler said. "I don't trust them. The little fellow is in the Southern Army Group's combat zone. We can only rely on them. Even if you send people from Germany, they won't be able to arrive in a short time, and there are no suitable troops in the Air Force to send to rescue him," Hitler said. "Yes, besides planes, all I have left are anti-aircraft personnel." Goering realized for the first time how powerless he was. At such a critical moment, he couldn't find a single usable unit. He was the dignified number 2 figure in Germany, the commander of the German Air Force, yet at this moment, he couldn't find a single usable unit of his own. Goering scratched his head, deep in thought, and suddenly noticed a white flake of dandruff drifting from his vision toward the ground. Goering's eyes lit up, and he turned to Hitler, saying, "I know who to send." "Planes, our planes!" Lieutenant Randolph suddenly pointed to the sky. Chen Dao looked up and saw a small plane circling in the sky. The plane was flying very low, and the Iron Cross symbol on it was clearly visible. "It's NFI 156. Chen Dao immediately found the model of this plane in his memory. "Reinforcements are finally coming. We're safe," Lieutenant Randolph said excitedly. #4 Volume 1, First Battle with Poland Chapter 4. Happy cooperation, perhaps startled by the sudden appearance of the Fi 156 reconnaissance plane. The Polish army accelerated its retreat. After confirming that the Polish army had withdrawn, Chen Dao boldly sent German soldiers out of the forest to wave at the reconnaissance plane from the open ground. The brave act of those German soldiers paid off. The reconnaissance plane clearly spotted them. After circling above them a few times, a plane member leaned out of the rear window and waved back. After another circle, the reconnaissance plane flew in the direction of the Polish army's retreat. "What do they mean by this? They just left," Chen Dao and Lieutenant Randolph said, watching the distant Fi 156. The radio quickly answered Chen Dao's question. "Major Rosen, this is Major Heisenberg, commander of the 1st Independent Air Regiment under the 4th Air Fleet. I am ordered to lead the entire regiment to provide you with air support. Please respond if you receive this. Major Heisenberg, this is Major Rosen. I hear you. Chen Dao shouted into the microphone. Did you see an Phi 156 reconnaissance plane just now? I saw it. It just left and flew northeast, Chen Dao said. God bless, we have finally confirmed your position. Please hold on a little longer, reinforcements will arrive soon. If you are attacked by the Polish before reinforcements arrive, please contact me immediately and I will provide you with air support. How long until reinforcements arrive? Chen Dao asked anxiously. 2 hours at most, Major Heisenberg replied. To Chen Dao's surprise, after only an hour, a deafening roar came from the horizon. I can guarantee that's the sound of the Junkers Ju-52, and there are many of them, Chen Dao exclaimed, jumping up with a joyful expression and pulling Lieutenant Randolph out of the forest. Here, our reinforcements are here, Chen Dao shouted excitedly, pointing at the formation of Ju-52 transport planes in the sky. Lieutenant Randolph, you immediately fire signal flares to guide them. I'll go check on the wounded first, Chen Dao ordered. Soon, 2 signal flares, shimmering with green light, flew into the sky. As if to greet their comrades on the ground, 2 Mi-109 fighter planes broke away from the escort formation and dived toward the ground, roaring past at an altitude of about 50 meters, kicking up a gust of wind on the ground. These reckless fellows, Lieutenant Randolph said with a laugh, holding his hat. The Ju-52 formation, known as the Junkers Ju-52, flew closer and closer. As the plane doors opened, figures leapt out, and the sky filled with white parachutes and aerial acrobats. Are they paratroopers? Lieutenant Randolph speculated. What Lieutenant Randolph saw were indeed paratroopers of the German Air Force's 7th Air Division, led by Major General Student, the commander of the 7th Air Division. The 7th Air Division was originally assigned to the Southern Army Group and was responsible for airdropping to occupy key bridges over the Vistula River. However, the German Army's advance was unexpectedly fast. They captured those bridges on their own, leaving the paratroopers with no use. General Student was unwilling to sit idly by while the Army achieved glory, so he requested the Southern Army Group headquarters to assign tasks to the 7th Air Division. The Southern Army Group's reply was, "You can go to the front yourself and see where you can be useful." Eager for battle, General Student took an armored car to the front to seek combat opportunities, but not only did he fail to achieve his wish, he was almost captured by the Polish army. Just as General Student was almost disheartened, a call from Marshal Göring re-energized him. In his excitement, General Student decided to personally lead the parachute jump to carry out this rescue of the little brother operation to demonstrate the presence of the 7th Air Division. After landing safely, General Student unfastened his parachute. After asking a few people for Major Rosen's location, General Student walked into the forest. Behind him, the paratroopers who had landed successively began to gather under the command of their officers. Looking around, General Student saw German soldier bodies everywhere on the road and amidst the ruins of buildings, with abandoned equipment such as anti-aircraft guns, cannons, and trucks scattered haphazardly. Entering the forest, General Student saw large and small shell craters and countless broken trees, with broken branches and leaves covering the ground. Everything indicated that a fierce battle had just taken place here. It seems there were heavy casualties, General Student sighed. After questioning a private from an anti-aircraft battery, he finally found the target of this operation. "Don't cry, your leg will be fine. Our reinforcements have arrived, and I will immediately send someone to take you to the hospital for treatment." As General Student approached the back of the Major with the Major's shoulder insignia, he heard these whispers. He couldn't help but feel a bit more respect for this little brother Major. To comfort the wounded after a battle is an essential quality for an officer. It seemed this little brother Major was not one of those profligate sons who relied solely on nepotism. "I am Major General Student, commander of the German Air Force's 7th Air Division. Are you Major Heinz von Rosen?" General Student greeted him first. "I am Major Rosen. You finally arrived." Chen Dao stood up and saluted General Student. "I hope I'm not too late." General Student returned the salute, his gaze sweeping over the white bandage on Chen Dao's head. Then he said, "Major Rosen, let's talk somewhere else." Chen Dao comforted the wounded German soldier a few more times and then followed General Student to a secluded spot. "I am ordered to extract you from the battlefield. My men will clear an open area and then a Stork reconnaissance plane will land and you can leave," General Student said. "I'm not going anywhere. I want to avenge my subordinates," Chen Dao replied bluntly. "But my orders are to extract you from the battlefield." General Student's gaze held a bit more respect for Chen Dao. "I'm sorry, General Student, I haven't received orders to leave the battlefield. I cannot go," Chen Dao said. but General Student still insisted. Do you have a written order? Chen Dao asked. No, I received Marshal Goering's verbal order over the phone, General Student answered truthfully. Chen Dao spread his hands, smiled, and said, I don't have to execute an order without a written command, do I, General? What do you plan to do by staying? General Student asked. General, did you see that wounded German soldier just now? He was hit in the hip by a Polish shell, and shrapnel damaged his nervous system. He will probably have to live with a cane for the rest of his life. He is only 21 this year. That's unfortunate, but such things happen often in war. You must learn to adapt. As a veteran who had experienced World War I, General Student was no stranger to death and disability. But he was injured saving me. I want to avenge him. That's what I want to do now, Chen Dao said. Then how do you plan to do it? Eliminate the Polish. It could be a battalion, or a regiment, or a division. In short, eliminate as many Polish as possible. Two flames of anger shot from Chen Dao's eyes. Major Rosen, do you know what I was doing before I came here? General Student suddenly asked. Chen Dao shook his head. I've been wandering around the Southern Army Group's theater like an unmanaged orphan, trying to find a battlefield for my German soldiers. Chen Dao saw undisguised self-mockery on General Student's face, and out of curiosity, he asked, Didn't the Southern Army Group headquarters assign you a mission? They did, but then they didn't. I went to the Southern Army Group people, wanting them to assign me new missions, but their response was, go to the battlefield yourself and find combat opportunities, my dear General Student. They went too far. Chen Dao knew what he should say at this moment. God bless, I finally found an opportunity for my German soldiers to earn medals. I can't let it slip away. So what do you plan to do? Chen Dao asked. Eliminate as many Polish as possible before the war with Poland ends. It could be a battalion, or a regiment, or a division. In short, I want to prove our strength to the army, General Student said with a smile. It seems we have a common goal. So, can we cooperate? Chen Dao smiled. Pleasure working with you. General Student extended his right hand. Pleasure working with you. Two large hands clasped tightly together. #5 Volume 1, First Battle of Poland Chapter 5. Night Raid. To think we have an aviation regiment supporting us, that's the second piece of good news I've heard today. General Student said excitedly, patting Chen Dao's shoulder upon learning of the 1st Aviation Regiment's existence. General Student, your 7th Air Division isn't just these men I see, is it? These men barely make up a battalion. Chen Dao asked, pointing to the paratroopers outside the forest. Of course not. There's still some time before dark, and I need to contact other units to have them arrive as soon as possible. That way, we'll have a better chance in the upcoming battle. General Student explained. Around 7 p.m., the Junkers Annie formation appeared in the sky outside the forest for the 3rd time, and the paratroopers of the 7th Air Division finally arrived in full. General Student, is this your entire force? Chen Dao asked, puzzled. The 7th Air Division currently only has this one regiment available for combat, which is sufficient. General Student replied. All right, then we'll next. Chen Dao was about to speak when a communicator suddenly informed him that Goering wanted to talk to him. Chen Dao then went with the communicator to the radio. In the Prime Minister's office's communication room, Goering, hearing Chen Dao's voice through the headset, said, Heinz, I order you to leave there by plane immediately. Huh? What did you say? Say it again. Chen Dao's voice came through. I order you to fly back immediately. Goering shouted into the microphone. I can't hear what you're saying. The signal is bad. Let's talk later. I'm hanging up now. Listening to the static in his headset, Goering was momentarily stunned. Hitler patted his shoulder and said, the little guy is grown up and has his own opinions. You need to learn to adapt. Turning off the radio, Chen Dao found General Student. After a brief discussion, the two decided to split their forces into 2 groups. The first group, consisting of a battalion from the 7th Air Division and the remnants of the 7th Air Defense Battalion, was tasked with looking after the wounded and serving as a reserve. The second group, with 2 battalions from the 7th Air Division as its main force, supplemented by Lieutenant Randolph's remnants, was tasked with pursuing the retreating Polish army to the northeast. Chen Dao and General Student would accompany this group. After assigning tasks, Chen Dao and General Student led their troops to set off. As they passed a 150 MN howitzer tilted by the roadside, Chen Dao pointed to its damaged barrel and said, What a pity, these cannons were all destroyed by the Polish. Lieutenant Randolph said angrily, I saw them stuffing grenades into the barrels, those despicable Polish. Chen Dao smiled and patted Lieutenant Randolph's shoulder. I've found a new batch of cannons for you, but they won't arrive until daylight. Then you can vent your anger on the Polish. The two walk along, chatting in low voices to stave off the drowsiness brought by the night and fatigue, until past 1 a.m., when a messenger ran up to Chen Dao. Chen Dao then left Lieutenant Randolph and hurried with the messenger to General Student's side. Our outpost has discovered a village where Polish are stationed, and outside the village are the prisoners we're looking for, estimated to be around 200. General Student said, I told you they wouldn't be able to move fast while escorting prisoners. General Student, you're more experienced in this kind of battle. How do you think we should rescue these prisoners? Chen Dao asked humbly. I need to examine the terrain and the Polish's defensive layout there before I can make a decision. General Student said, I'll go with you. Under the cover of night, the two stealthily approached to about 200 meters from the village. Aided by the abundant starlight, Chen Dao clearly saw several armed figures constantly moving around the village entrance through his binoculars, and a group of people lay haphazardly on the open ground near the figures. Chen Dao thought to himself that these must be the prisoners of war. After observing for a while, Chen Dao and General Student retreated behind a dirt mound. After a brief discussion, the two decided on a night raid on this unnamed village. The command naturally fell to General Student. Orders were rapidly issued, and 2 battalions of paratroopers moved into position under the cover of darkness. Chen Dao and Lieutenant Randolph led a dozen artillerymen around behind a dirt mound. Their task was to guide the prisoners to escape. The messengers, bent low, moved through the night, reporting to General Student that various units were progressively in position. Once all units were confirmed in place, General Student raised his right hand. The gunners of the 281mm mortar teams beside him placed shells into the muzzles. With a wave of General Student's hand, 2 muffled thuds sounded, and 2 flares flew into the sky, shining with dazzling white light, illuminating the sky and earth like 2 small suns. Bang! After 7 or 8 crisp gunshots, 4 Polish army soldiers guarding the prisoners fell to the ground, their bodies shaking violently as if struck by an invisible heavy hammer. Immediately following were the sounds of MG-34 machine guns. Under the illumination of the flares, the few machine gun positions set up by the Polish army near the village were completely exposed. Tracer rounds from these MG-34 machine guns flew towards them like fiery snakes, preventing any of these machine gun positions from functioning. Several brave paratroopers, using the machine gun fire as cover, charged forward and threw grenades. Boom! Several explosions rang out, and the Polish army's machine gun positions were completely destroyed. Chen Dao had no mind to watch the paratroopers' performance. The moment the gunshots rang out, Chen Dao waved to Lieutenant Randolph, charge. Lieutenant Randolph led a dozen of his men over the dirt mound and rushed toward the prisoners, shouting as they ran, lie down, crawl this way. The prisoners, startled and panicked by the gunfire, immediately found their direction upon hearing Lieutenant Randolph and his men's shouts. They successively dropped to the ground and crawled towards Lieutenant Randolph's position. Seeing that they had successfully completed their guiding task, Lieutenant Randolph and his men also lay down and concealed themselves. Chen Dao, hidden behind, continued to observe the battle with his binoculars. Seeing that the paratroopers had already attacked the village and the Polish army inside was preoccupied and had no energy to focus on the prisoners, he shouted to Lieutenant Randolph ahead, Randolph, tell them to stand up and run. After shouting a few times, Lieutenant Randolph clearly heard Chen Dao's words and directed his subordinates to shout together, stand up, run. Hearing the shouts, the crawling prisoners of war successively sprang to their feet and swarmed towards Lieutenant Randolph and his men. Accompanied by the symphony of gunfire and explosions, these prisoners sprinted nearly 200 meters at the speed of a 100-meter dash, stopping only after crossing the dirt mound where Chen Dao was hiding, where they sat or stood, panting heavily. After dodging several prisoners who nearly trampled him in their haste, Chen Dao surveyed the area outside the dirt mound. Once he confirmed that all prisoners had safely escaped the battlefield, he signaled Lieutenant Randolph to bring men back. The gunfire in the village lasted less than half an hour before it ceased. Chen Dao had Lieutenant Randolph lead the prisoners, while he himself ran to General Student. How are our casualties? Chen Dao asked. We're counting them, General Student said. How about your side? All rescued, no casualties observed. Approximately 20 minutes later, Chen Dao and General Student had occupied the best situated house in the village. 7 lightly wounded, 2 seriously wounded. The result is the complete annihilation of a company, and we also rescued 213 prisoners. This battle was a glorious victory. Chen Dao said, just a small battle. Look at this telegram, it's from the Southern Army Group headquarters. Here, General Student said, pointing to a spot on the map, there are nearly 200,000 Polish troops entrenched here. I think this should be our target. After reading the telegram, Chen Dao looked at the map and said, Kutno. The Polish Poznan army group. It must have been them who attacked us. I finally know who the enemy is and I know where we need to go. Rescuing the wounded, arming the rescued prisoners with captured weapons, interrogating the captured Polish army soldiers, and setting up defensive positions. After a flurry of activity, several hours passed quickly, and dawn finally broke. After some communication, the roar of airplane engines sounded over the village. Tu-156 reconnaissance planes swept over the village and flew north. Not long after, Chen Dao received a telegram from the 1st Aviation Regiment. Chen Dao finished reading the telegram in his hand and said, a large number of Polish army are moving south. Approximately 1 regiment of Polish infantry will pass through here, followed by an equal number of cavalry. #6 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 6. Paratroopers are born to be surrounded. Their numbers are twice ours. It will be troublesome to eliminate them. General Student said, holding a cigarette in his right hand but forgetting to smoke it, his eyes lost in thought, clearly contemplating a countermeasure. You formulate the tactics. I'll first summon the 1st Aviation Regiment to air raid them. I want half of them dead before they even arrive, Chen Dao said. Have the 1st Aviation Regiment buy us more time, and also make sure to eliminate their cavalry first, General Student instructed. About an hour later, a deafening roar came from the sky. Chen Dao picked up his binoculars and stood in the courtyard, looking up at the sky. He clearly saw more than 20 planes flying from the south, a mixed formation of Mi-109 fighters and Stuka dive bombers. Watching the formation fly overhead, Chen Dao returned to the 7th Air Division's temporary command post. Judging by the sound, there should be about 25 to 30 planes, a mixed formation of Mi-109s and Stukas, General Student said. Chen Dao immediately felt a surge of respect. General Student's judgment was as accurate as what he had seen with his own eyes. This was something only a veteran who had been immersed in the Air Force for many years could achieve. Nodding, Chen Dao asked, has the battle plan been finalized? We have formulated a plan based on the standard of annihilating the Polish infantry regiment and severely damaging the cavalry regiment. This plan requires close cooperation from the 1st Aviation Regiment, General Student said. As long as we can eliminate these Polish, the 1st Aviation Regiment will be at your command at any time, Chen Dao said. Our plan is as follows. General Student stopped wasting words and pointed to the map, explaining his plan to Chen Dao. While General Student and Chen Dao were deploying their forces, Colonel Kuba, commander of the 40th Infantry Regiment, 14th Infantry Division, under the Polish Poznan Army Group, had just broken out in a cold sweat. With a roar of planes, a formation appeared in the southern sky. German planes, quickly take cover. Colonel Kuba galloped on a white horse through the marching column, shouting at the top of his lungs as he went. Others also spotted the formation in the sky. By now, the Polish sky had long fallen, and only German planes could appear in the sky. Panic quickly spread to every Polish army soldier. The neighing of war horses, the shouts of officers, and the scattered running of soldiers blended into a cacophony. The silver lining was the continuous stretch of forest on the east side of the road, which became the best hiding place. The officers and men of the Polish 40th Infantry Regiment rushed toward the forest in a throng. In the forest, Colonel Kuba, who had dismounted his war horse, saw the chaotic soldiers on the road and felt a heavy heart. It seemed a heavy loss was unavoidable. Unexpectedly, the formation merely flew over the 40th Infantry Regiment and headed straight north. Seeing all the soldiers hide in the forest under the officer's command, Colonel Kuba finally breathed a sigh of relief. God bless us. Colonel Kuba made the sign of the cross on his chest. Standing at the edge of the forest, Colonel Kuba picked up his binoculars and looked north. He saw the formation, like a flock of ravens sent by death, constantly circling, diving, pulling up, and then repeating the same actions. Colonel Kuba again made the sign of the cross on his chest, silently mourning for his comrades under air attack. After a brief thought, Colonel Kuba decided to keep the troops concealed in the forest. Who knew if those ravens of death would return? Colonel Kuba's order to conceal was very wise. Not long after the first formation left, a second formation flew over the forest, launching air raids on the Polish army to the north like a relay race. Major Heisenberg of the 1st Aviation Regiment had 20 Mi-109 fighters and 40 Stuka bombers under his command. He divided these planes equally into 2 teams. When the first formation spotted the Polish cavalry, Major Heisenberg ordered the second formation to take off from the airfield, and the second round of air raids on that Polish cavalry followed, giving them no chance to breathe. Colonel Kuba could do nothing but silently mourn the air raids suffered by the Polish cavalry. It felt like an eternity before the second flock of ravens of death also disappeared triumphantly into the sky. After being trapped in the forest for another hour, Colonel Cuba hardened his heart and decided to let the troops leave the forest and continue marching south, as the 14th Infantry Division's division headquarters kept urging him to keep pace with the entire division's movements. Under Colonel Cuba's command, the 40th Infantry Regiment continued its march. The German formation did not appear, but a lone small plane did. "It's a German reconnaissance plane," Colonel Cuba immediately judged. After a series of orders, more than a dozen light machine guns were set up in the marching column, pouring bullets onto the reconnaissance plane. Suddenly attacked, the reconnaissance plane turned and fled like a startled sparrow. A small victory boosted the low morale of the 40th Infantry Regiment. At Colonel Cuba's urging, the 40th Infantry Regiment accelerated its march, aggressively heading south. Around the village, German paratroopers were making their final preparations for the big battle. Individual foxholes were dug out and then connected to form a continuous line. Machine guns were set up on both sides of the northern intersection of the village. Once fighting broke out, the crossfire from these machine guns could leave the Polish with unforgettable memories. Inside the village, paratroopers used furniture dragged from residents' homes to set up makeshift roadblocks, preparing for potential street fighting. In the command room, General Student was negotiating with Chen Dao with a grim expression. "Major Rosen, I now order you to leave the village with me. The defense here is the responsibility of the 7th Air Division. We don't need your help," General Student said seriously. "General Student, although your rank is higher than mine, we are only in a cooperative relationship, and I belong to the Anti-Aircraft Corps, not under the jurisdiction of the paratroopers. Your order is invalid for me," Chen Dao retorted sharply. General Student saw Chen Dao's serious demeanor and couldn't help but feel a headache. Although he had reached cooperation with Chen Dao, he had never forgotten that his true mission was to protect the safety of this little brother-in-law. Now, this little brother-in-law actually wanted to stay in the village, which was the center of the battlefield. How could he not be nervous? After all, Polish bullets wouldn't bypass him just because he was the German Air Force's boss's little brother-in-law. After another period of heartfelt persuasion, none of General Student's words had any effect on Chen Dao. General Student could only angrily leave the village according to the predetermined plan. "Hopefully, little brother-in-law will be fine," General Student secretly prayed. "Once this battle is over, I will definitely send someone to tie him onto a plane and send him away," General Student secretly resolved. Watching General Student's receding back, Chen Dao thought to himself, "Don't you know who I am? I'm Hanfei Chen Dao, who dared to shoot at over 70 American police cars with an AK-47. Now I have a battalion of paratrooper brothers backing me up. What's a mere Polish regiment?" As Chen Dao anticipated, around 1 p.m. on September 10th, Colonel Cuba's 40th Infantry Regiment finally appeared in Chen Dao's binoculars. #7 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 7. Paratroopers are born to be surrounded. Part 2. Beside a high ground north of the village, Colonel Cuba dismounted his warhorse and walked to the top of the high ground, raising his binoculars to look at the village. Through the binoculars, Colonel Cuba clearly saw the full view of the village. This village, named Valing, was located about 1,500 meters in front of him. The terrain around the village was relatively flat with little undulation. There were no large areas of wood suitable for ambushes nearby. A road ran from north to south through the middle of Valing village, splitting it into two halves. On both sides of the road north of the village, there were sections of infantry trenches. From the length of the trenches, Colonel Cuba estimated that the force inside was about 2 companies. After observing the terrain around the village for a while, 2 Polish army soldiers on bicycles arrived below the high ground. They were scouts from Colonel Cuba's reconnaissance company's bicycle platoon. Throwing down their bicycles, the 2 soldiers, drenched in sweat, climbed the high ground. After saluting Colonel Cuba, one soldier pulled out 2 white papers from a document bag on his right hip. The white papers contained the German deployment map of Valing village drawn by the reconnaissance company. Colonel Cuba saw on the map that the German had constructed circular fortifications on the east and west sides of the village. According to the reconnaissance company's markings, the garrisons in the circular fortifications on the east and west sides of Valing village each consisted of 1 company. Colonel Cuba looked at the deployment map and calculated continuously in his mind. There were already 4 companies deployed on the outskirts of the village, and there should be at least 1 company of reserves inside the village. To be safe, he would calculate it as 2 companies, meaning the Germans in the opposing village had a total of 6 companies. He had 3 infantry battalions under his command, each with 3 infantry companies and 1 heavy machine gun company. plus the Regimental Anti-Tank Company and Reconnaissance Company, totaling 14 companies. In addition, he also had an infantry gun platoon. After a brief thought, Colonel Kuba decided to attack Valang village. Raising his binoculars and looking again for a while, Colonel Kuba smiled. He found that the German fortifications in Valang village were very crude, lacking even barbed wire. This discovery further strengthened his resolve to attack Valang village. Colonel Kuba called for his 3 battalion commanders and began to assign tasks. Colonel Kuba decided to use 1 battalion to feign an attack from the north of the village, attracting the attention of those 2 German companies. Additionally, he would use 2 companies to feign an attack on the west side of the village, attracting the attention of the German on the west side of the village. Colonel Kuba placed the main attack direction on the east side of the village. East of Valang village was a large expanse of grassland, where waist-high green grass and colorful wildflowers stretched like a carpet to about 50 meters from the village. This grassland could provide cover for the attacking troops. There, Colonel Kuba committed an entire battalion. This battalion was also reinforced by 937mm anti-tank guns from the Anti-Tank Company and 275mm infantry guns from the Infantry Gun Company. Colonel Kuba kept 2 infantry companies and a reconnaissance company as reserves. After assigning the tasks, the 3 battalion commanders led their respective units into action. More than an hour later, the last messenger ran to Colonel Kuba, informing him that the troops were in position. Colonel Kuba raised his wrist to check his watch. 2:54 p.m. After the second hand ticked around once more, Colonel Kuba waved his hand. With 2 bangs, 2 green signal flares shot into the sky, announcing the beginning of a slaughter. Toot, toot, the sharp sound of whistles rang out, and the infantry of the 40th Infantry Regiment, holding their rifles, began to charge under the leadership of their officers and non-commissioned officers. In the basement of a small gray building on the east side of the village, Chen Dao and 8 paratroopers crouched, hiding from potential shelling. Chen Dao tightly gripped his Mauser 98K rifle, which was already sweaty in his hand, feeling the excited thumping of the muscles in his arm. Touching the Luger pistol in his holster on his right hip, Chen Dao felt a greater sense of security. Thanks to the United States loose gun control system in his previous life, Chen Dao was no stranger to firearms. However, this familiarity did not include old bolt-action rifles like the Mauser 98K. Under the instruction of the paratroopers, Chen Dao quickly learned how to use the 98K. After test firing a few rounds, Chen Dao's conclusion was that its rate of fire was very slow, far inferior to the Hanfei-specific AK-47. The 98K's reloading speed was also infuriatingly slow. The only thing that comforted him was that the 98K's long-range accuracy was far better than the AK-47. Although his resentment toward the 98K outweighed his appreciation as a thin-skinned Hanfei, Chen Dao was too embarrassed to snatch the MP-38 submachine guns from others, so he reluctantly took up the Mauser 98K. To be safe, Chen Dao specifically brought a Luger pistol to deal with potential close-quarters combat. The basement was silent. They did not wait for the imagined heavy artillery bombardment. There were only sporadic explosions of mortar shells. Major, the Polish attack has begun. They don't have heavy artillery. There's about 1 battalion each on the east and north sides and fewer enemies on the west, a paratrooper said, running into the basement. The paratroopers had stationed observation posts in the village's tallest building, the bell tower of a small church about 3 stories high. Every move of the Polish army was almost under the paratroopers' surveillance. Upon hearing this, Chen Dao picked up the steel helmet beside him, put it on his head, stood up, and said, "Let's go." After Chen Dao finished speaking, he picked up his gun and walked out of the basement. 8 paratroopers followed him. They were bodyguards sent by student to protect Chen Dao's safety. On the first floor of the building, Chen Dao darted and pressed himself against the wall beside a window, revealing half of his face to look outside. He saw 400 or 500 black dots densely rushing toward the village across the grassland outside. Mortar shells fired by the paratroopers occasionally landed among the Polish army, creating miniature mushroom clouds. Along with the mushroom clouds, the dismembered limbs of the Polish rose into the air. The brave Polish infantry were not intimidated by the sparse mortar shells. They gripped their rifles, bent low, took small steps, and charged resolutely toward the village, enduring the German mortar bombardment following their officers. Chen Dao pressed against the wall, squinting outside, calculating the distance of the Polish: 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 150 meters. With a click, Chen Dao pulled the bolt to chamber a round, adjusted the sight, and then raised his rifle, aiming at a Polish army soldier wearing a green-brown uniform. As if in telepathic synchronicity with Chen Dao, Just as Chen Dao aimed at that Polish army soldier, the paratrooper company commander on the east side of the village ordered to open fire. More than a dozen MG-34 machine guns opened fire one after another, and charging Polish army soldiers fell in droves with a clatter. Chen Dao also pulled the trigger without hesitation, and that Polish army soldier fell to the ground instantly. Pulling the bolt to chamber a round, Chen Dao aimed at another Polish army soldier half crouching in the grass, exchanging fire with the German. After the shot, that Polish army soldier's head jerked up, and his steel helmet was flung into the air. After Chen Dao headshotted that Polish army soldier, he carried his gun and ran to the second floor. The window on the left side of the second floor was already occupied by an MG-34 machine gun team. Chen Dao ran to the window on the right and stood against the wall. The view from the second floor was much wider than from the first. Chen Dao fired 3 shots in quick succession, taking down 2 more Polish army soldiers. Hiding behind the wall, Chen Dao pulled out a 5-round magazine, loaded it into his rifle, pulled the bolt to chamber a round, and stood by the window, just about to start his second round of shooting when a loud boom sounded in his ear. A 75mm artillery shell struck the window to Chen Dao's left, instantly blowing 3 machine gunners who were firing into smithereens. Blood and internal organs stained the room red. Chen Dao was thrown back by the blast wave, hitting the wall hard and then sliding to the ground. His 98K rifle also flew out of his hand. Chen Dao leaned against the wall, shaking his head, trying to clear the buzzing in his ears, but to no avail. 2 figures appeared before Chen Dao, 2 paratroopers who had just rushed in. Without a word, the 2 paratroopers each grabbed one of Chen Dao's arms and dragged him out of the room. One paratrooper did not forget to pick up Chen Dao's rifle. Just as the 2 paratroopers dragged Chen Dao out of the room, with a bang, the second 75mm artillery shell struck the room, dragging Chen Dao to the courtyard behind the building. The 2 put Chen Dao down. One paratrooper leaned over and said, "Major, are you all right?" Chen Dao had already regained consciousness at this point. He picked up his rifle again and said, "I'm fine, thank you." "Major, I suggest you don't get too close to the machine guns. Machine guns are priority targets for the enemy to eliminate. It's very dangerous," the paratrooper advised. "Thank you for the reminder. I'll pay attention," Chen Dao said humbly. "I'm fine, follow me." Chen Dao stood up and shouted. Leading the 2 paratroopers, Chen Dao sprinted to an 81mm mortar team. Chen Dao took off the binoculars from his chest and handed them to the gunner, pointing to the east side of the village and shouting, "There's enemy artillery on the east side of the village. Find a way to locate them and then take them out. Otherwise all our brothers on the east side of the village will be killed by those big guns. Hurry up, we don't have much time." Without a word, the gunner hung the binoculars around his neck, looked around, and then nimbly climbed a sycamore tree. Lying on the sycamore tree, he peered to the east with the binoculars for a while before reporting coordinates. The mortar team then adjusted their parameters and began a new round of shelling. #8 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 8. Paratroopers are born to be surrounded. Part 3. North of Valang Village. Colonel Cuba paced anxiously on the high ground, constantly raising his binoculars to observe the battle's progress. North and west of Valang Village, soldiers of the 40th Infantry Regiment were using the terrain to exchange fire with the defenders, and the battle was in a stalemate. Only on the east side had the Polish infantry, supported by 37mm anti-tank guns and 75mm infantry guns, advanced to within 100 meters of the defenders, but that 100-meter distance seemed as far as heaven and hell. Colonel Cuba clearly saw through his binoculars that the Polish army on the east side of the village had organized 2 charges to try and cross that 100-meter distance, but both times they were repelled after advancing 50 meters or even just 30 meters, and the bodies of Polish army soldiers covered the grassy area on the east side of the village. After analyzing the battle situation, Colonel Cuba decided to commit 2 companies from the reserve to the east side of the village, aiming to break through the defenders' line in one fell swoop. Inside Valang Village, Chen Dao and 2 paratroopers who never left his side were hiding around the corner of an earth-yellow bungalow. They had overturned 2 tables as cover and were firing at the Polish infantry on the east side of the village. A messenger, using the cover of the houses, ran behind Chen Dao and said, "Major, the Polish have reinforced the east side of the village with about 2 companies. The battalion commander has decided to send the signal as planned." As if to confirm the messenger's words, no sooner had he finished speaking than 2 green flares shot up from a courtyard in the northwest corner of Valang Village. "I understand. Reinforcements will arrive in 20 minutes at most. We just need to hold on for another 20 minutes. Chen Dao shouted after glancing up at the 2 dazzling flares. The two paratroopers accompanying Chen Dao also heard the messenger's words. They exchanged glances and, with a silent understanding, grabbed Chen Dao. "Major, the Polish have launched a general assault. We are retreating." "Where are we retreating to?" Chen Dao asked. "The church." The two pulled Chen Dao and ran, stopping only when they reached the church. After Chen Dao was released, he surveyed the interior of the church. In the center of the church stood a cross over 2 meters tall. In front of the cross was a small pulpit used by the priest for sermons, and from the pulpit to the main entrance of the church, 5 rows of long benches were arranged side by side. Chen Dao quickly found a staircase entrance in a corner of the wall to the right of the pulpit. Accompanied by the two paratroopers, he ran over to check, and it was indeed a spiral staircase leading to the church bell tower. At the top of the church bell tower, as soon as Chen Dao showed his head, he was spotted by the 2 observation posts inside. Seeing that it was Chen Dao, both men saluted him one after another. Chen Dao returned the salute and then rushed to the bell tower window, taking in the entire battlefield from his elevated position. On the north and west sides of the village, the attacking and defending forces were locked in a stalemate. On the east side of the village, the Polish army, reinforced by 2 infantry companies, formed 3 or 4 skirmish lines, surging toward the defenders on the east side of the village like a tide, wave after wave. Under the Polish army's assault, the paratrooper infantry company responsible for defending the east side of the village and the heavy machine gun company that had arrived to support them were under increased pressure. Under the bombardment of the Polish army's 37mm anti-tank guns and 75mm infantry guns, the German strongpoints on the east side of the village were destroyed one by one. The Polish infantry's offensive grew fiercer, and they organized another charge, attempting to break into Valing village. 50 meters, 30 meters just as the Polish army was about to rush into the paratrooper positions, and the paratrooper riflemen were about to fix bayonets to their rifles, the Chinese letter of more than a dozen submachine guns firing successively drowned out the shouts of the charging Polish infantry. Using the P-38 submachine gun only ensured accuracy within 50 meters, so it had not been useful in previous exchanges of fire. The Polish infantry's charge gave these MP-38 submachine guns a chance to prove their worth. Their dense firepower formed a wall of fire within 50 meters. Polish army soldiers who hit the wall of fire convulsed as if electrocuted and fell to the ground, their bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground. The Polish infantry did not show weakness. The heavy machine gun company responsible for cover quickly shifted its targets to where the defenders' submachine gunners appeared, and bullets rained down like hail, pinning down the German and preventing them from raising their heads. "Open fire to support the east!" Chen Dao shouted, and was the first to stand by the window and begin shooting. The other 4 paratroopers in the bell tower also followed suit, opening fire to support the defense on the east side of the village. The charging Polish infantry ran incredibly fast, which invisibly increased the difficulty of Chen Dao's shooting. He fired 5 shots in a row, but only hit 1 target. After loading a new 5-round clip into his rifle, Chen Dao began his second round of shooting. At the east end of the village, a 37mm gun commander of the Polish army patted his gunner's shoulder twice, then pointed at Valing village. "There are Germans in that church bell tower. Take them out!" The gunner immediately aimed the muzzle at the church bell tower where figures were flickering. After confirming the target, the loader inserted a gleaming golden high explosive shell into the breech and immediately fired. The moment the 37mm gun fired, an 81mm mortar shell fell. With a boom, the 4 gunners were instantly blown to pieces, and the 37mm anti-tank gun also toppled over. In the sycamore tree in Valing village, the 81mm mortar commander lowered his binoculars and shouted excitedly, "Direct hit." Then he picked up his binoculars again, searching for the next victim on the church bell tower. Chen Dao, who had fallen to the ground, was dragged down from the bell tower. That 37mm anti-tank gun shell had hit the upper edge of the bell tower window. 1 paratrooper inside the bell tower was killed instantly, and another paratrooper was lightly wounded. A flying piece of broken brick, the size of a pigeon egg, hit Chen Dao's steel helmet. Chen Dao's vision went black as if he had been hit by a blunt object, and he fell to the ground. The 2 paratroopers responsible for protecting him were terrified and quickly dragged Chen Dao down from the bell tower. North of Valing village, Colonel Cuba smiled. Under the combined suppression of machine guns and artillery, the defenders' firepower on the east side of the village grew weaker and weaker. The Polish infantry finally seized the opportunity to rush into the German positions, preparing for a bayonet charge. Unexpectedly, those Germans, lacking courage, retreated into the village along the communication trenches. These cowards who don't dare to bayonet charge, Colonel Cuba sneered disdainfully. Colonel Cuba, who had participated in World War I, was a staunch believer in the maxim artillery is for cowards, bayonets are for heroes. In his eyes, only infantry who dared to engage in close quarters bayonet combat were true warriors. Did they think they would be safe by retreating into the village? Did they want to fight urban warfare? In a mere village of about 200 houses, how long could the defenders, who were at an absolute disadvantage in numbers, hold out even if they fought urban warfare? Just as Colonel Cuba was fantasizing about how to deal with prisoners of war after the battle, a sudden change occurred. The Polish infantry, who had been aggressively charging the village from the east, fell like wheat swept by his side, one patch after another. Their formation also became chaotic, and many Polish army infantry stopped their charge, turning in panic toward the southeast of the village, as if a man-eating tiger was hidden there. Colonel Cuba quickly turned his binoculars toward the southeast of the village and finally discovered the culprit. In the grass there, an unknown number of Germans were launching a charge. The Polish army on the east side of the village was caught between two fires, in disarray, and already showing signs of collapse. It must have been those two flares that summoned the enemy. This was a trap. Colonel Cuba now understood everything. Initially, when he saw two flares fly out of the village, he thought he had fallen into an ambush. At that moment, a squadron of German Air Force planes happened to fly overhead. Colonel Cuba was utterly despairing, thinking the flares were indicating targets for the German planes. However, those planes flew north unmoved, without stopping, which relieved Colonel Cuba. Seeing those charging German, Colonel Cuba finally understood that those two flares were not summoning the German Air Force, but rather calling in an ambush. Ordered the reconnaissance company to sortie and cover the retreat of the troops on the east side of the village. Colonel Cuba reacted quickly. He knew that this offensive on the east side of the village had failed, and persisting would only lead to the collapse of the entire regiment. The reconnaissance company quickly joined the battle on the east side of the village, covering the retreat of their comrades. The Polish army infantry on the north and west sides of Valing village also received orders to retreat, systematically withdrawing step by step, gradually disengaging from the German, and safely pulling back. Only the Polish infantry on the east side of the village, under the cover of the reconnaissance company, retreated step by step from the battlefield. The gunners of the anti-tank company and infantry gun platoon, seeing the unfavorable situation, fled with the infantry, abandoning all their artillery to the German. Behind the high ground, Colonel Cuba watched the retreating, dispirited infantry with a gloomy expression, then ordered, have each battalion immediately report casualties and have the reconnaissance company maintain vigilance to prevent German pursuit. Ultimately, Colonel Cuba did not wait for the German pursuit but instead received a startling piece of news. A German officer and two soldiers, carrying a white flag, were walking along the road toward the 40th Infantry Regiment. P.S. There will be another chapter before 9 p.m. #9 Volume 1, The First Battle of Poland Chapter 9, The Rage of the Bandits Bring Them Over, Colonel Cuba said fiercely. Soon, the three unarmed Germans were brought before Colonel Cuba. State your names and units, and tell us your purpose, Colonel Cuba said to the leading major through a translator. Colonel, I am Major Heinz von Rosen of the German Air Force. I have been ordered to come and discuss a ceasefire agreement with you, Chen Dao said. A ceasefire? Colonel Cuba looked down at the German major opposite him with suspicion. The major wore a worn steel helmet with a maple leaf-shaped hole about 5 centimeters in diameter at the very top, revealing golden hair and white bandages. The major looked to be around 25 or 26 years old, his face covered in black ash and splashed gun oil. Even so, Colonel Cuba could tell that the major was a typical German handsome man. Colonel Cuba asked, "What ceasefire agreement?" Chen Dao said, "Around Valing village, especially on the eastern grassland, there are many of your armies wounded. There are also some in the village, but fewer in number. We lack sufficient medicine to treat them, and we cannot bear to see them bleed to death on the ground, so I have been ordered to discuss a ceasefire agreement with you." Raising his wrist to look at his watch, Chen Dao continued, "It is now 4:35 p.m. I suggest that both sides cease fire for 2 hours starting at 4:50 p.m. Your army can send unarmed personnel to treat your wounded, or carry them back for treatment." After Chen Dao finished speaking, he stared at Colonel Cuba, awaiting his reaction. Colonel Cuba's brain worked at full capacity, pondering if there was any conspiracy in this truce agreement. After a moment of thought, Colonel Kuber realized that, from the previous battle, it was clear the Germans had at least 2 battalions here. With his current remaining forces, having lost all heavy weapons, there was no way to defeat 2 enemy battalions. The remaining time could only be used for rescuing the wounded, or perhaps calling for reinforcements. What would the German officer be thinking? Delaying time for reinforcements? Or delaying time to strengthen their fortifications? Colonel Kuba did not know. All right, I thank you for the truce agreement on behalf of the wounded. We will cease fire for 2 hours starting at 4:50 p.m., Colonel Kuba said. Although he had doubts, he had to agree to the other party's proposal, as leaving the wounded groaning on the ground would be a morale-damaging act. Then it's settled, Colonel. Remember, it's from 4:50 p.m. to 6:50 p.m. Don't get the time wrong, Chen Dao said. You may leave. Colonel Kuba coldly issued the order to depart. Returning to Valing village with the 2 paratroopers, Chen Dao gave student a mission accomplished gesture. Student motioned for Chen Dao to follow him. The 2 walked to a secluded spot, and student said to him, Major Rosen, can you tell me the purpose of your action? General Student, I understand your feelings. You must now think I am a reckless person who acts on his own initiative. You are ordered to protect my safety, and I completely disregard your feelings, always taking risky actions. Staying in Valing village is one such action, and running off to negotiate with the Polish is another. However, I also hope you can understand my feelings, Chen Dao said with a serious expression. Student, who had been furious about Chen Dao's unauthorized action, suddenly saw Chen Dao being so frank and open. He temporarily suppressed the idea of kidnapping Chen Dao and putting him on a plane, and said to Chen Dao, please tell me your thoughts, Major Rosen. Chen Dao unbuttoned his collar to make his breathing smoother. General Student, do you know, I am very angry right now. In the short battle of just over an hour, I was shelled by the Polish twice. Chen Dao said, extending 2 fingers on his right hand. Chen Dao lowered his head, pointing to the hole on the top of his steel helmet, and said, see, this is the souvenir the Polish left for me. Hearing Chen Dao's narration and seeing the broken steel helmet, Student was drenched in sweat, and his resolve to kidnap Chen Dao grew stronger. He thought to himself, fortunately, little brother-in-law is fine, otherwise, Commander would undoubtedly send me to a military court on charges of dereliction of duty. If you add yesterday's incident, that means I've been shelled by the Polish 3 times in 2 days, Chen Dao said. After hearing Chen Dao's words, Student had made up his mind. As soon as this conversation ended, he would seize Chen Dao and then contact the Air Force to send a plane to pick him up. I am a very vengeful person. God teaches us to repay blood with blood, and a tooth for a tooth, so I must have my revenge, Chen Dao said aggressively. That's why I personally went out to lure them to this village to make them spend the night here. Only then can I vent this anger, Chen Dao said. You don't need to lure them. They would spend the night in this village anyway, Student said. You can't be sure. They might escape, which is why I used the wounded as bait to force them into Valing village. They will most likely spend the night here tonight. As long as they dare to spend the night here, we have already won half of this battle, Chen Dao said. All right, thank you for your efforts. Since the Polish have agreed to a truce, we should proceed with our plan, Student said, looking around and waving to several paratroopers preparing to seize Chen Dao. General Student, Major Rosen, you're here, Lieutenant Randolph suddenly said, arriving with a dozen of his men. Lieutenant Randolph, you're finally here. I think I finally found your cannons for you. Follow me. Chen Dao greeted Student and then led Randolph toward the east side of the village. Lieutenant Randolph's appearance disrupted Student's kidnapping plan. Watching Chen Dao and Randolph depart, Student had to temporarily put his kidnapping plan aside and instead continue with the operational plan. On the east side of the village, Chen Dao and Lieutenant Randolph bypassed several Polish soldiers who were treating the wounded and walked to several heavily armed paratroopers. These paratroopers were guarding their spoils of war. Pointing to the neatly arranged 275mm infantry guns and 937mm anti-tank guns, Chen Dao said, "These are the cannons the Polish gave us. Now they belong to you." Lieutenant Randolph and his men cheered and then rushed forward. Although they had previously operated 105mm howitzers, after some tinkering, they became familiar with the use of these artillery pieces. After inspection, Lieutenant Randolph and his men found that only one 75mm infantry gun and 6 37mm anti-tank guns were intact among these artillery pieces. The others had varying degrees of damage. Looking at his watch, Chen Dao saw that it was almost 6 o'clock, so he said to Lieutenant Randolph, who was tinkering with the artillery, "We need to retreat. Take these cannons and follow me." North of Valang village, the Polish infantry, in addition to carrying back many wounded soldiers, also brought astonishing news. The German forces in Valang village had retreated. Colonel Kuba strode up to the high ground, raised his binoculars, and looked towards Valang village. He clearly saw the German forces carrying wounded and dead soldiers on makeshift stretchers made of doors, walking south along the road. As time passed, all the German forces in Valang village finally withdrew. After crossing a gentle slope, the German figures disappeared from Colonel Kuba's binoculars. "Colonel, the Germans left a message before they withdrew. They placed some of our wounded by the roadside in the village and hope we will take over their treatment." After a moment of deep thought, Colonel Kuba ordered the reconnaissance company to follow the German forces to ascertain their direction, then commanded the entire army to advance and occupy Valang village. #10 Volume 1, First Battle of Poland Chapter 10. Air raid. The main force of the Polish 40th Infantry Regiment safely entered Valang village, and as expected, they found more than a dozen wounded soldiers neatly arranged on the west side of the village road. These wounded soldiers immediately received treatment. Under Colonel Kuba's command, the infantry carefully searched every house and basement in Valang village, finding no ambushes or booby traps. After confirming Valang village was safe, Colonel Kuba decided to lead his troops to spend the night there. Colonel Kuba re-established contact with division headquarters, and his mission was to ensure the safety of the entire division's right flank. Therefore, Colonel Kuba had no choice but to make this decision. Upon receiving the order, the 40th Infantry Regiment selected some lightly damaged houses from the battle to serve as temporary field hospitals for treating the wounded soldiers. After Colonel Kuba assigned the deployment tasks to his subordinate battalions, he and a few staff officers and communication personnel moved into the village church. Soon after they settled in, 2 scouts from the reconnaissance company came to them, informing Colonel Kuba that the Germans had set up simple defensive positions on both sides of the road about 2 kilometers south of Valang village, with a force of approximately 1 battalion. Colonel Kuba ordered the reconnaissance company to continue monitoring, then took a few staff officers to the east side of the village. Under his command, the engineers of the 40th Infantry Regiment dug a simple cemetery on the east side of the village to bury the fallen soldiers, as leaving the bodies exposed in the wilderness would severely damage morale. After a volley of rifle fire, a simple funeral concluded. South of Valang village, behind the German defensive positions, Student and Chen Dao were watching Lieutenant Randolph and his men test fire. Boom! After a series of artillery bombardments, Lieutenant Randolph excitedly said, "Calibration complete. We can finally join the battle." "Great, I can finally throw away this outdated weapon," Chen Dao said, tossing the Mauser 98K rifle in his hand to a paratrooper beside him. Student stood nearby with 7 or 8 paratroopers. He saw that Chen Dao was always mingling with Randolph and the other artillerymen, and there were over 200 rescued prisoners around, mostly from the 30th Infantry Division, along with a dozen anti-aircraft gunners from the 7th Air Defense Battalion. In front of these people, he simply couldn't find an opportunity to abduct him. Student calmly said, "Major Rosen, I need to discuss the next operational plan with you. Please come over here with me." "I apologize, General, but I still need to learn some techniques from Lieutenant Randolph. The Polish army has already entered Valang village, so we'll just proceed as planned," Chen Dao said, then began to tinker with a 37mm anti-tank gun, humbly asking Randolph for guidance as he did so. Seeing this, Student could only helplessly leave with his subordinates to arrange the next combat operation. Because he inherited the previous owner's rich experience in operating anti-aircraft guns, Chen Dao learned to use the 37mm anti-tank gun with great efficiency. After familiarizing himself with the 37mm anti-tank gun, Chen Dao went on to learn how to operate the 75mm infantry gun. After becoming proficient in using the 75mm infantry gun and weighing the performance of both guns, Chen Dao decided to choose the 37mm anti-tank gun as his weapon for the next battle, because the 37mm anti-tank gun was relatively more accurate and produced less noise when firing, making it less likely to expose his position. Chen Dao and 3 other gunners worked together to pull the 37mm anti-tank gun to the front line of the position, hiding behind a clump of unknown bushes behind the German position, waiting for the battle to begin. At 6:30 a.m. on September 11th, Chen Dao, who was sleeping on the ground wrapped in a blanket, was woken up by Lieutenant Randolph. After some discussion, Chen Dao learned that all 6 37mm guns and the intact 75mm infantry gun had been reinforced to the 2nd Parachute Battalion, and they would lead the main assault from the southeast of Valang village. Dragging the 37mm gun, Chen Dao and Randolph, along with the other artillerymen, joined the 2nd Parachute Battalion. At 7 o'clock, as the Polish sky was just beginning to lighten, a Fi-156 reconnaissance plane appeared over Valing village, summoned by radio. After circling for a while, the reconnaissance plane was strafed by Polish army machine guns in Valing village. After frantically pulling up and out of the range of the Polish army's machine guns, the reconnaissance plane continued to circle in the sky around Valing village, like a fly that had seen blood and refused to leave. A few tens of minutes later, the sky grew brighter, and a deafening roar of engines came from the sky south of Valing village. Chen Dao looked at his watch, 7:50. Seeing the approaching aircraft formation in the sky, the 2nd Parachute Battalion unfurled 2 fiery swastika flags as anti-aircraft markers to avoid friendly fire. Chen Dao crouched beside the 37mm gun, counting the number of aircraft in the formation like everyone else. He quickly counted 30 planes. While the German paratroopers were looking up and counting planes, the Polish army in Valing village, led by Colonel Kuba, was doing the same. Colonel Kuba was awakened by the sound of machine gun fire. Seeing the small plane circling constantly near the village, an ominous premonition rose in Colonel Kuba's heart. God bless, these ravens of death are just passing through Valing village. They're going north to cause trouble for our allies, Colonel Kuba prayed, making the sign of the cross on his chest. As if hearing Colonel Kuba's prayer, and perhaps angered by his idea of betraying allies and diverting disaster northward, the aircraft formation drew a terrifying arc in the sky immediately after flying over Valing village, then dispersed, dived, and dropped bombs. Take cover! Colonel Kuba realized something was terribly wrong when he saw the aircraft turn around. He shouted for cover and rushed into the church, diving into the church's basement to hide. Colonel Kuba had just rushed into the basement when he heard a terrifying shriek from outside, followed by the explosion of bombs and the shaking of the earth. As the Stuka dived, the piercing shriek from the Jericho trumpet on its fuselage descended like an invisible wall of air. Under the shriek, the terrified Polish infantrymen covered their ears, opened their mouths wide, and crouched motionless in their shelters, only able to pray that the bombs would not fall into their own shelters. 20 Stuka dive bombers, braving the ground fire from the Polish army's machine guns, continuously dived, dropping their 50 kg and 250 kg bombs onto the ground. In less than half an hour, under the bombardment of 80 50 kg bombs and 250 kg bombs, not a single intact building remained in the small Valing village. The Mi-109 fighter planes escorting the Stuka were not to be outdone. They targeted the Polish army positions outside the village. Any human targets moving in the open ground outside the village would be subjected to their merciless strafing. The Stuka, having dropped their bombs, also joined the fray. They dived like fighter planes, their 2 MG-17 machine guns under their wings spewing streams of fire, bullets hitting the ground and the Polish army, raising countless clouds of dust and flesh. Colonel Kuba hid in the basement, staring blankly at his boots. The staff officers were also silent, and the air in the basement seemed to have solidified. Finally, when no more dust fell from the basement ceiling, Colonel Kuba slowly raised his head. After confirming that the German aircraft had withdrawn, Colonel Kuba, surrounded by his staff, walked out of the church, which was now nothing but ruins. Looking at the unrecognizable and devastated Valing village, Colonel Kuba's lips trembled for a long time before he could speak. His gaze swept over the streets and the mutilated bodies among the ruins. Colonel Kuba tried to calm himself down. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly looked up at the sky to the south, where the ravens of death had disappeared. After gazing for a while, all of Colonel Kuba's words condensed into 4, a raid, take cover. With that, Colonel Kuba was the first to run back to the basement. South of Valing village, Chen Dao crouched beside the 37mm gun, watching the 1st Aviation Regiment's second wave of air strikes on Valing village. A messenger ran up to him. Major, after this air raid is over, we will launch our attack on Valing village. Please be prepared. Also, General Studin reminded you to pay close attention to your own safety. After Chen Dao thanked him, the messenger left. After waiting for about another half hour, the second wave of air strikes ended. With a command, Chen Dao and the others, dragging the 37mm gun, followed the 2nd Parachute Battalion as they rushed towards Valing village. P.S. There will be another chapter before 9 p.m. #11 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 11, Sniper Cannon. After running about a kilometer with the 37mm gun and crossing a gentle slope, Chen Dao saw Valing village again. On both sides of the road south of Valing village, with Valing village as the center, the Polish army had constructed circular positions. There were 3 layers of these circular positions, each spaced about 100 meters apart. The innermost layer was a relatively complete circular position left by the German paratroopers at the edge of the village, while the outer 2 layers of circular positions consisted only of some simple individual shelters and machine gun nests. At this moment, the Polish army positions were covered with craters of all sizes, looking as horrible as the surface of the moon. Those Polish who had miraculously survived the 2 airstrikes were fearfully rescuing their wounded comrades, constantly looking toward the southern sky, dreading the return of those reapers of death that made terrifying shrieks. On the slope, the paratroopers' 2nd Battalion quickly set up their machine guns and mortars. Chen Dao and his gun crew also turned the muzzle of the 37mm gun towards Valing village. Under the cover of the slope, looking from Valing village, only a small part of the 37mm gun's gun shield was visible, with the barrel almost flat against the ground. As soon as Chen Dao set up the gun, he heard 2 whooshes as 2 green signal flares rose from the southwest of Valing village. That was the attack signal from the paratrooper 1st Battalion, which Student was with. The moment the signal flares ascended, the more than 30 NG-34 machine guns of the paratroopers' 2nd Battalion, where Chen Dao was, began to pour out bullets. The merciless rain of bullets drilled countless holes and brought out much flesh and blood from the Polish army exposed outside their shelters. After a few whistles, the 2 companies of the paratroopers' 2nd Battalion seized the opportunity to launch a charge. Over 300 figures in green smocks swiftly rushed toward the Polish army positions. Under the sudden assault, the surviving Polish infantry abandoned their wounded comrades and jumped into nearby foxholes. Chen Dao had a clear view of the Polish army's positions through his binoculars. The outermost position of Valing village was only about 400 meters from the paratroopers. The fully armed paratroopers took less than 2 minutes to reach the trenches. The submachine gunners, wielding their MP-38 submachine guns, killed the surviving Polish army in the trenches and shelters with a few bursts, seizing control of the trenches. Some Polish, seeing the unfavorable situation, raised their hands and surrendered. Chen Dao patted the gunner, pointing at the Polish army's 2nd position and saying, "There's a heavy machine gun there." The gunner quickly turned the muzzle towards that heavy machine gun. About 50 seconds later, the ground in front of the Hotchkiss heavy machine gun kicked up dust with a thud, and a crater immediately appeared on the ground. "It missed." Continue, Chen Dao shouted loudly when he saw the heavy machine gun still firing. About a minute later, that machine gun nest exploded with a flash of fire, and a steel helmet wrapped around half a human head flew into the air. The helmet tumbled endlessly in the air, scattering countless white and red liquids. Red was blood, white was brain matter. "Good, first target down." Chen Dao fiercely waved his fist. See no Polish trying to pick up the tilted machine gun. Chen Dao turned his binoculars in another direction. Soon, Chen Dao found his 2nd target, patted the gunner's shoulder again, and pointed to his front right, shouting, "There, do you see? There's someone with a pistol." The gunner quickly turned the muzzle toward the Polish officer commanding the battle with a pistol. After a cannon shot, Chen Dao saw an arm holding a pistol fly out of the trench and land 5 or 6 meters outside the trench. "Excellent, 1 shot, 1 hit," Chen Dao shouted excitedly, patting the gunner's shoulder. The gunner responded with a smile. Under the German artillery's attack, the machine gun bunkers on the Polish army's 2nd position were destroyed one by one. The paratroopers took the opportunity to rush to the Polish army's 2nd position. To Chen Dao's surprise, a thunderous roar erupted from the Polish army's position. Along with the roar, figures with fixed bayonets leaped out of the trenches and shelters. The Polish infantry, with bayonets fixed, launched a counter-charge, attempting to turn the tide with close quarters combat. The Polish soldiers showed commendable courage, but unexpectedly, they played right into the paratroopers' hands. The paratrooper squad leaders and platoon leaders stepped forward, mercilessly emptying their submachine gun magazines. Charging Polish soldiers were swept down in spasms. Other Polish who managed to rush into the paratrooper ranks were outnumbered and bayoneted to the ground by the paratroopers. "Should we advance and follow up?" Chen Dao asked, seeing the 50mm mortar crew and 37mm gun crew beside him moving forward with their weapons. After receiving an affirmative reply, Chen Dao and several gunners pushed the 37mm gun to the east of Valing village. There was a large area of waist-high weeds, which was an excellent place for surprise artillery attacks. The paratrooper 2nd Battalion had already captured 2 of the Polish army's positions and was advancing toward the 3rd position at the edge of the Polish village. This was the Polish's last position and also the most fiercely resisted. In addition to the circular fortifications at the edge of the village, many Polish soldiers were hiding in the ruins of Valing village, firing outwards. The density of fire greatly increased and the paratroopers' offensive slowed down. They all lay on the ground, using the terrain and weeds for cover, and exchanged fire with the defenders. Sweating profusely from pushing the 37mm gun, Chen Dao finally moved to the east of the village. Chen Dao looked around. The paratroopers' 2nd Battalion's mortar crew and the machine gun company's machine gunners had also relocated their positions. After the paratroopers' 2nd Battalion's commander adjusted the formation, he dispatched the 3rd Infantry Company as a reserve, and a new round of offensive immediately began. "There's a machine gun on the 2nd floor of that gray 2-story building," Chen Dao shouted, pointing to the 2-story building he had once stayed in. Soon, the first shell hit the wall below the 2nd-story window, and the explosion raised countless broken bricks, stones, and dust. The machine gun stopped firing. Just as Chen Dao finished cheering, the machine gun, which had been silent for less than a minute, began firing again. After another cannon shot, Chen Dao saw a light machine gun thrown out of that window through his binoculars, and the silhouette of the shooter in the window disappeared without a trace. "No explosion? Was it a dud?" Chen Dao asked in surprise. "Major, my second shot was an armor-piercing round," the loader said. Armor-piercing round. Chen Dao imagined the scene of a 37mm armor-piercing round hitting a human body, and an uncontrollable chill rushed to his head. "You reacted quickly. Keep that state." Chen Dao wiped the sweat pouring down his forehead and gave the loader an appreciative look. In the next less than 5 minutes, Chen Dao's gun crew took out another machine gun and a Polish whom he suspected was an officer. The Polish army's resistance on the east side of Valing village grew weaker, and the paratroopers' 2nd Battalion had already rushed into the houses of Valing village for street fighting. Chen Dao searched for a long time with his binoculars but couldn't find a suitable target. The Polish army in the houses had already mixed with the German, and he didn't dare to fire, fearing friendly fire. As he was looking around, Chen Dao felt a gust of wind descend from the sky. Before he could react, an explosion sounded behind him with a boom. Chen Dao felt as if his back had been struck by a heavy hammer, and he fell face first to the ground. As if a century had passed, Chen Dao finally dispelled the darkness and the swirling golden stars before his eyes. With a few puffs, he spat out the bitter taste in weeds and dirt from his mouth, then sat up, propping himself with his right hand. "This is the 4th time you shelled me." Chen Dao added another black mark against the Polish. Turning around, Chen Dao saw the loader lying on the ground, his body twitching. There was an inch-long wound on the back of the loader's head, and blood was gushing out. "Quickly call a medic!" Chen Dao shouted to the other 2 gunners who had sustained minor injuries. After speaking, Chen Dao looked around, finally stopping his gaze on his right hip. Pulling out the Luger pistol from its holster, Chen Dao shouted and charged towards Valing village. #12 Volume 1 First Battle of Poland Chapter 12 Encirclement and Annihilation. When Chen Dao rushed into Valing village, he had an engineer's shovel in his hand. As Chen Dao pressed against the wall of the 1st floor of the gray 2-story building on the east side of the village, a paratrooper, carrying a Mauser 98K rifle with a bayonet, followed suit. Chen Dao and the paratrooper, who had a long, thin face and a cold expression, exchanged a glance. "What's your name?" Chen Dao asked. "Major, I am Corporal Steiner," the paratrooper replied. "Corporal Steiner, stay close to me until the battle is over," Chen Dao said. "Major, I will protect your back." Corporal Steiner nodded in agreement. Chen Dao moved to the 1st floor window, peeked inside, and finding no Polish army, he tucked the engineer's shovel into his belt, grabbed the windowsill with both hands, and with a push, flipped into the 1st floor. Chen Dao, holding his pistol, hid by the room's doorway, on guard, while Corporal Steiner took the opportunity to jump through the window. "Let's go to the 2nd floor. There are windows on the 2nd floor facing the village, and we can snipe them from there," Chen Dao said. Corporal Steiner nodded. Just as Chen Dao drew the engineer's shovel from his waist, he heard a gunshot from the rooftop. Chen Dao and Corporal Steiner instinctively looked up at the roof. Corporal Steiner silently slung his rifle onto his back, pulled out a spare Luger pistol, and then took out a grenade, holding it in his hand. Chen Dao, with the engineer's shovel in his right hand and the Luger pistol in his left, darted out of the room and moved toward the stairwell, with Corporal Steiner following closely behind him. Chen Dao carefully stepped onto the stairs. 1 step, 2 steps. As Chen Dao stepped onto the 3rd stair, a grenade, emitting white smoke, flew down from the 2nd floor, hit the wall next to the stairs with a clang, bounced off, struck Chen Dao's left shoulder, and then fell to the ground, rolling under Chen Dao's crotch and down the stairs to the 1st floor. Glancing at the grenade hissing with white smoke on the floor, Chen Dao's mind went blank for a moment, and his feet, as if spring-loaded, leaped up, covering the distance to the second floor in 2 strides. As soon as Chen Dao reached the second floor, he heard a thunderous roar from downstairs, shaking the ground, and smoke and dust billowed. Chen Dao ignored his ringing ears, raised his pistol, and fired 3 consecutive shots at a Polish army soldier near a doorway on the second floor. The Polish soldier, who had just thrown the grenade, had not expected Chen Dao to rush to the second floor and was caught off guard, unable to dodge. Chen Dao's 3 shots hit him squarely in the chest. Having killed the Polish soldier, Chen Dao didn't have time to catch his breath when an arm reached out from the doorway of that room and threw another grenade with an upward swing. The grenade rolled along the floor to Chen Dao's feet. Chen Dao, startled, raised his right foot and swept it, kicking the grenade flying to the first floor. Fearing that the Polish army in the opposite room would throw more grenades, Chen Dao charged straight toward that room, firing his pistol continuously at the door until a click indicated the firing pin had struck empty. Chen Dao had already reached the doorway of the room. As soon as he pressed against the wall by the door, that arm reached out from the door again, holding a pistol, and blindly fired it where Chen Dao had previously stood. The piercing gunshots brought the stunned Chen Dao back to his senses. Without time to reload his pistol, Chen Dao raised the engineer's shovel in his right hand and brutally chopped at the arm's wrist. A scream followed, and the hand was almost severed by Chen Dao at the wrist, with only a small piece of flesh on the right side of the wrist still connected. Crimson blood spurted from the wrist, leaving countless shocking crimson bloodstains on the floor. The pistol clattered to the ground. Chen Dao clearly heard the Polish soldier on the ground next door rolling and wailing. Chen Dao didn't know how many Polish soldiers were next door, so he could only hide behind the wall and reload his Luger pistol first. Corporal Steiner quietly ascended to the second floor. Chen Dao, leaning against the wall, pointed the engineer's shovel at the adjacent room. Corporal Steiner silently lit the grenade in his hand, then raised his arm, and the long-handled grenade flew into the room. Chen Dao covered his ears with both hands and turned away, hearing a deafening explosion from next door. Countless gray smoke and dust spewed out from the doorway, instantly blurring Chen Dao's vision. When the smoke and dust cleared, Chen Dao listened intently to the sounds from next door. The Polish soldier's wailing was gone. Chen Dao bravely rushed into the room and found no one else inside except 2 corpses. Corporal Steiner, the view here is excellent. You can snipe the Polish army in the village from here. I'll go get some help, Chen Dao said, pointing to the window. I'm not a sniper, but my marksmanship is pretty good. I can fill in, Corporal Steiner said, a slight smile appearing on his stern face as he took off the 98K rifle from his back. Chen Dao left Corporal Steiner and turned to another room. As soon as Chen Dao peeked in, his face twisted in disgust, and he recoiled upon seeing the scene inside. Clutching his chest to settle his stomach, Chen Dao mustered his courage and rushed into that room. On the floor of the room, a corpse severed at the waist lay on its back, with colorful internal organs, yellow feces, and crimson blood staining the floor. The air was filled with a nauseating stench. Chen Dao thought to himself that this corpse must be the one hit by the 37mm armor-piercing round. What bad luck! Tucking the engineer's shovel into his belt, Chen Dao rubbed his nose with his right hand, trying to dispel the stench in the air, and walked to the window. He cautiously peered out from behind a wall and quickly spotted a machine gun team frantically running toward the village. Come here, Chen Dao shouted, waving his hand, quickly attracting the machine gun team's attention. More than 2 minutes later, Chen Dao saw the 3-man machine gun team at the stairwell. After bringing them to rendezvous with Steiner, the machine gun team set up an MG-34 machine gun at the window. Using the excellent visibility provided by the second floor, they began to support the paratroopers fighting in the village street battles. Chen Dao put away his pistol, picked up a Polish army rifle left in the room, and after fiddling with it, Chen Dao found that this rifle's operation was almost identical to the Moser 98K rifle. After finding a dozen 5-round magazines on the bodies of 2 Polish soldiers, Chen Dao also joined in the shooting. The first target Chen Dao aimed at was the village church. Under the German Air Force's bombing, 3/4 of the church had become rubble, but surprisingly, the bell tower still stood stubbornly. Several figures flashed in the bell tower's window. Chen Dao raised his rifle and aimed there, ready to shoot as soon as someone showed their head. Finally, a figure flashed in the window, but Chen Dao did not open fire. Instead, he slowly lowered his rifle because the person was waving a wooden stick more than 2 meters long, and on the stick was a dazzling white flag. Colonel Cuba finally made the decision to surrender. The reason that prompted him to issue this order was that the observation post on the bell tower discovered that approximately a German battalion had cut off his retreat, and this German battalion was attacking Valing village from the north. After confirming that this German battalion, which had appeared out of nowhere, was not a hallucination of the observation post, Colonel Cuba, who had originally harbored thoughts of escaping, completely collapsed. At the persuasion of his staff, Colonel Cuba tacitly approved their surrender proposal. With the appearance of the white flag, the gunfire that had echoed in Valing village all morning gradually subsided. The 40th Infantry Regiment, led by Colonel Cuba, was completely annihilated, and Chen Dao and Student, the duo, achieved a glorious victory. #13 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 13. New mission: the paratroopers actually wiped out a Polish infantry regiment. It seems they have some fighting power, besides just attending inspections and playing parachute games, General Rundstedt, commander of the Southern Army Group, said as he looked at the battle report in his hand. Standing to Rundstedt's right was Lieutenant General Manstein, Chief of Staff of the Southern Army Group. Manstein pointed at the map and said, after they annihilated the Polish 40th Infantry Regiment, the right flank of the Polish 14th Infantry Division is completely exposed to them. Should we order them to attack the right flank of the 14th Infantry Division? This could relieve the pressure on the 30th Infantry Division, as they suffered heavy losses in the Polish counterattack and lack heavy weapons. The situation is very tight now. All right, go arrange it, Rundstedt said, staring at the map without looking up. I believe this Polish offensive is an opportunity for us. Centered around Kutno, remnants of the Polish Poznan Army Group and Modlin Army Group are entrenched here. If we seize this opportunity to annihilate them in one fell swoop, no one will be able to stop us on the way to Warsaw, Rundstedt said. I agree. If we only repel them, they might escape to Warsaw. With an additional 100,000 defenders in Warsaw, it would cause a lot of trouble for the upcoming siege. Manstein nodded and said, Order. Rundstedt quickly made a judgment. The 10th Army and 14th Army will each transfer one corps to the 8th Army. The 8th Army, while holding its current positions, will dispatch troops to attack northeast, cutting off the Polish retreat route to Warsaw. In addition, contact the Northern Army Group, inform them of our intentions, and have them send troops south to cooperate with the 8th Army in completing the encirclement. Manstein quickly finished recording, handed it to Rundstedt for confirmation and signature, and then issued the orders via radio. East of Valing village, Lieutenant Randolph was wiping down artillery pieces with his artillerists, while Chen Dao sat on a nearby rock, fiddling with his new toy, an MP-38 submachine gun which Chen Dao had picked up from a deceased paratrooper. Also picked up were a magazine pouch and 3 fully loaded magazines, including the magazine that came with the submachine gun. Chen Dao now had a total of 4 magazines. Under the guidance of a paratrooper, Chen Dao quickly became familiar with the use of the MP-38. With this submachine gun, Chen Dao thought to himself, this handfei can finally stop using the old-fashioned Mauser rifle and the useless small pistol. Early demise is now one step further away from me. Looking at the Polish army prisoners sitting densely packed to the south of the village, Chen Dao earnestly hoped that a few handfei would emerge among them to lead the prisoners in a rebellion, so he could openly test the power of this MP-38. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Under the deterrence of the MG-34 machine gun, over 1,000 Polish army prisoners sat sprawled on the ground, docile as lambs awaiting slaughter. Slinging the submachine gun across his back, Chen Dao lit a cigarette and thought to himself, in the future, I must find time to learn more military strategies from Student. In this battle of Valing village, Student dispatched the 3rd Battalion as a reserve force. Using the cover of night, they bypassed Valing village and infiltrated north of Valing village to cut off the Polish army's retreat. After 2 rounds of airstrikes at dawn, 3 paratrooper battalions attacked simultaneously from the southwest, southeast, and north, annihilating 3,124 Polish army personnel, including Colonel Cuba of the 40th Infantry Regiment. The paratroopers only suffered 211 killed and 311 wounded. The overall loss ratio between the two sides was 1:6, which can be considered a great victory. Humility leads to progress, while arrogance leads to backwardness. To increase his chances of survival in the future years of war, Chen Dao decided to go and learn from Student now. Unexpectedly, Student found Chen Dao first and gave him a personal order. "Oh, you want me to stay and guard the prisoners?" Chen Dao asked in surprise. Major Rosen, the Southern Army Group has given us a new mission to attack the flank of the Polish 14th Infantry Division. I decided to take the 1st Battalion, 3rd Battalion, and Lieutenant Randolph's artillerymen. You and the 2nd Battalion will stay behind to defend Valing Village and guard the prisoners, student explained. All right, Chen Dao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to stay. Having experienced several battles, Chen Dao had summarized a pattern. Whenever he participated in a battle, he was bound to be shelled. Fortunately, the 40th Infantry Regiment did not have heavy artillery. Otherwise, he would have died young long ago and wouldn't be alive now. Now student was going to attack the 14th Infantry Division. According to intelligence gathered from interrogating Polish army prisoners, the 14th Infantry Division was equipped with 105 mm and 155 mm caliber artillery. If he went along, given his luck over the past 2 days, he would surely take a hit, and then dying young wouldn't just be a dream. You must be careful staying here. The cavalry unit that was following the 40th Infantry Regiment has disappeared. I don't know when or where they will appear. They might even show up here tomorrow morning, student said. I'll make sure to protect myself, Chen Dao said dismissively. I advise you to leave here by plane. Marshal Goering just sent another telegram urging you to return home, student said. I know. When are you leaving? Chen Dao proactively changed the subject. The reconnaissance plane is currently scouting the troop distribution of the Polish 14th Infantry Division. I'll decide the departure time once I have accurate intelligence. After discussing for a while, the two parted ways. Just then, a paratrooper orderly suddenly found Chen Dao and said that Marshal Goering wanted to speak with him. As soon as Chen Dao greeted Goering, Goering directly asked, Heinz, when are you returning to Berlin? I'll go back after we take Warsaw. It won't be long, Chen Dao said. I order you, you must return to Berlin by tomorrow morning at the latest, Goering said impatiently. Oh, how is Ada doing recently? Without me, Ada probably can't even eat, right? Tell Ada to listen to the radio often. When she hears on the radio that we've occupied Warsaw, her dear Uncle Heinz will return to her side, Chen Dao said. Goering could tell Chen Dao was trying to change the subject. He sternly ordered Chen Dao through the microphone to depart for Berlin by tomorrow morning at the latest. Chen Dao, however, rambled on, refusing to answer directly. Goering finally lost his temper and shouted, You'd better never come back. With that, he slammed down the microphone. Chen Dao left the radio station and found Major Schubert, the 2nd Battalion commander. After discussing, they decided to first send the cumbersome prisoners to the rear. This task was given to the over 200 rescued German prisoners who had been formed into an independent company and fully armed with captured Polish army weapons. While it was still early before dark, the independent company escorted the vast column of prisoners southward. They also took some severely wounded soldiers who could be moved. Watching the column of prisoners disappear from sight, Chen Dao suddenly turned to Major Schubert and asked, If a cavalry regiment really attacks us, can we hold out? #14 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 14. The Advancement of the Bandits Season 1 Part 1 over the northern and eastern skies of Valing Village. Reconnaissance planes of the 1st Aviation Regiment were circling, providing first-hand intelligence for the 7th Air Division. On the eastern and southern ground of Valing Village, apart from a few observation posts, most of the paratroopers from the 1st Battalion and 3rd Battalion were resting in trenches and bunkers, with only a few still energetic enough to chat. The paratroopers were not made of iron. From their airborne landing on September 9th to the Valing Village annihilation battle on September 11th, they had fought almost continuously for 2 days and 2 nights. Now, finally able to relax and rest, an unusual stillness, rare on a battlefield, descended upon the positions, though this eerie atmosphere was merely the calm before the storm. If not for the busy figures of the 2nd Battalion paratroopers occasionally appearing, Valing Village would almost be mistaken for a dead village devoid of living souls. In a dilapidated courtyard in the northwest corner of Valing Village, Chen Dao and Major Schubert sat beside a brown oak round table. As a Hanfei, Chen Dao deeply understood that humility was a virtue. He held a notebook in his left hand and a pencil in his right, humbly seeking Major Schubert's advice on Valing Village's defenses and jotting down some of Major Schubert's experienced insights, accumulating knowledge for his future advancement as a Hanfei. Our mission is very complex. Major Schubert deliberated for a long time before finally deciding to use the word complex to describe his current mission. Why do you say that? Chen Dao asked, puzzled. because this mission is both simple and difficult. If there were only combat personnel in this village, then this mission could be said to be very simple. However, we not only have to defend against the enemy, but also protect the safety of the village's wounded during combat, which is very tricky, Major Schubert said. Chen Dao nodded. He knew that nearly 200 severely wounded German and Polish army soldiers were staying in Valing village. These severely wounded were too fragile to endure movement and could not retreat south with the main prisoner group, so they had to remain there temporarily. Our hypothetical enemy is that missing Polish cavalry. We currently know nothing about their location or numbers, Major Schubert said, taking a puff from his cigarette and exhaling a few smoke rings. Chen Dao pondered for a moment before saying, when the reconnaissance planes first discovered them, they had roughly the strength of a regiment. After several rounds of airstrikes, their current strength must be far less than a regiment. Of course, if they receive reinforcements, that's another matter. Assuming their strength is a regiment, under the threat of the Air Force, they wouldn't dare to act during the day. 9 times out of 10, they'll adopt a night raid tactic, coupled with cavalry's most terrifying mobility advantage over infantry. If a real fight breaks out, we'll be in serious danger. Chen Dao quickly noted that cavalry's most terrifying advantage over infantry was mobility, then asked, how will they utilize their mobility? It's simple. They can dismount some cavalry to act as infantry and, with artillery support, launch a night raid on us, drawing most of our forces. Then, they can send cavalry to use the cover of night to attack our flanks or rear. With the speed of charging cavalry, 1 or 2 kilometers is just a few breaths away. For such a small village, once they break in, it's all over, Major Schubert said, spreading his hands. There's artillery and cavalry units? Chen Dao felt like he had asked a foolish question as soon as the words left his mouth. Of course, whenever possible, every unit is equipped with artillery. Chen Dao quickly wrote a line in his notebook, then looked up and said, I almost forgot, artillery is the god of war. Artillery is the god of war, Major Schubert repeated, then said, that's a very apt saying. Which famous general said it? Napoleon? No, I said it spontaneously, inspired by the moment, Chen Dao said, brazenly plagiarizing Stalin's famous quote without batting an eyelid. I summarized the 3 problems we face. First, beware of night raids. Second, guard against cavalry flanking and rear attacks. And third, protect the wounded, Chen Dao said. Essentially, yes. The most important thing is to guard against their night attacks. As long as we can detect them in advance and prevent them from launching a surprise attack, this battle will be much easier, Major Schubert said. Alright then, let's brainstorm. There's still some time until dark. We can have transport planes airdrop some supplies. What do we need most right now? Chen Dao asked. We most need medicine, and also weapons and ammunition. If possible, send us more landmines and barbed wire. Okay, I'll contact the 1st Aviation Regiment, north of Valing village, in the woods where Colonel Kuba and his 40th Infantry Regiment had once hidden. Major General Lewandowski sat on the ground, looking dejected. He occasionally looked up through the gaps in the branches and leaves at the sky, where a small plane of unknown model was constantly circling. His remnants, the cavalry of the Bodsky Cavalry Brigade, also hid in the woods with forlorn expressions, either sitting or lying down. They knew that Major General Lewandowski would not let them leave the woods until the sun set and night fell. Yesterday was a nightmare for the cavalry of the Bodsky Cavalry Brigade. German aircraft, like crows spotting corpses, swarmed them one after another. The neighing of frightened warhorses and the wailing of wounded soldiers could not even be drowned out by the sound of exploding bombs. The cavalry did not lack courage. They fought those crows of death with their only 2 40mm anti-aircraft guns and all their machine guns, but they were utterly defeated under the bombardment of aerial bombs. The first round of airstrikes destroyed those 2 anti-aircraft guns and simultaneously destroyed almost all their mobile vehicles and the cavalry's will to resist. When the second round of airstrikes arrived, no cavalry wanted to exchange fire with the German aircraft with machine guns. Their minds were filled with only one thought: to escape. The cavalry either sought cover in dense wild grass or hid in the woods to evade the airstrikes. They only ran out of their hiding places after dark. It took Major General Lewandowski most of the night to reassemble the scattered cavalry and treat the wounded. After collectively moving the wounded to a relatively dense patch of woods, Major General Lewandowski led his depleted remnants, numbering nearly 2,000 fewer, to continue their southward journey, intending to rendezvous with the 40th Infantry Regiment and then launch an attack on the German army. Just as Major General Lewandowski was contemplating how to lead his subordinates to teach the Germans a lesson and avenge his fallen comrades in the airstrikes, the sky began to lighten with the first hint of dawn, bringing with it panic. Major General Lewandowski unhesitatingly ordered his subordinates to hide in the woods by the roadside. Before long, those crows of death indeed appeared in the sky, though they had merely changed their target. In the woods, Major General Lewandowski watched the German aircraft diving and bombing in the southern sky, and with a heavy heart, he made the sign of the cross, silently praying for his comrades in the 40th Infantry Regiment. At noon, Major General Lewandowski, who had just finished his field lunch, received a shocking order from his superiors. The 40th Infantry Regiment had been annihilated by the German army, and the 14th Infantry Division's flank was exposed to the German army, putting them in a very dangerous situation. His unit was to quickly move south to recapture Valling Village, or at least tie down the German army in Valling Village, to ensure the safety of the 14th Infantry Division's flank. The telegram also stated that the German army unit that annihilated the 40th Infantry Regiment was approximately 1 regiment strong. This was intelligence sent by Colonel Cuba before his surrender. With less than 3,000 troops at his disposal, roughly equivalent to a German infantry regiment, attacking the enemy at a 1-to-1 ratio was an extremely difficult task. After pondering for a while, Major General Lewandowski decided to use cunning under the cover of night. Even if he couldn't eliminate the Germans, he would at least tie them down and prevent them from boldly attacking the 14th Infantry Division. Under the torment of daylight, Major General Lewandowski finally welcomed the arrival of night. With the Armored Reconnaissance Company leading the way, Major General Lewandowski led his troops back onto the southward journey. Not long after, Major General Lewandowski heard faint explosions in the distance. Could it be an enemy ambush? Major General Lewandowski was very puzzled, but then dismissed the thought, because there was only one explosion, with no other explosions or gunshots. Soon after, Major General Lewandowski received intelligence that a reconnaissance vehicle at the front of the reconnaissance company had hit a mine. Left with no choice, Major General Lewandowski had to dispatch the engineer company to clear mines and open the way through the night. #15 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland, Chapter 15, The Advancement of the Bandits, Part 2. In the pitch-black Valling village, Chen Dao, looking tired, found Major Schubert. Major Schubert not only looked tired but also had a hint of anger on his face. No one would be in a good mood if they were woken up from a deep sleep. Someone stepped on a mine. It must have been those Polish cavalrymen, Major Schubert said. We only assumed they would come, but we didn't expect them to actually come, and so quickly, Chen Dao said, turning on his flashlight and checking his watch. It's 1:30 a.m. now, at least 6 hours until dawn. Major Schubert shook his head, dispelling the last trace of sleepiness. Our sweat was not in vain. The barbed wire and minefields we set up can now be put to use. That afternoon, while the paratroopers of the 1st Battalion and 3rd Battalion were resting, Major Schubert steeled his heart and ordered the 2nd Battalion, which also hadn't had a good rest for 2 days and 2 nights, to set up defensive positions near Valling Village. At that time, Chen Dao saw the paratroopers of the 2nd Battalion swaying as they walk, yet they still forced themselves to set up barbed wire and lay mines. Chen Dao couldn't help but persuade Major Schubert to let the paratroopers rest for a night and start working again at dawn the next day, as the Polish cavalry was just a hypothetical enemy and might not actually appear. However, Major Schubert flatly refused, stating that sweating was better than bleeding. The paratroopers worked until past 9 p.m. before finishing. It was past 10 p.m. when Major Schubert inspected and approved the defensive works. Finally, with Major Schubert's command of approved, you may rest, the paratroopers cheered and then dove into the trenches, enjoying their hard-earned sleep. Now Chen Dao finally understood the meaning of Major Schubert's saying, sweating is better than bleeding. At 8:30 p.m., students had already departed with the 1st Battalion and 3rd Battalion. Now, only the 2nd Battalion was defending Valling Village. After 2 days of fighting, the 2nd Battalion, originally composed of 4 companies, had been reduced to only 3 companies. If Major Schubert had been soft-hearted and agreed to his request during the day, tonight he and these 3 companies of paratroopers would be facing the Polish cavalry, whose numbers were unknown, within incomplete fortifications. The wounded have all been moved to the basement. Now we just have to wait for the Polish to jump into the trap themselves, Chen Dao said. Major Schubert nodded, then issued a few orders. Chen Dao reached back and took off the MP-38 submachine gun slung across his back, then followed Major Schubert toward the northern position of Valling Village. North of Valling Village, Major General Lewandowski sat upright on his warhorse, his body rhythmically rising and falling with the horse's trot, an instinct honed by years of military life. Frowning deeply, Major General Lewandowski racked his brain for tonight's combat strategy, only to find himself with no chance of victory. After the air raid, the Cavalry Artillery Battalion, which originally had 12 75mm guns, now only had 3 guns that could be put into battle, coupled with 2 81mm mortars. This was all the heavy firepower he possessed. Attacking Valing Village, which was defended by a regiment with just these 5 guns, would be tantamount to suicide. Recalling the intelligence just reported by the engineer company, they had dug out a total of 14 mines. The pressure on Major General Lewandowski's heart grew heavier. Major General Lewandowski was not an idiot. He did not believe that the Germans intended to stop his troops with just these dozen mines, especially so far from Valing Village. Of course, he also wouldn't naively believe that the Germans had a limited number of mines at hand and could only lay such an insignificant minefield. There was only one answer. These mines were used by the Germans for early warning. There must be German scouts ambushed near this minefield, and his every move and that of his subordinates had probably already been reported to the German in Valang Village. They must now have sharpened their butcher's knives and were waiting for him to send himself to his death. Major General Lewandowski sighed with a heavy expression. HMPH, those barbaric Germans, don't take me for a fool. I will not let the Polish lads make useless sacrifices. A scout found Major General Lewandowski and reported that the reconnaissance company had spotted Valing Village. Major General Lewandowski immediately ordered the troops to halt their march, then galloped with the scout toward the front of the column. Major General Lewandowski was led by the reconnaissance company commander to a small hill. With the help of starlight, Major General Lewandowski could faintly see the outline of a village through his binoculars. The German there had evidently implemented a blackout, and the entire village was a dark mass without a single glimmer of light. Major General Lewandowski estimated the distance. Valing Village was about 1 kilometer away. He then looked at the surrounding terrain, sneered a few times, and immediately ordered the cavalry to dismount and walk to the vicinity of the hill to set up defensive positions. He then dispatched reconnaissance companies to disperse to the flanks of the troops to search for any German scouts nearby. The well-trained cavalry completed their deployment in less than half an hour. Major General Lewandowski checked his watch, 2:40 a.m. Major General Lewandowski waved his hand gracefully, and the 2 81mm mortars, already on standby behind the hill, fired simultaneously. Moments later, Major General Lewandowski saw 2 flashes of fire from Valing Village, followed by the sound of explosions. Under the guidance of the observation post on the hill, the 2 mortars adjusted their parameters, and 2 more shells were fired. This time, they did not miss, all landing inside Valing Village. After 4 shells, with the help of the explosion's light, Major General Lewandowski vaguely saw cylindrical objects standing upright near Valing Village, with thin black lines connecting them. Major General Lewandowski, who had participated in World War I, immediately identified them as wooden stakes and barbed wire. Major General Lewandowski couldn't help but secretly rejoice, realizing he had made a wise choice. If he were to attack the German regiment in Valing Village with his current forces, the bodies of countless Polish lads would be strewn beneath those barbed wires alone. Soon after, 3 75mm guns also joined the bombardment of Valing Village. They were also positioned behind the hill, firing blindly under the guidance of observation posts at the top of the hill. Major General Lewandowski's plan was to use the cover of night to harass the German in Valing Village with artillery fire, letting them know that the Polish army was operating nearby, so they wouldn't dare to attack the flank of the 14th Infantry Division with full force. This would achieve the goal of pinning them down, thus fulfilling the task assigned to the Bodsky Cavalry Brigade by his superiors. Major General Lewandowski still harbored a glimmer of hope. He desperately wished that the German commander in Valing Village was someone easily hot-headed. If that German commander, enraged by the shelling, couldn't restrain himself and sent troops to attack, their defensive works around Valing Village would become useless, and he could use a defensive battle to severely inflict casualties on a number of German, avenging the soldiers who died in the air raid. It must be said that Major General Lewandowski's plan was quite sound, but he overlooked one point. The German in Valing Village consisted of only an understrength 2nd Paratrooper Battalion, not a regiment, and was utterly incapable of attacking his forces. In Valing Village, both Chen Dao and Major Schubert were stunned by the sudden shelling. When the shelling first began, they thought it was the prelude to a Polish army offensive and held their breath, waiting for the Polish cavalry to charge. However, the cavalry charge they imagined did not appear. Instead, there were only successive incoming shells. After waiting another 10 minutes or so, the two had confirmed that the Polish were prepared to continue the shelling indefinitely. The groans of the wounded came from nearby positions. Some paratroopers had been wounded by the shelling. More distressing than the casualties was the anxiety and unease the shelling brought to the paratroopers. How long would the shelling last? How many enemies were hidden around them? What would they do next? These questions weighed on the paratroopers' hearts like massive boulders. Chen Dao and Major Schubert lay in the trench. Major Schubert said, "Judging by the sound, there are 281mm mortars and 75mm guns shelling us. I don't know if this is all the artillery they have, or just a part of it." Chen Dao asked anxiously, "What do we do now? Are we just going to sit here and do nothing?" Major Schubert pointed north and said, "Do you see the muzzle flashes over there?" Chen Dao raised his binoculars and looked north. Indeed, he could see faint muzzle flashes in the northern night sky, flickering like stars embedded in the darkness. "I see them. What are you going to do?" Chen Dao asked. "I'm going to send a platoon to scout the enemy situation there," Major Schubert said. "Major Rosen, go gather our 81mm mortar crews. We're going to return fire with a few shells too." "Leave it to me," Chen Dao said, jumping out of the trench to carry out the order. 10 minutes later, south of Valin village, after the artillerymen used the muzzle flashes of the Polish army artillery as markers to calculate the distance, the 681mm mortars of the 2nd Battalion roared, engaging in a firefight with the Polish artillery. As the German mortars began to fire, Chen Dao's anxious mood gradually eased, but a strong urge to urinate welled up in his heart. Hiding behind a half-collapsed bungalow, Chen Dao relieved himself. After he was done, Chen Dao, feeling refreshed, pulled up his pants and fastened his belt, then walked north through the village in the dark. Turning a corner, Chen Dao had walked less than 10 meters when a loud boom echoed behind him. The blast of the explosion, carrying countless broken bricks, hit Chen Dao's back, sending him sprawling to the ground in a perfect faceplant. After a long while, Chen Dao shakily got to his feet, looking back at the bomb's impact point, which was exactly the corner where he had just relieved himself. The brick wall, which had been as tall as him, was now only half standing. If he had left a few seconds later, wouldn't he have met an untimely demise just like that wall? The more Chen Dao thought about it, the more he was filled with lingering fear. After trembling for a while, a surge of anger rose from the fear in Chen Dao's heart. He cursed the unknown Polish army commander, thinking, "It's one thing for you to play by your own rules, but how dare you shell me? This is the 5th time in 3 days." Carrying a surge of anger, Chen Dao found Major Schubert in the north of the village. Major Schubert was listening to a report from a messenger. The reconnaissance paratrooper platoon had outflanked the right wing of the Polish cavalry, confirming the Polish army's position was about a kilometer to the north. Due to the darkness and poor visibility, they couldn't determine the enemy's exact numbers. "Do you see the artillery pieces that attacked us?" Chen Dao asked. The messenger nodded. "Are there any other artillery pieces around those guns?" Major Schubert asked. "No, at least I didn't see any other artillery near those guns, but there were 2 armored vehicles," the messenger replied. "Armored vehicles? As far as I know, only infantry division headquarters or cavalry brigade headquarters in the Polish army would have armored vehicles. Is it a cavalry brigade near us?" Major Schubert quickly grasped the key point. Even if they are a cavalry brigade with no combat effectiveness now, those artillery pieces are proof, Chen Dao said. They have no combat effectiveness after the air raid, which is why they are using this shelling method to harass us. "I think we should take the initiative and eliminate them," Chen Dao continued. After pondering for a while, Major Schubert made a decision: send out a company to attack, but not to assault the Polish, but to act as the situation dictated. He gave the final decision-making power for the battle to the captain of the 2nd Company leading the attack. "I'm going too," Chen Dao said. "Major Rosen, I suggest you stay in the village. It's safer here." Major Schubert, knowing the importance of his little brother Excellency, immediately stopped him without hesitation. "Staying in the village is the real danger. I was just shelled by the Polish," Chen Dao said indignantly. "The shell landed just over 5 meters from me. If it weren't for a wall blocking it, you could already be holding my memorial service." The two argued for a long time, but Chen Dao insisted on going. Major Schubert finally had no choice but to instruct the captain of the 2nd Company to protect Chen Dao's safety. After Chen Dao left, Major Schubert secretly vowed never to take on bodyguard missions again, especially with uncooperative protected individuals like Little Brother Excellency. After the order was given, the paratroopers of the 2nd Company began to assemble. Chen Dao stood to the side, pondering how to get revenge for that shelling. Looking around in the night, Chen Dao suddenly realized that this kind of night was really not suitable for an attack. If he fired first, the muzzle flash would definitely expose his position, and then a bullet flying from some dark corner could kill him. What should he do if he didn't attack? Should he just stand by and watch the Polish asterisk? Chen Dao pondered hard. When the second company had assembled, the captain of the second company walked up to Chen Dao and said, "Major, we are about to depart. After you find those Polish, what do you plan to do?" Chen Dao asked humbly, as the decision-making power for this battle rested with the captain of the second company. "I need to assess the terrain and enemy strength on site before deciding. If the enemy's forces are large, we will wait until dawn and then call for Air Force bombers to help." "Dawn? Bombers?" Chen Dao murmured, and an idea suddenly popped into his mind. The Polish cavalry on the other side had endured a full day of air raids. Didn't their commander know that German bombers would return after dawn? What would that Polish cavalry do before dawn? Thinking of this, Chen Dao's eyes suddenly lit up. He pulled the captain of the second company aside, and after they discussed for a while, the paratroopers of the second company departed with an additional 200 landmines. Led by the messenger, the second company quickly found the advance platoon. After the two groups met, they used the cover of night to march rapidly northward. Sticking to the west side of the road, Chen Dao and the second company traveled north. Through their conversations, Chen Dao learned that the captain of the second company's surname was Chopin. After walking for more than half an hour, Captain Chopin suddenly called a halt to the team, pointing to the road and saying to Chen Dao, "Major, look here. The terrain on both sides of the road is much higher than the road itself. It's a good place for an ambush. We'll ambush them here." "As you say," Chen Dao replied. At Captain Chopin's command, the paratroopers of the second company became busy, burying landmines and digging foxholes on both sides of the road. Chen Dao, with an entrenching tool, joined two paratroopers to dig a foxhole large enough for 3 people. Once the foxhole was dug, the 3 jumped in. Chen Dao watched as the 2 paratroopers set up a light machine gun facing the road. He also loaded his MP-38 submachine gun and placed it by the edge of the foxhole. Then, the 3 sat down with their backs against the foxhole. "Are you Major Rosen?" a paratrooper asked softly. Chen Dao hadn't expected anyone to recognize him. In the darkness, faces were unclear, but hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Chen Dao hesitated and asked, "Are you Corporal Steiner?" "It's me, Major." "So, an old friend," Chen Dao said, taking out a pack of cigarettes, pulling out 2, and handing them to Corporal Steiner and the paratrooper next to him. "This is Mayor Schumacher, Private First Class, from Hamburg," Corporal Steiner introduced. "Hello, Major," Mayor said with a smile. The 3 quickly hit it off, chatting about everything under the sun until the second company's ambush positions were completed. Only then did they fall silent under orders, and the quiet returned to both sides of the road. Major General Lewandowski checked his watch. It was almost dawn. To avoid air raids, he had no choice but to order a retreat. The cavalrymen retreated from their positions one after another, cautiously dodging the constantly falling mortar shells, then mounted their horses, formed ranks, and began to withdraw. Major General Lewandowski ordered his subordinates to march at a rapid pace, ensuring they reached the forest before dawn, as only there could the entire brigade's force of nearly 3,000 men be hidden. Major General Lewandowski urged the troops to speed up while pondering what harassment tactics to employ next. As the remaining shells were insufficient to sustain such intense shelling, he decided to wait until dawn to send a reconnaissance company to scout the German dispositions before making a decision. Major General Lewandowski was forced to adopt a conservative approach. As Major General Lewandowski was deep in thought, a loud boom echoed. Major General Lewandowski's body jolted, and he instinctively looked towards the front of the column. In the flash of light, a dark cylindrical object flew into the air, seemingly a horse's leg. Before Major General Lewandowski could understand why there were landmines on the retreat path, several dazzling flares shot out from the west side of the road. As the flares ascended, more than 20 machine guns on the west side of the road opened fire simultaneously. The cavalrymen, riding on their tall horses, were mowed down in SWAT as like wheat by a scythe, and the entire formation fell into disarray. Major General Lewandowski shouted, "Disperse, disperse, don't crowd together." While shouting, Major General Lewandowski leaned low on his horse's back, trying to turn his horse around and escape towards Valang village. Unexpectedly, he was squeezed off the road by the chaotic cavalry, who were like headless flies. His warhorse stepped on a landmine, and with a loud boom, a horse's hoof spun into the sky. The warhorse let out a pained cry and fell to the ground, and Major General Lewandowski was immediately thrown to the ground. Lying on the ground for a long time, Major General Lewandowski finally struggled to push himself up with his hands, trying to roll over. A sharp, piercing pain shot through his right ribs. It must be broken ribs, Major General Lewandowski thought. With difficulty, he managed to roll over and saw a pair of heavy horse hooves descending. With a crack, the horse hooves mercilessly stomped on Major General Lewandowski's chest, crushing his sternum and sinking into his chest cavity. Major General Lewandowski lay on the ground, eyes wide open, mouth agape, letting out a few faint, gurgling sounds. His body twitched a few times before he breathed his last, dying with his eyes wide open. P.S. This is a large chapter, making up for last night's chapter. There will be another chapter before 10 p.m. tonight. #16 Volume 1. First Battle in Poland Chapter 16. The Advancement of the Bandits Part 3. The panicked Polish cavalryman still didn't know that his most respected brigade commander had died under his horse's hooves. He only wanted to escape the Germans' net of fire as quickly as possible. He kept turning his horse, trying to escape, but ran into dead ends everywhere, surrounded by his comrades who blocked his path. He hardened his heart and turned his horse, deciding to escape north, a direction where his desperate comrades and their war horses had already carved a bloody path through the minefield. They galloped, and landmines exploded under their feet, each explosion unleashing a rain of blood on the fleeing group. Legless war horses and cavalrymen thrown from their mounts lay scattered on the road, then were mercilessly trampled by the surging war horses behind them. The Polish cavalryman galloped on the escape path paved by the flesh and blood of his comrades. He didn't know what the soft things under his war horse's hooves were, nor did he know if he had escaped the minefield, only that he was desperately whipping his war horse, making his mount run a little faster. A string of bullets flew, passing through his back and out his chest. The cavalryman swayed a few times, maintaining the posture of holding his whip high. Then his body went limp, and he fell headfirst under his horse, subsequently trampled by countless hooves, turning into a puddle of flesh. "Keep firing! Don't let them get away like this!" Chen Dao shouted, pointing at the cavalrymen fleeing over their comrades' bodies. "I'm reloading. This damned broken machine gun only has 20 rounds per magazine." Corporal Steiner took a magazine handed to him by Mayer and smoothly inserted it into the machine gun. After annihilating the Polish 40th Infantry Regiment, the paratroopers captured 118 intact light and heavy machine guns. To deal with a potential Polish cavalry raid, Major Schubert unceremoniously used these machine guns to arm his subordinates. With the addition of these machine guns, plus the existing ones, the force led by Chen Dao and Chopin, consisting of only 4 infantry platoons, had as many as 45 machine guns. Corporal Steiner was using a Polish WZ 1928 light machine gun, a Polish-made copy of the Browning 1918 light machine gun, with a 20-round magazine, using the same 7.92 mm ammunition as the Moser 98K. Chen Dao and the other two squeezed into a foxhole. Corporal Steiner served as the gunner, Mayer as the assistant gunner, and Chen Dao as the observer. The three of them tacitly reaped the lives of the Polish cavalrymen on the road. After inserting a new magazine, Corporal Steiner began a new round of reaping. Chen Dao stood to Corporal Steiner's left, continuously pointing out valuable targets to Steiner. With a boom, the ground in front of Steiner's right suddenly exploded, and splashing mud splattered all three of them. Chen Dao wiped his face and looked toward the road to his front right, discovering a bizarre-looking car emerging from the flames on the road. Above the car's cockpit was a small turret, which continuously rotated and fired at the paratrooper positions on both sides of the road. On the sides and rear of the car, some Polish cavalrymen who had lost their horses held their guns, bent low, and used the car as cover to exchange fire with the paratroopers on both sides. "Over there, the Polish car!" Chen Dao shouted, pointing at the car. Corporal Steiner shook his head, shaking off the mud from his head and face, and turned his muzzle to sweep the car. Clang, 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 bullets struck the car, scattering countless dazzling sparks. Corporal Steiner, seeing it was an armored vehicle, hesitated slightly, then turned his muzzle toward the armored vehicle's tires. After a few bursts, the armored vehicle stopped moving, with only its turret still rotating and firing. The armored vehicle's tenacious performance successfully attracted the attention of the paratrooper anti-tank team. At least 3 PCB-38 anti-tank rifles simultaneously pointed at it. A few seconds later, 3 hard tungsten core rounds penetrated the armored vehicle's pitiful armor. Soon, dazzling flames erupted from all the cracks in the armored vehicle. With a loud bang, the armored vehicle's turret flew into the air, and the vehicle body shattered into pieces, sending countless fragments of iron flying, piercing into the bodies of Polish army soldiers around the armored vehicle. At least 10 Polish army soldiers fell due to the ammunition detonation of the armored vehicle, leaving Chen Dao dumbfounded. The appearance of the second armored vehicle brought Chen Dao back to his senses. Before Chen Dao could react, That armored vehicle also followed in its comrades' footsteps, being blown up by the paratrooper anti-tank team. Two burning armored vehicles side by side blocked the road, and also blocked the escape route for the cavalry behind them. The cavalry could only spur their horses to jump off the road and bypass the two armored vehicles to escape. Chen Dao stared blankly at the two fiercely burning armored vehicles, instantly summarizing two battlefield experiences. Don't get too close to destroyed armored vehicles, they might explode. Destroyed armored vehicles can be used to block roads. What was that? Chen Dao turned his eyes in surprise to the east side of the road. There was also a German platoon on the east side of the road. Their task was to form a crossfire with the Germans on the west side of the road to inflict casualties on the Polish army. At this moment, they were caught in another fierce battle. The Polish army's marching column was very long, and the paratroopers were limited in number, so their firepower could not cover all the Polish cavalrymen. After the ambush began, the Polish cavalrymen in the rear of the Polish cavalry formation were not attacked. Led by their officers, they bypassed to the high ground on both sides and launched a counterattack against the ambushing paratroopers. Quick, support the other side. Chen Dao slapped Corporal Steiner's shoulder, then pointed to the opposite side of the road. Steiner immediately pointed his muzzle at the opposite side of the road, supporting the paratroopers' battle on the east side of the road. After instructing Corporal Steiner, Chen Dao picked up his submachine gun and turned his head to the south. Since the Polish cavalry could reach the high ground on the east side of the eastern road, they could also reach his side. Chen Dao poked his head out of the foxhole and looked south for a while, and sure enough, he saw a group of cavalry charging from the south. "Mayor, watch your back!" Chen Dao shouted. Mayor turned his head, spied the cavalryman, picked up the rifle on the ground, fired a shot, then threw it down and pulled out the pistol from his waist to shoot at the charging cavalryman. Chen Dao pulled the bolt to chamber a round, raised his hand, and shot several cavalrymen who had charged close, knocking them off their horses. Seeing another cavalryman charging towards him, Chen Dao turned his muzzle toward the cavalryman and pulled the trigger. A click echoed from the gun chamber. There were no bullets left. Chen Dao looked at the charging cavalryman, and large beads of sweat ran down the brim of his steel helmet into his right eye. Stunned by the sweat, Chen Dao's vision blurred. In a haze, Chen Dao saw the cavalryman, holding a long spear with a reversed grip, charging towards him like the wind, shaking his hand and throwing the spear. The spear came straight for his chest with a fierce gust of wind. Mayor raised his hand and fired 2 shots, killing the cavalryman, but he couldn't stop the cavalryman from throwing the spear before he died. Glancing anxiously at Chen Dao, Mayor's vision instantly froze. "Major!" A shrill scream rang out, so loud it even drowned out Steiner's firing. Corporal Steiner turned to look at Chen Dao, then his eyes widened suddenly, and the muscles on his face twisted and contorted. A long spear pierced through Chen Dao's chest, pinning him to the foxhole. #17 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 17. The Advancement of the Bandit Part 4. When Corporal Steiner first learned that he and his comrades would be airdropped into battle, he was as excited as the rest of them, because they could finally become a sharp sword, as the Führer's speech said, to carve out living space for the great Germany. However, not long after parachuting into the battlefield, a rumor, like a basin of cold water, poured over Corporal Steiner's head, almost completely extinguishing his burning desire to fight. Their mission for this airborne operation was actually to protect Marshal Goering's little brother. What is the purpose of our 7th Air Division? Why do we paratroopers painstakingly train, enduring wind, sun, and rain? For what purpose did those paratroopers die or become disabled due to training accidents? Is it just to be a nanny for His Excellency, the little brother? After learning the truth, Corporal Steiner, like the other paratroopers, looked at His Excellency, the bandaged little brother, with a strange gaze. Obedience is a soldier's duty. Although he had emotions in his heart, Corporal Steiner still pulled himself together and threw himself into the next battle. After several battles, Corporal Steiner, by a strange twist of fate, became acquainted with His Excellency, the little brother, and his impression of His Excellency, the little brother, greatly improved. His Excellency, the little brother, can use a pistol, a rifle, a submachine gun, and even fight in close quarters with an engineer's shovel. According to news from other paratroopers who had close contact with His Excellency, the little brother, His Excellency, the little brother's marksmanship also seems to be quite good. His Excellency, the little brother's reaction was very quick. After being shelled by the Polish, he knew to find a mortar team to counterattack the Polish artillery. This was news from a mortar team leader. His Excellency, the little brother, can also use a 37mm anti-tank gun and is very accomplished in technical skills. Also, His Excellency, the the little brother, is the commander of an anti-aircraft battalion. Although he hasn't seen it with his own eyes, his skill in shooting down planes must be extraordinary. Various pieces of information were privately circulated, and after being compiled and confirmed, the paratroopers were surprised to find that His Excellency, the little brother, was a rare elite soldier. Looking at Major Rosen, who was pinned to the foxhole by a spear unconsciously, Corporal Steiner's address for Chen Dao had changed from His Excellency, the little brother, to Major Rosen. Corporal Steiner couldn't help but recall a sentence Major Rosen had said yesterday when they first fought side by side. Corporal Steiner, stick close to me until the end of the battle. He had promised then that he would protect his back. But now, in less than a day, this approachable Major Rosen, this Major Rosen who led from the front, this Major Rosen who wouldn't leave the front lines even with minor injuries, had actually died right beside him. Illusion. This must be an illusion. Corporal Steiner kept cheering himself up, making himself believe that Major Rosen had not died. A moment later, Corporal Steiner realized that he had indeed been hallucinating, because dead people don't change submachine gun magazines, nor do dead people shout, "Mayor, quickly help me pull out this damned spear." While Corporal Steiner was in a daze, Mayor tucked his pistol into his belt, gripped the spear with both hands, and pushed his right leg against the foxhole, forcefully pulling out the spear and throwing it aside. Chen Dao trembled all over, his legs weak, but he had to force himself to keep shooting. After killing several more charging cavalry, Chen Dao saw the Polish cavalry scattering and fleeing, not daring to approach this side again, and then he softly slid down into the foxhole. To the south of the ambush position, the thunderous sound of machine guns grew closer and closer. The Polish cavalry fled faster and faster, as if being chased by some fierce beast. It was Major Schubert. After the ambush began, he personally led 2 companies out of Valing village. The 2 companies, like 2 sharp knives, stabbed into the rear of the Ki Bodzki cavalry brigade. These 2 companies had also been reinforced with captured Polish army machine guns. Under the merciless machine gun fire, the last bit of courage the Polish cavalry had vanished, and they only had one thought in their minds: to escape. Under the pincer attack of the paratroopers, the Bodzki cavalry brigade was routed. The cavalry fled into the wilderness, using the cover of night. The sky gradually brightened, and the fighting gradually subsided. Major Schubert's troops and the 6th Company merged and began to clear the battlefield. In the foxhole, Steiner and Mayer squatted down. Steiner, supporting Chen Dao's left shoulder, said, "Major, I thought you were dead." "I thought I was finished too," Chen Dao said, pointing to his right armpit. "The spear went through here. If it had been a little further to the right and up, you could have held a memorial service for me." Corporal Steiner didn't know what to say for a moment, so he just pulled out a pack of cigarettes and handed one to Chen Dao and Mayer. Mayer also silently pulled out a match, lit the cigarettes, and the 3 of them squatted in the foxhole, puffing away, no one speaking. Soon after, Major Schubert appeared by the foxhole, glanced at the 3 people in the foxhole, and said, "Major Rosen, so you're here." The 3 stood up. Chen Dao, with a cigarette in his mouth, jumped out of the foxhole and asked, "What's the matter?" Major Schubert just wanted to confirm if Chen Dao was injured. Seeing that he was fine, he felt relieved and then said, "Select some soldiers to work with the medics to send our seriously wounded and the bodies of our fallen soldiers back to Valing village. It's already light. After you return to the village, contact the 1st Aviation Regiment and have them send reconnaissance planes to scout the movements of the Polish." Chen Dao nodded to indicate he understood, then called Corporal Steiner and Mayer to follow him to carry out the mission. When Chen Dao returned to Valing village, the sky was already completely bright. After contacting the 1st Aviation Regiment, the familiar silhouette of a Fi-156 reconnaissance plane soon appeared in the sky. The intelligence was quickly delivered to Chen Dao. Aside from small groups of scattered Polish cavalry fleeing to the north of Valing village, there were no other Polish army forces. These Polish army forces were likely the remnants of the Bodzki cavalry brigade that escaped after being ambushed. Chen Dao breathed a sigh of relief after receiving the intelligence. Soon after, the paratroopers who had finished clearing the battlefield returned to Valing village one after another, bringing with them over 500 Polish army prisoners and wounded. The paratroopers also used captured horse-drawn carts to pull countless captured weapons and ammunition into the village. Chen Dao felt a headache coming on just thinking about the trivial matters of housing prisoners and treating the wounded. Fortunately, Major Schubert took on this difficult task. After wandering aimlessly around the village, Chen Dao found a communicator and sent a telegram to student asking about the progress of students' operations against the Polish Army's 14th Infantry Division. Student's reply was simple and clear: the battle is going smoothly. I will return to Valang village by 7 p.m. Student returned much earlier than stated in the telegram. At 4 in the afternoon, the sentries of the 2nd Battalion spotted students' marching column. After meeting, Chen Dao and student discussed their respective combat experiences. Student's tactics were very similar to Chen Dao's. He did not directly attack the Polish Army's 14th Infantry Division from the west, but instead used the cover of night to outflank the 14th Infantry Division to its north, lurking until dawn. He then summoned bombers from the 1st Aviation Regiment to destroy the 14th Infantry Division's artillery positions. The German 30th Infantry Division took the opportunity to launch a counterattack, and with students' pincer movement, they utterly routed the Polish Army's 14th Infantry Division. Chen Dao continued to uphold the Hanfei spirit that humility is a virtue, recording students' combat experiences to accumulate experience for future Hanfei advancements. On the night of September 12th, the paratroopers of the 7th Air Division could finally sleep soundly. As Chen Dao was vaguely about to drift off to sleep, a messenger found him and delivered a copy of an intelligence report. The 8th Army, subordinate to the Southern Army Group, had completed its redeployment. On September 13th, the German would launch a counterattack, aiming to annihilate the remnants of the Polish Poznan Army Group and Pomeranian Army Group entrenched around Kutno. The 7th Air Division's mission was to cooperate with the 30th Infantry Division and advance north alongside the infantry divisions of the 8th Army, compressing the Polish Army's area of activity until Kutno was captured. Folding the intelligence report and putting it into his left chest pocket, Chen Dao, still shaken, thought that close-quarters combat for infantry was too dangerous. In future operations, it would be safer to be with Lieutenant Randolph's artillery. #18 Volume 1, First Battle with Poland Chapter 18, Final Battle at 2 p.m. on September 13th. The high-spirited 7th Air Division set off, advancing north alongside the 30th Infantry Division on the right flank. Their target the Polish Army's Poznan Army Group stronghold, Kutno. The annihilation of the Bodzki Cavalry Brigade not only provided the 7th Air Division with a large quantity of weapons and ammunition, but also a significant number of military horses and carts. The injured and deceased military horses, thanks to the diligent efforts of the 7th Air Division's cooks, were transformed into a lavish horse meat feast consumed by the paratroopers and Polish prisoners of war. The carts, in turn, were utilized by the paratroopers to transport artillery, with each gun crew receiving one. Chen Dao was no exception. The artillerymen walked at the rear of the marching column. Chen Dao did not ride in the cart carrying his 37mm anti-tank gun, but instead squeezed into Lieutenant Randolph's cart. "So, your promotion order has come down? From now on, I should address you as Captain Randolph," Chen Dao said to Lieutenant Randolph with a smile. "Let's wait until the new shoulder boards are issued before changing the address," Lieutenant Randolph said, scratching his forehead in embarrassment. "Major, after the war with Poland ends, you'll definitely be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. What kind of position does a Lieutenant Colonel usually hold in an anti-aircraft unit? Commander of an anti-aircraft regiment?" Lieutenant Randolph shifted the topic to Chen Dao. "I'm not sure, but I don't want to be an anti-aircraft gunner anymore. Look, you can't even see Polish planes in the sky, so what can I do with a group of anti-aircraft gunners? Use 20mm anti-aircraft guns to sweep enemy infantry? Use 88mm anti-aircraft guns to hit tanks. If that's the case, I might as well drive a tank. That way, I can hit both infantry and tanks have strong defensive capabilities, making them feel safer," Chen Dao said, crossing his arms. Tanks are indeed quite versatile weapons. They perfectly combine mobile firepower and defense. I once wanted to be an armored soldier, but unfortunately, they said I was too tall and unsuitable, so I ended up as an artilleryman. I really love listening to the roar of big guns when they fire. Every time I hear the sound of an artillery regiment's volley, my blood boils," Lieutenant Randolph said, extending his right hand to measure his 1.9-meter height above his head, then helplessly spread his hands. "It's really difficult for someone of your height to squeeze into those beetle-like tanks, but don't be discouraged. In the future, we will definitely build larger tanks, and then you can become a tank driver," Chen Dao comforted him. "I hope so," Lieutenant Randolph said with a shrug. "But you shouldn't be discouraged either." Chen Dao stared at Lieutenant Randolph curiously, thinking, "What am I discouraged about?" Lieutenant Randolph met Chen Dao's puzzled gaze and said, "How could the Air Force have tanks? In the Army, only armored divisions have tanks. If you really want to drive a tank, you can apply for a transfer to the army. All right, I'll consider it. Chen Dao nodded, but he was unconvinced. Who said the German Air Force couldn't have tanks? Under the might of his brother-in-law, what were tanks? What were armored divisions? Even an armored corps was just a matter of his brother-in-law speaking a few words. Chen Dao pulled out his notebook and pencil from the satchel he carried close to him and asked Lieutenant Randolph, "What model of artillery do you use in the artillery regiment? How is its performance? Are there any special tips for using it?" Chen Dao recorded each detail, and the two then engaged in an in-depth discussion about the use of the howitzer. Although Chen Dao had never touched a howitzer, he had the advantage of decades of foresight, and he could interject a few remarks during Lieutenant Randolph's incessant chatter. When Chen Dao mentioned the concept of simultaneous impact tactics, Lieutenant Randolph straightened up, leaning against the cart's side panel, took the notebook and pen from Chen Dao, and then asked, "Can you explain this simultaneous impact tactic in more detail?" "Major Rosen, please explain it in more detail. I'd like to hear it too," a voice sounded behind Chen Dao. Chen Dao turned around and saw a student, riding a brown warhorse, had arrived beside the cart at some point. Chen Dao shifted his body to face student and began his grand deception. "This shelling tactic was something I stumbled upon while training the 88mm anti-aircraft gunners of the anti-aircraft battalion. Our 88mm anti-aircraft guns perform exceptionally well, and I sometimes train them as howitzers or cannons. Of course, if necessary, I also have them double as anti-tank guns. When used as howitzers, I initially, like other artillerymen, conducted trial shots to determine the shell's landing point and then ordered the artillery to fire continuously. However, I found that this shelling tactic could only deal with inexperienced enemies. Experienced enemies would be prepared when we conducted trial shots." Student and Lieutenant Randolph nodded repeatedly in unison. "We all know that the first batch of shells to land has the greatest impact. The first volley is the fire for effect, which can usually catch unprepared enemies, achieving maximum effectiveness while also achieving the best results with the minimum amount of ammunition. That's why I came up with the simultaneous impact shelling tactic to enhance the power of the first volley. Simply put, this tactic means that regardless of caliber, all artillery units aim at the center of the designated target area. The firing distance may vary, and the firing time may differ, but under command, they are adjusted so that all shells arrive at the target area almost simultaneously, with a maximum landing time difference of only a few seconds depending on the number." "No trial shots? Direct fire coverage?" Lieutenant Randolph asked, staring at Chen Dao after finishing his notes. "Yes, no trial shots, direct fire coverage." Chen Dao nodded and said. Student frowned, digesting Chen Dao's words, and then asked, "Is there more detailed information?" "No, this was just an idea I had while training 88mm anti-aircraft gunners. I didn't research it further. After all, we are an anti-aircraft unit, and there's a difference from the Army's artillery." Lieutenant Randolph tore out the 2 pages where he had recorded the simultaneous impact tactic, neatly folded them, and tucked them into his jacket pocket. After returning the notebook and pencil to Chen Dao, Lieutenant Randolph said, "Major Rosen, when I return to the artillery regiment, I will definitely report this tactic you spoke of to the commander and ask him to test its power. Even without testing, I can imagine the power of this tactic. Suppose our troops are assembling and suddenly come under bombardment with this kind of artillery technique. Even the most experienced veterans would be unable to avoid it. Our fate would be the same as these Polish," students said, pointing to the Polish bodies on both sides of the road. At this moment, the 7th Air Division happened to be passing by the battlefield where Chen Dao had ambushed the Bodsky Cavalry Brigade. The fields on both sides of the road were piled with the bodies of Polish army soldiers and warhorses. When the paratroopers cleared the battlefield yesterday, they naturally didn't expend effort to build graves for the deceased Polish. They simply threw the Polish bodies to the sides of the road, clearing the way for future marches. Yes, so if we encounter enemies who use this tactic in the future, the best way is to drop shells on their heads before they discover us," Chen Dao said. Student and Lieutenant Randolph were deeply convinced. For the next 2 days, Chen Dao discussed his experiences with Lieutenant Randolph, and Student would join in when he had time. During the march, the 7th Air Division and the neighboring 30th Infantry Division did not encounter any formidable enemies. Apart from a few minor skirmishes that were hardly worth mentioning, the 7th Air Division reached Kutno unimpeded. Sitting in the cart, climbing a dirt slope, Chen Dao could clearly see a city without binoculars. The sounds of gunfire and artillery echoed from the city, and the flashes of exploding shells occasionally lit up the sky. Chen Dao picked up his binoculars and saw that the figures outside the smoke-shrouded city appeared to be German. It seems someone got here before us. They've already entered the city, Chen Dao said, putting down his binoculars. So, it's going to be urban warfare, Lieutenant Randolph said. Upon hearing the term urban warfare, two place names immediately flashed in Chen Dao's mind: Stalingrad and Grozny, followed by a terrifying term. Lieutenant Randolph, have you received training on dealing with snipers in urban warfare? Chen Dao asked. No, why do you ask? Lieutenant Randolph looked at Chen Dao in confusion, keenly noticing a tremor in Chen Dao's voice. Chen Dao's lips trembled as he said, I strongly suggest, with both hands raised, that before entering this city, our next topic of discussion should be how to deal with snipers in urban warfare. Before Lieutenant Randolph could reply, Chen Dao added, we must discuss and reach a conclusion before engaging in urban warfare. P.S. One more chapter before 10 p.m. #19 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 19, Final Battle Part 2. Chen Dao and Lieutenant Randolph arrived at the southern outskirts of Kutno in the evening. After getting off the carriage, under the command of Lieutenant Randolph, the artillerymen gathered in one place, then set up camp in the area designated by student, and the cooks began preparing dinner. Chen Dao and Lieutenant Randolph squeezed into a tent, eating dinner while discussing how to deal with the upcoming street fighting. As for how to deal with snipers in street fighting, the two ultimately came to no conclusion. It was too difficult to ask a group of artillerymen with only 37mm anti-tank guns and 75mm infantry guns to deal with snipers in street fighting. All the two could do was instruct their gunners to follow closely behind the paratroopers, providing fire support for them, and never to act impulsively or heroically, lest they be targeted by Polish army snipers. As the two were discussing, a tremendous roar suddenly sounded outside the tent. Both of them instinctively looked up at the trembling tent, then got up and walked outside. German artillery was fiercely bombarding Kutno. The muzzle flashes from the cannons almost lit up the sky, and more than half of Kutno was engulfed in flames. How many artillery pieces are there? An artillery regiment? Chen Dao asked. An artillery regiment couldn't make such a big commotion, nor could two regiments. I guess it's an artillery brigade directly under a group army headquarters, Lieutenant Randolph said. They'd better kill all the Polish in the city so tomorrow's battle can be avoided, Chen Dao said. Those Polish hiding in the basements won't agree with your opinion. A messenger ran over to find the two, saying that student had called a meeting of officers. In student's temporary command post, student pointed at the map and said, tomorrow morning at 9:00 sharp, we will launch an attack on the defenders of Kutno. According to intelligence from friendly forces, the city's defenders consist of one infantry division and its attached anti-tank battalion and engineer battalion, as well as tanks, the specific number of which is unknown. Our division's mission is to cooperate with the 30th Infantry Division in attacking the city center from the southwest and south of Kutno. Around Kutno, in addition to us, there are 2 armored divisions and 2 infantry divisions attacking together. The armored divisions will support us with 1 tank company, and they are already on their way. Student then drew a line on the map and said, in tomorrow's battle, the 3rd Battalion and that tank company will lead the main assault. You will advance along Yellow Street, while the 1st Battalion and 2nd Battalion will cover your left and right flanks, respectively. After confirming some battle details with the 3 battalion commanders, student concluded the operational meeting. Chen Dao and Lieutenant Randolph were asked to stay behind. Lieutenant Randolph, the 30th Infantry Division has sent a telegram requesting you to lead your subordinates back to your unit. On behalf of the 7th Air Division, I thank you and your subordinates for your contributions to the 7th Air Division during the battle, student said, giving Lieutenant Randolph a standard military salute. Lieutenant Randolph quickly stood at attention and returned the salute, saying, these are just my duties as a soldier, no thanks are needed. When do I depart? They require you to depart tonight and return to your unit before dawn, student said. All right, I'll go back and assemble my subordinates immediately. Goodbye, General, Lieutenant Randolph said, saluting student and Chen Dao before turning to leave. Wait, student called out to Randolph, picking up a letter from the nearby table and handing it to him. This letter is my evaluation of your performance in combat these past few days. When you return, give it to your superior. Also, you can take those 37mm anti-tank guns and 75mm infantry guns with you. Consider them spoils of war from your combat these days. Student added with a cunning smile, I think these will be good for you. Randolph's face showed gratitude, and he stood ramrod straight, saluting student again. Thank you, General. Don't leave too early, wait for me to see you off, Chen Dao said to Randolph. Okay, I'll wait for you, Randolph said before leaving. General, what is my mission? Chen Dao asked. Your mission is to stay with me and be the liaison for the 1st Aviation Regiment, students said. Besides that, Chen Dao asked, ensure your own safety. I want to participate in street fighting, Chen Dao said expressionlessly. No, students said emphatically. Chen Dao tried to argue further, but seeing students' resolute expression, he knew that any more words would be a waste of breath, so he changed his tone and said, all right, I obey orders. Very good, students said, seeing Chen Dao agree to stay. His expression softened again, and he thought to himself, if I don't send you back to Berlin soon, Marshal Goering will explode. As soon as dawn breaks tomorrow, I won't have to serve this troublesome little brother anymore. I'll finally be free. Student had already arranged for a simple runway to be built, and a Phi-156 reconnaissance plane would land there at dawn tomorrow to take Chen Dao away. Major Rosen, where are you going? Student asked, seeing Chen Dao about to leave, and quickly stopped him. I'm going to see off Lieutenant Randolph. I'll be right back, Chen Dao explained. Leaving student, Chen Dao lit a cigarette, holding it in his mouth, and walked toward Lieutenant Randolph's quarters with a frown. He regretted not leaving his subordinates from the 7th Anti-Aircraft Battalion to look after the wounded. Now he was a lone commander, constantly being ordered around. His only good friend, Lieutenant Randolph, who he could chat with to relieve boredom, was also leaving now. Once he left, Chen Dao would truly be a lone wolf. Chen Dao felt depressed and walked to the camp with a heavy expression. Lieutenant Randolph was directing his subordinates to pack their belongings. Seeing Chen Dao approach him with a heavy expression, he quickly came forward to greet him. Major, don't call me Major, call me Heinz, Chen Dao said. All right, Heinz. With their departure imminent, Lieutenant Randolph was filled with mixed emotions and didn't know what to say for a moment. Are your things packed? Chen Dao asked. They're packed. Come, get in the carriage. I'll take you part of the way, Chen Dao said, pointing to the carriage. The dejected Lieutenant Randolph climbed into the carriage, and Chen Dao sat to his right. The convoy then set off. After the Poland campaign ends and my new position is settled, I will contact you proactively, Chen Dao suddenly said. What are you planning to do in the future? I suddenly had an idea. I want to form an Air Force Marine Corps. My preliminary idea is that it would be a regimental level unit. Chen Dao spoke voluminously to Lieutenant Randolph about his plans. Lieutenant Randolph became Chen Dao's loyal listener. After listening for a long time, he realized that Chen Dao had no intention of getting off the carriage. He tried to remind him several times, but Chen Dao changed the subject, so he had no choice but to continue listening. During Chen Dao's lengthy discourse, the convoy finally stopped. They had arrived at the 30th Infantry Division's quarters. We're here so soon, Chen Dao said in surprise. How about this? I also wanted to discuss the simultaneous impact tactic with you again. I'll stay here for one night, and then go back early tomorrow morning. Lieutenant Randolph looked at his watch and saw that it was already past midnight. It would be disloyal to send someone away at this time, so he agreed. At the 7th Air Division's quarters, student returned to the division headquarters after a final check of the operational deployment. He washed his face and was about to go to sleep when he suddenly remembered something. Calling over the duty staff officer, student asked, has Major Rosen returned? No, the duty staff officer replied. Student immediately ordered someone to check Lieutenant Randolph's unit's quarters. Soon after, a paratrooper galloped back on horseback. General, there's no one there anymore. Student wiped the sweat from his forehead, then, with his arms crossed, pondered for a moment before saying, immediately send people to search. Also, contact the 30th Infantry Division and ask them if Lieutenant Randolph has returned, and if Major Rosen is with Lieutenant Randolph. Before the duty staff officer could carry out the orders, another staff officer approached student with a telegram. Just received a telegram from Major Rosen. He said he is staying at the 30th Infantry Division for the night and will return tomorrow. Student snatched the telegram, scanned it, and then tore it to shreds, saying he was timid and afraid of the dark, not daring to walk at night. So he was staying at the 30th Infantry Division for the night. The different idiot? This kid must be doing it on purpose. Thinking of the plane that would land early tomorrow morning, and of Marshal Goering waiting furiously in Berlin, student suddenly felt an urge to lead people into the 30th Infantry Division and kidnap that annoying little brother back. The impulse was just an impulse. Student still abandoned this unrealistic idea. After all, internal Air Force matters still needed to be resolved through harmonious means. Even if it was embarrassing, it couldn't be shown to the army. Otherwise, how would he and his subordinates continue to operate in Air Force circles later? Hopefully, he'll return early tomorrow. Student with beautiful aspirations successfully suffered from insomnia. #20 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 20, Final Battle Part 3 in the temporary command post of the 30th Infantry Division's Artillery Regiment, Chen Dao and Lieutenant Randolph met Colonel Stad, the Artillery Regiment commander. After some pleasantries, Lieutenant Randolph handed student's letter to Colonel Stad, who pulled out the letter and carefully read it by the light. The letter's content roughly stated that Lieutenant Randolph's unit had displayed extraordinary courage and wisdom in fighting alongside the 7th Air Division, capturing several artillery pieces, assisting the 7th Air Division in rescuing 213 prisoners, annihilating the Polish Army's 40th Infantry Regiment, and heavily damaging the 14th Infantry Division, among other achievements. At the end of the letter, student also suggested that the 30th Infantry Division's Artillery Regiment add Lieutenant Randolph's name to the list for commendation. Colonel Stad folded the letter, put it back into the envelope, and looked up, saying, "A division commander personally wrote you a letter of recommendation, Captain Randolph. It seems you've done well with the Air Force. I will recommend you for the Iron Cross, though I cannot be certain when it will be approved. But there is something I can give you now," Colonel Stad said, then stood up and pulled out a long, shiny silver metal box from the satchel hanging on the wall, placing it into Lieutenant Randolph's hand. "These are your captain's epaulets. From now on, you are the acting commander of the 1st Battalion." Captain Randolph took the epaulets and saluted Colonel Stad in thanks. "Have all your spoils of war been brought back? I think we will need them in the upcoming battles," Colonel Stad asked. 375mm infantry guns, 737mm anti-tank guns, each towed by a horse-drawn cart, totaling 10 carts and 20 horses. "These are also our spoils of war." "Very good. This is the best news I've heard in the past week. The best news for our regiment," Colonel Stad said, nodding. For Colonel Stad, Captain Randolph's return was like a shot in the arm. On the day the 30th Infantry Division was ambushed by the Polish Army, one of his 4 battalion commanders was killed and another seriously wounded. 8 of his 12 company commanders were either killed, seriously wounded, or missing, and only 6 of the 48 cannons the regiment possessed remained. After repelling the Polish Army's attack, during the march towards Kutno, the 1st Battalion commander was seriously injured in a car accident. Captain Randolph's timely return was nothing short of a godsend to him, which is why Captain Randolph was brought to see him overnight as soon as he arrived at the artillery regiment station and was entrusted with an important task. Colonel Stad then turned his gaze to Chen Dao and asked, "Major Rosen, please sit." Captain Randolph said, "You invented a new artillery tactic? What kind of tactic is it?" "It's the simultaneous impact tactic, Colonel," Chen Dao replied. Captain Randolph took out a few papers from his jacket pocket and handed them to Colonel Stad. "Colonel, this is Major Rosen's explanation of the simultaneous impact tactic, which I transcribed." Colonel Stad unfolded the papers and began to read, his expression growing increasingly serious. He then carefully folded the pages and placed them into his own pocket. "Thank you very much, Major Rosen. If this tactic of yours can be realized, I believe our artillery's combat effectiveness will achieve a leap forward," Colonel Stad said solemnly. "I hope this tactic can be realized in your hands soon, making our artillery true gods of war," Chen Dao said. "Gods of war?" Colonel Stad repeated the term, looking at Chen Dao with confusion. "Artillery is the god of war. That's a maxim of Major Rosen's," Captain Randolph explained. "After the war with Poland ends, I will have this phrase embroidered on the uniforms of every artilleryman in our regiment," Colonel Stad said. "But it's getting late now. We still need to prepare for today's siege. You should also get some rest. See you at dawn, Captain Randolph. Major Rosen is in your care. Make sure Major Rosen feels the enthusiasm of our army." Around 6 in the morning, Chen Dao and Randolph, who were sharing a tent, were awakened by a faint shout. It was a messenger sent by Colonel Stad. The messenger delivered an order for Captain Randolph to transfer the 737mm anti-tank guns and their accompanying carts to the infantry. The transfer process was smooth and brief. However, after the disturbance, Chen Dao's sleepiness had vanished without a trace. After finding someone for some water to wash up, Chen Dao and Randolph ate a simple field breakfast together. Chen Dao speared a sausage with his fork, chewing heartily as he asked, "What's our mission for today's siege?" "To observe. Our mission is to take those 375mm infantry guns into the city to support the infantry," Captain Randolph said listlessly, still seemingly half asleep. "Oh," Chen Dao responded, lowering his head to continue eating. After a couple of bites, he suddenly looked up, staring at Randolph, and asked, "What did you just say?" "We're supposed to take those 375mm infantry guns into the city to support the infantry?" "Yes." Captain Randolph stared at Chen Dao in confusion, not understanding why Chen Dao was reacting so strongly. "Are you kidding me? A 75mm infantry gun isn't a 37mm anti-tank gun. This is a big guy. It must weigh 400 or 500 kilograms. Are we supposed to push it by hand, following the infantry into the city? Chen Dao's face was grim. The city is a battlefield. Of course, we can't just casually drive horse-drawn carts to pull the artillery into the city. We'll have to push them, Captain Randolph said. But this has nothing to do with you. You don't need to participate in this battle. Who said I don't need to participate in this battle? I want to get first-hand data on urban warfare to accumulate experience for future battles. I must go, Chen Dao said. No, that's too dangerous. You'll stay at the camp with me, Captain Randolph objected. After an argument, Captain Randolph gave in and had to agree to Chen Dao accompanying the 3 infantry guns into battle. After breakfast, 3 horse-drawn carts left the artillery regiment's station. Chen Dao, with his MP-38 submachine gun on his back, sat in one of the carts. Also in this cart was an infantry messenger. Guided by this messenger, the 3 carts drove into an infantry position. They were then incorporated into the infantry artillery company. Wherever Chen Dao went, the infantryman couldn't help but glance at him, speculating about his identity. I am Major Rosen of the German Air Force. I am here on orders to learn about the use of infantry artillery in urban warfare, Chen Dao told the infantry artillery company commander who came to greet him. I am Captain Beethoven. Welcome. Are you a paratrooper? Captain Beethoven asked, knowing there was a German paratrooper unit nearby cooperating with the 30th Infantry Division. I am an anti-aircraft artilleryman, currently cooperating with the paratroopers. In that case, Major Rosen, you can choose any infantry gun to cooperate with, but please be careful for your own safety, Captain Beethoven said. Thank you, I will be careful, Chen Dao said. Chen Dao walked to the horse-drawn cart he had ridden in and helped the artillerymen unload the infantry gun from the back of the cart, pushing it to the designated position. Then, with the help of the infantrymen, they transferred the ammunition boxes from the cart to the vicinity of the infantry gun, waiting together for the battle to begin. At 9 o'clock sharp, after several hours of silence, the German artillery roared again, and countless shells of various calibers fell into Kutno. Accompanied by numerous piercing whistle sounds, the infantrymen leapt out of the trenches and began their charge. Chen Dao, carrying an ammunition box, followed the artillery crew and charged unimpeded toward the urban area of Kutno. When the German army charged to about 700 or 800 meters from the urban area, the Polish army's resistance appeared. Polish soldiers, hidden in buildings of all sizes, fired at the charging German army, but their weak resistance was quickly crushed. Crossing the last stretch of open ground, Chen Dao and the artillery crew pushed the infantry gun to the south side of a 2-story building. Hanfei finally entered the city. #21 Volume 1. First Battle in Poland Chapter 21. Final Battle Roman 4. Chen Dao pressed himself against the building, cautiously peeking out to see approximately a platoon of infantry on both sides of the street to the north. Chen Dao waved and said, "Let's go, follow those infantry ahead." 5 artillerymen pushed the artillery piece with ammunition boxes and turned around the corner of the wall, following behind those infantry. Chen Dao carried an ammunition box and followed behind them. As the 6 men had just advanced about 50 meters, they heard a barrage of machine gun and rifle fire from the street ahead, interspersed with a few grenade explosions. Waving for the artillerymen to stop, Chen Dao put down the ammunition box, took off the submachine gun slung across his back, and ran forward. The street ahead had a slight curve about 50 meters away. Chen Dao ran to the building at the turn where 2 infantrymen were hiding. Chen Dao pulled over one of the infantrymen hiding there and asked, "What's the situation ahead?" The infantryman glanced at Chen Dao's epaulets and said, "Major, there's a crossroads ahead. The Polish have set up a roadblock there, and there are machine guns in the nearby buildings." Chen Dao released the infantryman and moved to the corner. An infantryman was peeking out to survey the battle ahead. Chen Dao stood to his right, just about to peek out, when the infantryman suddenly pulled back, yanking Chen Dao back against the wall. A burst of machine gun bullets flew and hit the ground about a meter in front of them, kicking up a trail of dust. After the dust settled, Chen Dao saw a line of bullet holes on the ground. Chen Dao touched his chest and quietly thanked the soldier, then waved to the artillery team, signaling them to come to his side. Chen Dao slung the submachine gun behind his back and pulled out a plastic bottle and a small round mirror, about half the size of a palm, from the backpack on his left hip. "Give me your bayonet," Chen Dao said to the infantryman who had just saved his life. Although the infantryman didn't understand what Chen Dao wanted to do, he chose to obey. Chen Dao took the bayonet, unscrewed the cap of the plastic bottle, applied the strong glue inside to the blade next to the bayonet's tip, and then stuck the round mirror onto it. After pressing the mirror a few times to confirm it was secure, Chen Dao put away the glue. Swapping positions with the infantryman, Chen Dao extended the bayonet with his right hand. After rotating it at several angles, the situation at the crossroads ahead became clear at a glance. On the side of the crossroads directly facing Chen Dao, the Polish army had erected 2 barbed wire fences, blocking the German advance. In the buildings at the northeast and northwest corners of the crossroads north of the barbed wire, at least 4 machine guns were sweeping fire. Under their suppression, the German infantry could only hide in the houses on both sides of the street, and 7 or 8 German bodies lay scattered among the rubble on the street. Behind Chen Dao, the 2 infantrymen exchanged glances, their admiration evident. Chen Dao called the 75mm infantry gun's gun commander to his side, letting him observe the front line through the mirror, then retreated. The gun commander and another artilleryman pushed the 75mm infantry gun to the corner, using the building for cover, exposing only the muzzle and half of the gun shield. They quickly aimed at a machine gun and fired 2 consecutive shots. After 2 roars, that machine gun was silenced. Clang, clang, a string of bullets hit the gun shield, splashing countless sparks. Chen Dao saw the artilleryman cowering behind the gun shield shiver with fright, then press his body even lower. Under the Polish army's machine gun fire, the artilleryman quickly adjusted the parameters, aimed at the machine gun firing at them, and after 1 shot, that machine gun was also destroyed. After firing several more shots from this corner, eliminating several riflemen firing from windows, almost all the windows in the building at the northeast corner of the crossroads had been bombarded, and no Polish army dared to approach, causing the firepower to weaken significantly. There are still machine guns in the building to the northwest. Change positions and take them out, Chen Dao shouted. The 2 artillerymen cautiously dragged the 75mm infantry gun backward along the street, looking for a suitable angle to fire at the enemy in the building at the northwest corner of the crossroads. Chen Dao watched the cautious artillerymen and didn't blame them for being afraid of death, only complaining in his heart that if they had a tank or an assault gun, they could have directly engaged the Polish army's machine guns, avoiding such trouble. Before the 2 artillerymen could find a good position to fire, the firepower of the 2 Polish army machine guns in the northwest building disappeared one after another. The German infantry did not sit idly by. Instead, they occupied the houses at the southwest and southeast corners of the crossroads, using their machine guns and submachine guns to exchange fire with the Polish army across the street, suppressing the enemy's firepower in the opposite buildings. The 75mm infantry gun's artillerymen took the opportunity to quickly adjust their positions, firing a shell at every window where a figure moved. The Polish army's firepower in that building grew weaker and weaker, and the infantry seized the chance to rush out of the occupied houses, cross the street, and storm into that building. "You wait here, we'll go check the situation," Chen Dao said, then waved to the 2 infantrymen, and the 3 of them rushed forward along the left side of the street. Upon nearing the barbed wire, Chen Dao found an opening on the left side of the first barbed wire fence and another on the right side of the second barbed wire fence, which should have been left by the Polish army for passage. Chen Dao estimated the width of the openings and felt that the 75mm infantry gun could pass, so he called an infantryman back to inform the 75mm infantry gun team. In the building occupied by the Polish army across the crossroads, the battle was nearing its end, and Polish army prisoners were already being escorted out of the building downstairs. Chen Dao and the 2 infantrymen together covered the 75mm infantry gun as it bypassed the barbed wire, then followed the other infantry to continue advancing. After advancing several streets with the infantry, participating in 2 small-scale battles, and taking out another machine gun, a messenger rushed out from the intersection to the left of the 75mm infantry gun team, grabbed an infantryman, and asked who was firing the artillery just now. The infantryman raised his hand and pointed in the direction where Chen Dao and his group were. The messenger looked around and then found Chen Dao's group's position. Running to Chen Dao's side, the messenger said, "Major, we need artillery support. Please follow me." Without a word, Chen Dao picked up the ammunition box and waved to the artillery team members, and everyone followed the messenger to a new position. After turning 3 intersections, Chen Dao and his group arrived beside an army captain. The captain was initially startled to see Chen Dao, not understanding why an Air Force major would be here. "What's the matter, Captain?" Chen Dao asked, setting down the ammunition box he was carrying. "Follow me." The captain wasted no words, leading Chen Dao to the street corner. Major, do you see that dark red 6-story building ahead? The captain asked. Chen Dao peered out. About 300 meters ahead on the right side of the street was a dark red building. Below the building was a flat grassy area, and beyond the grass was a wall. I see it. It seems to be a school, Chen Dao said. That building is surrounded by playgrounds and open ground on all sides with no obstacles to cover our attack. The Polish firepower inside the building is very strong, and a direct assault would result in heavy losses. I need you to take your men around to the exact west side of the building. We have our people there too, and they will tell you what to do. All right, Chen Dao nodded, then signaled the artillery team members to push the 75mm infantry gun and outflank to the west side of the building. As Chen Dao, carrying an ammunition box, just turned onto a street directly west of the building, he saw two 37mm anti-tank gun teams hidden on the right side of the street, firing at the building. Seeing Chen Dao and his group appear, a German army corporal wearing glasses came forward to greet them. Major, I need your support. Do you see that building? Our current mission is to demolish it. Chen Dao didn't speak, just looked at the corporal, waiting for him to continue. The corporal continued, this building is an old brick structure, not very sturdy. You and those two 37mm anti-tank guns will work together to demolish the load-bearing walls on the first floor, and then Chen Dao understood the glasses-wearing corporal's meaning without him finishing. Once the load-bearing walls were destroyed, the Polish army inside would be buried alive by the collapsing building. He couldn't help but think that those with glasses were indeed more ruthless, but he, Hanfei, liked it. Under the coordination of the glasses-wearing corporal, the 75mm infantry gun commanded by Chen Dao and the two 37mm anti-tank guns fired together, relentlessly bombarding the brick walls on the first floor of the school building. After being subjected to more than 20 shells, the west side of the building collapsed with a roar, revealing several bodies among the piled bricks, stones, and rubble. Under the command of the glasses-wearing corporal, the three artillery pieces changed positions and continued to bombard. After more than 20 more shells, the western part of the building's center also collapsed. Corporal, what did you do before? Chen Dao offered a cigarette to the glasses-wearing corporal. Architectural engineer, the glasses-wearing corporal said, holding the cigarette in his mouth. Chen Dao pulled out a lighter and lit the cigarette for the glasses-wearing corporal. They stood by the wall, smoking and watching the artilleryman's performance. When the central part of the building also collapsed, the remaining Polish army inside finally could no longer endure the Germans' brutal tactics. A white flag was extended from a window on the east side of the building and waved back and forth. Then, a dozen Polish soldiers walked out of the building with their hands raised. Thank you, Corporal. I've learned another trick from you, Chen Dao said, patting the glasses-wearing corporal's shoulder. I just want fewer of my comrades to die. The glasses-wearing corporal smiled. Chen Dao suddenly noticed two German soldiers emerging from a house on the left side of the street. His gaze instantly froze upon seeing the Mauser 98K rifles with scopes in the hands of these two German soldiers. Chen Dao raised his chin, signaling the glasses-wearing corporal to notice the two snipers. There are 7 or 8 snipers operating with us nearby. We're much safer with them around, the glasses-wearing corporal said with a smile. I also feel very safe, Chen Dao said. With the school occupied and the 3 artillery teams' mission completed, they transferred positions with the infantry. Chen Dao again picked up an ammunition box and followed behind the artillerymen. The 2 snipers, carrying their rifles, also joined the marching column. Everyone crossed the school playground and continued to advance north toward the city center. As they reached the end of another street and turned the corner, Chen Dao suddenly heard intense machine gun fire from the other side of the corner, followed by the shouts of German soldiers. Chen Dao carefully extended the mirror attached to the bayonet and found that the infantry who had been walking ahead were gone. 4 bodies lay in a row on the ground to the left of the street, and a sniper rifle was discarded beside one of them. About 100 meters directly ahead was a small square. In the center of the square stood a 5-story, yellowish-brown building. On the flagpole in front of the building, a red and white Polish flag fluttered high. Flashes of fire from Polish army soldiers firing occasionally flickered from many of the building's windows. Don't come over, a voice shouted. Chen Dao looked closely and realized it was the sniper. He wasn't dead, but he had been wounded in the abdomen, and crimson blood flowed from his abdomen, staining the ground. There's a sniper in the building opposite. Don't come over, the German sniper, lying on his back, said. Where's your companion? Chen Dao shouted. I don't know. He should have gone to deal with that sniper, the German sniper said, breathing heavily. Chen Dao felt the sniper's weakness and thought he couldn't just watch him die. Chen Dao looked at the house next to the German sniper. The two-story building's roof had been blown off by German shelling, and a quarter of the remaining part had also collapsed. Rubble and glass shards were everywhere. Chen Dao put away the bayonet, signaled the German artillerymen behind him to take cover, then retreated a few steps, stretched his ankles and knees, took a few deep breaths, and then rushed out. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the street, stepped over the German sniper, and hid in the ruined building. From a window on the 4th floor of the Kutno Municipal Building, this window directly faced the intersection where Chen Dao was. Polish Private First Class Pisksek aimed his sniper rifle at the street opposite. Pisksek aimed his crosshairs at the wounded German sniper but did not fire, hoping someone would come to rescue the wounded German, so he could add another kill to his tally. The target finally appeared but flashed past his scope, hiding in the house to the wounded German sniper's right. A cold smile flashed across Pisksek's lips. He then re-aimed his crosshairs at the wounded German sniper, patiently waiting for the target to reappear. #22 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 22, Final Battle V Major, wait a moment, I'll help you. On the other side of the street, the spectacled corporal, hiding behind a wall, shouted. Chen Dao hesitated. Since he could run over safely, the spectacled corporal should also be fine, so he didn't stop him. While Chen Dao hesitated, the spectacled corporal sprinted and lunged towards Chen Dao's position. The moment he leaped over the wounded German sniper, the spectacled corporal's body shuddered, then he fell to the ground, twitching a few times before becoming still. Scarlet blood flowed from his right rib, like a small stream into a puddle by the roadside, quickly forming a miniature lake. Inside the municipal building, Pisksek hit with a shot, then dodged behind a wall, and then pulled the bolt to reload the bullet. After reloading, Pisksek moved to the 5th floor of the building, because the sniping instructor once said that one should never shoot continuously from the same spot, as that would make him a target for enemy snipers. Looking at the spectacled corporal's corpse, Chen Dao licked his lips, mumbling for a long time without speaking. Squatting down to pick up the glasses that had flown to his feet, Chen Dao silently put the glasses into his satchel. Turning back into the ruined building, Chen Dao circled through the rubble, walked to the living room window, reached out and tore down the white curtain, then used a bayonet to cut off 2 cloth strips more than 2 meters long, connected the 2 strips into one long strip, and after tying a slipknot at one end of the strip, Chen Dao walked out of the building. Carefully using the wall to shield himself, Chen Dao threw the side of the cloth strip with the slipknot, and it landed at the German sniper's feet. Put your foot into that slipknot, Chen Dao shouted. The wounded sniper laboriously lifted his right foot into the slipknot, and the two cooperated to secure the slipknot around the sniper's foot. Chen Dao reached out and pulled the cloth strip, dragging the sniper little by little towards himself. One action by the sniper made Chen Dao revere him. Even severely wounded, the sniper didn't forget to grab the sniper rifle's sling, bringing the sniper rifle along to Chen Dao's feet. Pulling the sniper's foot, Chen Dao dragged the sniper's body into a safe zone. Letting out a long sigh, Chen Dao squatted down and cradled the sniper's head. "Hold on, I'll get someone to find a medic." Then, Chen Dao shouted to the artilleryman peeking from the other side of the street, "Go find a medic." Looking at the sniper's profusely bleeding abdomen, the inexperienced Chen Dao was helpless and could only watch as the sniper slowly closed his eyes. Chen Dao reached out and tested the sniper's nostrils, then felt the sniper's pulse. His body went limp and he sat down on the ground. Putting down the still warm corpse of the sniper in his arms, Chen Dao lit a cigarette, took a few deep drags until it was hot to the touch, then fiercely threw it away. Picking up the sniper rifle, Chen Dao took 4 magazines from the sniper's body and carried them, muttering, "I bet you're not aiming at me now." After muttering a few times, Chen Dao mustered his courage and rushed out, running back to the artilleryman. Pisksek, who was constantly moving and shooting in the municipal building, now had 4 more kills. He also saw a Polish army sniper inside the building get shot in the head and fall to the ground, with blood and brains splattered everywhere. Pisksek, who had moved to the 4th floor, aimed his gun out of a window and saw a German soldier running. Without hesitation, he fired a shot. Then Pisksek moved his position again. Returning to the artilleryman, Chen Dao leaned on the ground with the sniper rifle, rubbing his right calf with his right hand, and then saw that his palm was covered in fresh blood. "Damn it, you could hit that!" Chen Dao cursed. Lightly pressing his aching calf, Chen Dao sat against the wall with the help of 2 artillerymen. Just then, an artilleryman returned with a medic. "My leg is injured," Chen Dao said, pointing to his calf. The medic told Chen Dao to take off his leather boots and lie on the ground. After cutting open the blood-stained pant leg, he examined it carefully. Major, you're very lucky. It seems to be a ricochet, and the wound isn't deep. Otherwise, your leg would be ruined. The medic used tweezers to remove the bullet embedded in Chen Dao's calf, then skillfully applied medicine and bandaged it. Putting his boots back on, Chen Dao felt the pain in his right leg lessen considerably. After thanking the medic, Chen Dao handed the sniper rifle and 4 magazines to an artilleryman, then ordered, "Let's find a place where we can fire the cannons. I want to forcibly demolish this building. We'll move to the east side of the building and destroy their load-bearing walls from there," an artilleryman said. Chen Dao nodded in agreement. The artilleryman pushed the infantry gun and the 37mm anti-tank gun eastward, with Chen Dao limping behind them. The 3 cannons moved to a block on the east side of the municipal building and ran into 6 German infantrymen. These infantrymen, in pairs, were carrying wooden crates and running north. The leading sergeant turned around and saw Chen Dao's men, kindly shouting, "Major, the Polish in this block haven't been cleared out yet, be careful." "Understood, thank you," Chen Dao shouted. Then Chen Dao ordered the artillerymen to wait by the street and maintain vigilance. Carrying a submachine gun, Chen Dao followed the 6 German soldiers to the base of a 4-story building. Even standing outside, Chen Dao could clearly hear gunshots and soldiers' shouts coming from inside the building, with occasional grenade explosions. Seeing Chen Dao limping along, the 6 soldiers all saluted him. Chen Dao understood the question in their eyes and proactively asked, "I need to bombard the building ahead from this street. Are you saying there are still Polish resisting on the street?" "Yes, Major, they are in this building. They are the last defenders on this street, and our men are fighting them," the sergeant said, pointing to the 4-story building beside him. "How long will it take to take the building? I don't want my subordinates to be ambushed by the Polish in the building when they open fire," Chen Dao asked. "They've blocked all the stairwells and are constantly throwing grenades down. We barely managed to take the west half of the building, but the west half and the east half are separated by a wall. We now need to use explosives to blast some passages in the wall," the sergeant said. Just as Chen Dao was about to speak, he saw 2 infantrymen supporting a bloodied, dying officer running out of the building. Chen Dao and the others quickly made way. Lieutenant Lawrence was also wounded by the Polish grenades. "Those damn Polish," the sergeant cursed angrily. "Where are they taking him?" Chen Dao asked. The sergeant pointed to a relatively intact 2-story building by the street and said, "We've gathered the wounded in that building, and the medics are treating them." "How many wounded are there?" Chen Dao asked. "About 20. Chen Dao said to a private, "Turn right at the next street, and you'll see some artillerymen, including a medic. Go call that medic over to help treat the wounded." The private glanced at the sergeant, who nodded, and the private ran in the direction Chen Dao indicated. "Sergeant, I have a method that can reduce casualties in occupying this building." "We can do this," Chen Dao quickly stated his idea. "My idea requires a lot of explosives and the help of engineers," Chen Dao said. The sergeant's eyes darted around. Then he said excitedly, "We are engineers." "Major, although your method is a bit troublesome, it will reduce our casualties. Just taking the west side of the building, we almost lost a platoon. We should have met you earlier. Let's act quickly, we don't have much time," Chen Dao urged. The sergeant nodded, then led his subordinates to take out blocks of explosives from the wooden crates they carried and set them up. The infantrymen in the building who received the notification quickly evacuated the building and set up machine guns around it to prevent the Polish army inside from breaking out. Chen Dao ran back to the street where the artillerymen were, and with them, squatted at the corner of the street, ready to watch the show. The engineers ran in and out of the building, bringing boxes of explosives into the first floor. Any wall suspected by the engineers of being a load-bearing wall was rigged with explosives. Finally, under the cover of the infantry, the engineers pulled long, thin wires from the building until they reached a safe distance. Connecting the other end of the wires to the detonator, the German engineers mercilessly detonated the explosives. A muffled sound echoed through the building. Chen Dao saw the east side of the 4-story building tremble as if shivering. Then it collapsed with a crash like a giant whose bones had been removed, raising a cloud of dust. After the dust settled, the infantry rushed forward to check for any surviving Polish army in the rubble. Chen Dao stared coldly at the mountain-like ruins, thinking that there would be no survivors under an explosion of this magnitude, which could be considered revenge for the corporal with glasses. Of course, the real enemy was that unknown Polish army sniper. Once I demolish that 5-story building and bury that Polish army sniper alive to avenge you, It will be my way of repaying your kindness for teaching me demolition tactics. The engineer sergeant found Chen Dao and saluted him respectfully. Thank you, Major. Your tactics saved us many casualties. Chen Dao smiled, patted the sergeant's shoulder, and said, I was in a hurry. Goodbye. After speaking, Chen Dao led the gunners to push the 3 artillery pieces next to the collapsed building. At this point, the infantry had already inspected the collapsed area and found no surviving Polish. Just as Chen Dao picked a suitable position and set up the guns, the engineer sergeant ran behind Chen Dao and asked, Major, my next target is also that building. That building should be an important stronghold for the Polish. What should we do? I plan to use these 3 guns to destroy the load-bearing walls of the building and bury those Polish alive, Chen Dao said. The engineer sergeant and an army captain who had just arrived exchanged glances, thinking in unison, Air Force people are indeed more ruthless, but I like it. Chen Dao nodded to the captain in greeting, then ordered the gunners to open fire. However, the result of the bombardment greatly disappointed Chen Dao. The shells from the 37mm gun and the 75mm infantry gun only left dozens of craters of various sizes on the wall. Even after the 75mm infantry gun gunners reported running out of shells, the 3 guns hadn't even damaged a single wall. Chen Dao carefully examined the building through his binoculars, only then noticing the countless craters of various sizes and depths on the building's walls. These craters were likely the masterpiece left by the German artillery last night. The smallest artillery pieces used by the German artillery bombarding Kutno last night were 105 mm in caliber, yet under the German artillery's attack, the building's overall framework remained intact, showing how sturdy it was. This building is much stronger than we imagined. Our bombardment only left a few craters on it, Chen Dao said with a solemn expression, handing the binoculars to the engineer sergeant. The building is surrounded by a plaza with no place for cover. A frontal assault would result in heavy casualties, the army captain said. We need to think of another way, Chen Dao said, and the 2 walked aside to discuss. On the roof of the municipal building, Pisek cautiously poked his head out, observing the street on the east side of the building with his scope. The roar of the 4-story building collapsing had caught his attention, and he quickly moved to the roof of the municipal building, preparing for a possible German attack on the east side of the building. Through his scope, he clearly saw 3 German gun crews bombarding the building with 37mm anti-tank guns and 75mm infantry guns. Not far behind the 3 guns stood a German holding binoculars. This must be an officer. Pisek silently aimed his crosshairs at the German holding the binoculars, then pulled the trigger. Chen Dao and the army captain were discussing how to take down the building when the army captain suddenly looked at Chen Dao's back with a terrified expression. Chen Dao turned around abruptly and saw the engineer sergeant lying on his back on the ground, his right eye a bottomless black hole, and blood mixed with white gray matter gushing from the back of his head. Chen Dao was stunned, then jumped up as if electrocuted, dodging behind a broken wall. Just as Chen Dao took cover, a 37mm gunner let out a scream and fell, and the other gunners scattered in panic, leaving the 3 artillery pieces standing alone. Chen Dao hid behind the broken wall, not daring to show his head. The captain leaned over and said, We need tank support, or large-caliber artillery. We don't have any of those. Is there no other way to take down this building? Chen Dao shouted. Smoke grenades would also work. We could use the cover of smoke grenades to rush to the base of the building and then blow it up, the captain said. Just as Chen Dao was about to speak, he suddenly looked up at the sky. 4 planes flew from west to east over Kutno. A cold glint flashed in Chen Dao's eyes as he asked the army captain, If bombers come, do you have a way to guide them to the target? Yes, I can use green smoke grenades to mark the target. I have a way to eliminate the enemy in this building, but I need a radio, Chen Dao said. I can take you to the battalion commander. He has a radio. Are you looking for Air Force assistance? The captain examined Chen Dao's Air Force uniform. Chen Dao nodded and said, Take me. Led by the army captain, Chen Dao quickly found an army major. After explaining his intentions, the major readily agreed to Chen Dao's request to use the radio. Major Heisenberg, the target is a 5-story building, very sturdy. I need you to wipe that building off the face of the earth in the shortest possible time. Once the planes arrive, I will fire green smoke grenades to mark the target for you, Chen Dao shouted into the microphone. Putting down the microphone, Chen Dao said, Major, please prepare the green smoke grenades. The army major nodded, but first issued an order to evacuate the surrounding German, then dispatched an 81mm mortar team with green smoke grenades to support Chen Dao. Pisek hid by a window on the east side of the 3rd floor, noticing that the German outside the building seemed to have disappeared and the surrounding gunfire was also getting weaker. Have the German retreated? Piszczek asked his comrade in the same room. I don't know, maybe it's some kind of conspiracy. Piszczek took his sniper rifle and ran to the roof, where the view was more open. After walking around the roof, Piszczek finally found some retreating German on the north side of the building. They actually retreated. Piszczek returned to a room on the 4th floor and sat down against the wall. They must have gone to regroup. They'll be back soon. We need to rest quickly, a Polish army captain said. Piszczek took down the water bottle hanging beside him and gulped down water. The tactic of firing a shot and moving to a new position had indeed consumed a lot of his physical strength and made him sweat profusely. After drinking water, Piszczek leaned against the wall, pulled down his helmet to cover his eyes, and closed them to rest. But under the hypnosis of endless fatigue, he fell into a dream. German planes, those damned crows, a comrade's curse came, and the tired Piszczek didn't speak, just tilted his head to adjust his sleeping position. The sleeping Piszczek did not yet know that the roof of his building was covered in green smoke. From the sky, this building, covered in green smoke and standing alone in the plaza, was so conspicuous that the 1st Aviation Regiment pilots quickly identified their target. The sleeping Piszczek suddenly opened his eyes, his sleepy eyes looking around. What's that sound outside? Planes, German planes, they're coming for us. A voice screamed hysterically, and panic spread through the building. Piszczek had just stood up with his sniper rifle when he heard the Polish soldier inside, who had half his body out the window looking up at the sky, shout, "The German planes are diving, oh my god, they've dropped bombs." The soldier screamed and pulled back inside, running toward the door. Just as Piszczek was about to stop him, he heard a huge explosion, his vision went black, and countless sprays of blood immediately splattered onto him. The soldier had disappeared, and a strangely shaped hole appeared in the floor. Piszczek stood dazed for a long time, ignoring the blood on his face, and carefully walked to the edge of the hole. Looking up, he saw the clear blue sky. Looking down, a massive bomb was embedded in the 3rd floor ceiling below. It was this bomb that had pierced the roof, passed through the 5th and 4th floors, and killed the panicked Polish soldier. Piszczek looked at the dark gray bomb in terror. A small fan at the bomb's tail spun continuously, its whistling sound like steel needles piercing Piszczek's heart. Taking 2 steps back, Piszczek let out a strange, inhuman cry, grabbed his rifle, turned, and ran, but was thrown to the ground by an earthquake-like tremor, then swallowed by the flames erupting from below. 23 Volume 1, The First Battle of Poland Chapter 23. The unspeakable truth of history. Chen Dao clearly saw through his binoculars that the Stuka dive bombers shrieked as usual, dropping bombs onto the roof of the municipal building, where the Polish army was entrenched. The 500-kilogram aerial bombs, propelled by inertia, pierced the roof and drilled into the building's interior, then were detonated by a delayed fuse. The first round of airstrikes demolished 3 floors of the municipal building, leaving the bottom 2 floors on the verge of collapse. The Stukas of the 1st Aviation Regiment gave the Polish no chance to escape, with the second round of bombing following closely. Chen Dao leaned against the wall, standing on one leg, and finally managed to steady himself amidst the earthquake caused by the explosions. Looking again, the municipal building was enveloped in a cloud of gray smoke. As the smoke cleared, the once 5-story building was reduced to a pile of rubble about 2 stories high. Only the stubbornly upright flagpole in the square in front of the building announced that this had once been the municipal building of Kutno. This is terrifying, Chen Dao thought to himself, staring at the mountain of rubble. This is merely the power of a 500-kilogram bomb. Compared to bombs of this power, the 37mm anti-tank gun and 75mm infantry gun I've used are completely insignificant. What would be the power if a 1,000-kilogram bomb or a 1,500-kilogram bomb exploded? That's something infantrymen can't escape by lying down or hiding in foxholes. What would the legendary superweapon, the atomic bomb, look like when it explodes? What methods could be used to survive such an explosion? The more Chen Dao thought, the heavier his heart became, completely devoid of the joy of eliminating the enemy. Mission accomplished. The 1st Aviation Regiment's aircraft circled in the air for a while, then triumphantly flew away from the battlefield. Long live the German Air Force! Major Yu, the army captain, excitedly spread his arms, wanting to hug Chen Dao, but found Chen Dao's face grim, his arm leaning against the wall, standing on one leg. "Are you injured?" the captain asked, staring at Chen Dao's retracted right leg. He thought Chen Dao's grim expression was due to enduring the pain of a wound, hit by a ricochet from a Polish sniper. "It's already been treated." Chen Dao turned around and said spiritlessly. Major, you should still go rest to avoid any lingering effects. This should be one of the Polish's most important resistance strongholds. Once it's destroyed, they won't be able to resist for long. All right. Chen Dao gently placed his right leg on the ground and moved it a bit, finding the pain less severe. He then limped to the temporary casualty collection point with the help of the army captain. Inside the collection point, Chen Dao gently propped his bandaged right calf on a backrest chair, then lay back in another backrest chair with his hands clasped behind his head, lost in thought. In the future, if a war with the United States is unavoidable, how can we counter the overwhelming sea of aircraft tactics of the United States? The power of aerial bombs cannot be resisted even by Tiger and King Tiger tanks, let alone the flesh and blood bodies of infantrymen. Chen Dao pulled out a notebook and pencil from his satchel and wrote down 2 words: air superiority, anti-aircraft firepower. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Dao took several deep drags, then wrote a large line in his notebook: build a superweapon as soon as possible. Putting away his notebook and pencil, Chen Dao's expression softened slightly as he looked around at the wounded soldiers in the casualty collection point. The 7 or 8 wounded soldiers in his room were all lightly wounded, mostly in their arms and legs from bullets or shell fragments. Scanning the room, Chen Dao saw that all the wounded, except for himself, were from the army, and he knew no one. Gently moving his right leg, Chen Dao found that the pain in his right leg had almost disappeared. He put his injured right leg into his boot. Then, leaning on a chair, stood up and took a few steps around the room, finding that the pain in his right leg no longer affected his walking. Putting on his helmet, Chen Dao greeted a medic and prepared to leave. As he reached the collection point's entrance, 3 paratroopers rushed in, the lead paratrooper with bloodshot eyes clearing the way, while the other 2 carried a stretcher. Lying on the stretcher was a paratrooper captain whose uniform was riddled with holes and stained with blood. Even more shocking was that the part to the captain's right leg below the knee was missing, with stark white bones and bluish blood vessels exposed before Chen Dao's eyes, and blood stained the stretcher. Chen Dao quickly moved aside to make way, then followed the paratroopers into the collection point. After the medics took over the injured paratrooper captain, Chen Dao stood behind the 3 paratroopers, put an arm around one of their shoulders, and asked, "Corporal Steiner, how did Captain Chopin get injured?" The 3 paratroopers were startled, then turned and, seeing it was Chen Dao, saluted him in unison. Corporal Steiner wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye and said, "We encountered Polish tanks. The captain's right leg was shot off by a machine gun on a tank." "Damn tanks," Chen Dao cursed, his expression rigid. Captain Chopin was the company commander of the 6th Company, 2nd Battalion, 7th Air Division, and one of the few officers Chen Dao knew in the 7th Air Division. "We took out that tank with an anti-tank rifle. Those Polish tried to climb out of the tank and escape, but we killed them all," Corporal Steiner said. "Well done," Chen Dao said. "Where are you going next? Waiting here for Captain Chopin?" Chen Dao pulled out cigarettes and offered one to each of the dispirited 3, including Steiner. "We're returning to our unit, Major." "Why are you here?" Corporal Steiner asked, lighting his cigarette with the lighter Chen Dao offered him and taking a puff. "I suffered a minor injury to my leg and came here to get it bandaged. I told General Student I was reporting back today, so let's go together." Chen Dao, with a cigarette in his mouth, left the collection point with the 3 paratroopers. Indeed, as the army captain had said, the municipal building was one of the most important strongholds for the Polish army in Kutno. After the Polish army there was annihilated, the German controlled the entire city of Kutno in less than 2 hours. On the first floor of a relatively well-preserved 3-story building, which served as the temporary battalion headquarters for the paratroopers' 2nd Battalion, Chen Dao sat in a chair by the window and asked, "Major Schubert, what do you estimate the population of Kutno to be?" Major Schubert replied, "This city isn't large. I estimate 3 to 4 tens of thousands." Chen Dao nodded and said, "That's close to my estimate." Saying this, Chen Dao jotted down the number of 3 to 4 tens of thousands in his notebook. "What are you thinking about?" Major Schubert, seeing Chen Dao writing rapidly in his notebook and occasionally showing a thoughtful expression, couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "I'm thinking, what should we do if we encounter a city with a population of over 1 million, where the defenders are heavily equipped with tanks and snipers? For example, Warsaw." Chen Dao looked up and asked Major Schubert. Hearing Chen Dao's words, Major Schubert also fell into contemplation. In the evening, after handing over the position to the army, Chen Dao and Major Schubert led the remaining forces of the paratrooper 2nd Battalion out of Kutno. In the southwest suburbs of Kutno, after the 2nd Battalion, 1st Battalion, and 3rd Battalion regrouped and reformed, Chen Dao saw Student again. Student stood before Chen Dao, looking at him expressionlessly for a moment, then said, Major Rosen, your position is truly erratic. I didn't expect to see you here. General, I said I would report back today. I always keep my promises, Chen Dao said. I promised Marshal Reich to send you back to Berlin today. But now it's dark, and night takeoffs and landings cannot guarantee safety. I can only postpone sending you back to Berlin until tomorrow. Now, in Marshal Goering's eyes, I must be someone who doesn't keep his promises. Do you have anything to say about this? General, my suggestion is this. Since you've already broken your promise, you might as well break it completely. I'll go back after we occupy Warsaw, Chen Dao said nonchalantly. That's impossible. The plane has been waiting for you there all day. You'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. Student waved his hand, and two paratroopers stood on either side of Chen Dao. Chen Dao turned his head to look at the two burly paratroopers beside him and frowned, asking, General Student, what do you mean by this? Although this city has been occupied, there are still sporadic Polish resisting. They will be responsible for protecting your safety until you safely leave tomorrow morning, Student said. Are you trying to monitor me? Chen Dao glared at Student. No, I'm protecting you, Student retorted, glaring back at Chen Dao. I've arranged lodging for you. Go back and rest. Remember not to run around anymore. When a person is under a low roof, they have no choice but to bow their head. Chen Dao, being isolated, had no choice but to obey. After dinner, Chen Dao lay in his tent, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He checked his watch and found it was only a little past 8 p.m. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Dao walked out of the tent with a cigarette in his mouth. The two paratroopers standing on either side of the tent entrance both looked at Chen Dao simultaneously. Major, where are you going? One paratrooper asked. Which of you knows how to use a grenade? Chen Dao retorted. The two paratroopers were startled, not expecting Chen Dao to ask such a question. After a moment, they recovered and replied that they both knew how to use grenades. It's still early. Let's find a secluded place and you can teach me how to use a grenade, Chen Dao said. Major, if you want to learn how to use a grenade, it's best to wait until tomorrow morning. It's quite dangerous at night, one paratrooper advised. I'm leaving first thing tomorrow morning. I can't sleep now, so I'll learn how to use a grenade to pass the time, Chen Dao insisted. Seeing that Chen Dao was unyielding, the two paratroopers, in a dilemma, had to go ask Student for instructions. Not long after, the paratrooper who went to ask Student returned with two other paratroopers. One of the latter two was a sergeant. The general agreed. Let's find a secluded place together, the paratrooper sergeant said. Student's plan was that as long as His Excellency the little brother could get on the plane on time tomorrow morning, he could do anything he wanted tonight. To prevent His Excellency the little brother from playing any tricks, he specifically added two paratroopers to guard Chen Dao. 4 paratroopers, carrying 4 lanterns and 3 shovels, found a flat open field with Chen Dao. Under the sergeant's command, the 3 paratroopers dug a U-shaped foxhole in the soft earth, and the paratrooper sergeant then began the instruction. As a humble and eager-to-learn Han-Fei, Chen Dao had learned to use the MP-38 submachine gun, 37mm anti-tank gun, and 75mm infantry gun in the recent battles, but he had not learned how to use grenades. In Chen Dao's eyes, grenades seemed simple to use but were actually difficult, and could even accidentally injure friendly forces, so he had never learned. Thinking that he would be leaving by plane first thing tomorrow, he couldn't waste this last night in Poland, so he decided to learn how to use grenades. Under the paratrooper sergeant's instruction, Chen Dao quickly learned that paratroopers commonly use 2 types of grenades, the M24 stick grenade and the M39 egg grenade. Both types of grenades had a 4-5 second fuse. The paratroopers placed 2 lanterns 30 meters away from the foxhole as reference points. Under the paratrooper sergeant's guidance, Chen Dao threw 5 stick grenades in a row, all landing near the 2 lanterns. A paratrooper ran over and picked up the 5 grenades that hadn't been armed, and Chen Dao immediately began live-fire practice. Standing at the edge of the foxhole, Chen Dao imitated the paratrooper sergeant, unscrewing the cap at the bottom of the stick grenade, pulling out the fuse, looping his pinky finger through the fuse's ring and pulling, then throwing the white smoking grenade into the foxhole, and immediately jumping to the side and lying down. With a boom, a ball of fire erupted from the foxhole. Chen Dao and the 4 paratroopers stood up, brushed the dirt off themselves, and walked to the side of the foxhole. The paratrooper sergeant said, "Close-range throwing is like this, relatively simple. Next, we'll do long-range throwing." Chen Dao was still immersed in the excitement of the successful live detonation. This throwing made him feel like setting off firecrackers during Chinese New Year. With this excitement, Chen Dao successfully completed 3 long-range live throws. Lying on the ground, seeing the fire and loud noise from afar, Chen Dao thought to himself, this Hanfei learned how to use a grenade so quickly. I really am a genius in the Hanfei world. Having a preliminary understanding of the stick grenade's usage, Chen Dao intended to learn the egg grenade's usage in one go. After the paratrooper sergeant briefly introduced the egg grenade's usage, Chen Dao also first threw a few unarmed grenades. After comparison, Chen Dao found that the egg grenade was lighter than the stick grenade and harder to exert force with, and its throwing distance was significantly shorter than the stick grenades. Familiar with the feel of the egg grenade, Chen Dao began live fire practice. After pulling the fuse, Chen Dao stood outside the foxhole, threw the egg grenade in his hand into the foxhole, and immediately lay down. With a boom, the familiar fireball flew out of the foxhole. After 3 more such attempts, Chen Dao was basically familiar with the egg grenade's usage and began long-range throwing practice. Because the egg grenade's feel is not as good as the stick grenades, Chen Dao put all his strength into each throw, making several perfect throws. Major grenade usage is basically like this. You've done very well. Next, there's the usage of bundled grenades, but we lack the equipment. We'll practice it another time if we get the chance, the paratrooper sergeant said. Thank you all very much today, Chen Dao said, continuously tossing an egg grenade in his right hand, then added, I have one last one left. After I throw this, we'll go back. With that, Chen Dao clenched the grenade in his hand, moved his shoulder, and pulled the fuse. Swinging his arm around, Chen Dao was about to throw the grenade when a sudden sharp pain shot through his right calf. Chen Dao's right leg went weak, and he knelt to the ground. His right hand loosened, and the grenade slipped out, rolling to the ground and stopping about 4 or 5 meters in front of Chen Dao, hissing with white smoke. Get down! The paratrooper sergeant standing behind Chen Dao shouted, jumping into the foxhole, then reached out and pulled Chen Dao, who was kneeling on one knee nearby, into the foxhole with a boom. A flash of fire shot up into the sky outside the foxhole. About 10 minutes later, a paratrooper rushed into students' quarters in a panic. Less than 3 minutes later, a disheveled student followed that paratrooper out of his tent, jogging toward the field hospital. 24 Volume 1, The First Battle of Poland Chapter 24, The Unspeakable Truth of History Part 2. In the field hospital, under the dim yellow light, Chen Dao lay on the sick, his left arm and right calf wrapped in white bandages, almost blinding General Student. Patiently waiting for the military doctor to finish examining Chen Dao's injuries, General Student strode to the military doctor's side and asked about Chen Dao's condition. The military doctor said Major Rosen's left arm was only injured in the muscle by shrapnel, not the bone. The shrapnel has been removed, and he should recover in about 2 weeks with rest. Are his leg injuries serious? General Student asked, pointing to Chen Dao's right leg. This injury was caused by Polish sniper. It was just a ricochet, not serious, Chen Dao explained. The military doctor nodded and said, Major Rosen's leg injury is indeed not very serious. It's just that this wound had already scabbed over, but then it reopened due to strenuous exercise. I've redressed it for him, but to help it heal faster, I suggest Major Rosen avoid strenuous exercise until the wound is completely healed. It's best if he uses a crutch. Will he be disabled? General Student asked. No, the military doctor shook his head. General Student let out a sigh of relief, his gaze falling on the bandage on Chen Dao's head. When he first discovered this little brother at the beginning, he only had a bandage on his head. After a few days of careful protection by himself in the 7th Air Division, not only did the bandage on little brother's head not come off, but his arms and legs also ended up wrapped in bandages. How was he going to explain this to Marshal Goering after the Poland campaign was over? Should he tell Marshal Goering the truth? That little brother disobeyed his orders and privately entered the city to participate in street fighting, resulting in him being shot in the right leg by a sniper, and then, displaying the diligent spirit of not leaving the front line for minor injuries, he learned how to use grenades with his subordinates despite his leg injury, accidentally blowing up his left arm. General Student knew without thinking that Marshal Goering would certainly not care about these processes. He would only care about the result. The result was that the 7th Air Division led by General Student failed to protect little brother's safety, which was a serious dereliction of duty. If he alone were to be criticized by Marshal Goering or even face a military court, it would be fine. But if Marshal Goering were to vent his anger on all the officers and soldiers of the 7th Air Division and no longer prioritize the development of paratroopers, that kind of outcome was something he absolutely could not bear. For a moment, General Student thought more and more about how serious the consequences would be. Forcing himself to put on a brave face, General Student comforted Chen Dao for a few moments, then walked out of the field hospital. Outside the hospital, the 4 paratroopers stood in a row, their gazes evasive, not daring to meet General Student's eyes. General Student's gaze swept over their 4 dejected faces, and he said coldly, Order 1, the matter of Major Rosen's injury is not to be mentioned to anyone. Order 2, you are to go find the military doctor and ask if there are any crutches. If there aren't any in the field hospital, go look in the city hospitals. Don't now. The 4 paratroopers felt as if they had received a great pardon and quickly went to carry out their mission. General Student paced outside the hospital for a while, finally realizing that to prevent the 7th Air Division from being implicated, it would be best to approach Little Brother himself. As long as Little Brother didn't pursue the matter, the responsibility for this incident would be Hat. If Little Brother could put in a good word for the 7th Air Division when Marshal Goering was angry, that would be even more perfect. Adjusting his emotions, General Student re-entered the hospital. In the hospital ward, Chen Dao stared blankly at the ceiling, thinking to himself that this was truly a huge embarrassment. He had actually injured himself throwing a grenade. If this got out, his glorious image would be completely ruined. As a Hanfei with a strong sense of honor who was extremely concerned with saving face, he absolutely could not let this matter spread. After much thought, Chen Dao realized that only by asking General Student for help to suppress this matter would it not spread and become a topic of conversation among German military officers and soldiers after dinner. Having made up his mind, Chen Dao was about to call a nurse to summon General Student when he saw General Student walk into the ward. Chen Dao forced a smile and greeted General Student, saying, General Student, you've come at just the right time. I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Please, have a seat. General Student sat on the edge of Chen Dao's bed and said, I also have something I want to discuss with you. You go first. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help, Chen Dao said. Major Rosen, you go first, General Student said. Don't call me Major Rosen, call me Heinz. We're old comrades who fought side by side. Major Rosen is too formal, Chen Dao said. All right, Heinz. Seeing that only the 2 of them were in the ward, General Student got up and walked to the door to close it. After returning to Chen Dao's side and sitting down, he said, I have some concerns, and only you can help me. A knock 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 at the door ended their secret discussion. Chen Dao gripped General Student's hands tightly and said, Don't worry, I'll fly back to Berlin as soon as it's light. General Student nodded, withdrew his hands, and called out, Come in. A paratrooper pushed open the door, saluted General Student and Chen Dao, and said, reporting, General, we found crutches. Another paratrooper entered the ward and placed a pair of brand new wooden crutches at the foot of Chen Dao's bed. With General Student's personal assistance, Chen Dao sat up from the sick and picked up one crutch, propping it under his right armpit. After walking a few laps in the ward, Chen Dao adapted to the feeling of using crutches. After helping Chen Dao lie back down on the sick General Student left the field hospital with the paratroopers. At 8:30 a.m. on September 17th, Chen Dao, limping with crutches, stood at the rear cabin door of Fi-156 reconnaissance plane. After waving goodbye to General Student, who had come to see him off, he climbed into the cabin. Seeing the Fi-156 reconnaissance plane take off lightly, General Student breathed a sigh of relief. This troublesome little brother had finally left. Inside the plane, Chen Dao, riding in a Fi-156 for the first time, was greatly astonished. The plane's takeoff distance was incredibly short, seemingly less than 50 meters, almost like a vertical takeoff and landing. Chen Dao couldn't help but ask the pilot, Captain Fisher, what's the takeoff distance for this plane? About 40 meters, and it can be even shorter if there's a headwind. Chen Dao nodded, thinking that such a short takeoff distance was truly a marvel. After the plane leveled out, Chen Dao chatted briefly with the pilot, then covered his chest and fell silent. His violently pounding heart almost suffocated him. A moment later, to Chen Dao's greater alarm, his stomach also began to cramp. Chen Dao firmly believed this was an ominous premonition. Chen Dao endured the discomfort and looked around, finding that the plane was flying very steadily, with no abnormalities. Through the window, Chen Dao looked out and saw 2 planes rapidly approaching in the sky to his rear right. There are 2 planes behind us, are they Polish? Chen Dao asked nervously. The pilot turned his head, looked at the 2 planes, and said, Major, don't be nervous, those are our escort planes. The 2 planes were now flying parallel to the Fi-156 Chen Dao was in. Chen Dao clearly saw the black and white Iron Cross insignia on the 2 planes and recognized their model, Mi-109 fighter jets. What was this feeling? Was there some danger waiting for me in Berlin? Chen Dao clutched his chest, gasping for breath, trying to alleviate the discomfort, but to no avail. Under the dual torment of heart and stomach pain, Chen Dao finally endured until the plane landed at the Air Force Headquarters airport. Walking out of the cabin with crutches, Chen Dao had only taken a few steps before he felt a dizzy spell. His vision went black, and he softly collapsed to the ground. 25 Volume 1, The First Battle of Poland Chapter 25, The Unspeakable Truth of History Part 3. In the Air Force Headquarters building, Goering paced back and forth in his quiet office, a cigar in his mouth, glancing at the door with every puff. Finally, Goering heard the long-awaited knock on the door. "Come in," Goering yelled, his voice surprisingly high-pitched like a girl's in his excitement. "Why is it you?" Goering, who had rushed toward the door, retracted his widely spread arms and stared at the adjutant standing at the entrance, asking in confusion, "Where is Heinz?" "Marshal, Major Rosen has landed safely, but what? Where is he now?" "Marshal, please calm down. Major Rosen fainted as soon as he got off the plane and has been sent to the headquarters hospital," the adjutant explained hastily, feeling the increased pressure under Goering's glare. "Why did he faint?" "Major Rosen experienced a severe reaction to airsickness, so prepare the car, we're going to the hospital." Goering strode out of the office before the adjutant could finish, and the adjutant quickly trotted after him. As he walked into the Air Force Headquarters hospital, Goering recalled how his little brother had failed the Air Force pilot examination due to severe airsickness, and despite repeated training, he couldn't overcome it, eventually having no choice but to join the anti-aircraft unit. Goering secretly blamed himself. Heinz had been hesitant to fly back, surely because he was afraid of airsickness. In his haste, he had not only forgotten about his airsickness but had also repeatedly urged him to return sooner. He was truly an incompetent brother-in-law. He should have arranged a special car for him. He was too careless. The more Goering thought about it, the more he blamed himself. Controlling his emotions, Goering continuously raised his hand to return salutes to the doctors and nurses lining the corridor. Finally, he reached the inpatient area, looked up at the room number, confirmed it was room 301, and pushed the door open without knocking. Of the 4 beds in the ward, only one was occupied. Seeing the person's appearance, Goering's corpulent body swayed sharply. Summoning courage to look again, he confirmed that the injured person, with bandages on his head, legs, and arms, was indeed the little brother he had longed for. Goering flew into a rage. Turning around, Goering grabbed the adjutant's arm and pointed at Chen Dao, shouting, "Is this what you meant by airsickness? Does airsickness require bandages on the head? Does airsickness require bandages on the legs? Does airsickness require bandages on the arms? How do you expect me to calm down?" "Calm down, they're just minor injuries. Why are you so agitated?" A lazy voice drifted into Goering's ears. Goering turned around furiously and shouted, "Calm down. How can I calm down? Heinz, you're awake?" Only then did Goering realize that the speaker was his beloved little brother. "I wasn't sleeping to begin with." Chen Dao lay on the bed, scrutinizing his brother-in-law. He thought, as the legends say, brother-in-law's physique is far from nimble. He has reached the pinnacle of being fat, round, and earthy. Goering released the adjutant, who had suffered collateral damage, told him to find a doctor, and walked to Chen Dao's bedside. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly noticed a crutch leaning against the wall at Chen Dao's head. Goering was startled, picked up the crutch, and asked Chen Dao, "Your leg?" "Just a shot from a sniper, it's nothing." "What's with this crutch?" Goering shook the crutch in his hand. "The doctor told me to use a crutch so my injury would heal faster." Goering breathed a sigh of relief, leaned the crutch back against the wall, and asked, "What happened to your head?" Chen Dao rolled his eyes upwards, thinking, "What happened to my head? It's all because the previous owner of this body didn't ride a horse and suddenly decided to drive a car, which ended up in a ditch and overturned. He hit his head and died, allowing me to possess his body." Of course, he couldn't tell the truth. Chen Dao, after all, was a Hanfei who had lived 2 lives, so he had no psychological pressure in deceiving people. He said with a glorious expression, a Polish 105 mm howitzer, "If that Signamen hadn't saved me, you probably wouldn't have seen me again." Although Goering was lazy, he wasn't stupid. He immediately recalled the shelling during his first call with Chen Dao and then mentally reconstructed various dangerous scenarios of Chen Dao enduring the shelling, his expression growing heavier. "How did you injure your arm?" Goering continued to ask. 81 mm mortar, Chen Dao said without changing his expression or missing a beat. Goering looked at Chen Dao's bandaged right leg again, then, after a long silence, squeezed out a sentence. "You are not allowed to participate in combat again. Absolutely not. That's for the British and French to decide. They have already declared war on us. The war will continue, and it will last a long time," Chen Dao said. "The Fuhrer is seeking peace with England and France. The war will end soon." Even if it doesn't, you are not allowed to go to the battlefield again, Goering said decisively. Just as Chen Dao was about to speak, the adjutant and doctor entered the ward. Goering pulled the doctor aside to inquire about Chen Dao's injuries, relaxing only after confirming there would be no lingering effects. The doctor examined Chen Dao, confirmed that all the discomfort symptoms caused by airsickness had disappeared, and then signed off, allowing Chen Dao to leave the hospital. It was noon, and Goering personally accompanied Chen Dao home to Karin Manor, a country villa named after Goering's ex-wife Chen Dao's sister. Karin Manor is located 45 miles northwest of Berlin in Skorfheide Forest. As Goering and Chen Dao's car drove into Karin Manor, old butler Wachowiak, who had already been notified, met them at the door and personally helped Chen Dao out of the car. Seeing Chen Dao's miserable state, the old butler, heartbroken for his young master, wiped away tears and personally led people to help Chen Dao change out of his dusty and sweaty military uniform. After a difficult hot bath due to his inconvenient limbs, Chen Dao put on clean clothes and went to the living room. While exchanging pleasantries with Emmy Goering, the second mistress of Karin Manor, he recalled Goering's turbulent love life. In 1920, Goering met Countess Karin in Sweden. They fell in love at first sight, but the only flaw was that Karin was already married and had a son. Their union was met with unanimous opposition from their families, and they eventually had to live a poor life in Munich, Germany. Soon after arriving in Munich, Goering met Hitler, and the couple immediately threw themselves into the vigorous National Socialist movement, becoming elders of the National Socialist Party and close comrades of Hitler. As the National Socialist Party rose in German politics, Goering's status also soared. However, their early impoverished life had ruined Karin's health. On October 17, 1931, Karin died in Sweden. A grief-stricken Goering reburied Karin here and named this manor Karin Manor. When Goering and his sister met, he was penniless, while Karin came from a wealthy noble family. They were not of the same social class at all. Goering ultimately managed to win the beauty over, which could be considered a successful act of being a third party. However, as a single Hanfei with a strong sense of honor, Chen Dao, feeling deeply emotional, secretly resolved to absolutely distance himself from Goering's mistress' behavior and never be a third party in his future love life. Chen Dao's gaze fell on Emmy Goering. She was a typical blonde, blue-eyed beauty and had been an actress before marrying Goering. Her emotional journey with Goering was quite dramatic, as Goering's first gift to her was a photograph of Karin. Goering's explanation was, "This photograph is the most precious treasure in my life, and now I give it to you, which is enough to prove my sincerity to you." Emmy Goering accepted this with pleasure. In 1935, they married. After marriage, Emmy Goering not only generously accepted Goering setting up a memorial hall for Karin at Karin Manor, but also accepted Major Heinz von Rosen, the former wife's little brother, continuing to reside there. "Our relationship seems a bit complicated," Chen Dao mused inwardly. Chen Dao's eyes darted between Goering and Emmy, who were currently playing with their daughter. Then he cleared his throat to get their attention. "I have something to tell you," Chen Dao said. Goering and Emmy both looked at Chen Dao, who continued, "I've decided that once my injuries have healed, I'll move into the officers' quarters. Ada is grown now, and you need some private space." Goering immediately objected. "No, you're not allowed to go anywhere. This is your home." "Heinz, unless you get married in the future and want to live your life with your wife, Herman and I will not let you leave," Emmy also stated. "Even if you get married, I can build you a new villa nearby and we can be neighbors. In short, don't mention moving again," Goering declared, displaying the authority of an Air Force marshal, concluding the conversation. "Heinz, you're not young anymore. Do you have a girl you like? I know many young and beautiful ladies. Would you like me to introduce you to one?" Emmy's few words quickly re-energized the atmosphere. "I think it's absolutely necessary to organize a party. Invite all those young and beautiful ladies you know, and let them meet Heinz," Goering said with a smile, holding his 2-year-old daughter, Ada. "The time will be set after the Poland campaign ends and Heinz's medal is awarded. I will ask the Führer to personally award Heinz the medal." The three chatted for a few more moments before the old butler announced that lunch was ready, and they, along with Ada, moved to the dining room. Chen Dao thoroughly enjoyed this meal, not because of the taste of the lunch, but because of his mood. After a simple test of the Goering couple, Chen Dao discovered that Goering truly treated him as family. For a mere Air Force major to change the course of the war would be a pipe dream, but with Goering as his backing, anything was possible. Who knew, it might even trigger the legendary butterfly effect. This small butterfly, by gently flapping its wings, could, through Goering as an amplifier, stir up a hurricane in Germany, Europe, and even the world, crushing all threats to his existence. P.S. The Spring Festival is finally over and updates will return to normal with 2 updates daily, the first before 2 p.m. and the second before 9 p.m. #26 Volume 1, The First Battle of Poland Chapter 26, The Unspeakable Truth of History Roman 4 On September 17th, Kutno was completely captured and an infantry division defending the city was annihilated. The fall of Kutno meant that the Poznan army group's room for maneuver was further reduced, and they no longer had enough space to evade German Air Force airstrikes. The main forces of the Poznan army group outside the city attempted to break through to the southeast on September 16th, but were met with a fierce counterattack by the German Army's 10th Army Group, resulting in over 40,000 prisoners that day. In the end, apart from a small contingent that managed to break out through the Kanaponos forest under the cover of night, the remaining forces were annihilated by the 10th Army Group on the 17th. On the same day, Polish President Masicki, who had already fled to the Polish-Romanian border, crossed into Romania with key government officials seeking Romanian asylum. On September 18th, Marshal Zmygły-Rydz, commander-in-chief of the Polish armed forces, abandoned the still resisting Polish army and civilians and fled to Romania with his staff. On the same day, to make matters worse for Poland, 7 Soviet Red Army groups comprising 20 infantry divisions, 15 cavalry divisions, and 9 tank brigades, supported by 8 air groups, invaded Poland. Meanwhile, Poland's forces on the Soviet-Polish border consisted of only 25 border defense battalions. The mechanized units of the Soviet Red Army, as vanguard forces, drove with white flags on their vehicles shouting, "Don't shoot, we're here to help you fight the Germans," whenever they encountered Polish border guards. While the confused Polish army border guards hesitated, these Soviet troops rushed forward to disarm them. If any Polish army offered slight resistance, they would be shot and killed by the Soviet Red Army. In just 2 days, the Soviet Red Army penetrated over 100 kilometers into Poland. While the Soviet Red Army was conquering cities and territories in eastern Poland, the German forces, rampaging through western Poland, also showed no weakness. After eliminating the Poznan army group, the last mobile force of the Polish army, the German forces completely surrounded Warsaw, the capital of Poland. On September 22nd, all foreign embassy personnel in Warsaw evacuated. The German offer of surrender to the Warsaw defenders was rejected, and airstrikes and artillery bombardment of Warsaw began immediately, with infantry also commencing their attack. On September 28th, after suffering 5,000 deaths and nearly 100,000 wounded, the Warsaw defenders raised a white flag and surrendered. In Berlin, Chen Dao learned of the progress of the Poland campaign either through Goering or via radio, but his face showed no joy. To ordinary German soldiers, the victory in the Poland campaign meant that Germany had occupied half of Poland and opened up a land connection between Germany and East Prussia. Of course, the most important point was that the German army, which had not fought for 20 years, gained war experience. However, in Chen Dao's view, Germany gained declarations of war from England and France. It gained a border with the fierce polar bear in the east. England and France had already entered a state of war with Germany. The polar bear, seemingly docile, was highly likely to strike Germany's back fiercely, just as it treated Poland when Germany was engaged in a major war with England and France. Another 2 days passed, and news of victories on the Polish front kept coming, but Chen Dao's expression grew increasingly grim. Until October 3rd, French Prime Minister Daladier and British Prime Minister Chamberlain successively issued announcements. Unless Germany restores the normal state of Czechoslovakia and Poland, the two governments cannot believe Germany's sincerity. They will fulfill their duties as allies to the end until the German government guarantees its commitment to peace with clear actions. HMPH, what diplomatic drivel. It's impossible to make Germany spit out Czech and Poland, which it has already swallowed. Chen Dao threw away the newspaper in his hand, and with it, his last shred of illusion. He had originally thought that by transmigrating to this world, he could make the heads of the British and French governments act rashly and agree to Germany's peace treaty. Now it seemed that he was the one who had been rash. History remained unchanged, and the war would continue. Standing by the office window with his hands behind his back, Chen Dao saw the artillerymen training on the parade ground outside. After Chen Dao returned to Berlin, Goering ordered the remnants of the 7th Anti-Aircraft Battalion and the remaining forces of the 7th Air Division to withdraw from combat and return to Germany. Göring also used his authority to transfer the 7th Anti-Aircraft Battalion out of the 4th Air Fleet, making it the garrison anti-aircraft battalion of the German Air Force headquarters. Chen Dao thus also obtained an office at the Air Force headquarters. The 7th Anti-Aircraft Battalion suffered heavy losses in the fighting in Poland, with a net reduction of 1/3, nearly 200 men. Those undergoing training outside were the newly recruited soldiers who were familiarizing themselves with their anti-aircraft guns under the guidance of veteran soldiers. Göring's adjutant knocked and entered the office asking Chen Dao, "Major Rosen, the marshal is waiting for you outside. We need to depart." "I'll be right there." Chen Dao tidied his uniform, walked out of the office with his cane, and sat in the back seat of Göring's Mercedes-Benz car. As soon as Chen Dao settled in, Göring, who was sitting next to him, frowned and asked, "Where's the cane I gave you? Why aren't you using it? Is it not comfortable?" "That cane is very comfortable to use, but I'm going to see the Fuhrer today, and that cane is too extravagant," Chen Dao explained. Shortly after Chen Dao returned to Berlin, Göring gave him a new cane. The main body of a cane was made of 24K pure gold, intricately carved with wave-like patterns. On both sides of the handle in the middle of the cane were 2 thumb-sized oval green jades. The ferrule at the bottom of the cane was made of platinum, inlaid with a swastika pattern made of small diamonds. When Chen Dao received the cane, it was noon, and under the sunlight, the luxurious gleam reflected by the cane almost blinded Chen Dao's eyes. This cane subtly reflected Göring's standard of living, which could be summed up in 2 words: rich. "It's just a cane, it's nothing," Göring said. "Today we're going to the Fuhrers to award you a medal, and tomorrow your promotion order will come down. The day after tomorrow is Saturday, and Emmy has already sent out invitations. There will be many young ladies from prominent families attending a gathering with you that evening. You must choose one to be your girlfriend." Göring put his arm around Chen Dao's shoulder and laughed. Hearing that the promotion order was about to come down, Chen Dao's heart stirred, and he asked, "What is my new position?" "Commander of an anti-aircraft regiment," Göring replied. A wry smile appeared on Chen Dao's face. He thought to himself, "I really can't escape the fate of fighting planes." He casually asked, "Which regiment, and where is it stationed?" Göring didn't speak, but chuckled a few times and pointed to his flushed, plump face. "Your regiment?" Chen Dao asked in surprise. "Yes, my regiment," Göring laughed. "All right, I understand." Chen Dao nodded, then fell silent. The My Regiment Göring referred to was the Hermann Göring Regiment, named after Göring. After the Nazis came to power in 1933, Göring, as the Prime Minister of Prussia, established a police force called the General Göring Police Detachment, which was essentially Göring's private army. It played the role of enforcers during the Night of the Long Knives, which purged Göring's stormtroopers. On April 1, 1935, this unit was renamed the General Göring Regiment. Because Göring was appointed Minister of Aviation and Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force, this regiment was transferred from the police to the Air Force in September 1935. The 1st Battalion of the Göring Regiment, along with its reconnaissance company, underwent parachute training, becoming Germany's 1st Parachute Battalion. This battalion later officially separated from the Göring Regiment in 1938 when students established the Parachute Forces, becoming the initial corps of the paratroopers. The Göring Regiment participated in the annexation of Austria, the Sudetenland, and Czech. The majority of the regiment was stationed in Berlin for guard and anti-aircraft duties, with only a small number of detachments participating in the Poland campaign. However, at this time, the Göring Regiment was already a pure anti-aircraft regiment. Chen Dao thought to himself that the position Göring had arranged for him was indeed his specialty, but as a Hanfei, he couldn't always be engaged in shooting down planes. What a true man should do on the battlefield is to punch the British, kick the Yankees, and sit on the polar bear. How could he persuade Göring to give him a different job? Chen Dao fell into deep thought. Chen Dao pondered while chatting idly with Göring, and before long they arrived at the Prime Minister's office. After getting out of the car with his cane, Chen Dao followed Göring, constantly looking around. As they were about to enter the Prime Minister's office, Chen Dao finally saw a thin, medium-height back. Chen Dao limped toward that back, quietly calling out, "General Rommel." The person was gesticulating and instructing 2 army officers, not noticing Chen Dao's call. Chen Dao had no choice but to change his address, "General Rommel." The person turned around, revealing a face that looked astute and capable. "Marshal." Major General Rommel, the Fuhrer's headquarters guard commander, first saluted Göring, who was standing beside Chen Dao, then asked, "What is it, Major Rosen?" Chen Dao took a briefcase from Göring's adjutant, pulled out a book, and handed it to Rommel. "Please sign this for me." Rommel took the book and, upon seeing it, revealed a heartfelt smile. The book Chen Dao handed him was Infantry Attacks, authored by Rommel himself. Taking the pen Chen Dao offered, Rommel pointed to the bandage on Chen Dao's head and asked, "Your head injury a Polish 105 mm howitzer," Chen Dao said indifferently. Rommel nodded, his gaze quickly sweeping over Chen Dao's arms and legs, then swiftly writing wishing the brave Major Rosen a speedy recovery, Erwin Rommel on the flyleaf of the book. After writing the date, Rommel returned the pen and book to Chen Dao. "Thank you." Chen Dao took the book, bid farewell to Rommel, who was on duty, and followed Goering into the Prime Minister's office. Just as he entered the Prime Minister's office, Chen Dao heard a soft call from behind. "Major Rosen." Chen Dao turned around, first surprised, then smiling as he extended his right hand. "Corporal Steiner, what are you doing here?" Corporal Steiner awkwardly said, "There is a spot for our 7th Air Division at tonight's awards ceremony, and the commander gave it to me." 27 Volume 1, The First Battle of Poland Chapter 27, The Unspeakable Truth of History v. The two handed their invitations to the Prime Minister's office staff and were then led into a grand hall. Chen Dao and Corporal Steiner curiously surveyed the hall's decor. On the wall directly opposite the entrance hung a golden swastika national emblem about 1 meter in diameter, and in front of the wall, 3 fiery red swastika flags were planted on the floor. Chen Dao rubbed his boot on the golden and red carpet, then smiled at the uneasy Corporal Steiner. "It feels great underfoot. Want to try?" Corporal Steiner cautiously lifted his polished boots and stomped a few times on the floor, then said to Chen Dao, "This is the most comfortable carpet I've ever stepped on." The two whispered idle chatter, trying to ease their tension. "Gentlemen, the Führer will be here shortly," an SS captain said as he entered the hall. The hall immediately fell silent. 10 soldiers from the Army, Navy, and Air Force stood at attention, awaiting Hitler's appearance. Chen Dao and Corporal Steiner stood side by side toward the back of the line. To Chen Dao's left were 7 Army officers and soldiers, and to Corporal Steiner's right was a Navy captain. The number and positioning of the personnel clearly reflected the status of Germany's 3 military branches. Chen Dao kept his eyes straight ahead, but his peripheral vision remained fixed on the doorway. Soon, the SS captain standing at the door shouted, "Salute." As Chen Dao raised his right hand, Hitler entered the hall, gracefully raising his right hand in a Nazi salute. Chen Dao lowered his right hand and used his peripheral vision to observe Hitler. Today, Hitler was wearing black trousers, black leather shoes, and a khaki jacket, with an Iron Cross first class pinned to his left chest. Among the 7 or 8 people following Hitler, Chen Dao recognized the corpulent Goering, the thin and gaunt Goebbels, the square-faced Deputy Führer Hess, and Himmler, the SS national leader, who wore a black uniform, glasses, and a mustache similar to Hitler's. Hitler began presenting medals from the far left of the line, with his adjutant by his side, explaining the combat deeds of each recipient. Finally, after Hitler finished bestowing medals upon the 7 army officers and soldiers, he walked up to Chen Dao and extended his right hand. Chen Dao raised his right hand and firmly clasped Hitler's, taking the opportunity to examine Hitler's appearance. Seeing Hitler's iconic little mustache and black hair combed to the right, Chen Dao almost blurted out, "Führer, I've finally seen you alive." Forcibly holding back those heartfelt words, Chen Dao met Hitler's gaze and found Hitler's eyes to be gentle and smiling, completely lacking the legendary kingly aura. It certainly didn't inspire him to bow down and become a subordinate. Hitler's adjutant was about to introduce Chen Dao when Hitler withdrew his right hand and stopped him. "I know him, Major Heinz von Rosen, commander of the 7th Air Defense Battalion of the Air Force." After speaking, Hitler fell silent, his gaze falling on the bandage on Chen Dao's head, then sliding over Chen Dao's left arm, and finally resting on Chen Dao's bent right leg. Hitler's hoarse voice broke the silence in the hall. He stared at Chen Dao and slowly said, "Tell the Führer I did my best. Tell dear Ada that her Uncle Heinz still loves her. For the honor of the German Air Force, I will not be captured." Dr. Goebbels, do you think these words can move you? Goebbels, the minister of propaganda who was following Hitler, quickly said, "Of course, my Führer. I suggest these 3 sentences be published in the military magazine. I firmly believe these 3 sentences will move Germany. If so, what are we waiting for? Go do it today, and remember, add 1 more sentence. As a soldier, one cannot evade war." Major Rosen also said this. Hitler commanded, "Although these 3 sentences are moving, I don't want to hear them from your mouth again. Nor do I want to hear them from any German soldier's mouth again. I need you to return alive and victorious," Hitler said to Chen Dao. "This was just an accident. I assure you, no enemy will ever again be able to make me say those 3 sentences. I think this sentence should also be added, my Führer. Goebbels quickly wrote down the sentences in a palm-sized diary and then suggested, "All right." After Hitler spoke, he took a silver wound badge from the box held by an attendant and pinned it below Chen Dao's left chest pocket. This medal was awarded to personnel wounded 3 to 4 times in combat. Hitler then picked up an Iron Cross second class and pinned it to the first buttonhole of Chen Dao's uniform, then gave Chen Dao an encouraging look before walking to Corporal Steiner. The adjutant quietly spoke of Corporal Steiner's military achievements. Chen Dao pricked up his ears and listened carefully. In the street fighting in Kutno, Corporal Steiner's company was ambushed by 2 Polish army tanks and a large number of infantry. The company commander was severely wounded, and Corporal Steiner, under the machine gun fire of the Polish army tanks and infantry, rescued the severely wounded company commander. He then rushed to the side of the fallen anti-tank team, picked up an anti-tank rifle, destroyed the Polish army tanks, and, with his comrades, routed the Polish army infantry, ultimately achieving victory in the battle. Hitler nodded repeatedly as he listened. After bestowing an Iron Cross second class on Corporal Steiner and giving him a few words of encouragement, he walked to the Navy officer. After the awards ceremony, Chen Dao and the others were led to the dining hall to have lunch with Hitler. Hitler naturally took the head seat, and the others sat down in order of their status and military rank. After everyone was seated, Hitler cleared his throat and began his pre-meal speech. Hitler first spoke about the recently concluded Poland campaign, then cursed the English and French governments for not accepting Germany's peace proposal, and then spoke about his confidence in the future of the war. At first, Chen Dao listened intently, holding his breath, but then he kept secretly raising his hand to check his watch. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, Hitler showed no signs of stopping. Chen Dao looked around at the people at the dining table. Corporal Steiner, who was sitting to his right, was staring at his plate, biting his lower lip in a daze as if a tender, delicious steak lay on it. Looking at the other awarded officers and soldiers, Chen Dao found that they were also nearing their limit, either spacing out or looking drowsy. The only 2 exceptions at the table were Goebbels and Himmler. Himmler stared intently at Hitler as if to engrave every word Hitler spoke into his heart. Goebbels listened and nodded, occasionally exchanging glances with Hitler, admiration radiating from his eyes. Stimulated by Goebbels, Hitler became even more verbose and gesticulated wildly. Chen Dao grimaced and thought to himself, the Führer's kingly aura is being unleashed at the wrong time. Its destructive power is comparable to a mental atomic bomb. As hunger gnawed at him, Chen Dao's brow furrowed and an idea came to mind. He thought, sitting idly by is not my hand-face style. This bad habit of Hitler's must be stopped. I absolutely cannot indulge Hitler's anti-human behavior like Himmler and Goebbels, those 2 flatterers. Listening intently for a moment, Chen Dao finally seized an opportunity. Hitler had just said, since England and France refused to accept our peace proposal, we will conquer them just as we conquered Poland, first France, then England. Chen Dao suddenly shouted, "Long live the Führer," and immediately began clapping loudly. Corporal Steiner, who was slumped to Chen Dao's right, flinched at Chen Dao's loud shout. Seeing Chen Dao clapping, he also, in a daze, began to clap along. Goering, who was sitting to Hitler's right, recognized Chen Dao's voice as soon as he spoke. Hearing Chen Dao clap, Goering's right eye twitched upwards, and he too began to clap. When Goering, Germany's second-in-command, clapped, everyone else at the table followed suit, and the dining room was filled with thunderous applause. Hitler stopped his speech, looking at the applauding crowd with satisfaction, enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention. He then raised his hands to signal for everyone to stop. Chen Dao lowered his hands and waited for the applause to subside, giving Hitler no chance to speak. He took the initiative and said, "The French don't know how to fight at all. We can finish them off in 8 weeks at most." As soon as Chen Dao's words fell, he became the center of attention, the focus of everyone's gaze at the dining table. Chen Dao unceremoniously met the gaze of the army officers and soldiers sitting opposite him, and sparks flew between their eyes in the air. The gazes of those army officers and soldiers greatly displeased Chen Dao. He clearly read meanings like flatterer, layman, clown, and ignorant in their eyes. Goering's gaze swept over everyone's faces at the table, finally resting on Hitler's face. His corpulent body squirmed in the chair, trying to alleviate his anxiety. With his keen political sensitivity, he clearly knew that by tomorrow at the latest, Chen Dao's bold words, "The French don't know how to fight at all. We can finish them off in 8 weeks at most," would spread throughout Germany, and the German Air Force would become the laughingstock of the German military. It was a well-known fact that Germany, with all its national might, fought France for 4 years in World War I and failed to defeat France, ultimately losing the war in 1918 due to a domestic revolution. 20 years later, a German Air Force major brazenly claimed before the German head of state that they could defeat France in 8 weeks. When this news spread, it would surely be hailed as Germany's most moving joke of 1939, and Göring had no doubt about it. How Göring wished at this moment that it had been some army officer who had uttered these words, so he could step forward and thoroughly ridicule the army. But why, oh why, was it you, my dear Heinz? Göring's face flushed, and his eyes darted about as he anxiously pondered a countermeasure, trying to think of a way to salvage the situation. Major Rosen, did you just say we could defeat France in 8 weeks, not 8 months? Goebbels asked Chen Dao with a smile. Göring instantly glared at Goebbels. Their relationship was not good, and he immediately understood that Goebbels was setting a trap for Chen Dao. I said 8 weeks. Chen Dao turned his gaze to Goebbels. Although he felt Goebbels seemed to have ill intentions, he still answered sincerely. My Führer, I think Goebbels excitedly began to say to Hitler, but he was interrupted by Chen Dao. However, Chen Dao tapped lightly on the table with his right hand, musing, I think if we do even better, 6 weeks is also possible. But for caution's sake, let's stick to 8 weeks. This child is beyond saving. Göring painfully covered his face with his hand and lowered his head, not daring to look at his colleagues beside him. Chen Dao keenly noticed that everyone at the table collectively gasped in cold air. He wondered, historically, Germany defeated France in 6 weeks. He, out of caution and fear of unforeseen circumstances, changed 6 weeks to 8 weeks. Could this date truly be so unconvincing? Goebbels glanced at Göring, who was too ashamed to look up, and a subtle hint of triumph appeared on his face. Then his expression hardened, and he said to Hitler, my Führer, I suggest that Major Rosen's words also be published in the military magazine. This can boost morale. Objection, this sentence cannot be published. Göring suddenly raised his head and glared at Goebbels, refuting him. Hitler finally recovered from the shock Chen Dao had given him and followed up. Cut that sentence, it's not to be published. Goebbels' request was rejected by Hitler, but there was no hint of disappointment on his face. Instead, he smiled and met Göring's gaze without showing any weakness, then said, Yes, Führer. Major Rosen, France is a military power with the world's strongest army, and it possesses a complete military industry. They are not Poland. However, your spirit is commendable. I believe that in the war against France, we precisely need the fearless spirit of Major Rosen. Himmler, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke after careful consideration. The world's strongest army? My dear Mr. Himmler, do you believe such lies? Throughout history, the French have only been able to win battles when led by a lowly like Joan of Arc or by foreigners like Napoleon. Now, the French army is commanded by neither a lowly nor a foreigner. Their combat effectiveness is simply not worth mentioning. I still firmly believe that we will defeat France within 8 weeks, Chen Dao said, with words that would shock the dead. Joan of Arc is a lowly. Napoleon is a foreigner. Everyone in the dining room was once again shocked by Chen Dao, and a common thought popped into their heads. Did this Major Rosen really go to school? Which school did he graduate from? Please don't let him be an alumnus of mine. Himmler rolled his eyes and said nothing more. Hitler cast a look of approval at Chen Dao, leaving Chen Dao puzzled. Heinz, say less. This is in front of the Führer. Göring finally couldn't hold back and spoke to stop Chen Dao's arrogance. Major Rosen, I once fought the French for 4 years. Their fighting will is still very tenacious, but we are even more tenacious. Hitler again cast a look of approval at Chen Dao, then began to speak. Fearing that Hitler would deliver another long-winded and tedious speech, Chen Dao retorted without giving any quarter. The last French soldier died in the Napoleonic era. Hitler's right hand paused in midair, and he was speechless for a long time before turning to Goebbels. Dr. Goebbels, this sentence must be published in the magazine, and that theory about the lowly and the foreigner earlier is also very novel. It must be published too. Goebbels quickly pulled out his small notebook and jotted it down, not forgetting to ask Chen Dao, when you said Napoleon wasn't French, were you referring to the ownership of Corsica? Chen Dao nodded and said, at that time, Corsica seemed to be seeking independence from France, so whether Napoleon was French is still debatable. If the French dare to fight the German army, we will eliminate them like we eliminate this food, Chen Dao continued, pointing at the food on the table. I'm hungry, can we start eating? Hearing Chen Dao mention food, Göring, in a flash of wit, changed the subject, fearing Chen Dao would ramble on again. Oh, all right, let's eat. Chen Dao let out a long sigh, thinking, is it easy to have a damn meal? I've wasted so much saliva. It's over. It's over. My image and the image of the German Air Force are completely ruined today. From now on, the German Air Force will never be able to hold its head high in front of the Army and Navy. Goering tied his napkin, his face ashen, and began to eat. When I get back, I'm definitely going to teach this arrogant kid a good lesson. You just wait, Goering thought, grinding his teeth. 28 Volume 1, The First Battle of Poland Chapter 28, The Unspeakable Truth of History. After lunch, everyone bid farewell to Hitler one after another. Goering saw Goebbels leave first with a triumphant look, and the pressure in his heart doubled. This cripple must have run so fast to spread the news, Goering thought darkly. Marshal, the Führer requests your presence and Major Rosen's in the lounge. Hitler's adjutant invited. Goering and Chen Dao had no choice but to go to the Prime Minister's office lounge, where Hitler was already seated on the central sofa. Seeing Goering and Chen Dao enter, Hitler stood up and extended his right hand from afar to greet them. Goering quickly reached out and shook Hitler's hand. Hitler held Goering's right hand tightly with both hands and said, "Thank you, Hermann, my dearest old comrade-in-arms." Goering looked bewildered. Before he could react, Hitler had already released his hand and extended his right hand to Chen Dao. Chen Dao, equally bewildered, extended his right hand and shook Hitler's hand. "Thank you, dear little fellow," Hitler said. Hitler gestured for the two to sit down, then said with deep emotion, "Today's matter, you two discussed it, didn't you? Especially you, Heinz. You didn't hesitate to sacrifice your personal image to boost morale. I fully understand your intentions. Thank you again for your sacrifices." Chen Dao and Goering were both dumbfounded, completely unaware of what Hitler was saying. "Hermann, you know very well that from the initial recovery of Rhineland, the army has always opposed me. It was the same when Austria was annexed and when Sudetenland and Czech were incorporated. It was also the same before the Poland campaign. Now we are going to fight two even stronger enemies, England and France, and they will certainly continue to obstruct me. Today, during lunch, you deliberately said that we could defeat France in 8 weeks. You, I, and Heinz, we certainly know this is impossible, but Heinz still said it, and he also said, Hitler couldn't help but let out a chuckle. After laboriously suppressing his laughter, Hitler continued, he also said that the French can only win battles under the leadership of lullies and foreigners. To strengthen my resolve for the war against France, and to boost morale, you even came up with such humorous jokes, and to say them on such an occasion, you truly have gone to great lengths. In at most a week, today's conversation will spread throughout the German military, and besides letting the officers and soldiers know that we disdain the French, I'm afraid that in the eyes of some pessimists, Heinz and the German Air Force will become their laughingstock. Hitler sighed deeply at this point, then said to Goering and Chen Dao with a solemn expression, "In short, thank you again for the sacrifices you have made for Germany." Chen Dao and Goering exchanged glances. Chen Dao thought to himself, the Führer's mind, typical of a middle-aged intellectual, is indeed active. He had only wanted to eat a normal lunch to avoid being ravaged by his spiritual atomic bomb, and he never expected it to be elevated to the realm of national concern. This was truly unexpected. This seems like an opportunity. A flash of inspiration went through Chen Dao's mind. What is the biggest advantage of being a transmigrator? Is it political ability or military capability to command large army groups? As a humble Hanfei, Chen Dao clearly knew his own limitations. He didn't believe he possessed more brilliant governance abilities than Hitler, nor did he believe he had more superb command skills than famous generals like Guderian, Rommel, and Manstein. His greatest advantage lay in his foreknowledge of history. He should mold himself into the role of a prophet to increase his standing in Hitler's eyes, and thereby influence Germany's strategic decisions. Chen Dao secretly made up his mind. Goering, of course, knew that everything that happened at lunch today was Chen Dao's unauthorized action, not premeditated at all. It was just Hitler overinterpreting Chen Dao's words, believing it was deliberately arranged. Goering was momentarily in a dilemma. How should he explain this to Hitler? Confess and receive leniency? Goering immediately rejected this idea. If Hitler knew the truth, an enraged Hitler might do anything, perhaps even revoke his status as the Führer's successor. He absolutely could not confess. While Goering was agonizing, Chen Dao's voice reached his ears. "Führer, you are mistaken." Hearing Chen Dao's words, Goering instantly felt his front and back soaked with sweat. Is that not the case? Hitler's face immediately clouded over. "It's not at all what you think. I will not become the laughingstock of the German military, and the German Air Force certainly won't. I am speaking the truth. We will definitely defeat France within 8 weeks, Chen Dao said seriously. Goering subtly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that fortunately, this child Heinz wasn't foolish enough to confess. Being stubborn is better than confessing. The clouds on Hitler's face gradually dissipated, revealing an "I understand everything" smile, and he said, "I think you should join the propaganda ministry. Perhaps in the future, you could take over the position of propaganda minister." Chen Dao ignored Hitler's teasing, stood up, and said solemnly, "Führer, get me a map. I will show you how to defeat France in 8 weeks." This time, it was Hitler's turn to be astonished. Chen Dao thoroughly enjoyed being the center of Hitler's attention. After a few urges, Hitler, driven by curiosity, moved to the office with Göring and Chen Dao. "Give me a pencil," Chen Dao said unceremoniously to Hitler. Hitler cooperatively handed Chen Dao a sharpened pencil. The three stood before Hitler's desk. Chen Dao pointed at the German-French border on the map with the pencil and said, "Ever since learning that England and France declared war on us, Marshal, my brother-in-law has been very concerned about the operational plan against France. He often tells me that our war against France must be swift, otherwise, if it becomes a protracted war, the Russians, who have always been unscrupulous, will surely stab us in the back." Hitler nodded, looked up, and exchanged glances with Göring, approval clearly visible in his eyes. A warmth surged in Göring's heart. Heinz was indeed one of his own. His care for him since childhood had not been in vain. Even at a time like this, he didn't forget to flatter him. "After returning to Berlin, I often discussed how to fight France with my brother-in-law while recuperating, and we finally had a result recently," Chen Dao continued. Hitler calmly glanced at the excited Chen Dao, secretly making up his mind that even if Chen Dao's plan was a terrible idea, he would greatly encourage him, as he couldn't dampen the child's sincere enthusiasm. As for the operational plan, he would just treat it as hearing a joke. How could Chen Dao know Hitler's true thoughts? He spoke voluminously. "To achieve a quick victory, we must take risks. My specific concept is this: our forces for the operation against France will be divided into 3 army groups." Chen Dao pointed to the German-French border and said, "Opposite the Maginot Line, we will establish a Sea Army Group. The mission of this army group is to feign an attack on the Maginot Line to draw their attention." Hitler nodded and encouraged, "This is an excellent idea. Continue." Chen Dao became even more excited with the encouragement, pointing to the German-Belgium border and saying, "Here, we will establish a B Army Group. After the war begins, they will attack Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg, and then advance into France." Hitler and Göring were greatly disappointed. They both recognized it. This was clearly a rehash of the Schlieffen Plan with no novelty whatsoever. "How is this different from the Schlieffen Plan?" Göring asked with a cold face, suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his foot, having been kicked by Chen Dao under the table. "Führer, if you were French, how would you respond?" Chen Dao asked, ignoring Göring, who had just been kicked, and staring at Hitler. "If I were French, I would position my main forces along the Belgian border and, once the war began, immediately enter Belgium to intercept Army Group B within Belgium. I would not stumble in the same place twice, as we already suffered a loss 20 years ago," Hitler said without hesitation. "If the French act as the Führer suggests, what should we do next?" Chen Dao turned to look at Göring. Göring thought to himself, "How would I know?" But he had just been kicked by Chen Dao, so he dared not undermine him again. He could only force himself to cooperate, saying vaguely, "If the main French forces enter Belgium, they will be in trouble." "What?" Hitler asked, staring at Göring in confusion. "Because we have another army group that hasn't been deployed yet," Göring said uneasily under the intense gaze of Hitler and Chen Dao. Chen Dao saw fine beads of sweat forming on Göring's nose and thought the time was right. He interjected, "When my brother-in-law and I first formulated this plan, we already considered the French response. Therefore, once the main French forces enter Belgium, they will have lost half of this war, because our army group B is also a feint." "Also a feint?" Hitler's interest was immediately piqued by Chen Dao. "Quick, where is the 3rd army group?" Hitler asked. "Once the main French forces enter Belgium, our true main force, Army Group A, will attack from here." Chen Dao pointed fiercely at a spot on the map, through the Ardennes pass into France, then cross the Meuse River, and then advance northwest directly toward the English Channel, completely cutting off the retreat of the British-French Allied forces in Belgium, and finally, together with Army Group B, eliminate them. After eliminating the main British-French Allied forces, the remaining troops will be no match, and we will quickly occupy all of France. My brother-in-law and I estimate that the France campaign will conclude within 6 to 8 weeks. Chen Dao put away his pencil and looked proudly at Hitler, exuding an air of commenting on the world and expressing grand ideas. Hitler stared at the map in silence. After a long moment, he suddenly looked up and asked, "Who else knows about this plan besides you two?" "Currently, only the 3 of us know," Chen Dao said. Hitler nodded, his face stern, and said, Heinz, I order you, without my command, this plan is not to be discussed with anyone else. Understood. Chen Dao, of course, knew the importance of secrecy and replied solemnly, I have 2 questions. First, for Army Group A, as the main force, will their attacking spearhead be led by armored units? Hitler asked. Chen Dao said nothing, merely kicking Göring again under the table. Göring, reminded, saw Chen Dao's slightly lowered head and bravely said, of course. Second question, does the terrain of the Ardennes Pass allow armored units to pass through? Hitler asked. Chen Dao still remained silent. Göring, seeing this, had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, of course it can. If you have any concerns, we can invite General Guderian to conduct an on-site inspection in Belgium, Chen Dao said. Hitler straightened up, folded his arms, and stared at the map in thought. After a full 5 minutes, Hitler finally broke the silence in the office. Your concept is excellent. No, it's a brilliant concept, and it will definitely greatly shorten the campaign time, Hitler said to Chen Dao and Göring. However, the French fighting spirit is still very tenacious, and the British are helping them. I estimate the war will last half a year, Hitler said hesitantly. Impossible. As long as the army can exert its full effort and not be passively idle, we can definitely achieve victory within 8 weeks. If they don't secretly obstruct us, 6 weeks is also possible, Chen Dao retorted. Göring didn't miss the opportunity to dig a pit for the army, adding, it's impossible for those gentlemen in the army to give their all. When have they ever agreed with us? Hearing Göring's words, Hitler's face clouded over. In 1936, when I decided to recover Rhineland, they opposed me, but I succeeded. In 1938, when I decided to annex Austria, they opposed me, and I also succeeded. Before the annexation of Sudetenland, Czech, and the Poland campaign, they all opposed me, but without exception, I succeeded. If they still oppose me this time, I firmly believe that I will be the one who ultimately succeeds. I have no doubt about that. Göring quickly pledged his loyalty to Hitler. Thank you, Hermann. Hitler extended his hands and embraced Göring tightly. Führer, my brother-in-law knows you are under immense pressure, but he is also not someone who is good at expressing his emotions. We can only let you know through this method that we are behind you, supporting you, Chen Dao said, seizing the opportunity to add emotional depth as soon as Hitler showed genuine emotion, building up the friendship between Hitler and Göring. P.S. There will be another chapter before 10 p.m. #29 Volume 1, The First Battle of Poland Chapter 29. The unspeakable truth of history. Roman 7. Göring's office was filled with smoke. Göring sat while Chen Dao stood. Göring's gloomy eyes scrutinized Chen Dao from head to toe, but Chen Dao stood tall and looked straight ahead. Göring did not speak, nor did Chen Dao. Ever since they returned to Göring's office in the Air Force Headquarters building, Göring had put on the airs of the Air Force Commander-in-Chief, making Chen Dao stand at attention before him. Chen Dao, giving him face, stood tall and respectfully for a minute in front of Göring, then began to sway from exhaustion. Chen Dao swayed for less than a minute before Göring gave in. He simply couldn't bear to watch Chen Dao pretend to be weak while leaning on a crutch. Just as Göring was about to tell Chen Dao to sit down, Chen Dao preempted him, sitting down opposite Göring and making a scissor gesture with his right hand. Seeing the constantly wiggling scissor hand before him, Göring helplessly took a cigar from the cigar box and handed it to Chen Dao. Chen Dao took the cigar, then waved his bandaged left hand at Göring. Göring glared at Chen Dao, who glared back unceremoniously. After their gazes clashed in the air, Göring voluntarily retreated, pulling out a lighter to light Chen Dao's cigar. Chen Dao, having won a great victory, leaned back in his chair, puffing smoke with Göring, looking for a moment like an immortal. You don't need to sulk. Instead of being angry, you should cooperate with my plan to make it even more perfect, Chen Dao said, blowing out a few smoke rings. In any case, it's impossible to defeat France in 8 weeks, Göring said with a melancholic expression. Fortunately, I've already prepared a fallback with a Führer, otherwise our air force would never be able to hold its head up in front of the army. Fallback? What fallback? Chen Dao asked in surprise. Do you remember what we said back then? This plan requires the full cooperation of the army. If the army is passive and uncooperative, this plan might undergo unpredictable changes. At that time, if the war progresses smoothly, it's thanks to our plan. If the war doesn't go smoothly, it's the result of the army's passive work. In short, the responsibility isn't ours, Göring said smugly. Chen Dao was speechless for a long time, finally sighing and saying, can't you be more proactive? How do you want me to be proactive? Like you, saying publicly that we can defeat France in 8 weeks? What a joke, Göring said, rolling his eyes at Chen Dao. That's exactly what I mean. As long as you find a suitable opportunity, in front of the Führer and the army headquarters, also say that we can defeat France in 8 weeks. After the France campaign ends, you will become the new generation of German military god, directly rivaling Marshal Moltke, Chen Dao said. Do you think it's not enough for you alone to become the laughingstock of the German military, and you must make me a target of their ridicule to be satisfied? I promise you, we can truly defeat France in 8 weeks. As long as you can say, like me, that we can defeat France in 8 weeks before the war begins, you can truly become the new generation of German military god. The Führer will value our air force even more because of this, and we won't have to pander to the army anymore. All you need to do is say one sentence, just one sentence, Chen Dao said. No, you saying it alone is enough. I won't say it. At least there will be room for recovery when they mock us later, Göring said dispassionately. All right, have it your way, but please cooperate with me so our air force can gain more honor in the France campaign, Chen Dao said, seeing Göring's stubbornness and no longer pressing the issue. What do you need me to cooperate with? First, I've decided to transform the Hermann Göring Regiment into a motorized infantry regiment and then integrate it into the offensive spearhead of Army Group A, Chen Dao said. Motorized infantry regiment? Are you sure you didn't misspeak? Göring suspected he was hallucinating. No, it's a motorized infantry regiment. This regiment is named after you, and I think it's very necessary for it to gain honor for our air force in the upcoming France campaign. After all, the operational plan for attacking France was proposed by us. Are you sure the Führer will adopt your operational plan? Göring asked. 100% certain, Chen Dao said without hesitation. Göring took a few deep drags from his cigar, carefully recalling Hitler's expression when he heard the plan at the Prime Minister's office today. He felt that Hitler seemed genuinely interested in the plan, so he nodded and said, all right, I promise you. I lack experience in building a motorized infantry regiment, so I need an instructor from the Army's armored school to assist me. Of course, he must be shrewd and capable. I'll coordinate that with the Army, Göring said. Also, I don't want to use the dilapidated equipment discarded by the Army, and I have some new ideas for weaponry, so I need a few armaments factories to cooperate with me. Which armaments factories do you need? Göring asked. Moser and the Skoda works in Czech. I need their full cooperation. Just say the word, it's on me, Göring said nonchalantly. Chen Dao knew that Göring was in charge of Germany's 4-year plan for industry, and almost all German companies had to follow his lead, not to mention a factory like Skoda Works located in Czech. In addition, I also want Krupp to grant me the production rights for the 4-number tank and Borgward's production rights for the 251 type half-track. Why do you need tanks for a motorized infantry regiment? Göring asked. With tank support, combat efficiency will greatly increase. That's also why I need someone from the armored school to assist me. All right, that's just a matter of my command. What else do you need? Göring asked. Nothing for now, I'll think about it and tell you later, Chen Dao said. I also have one thing I need you to do. From now on, when you make astonishing remarks, notify me first so I'm not caught off guard. Okay? A week later, in Warsaw, in the lounge of the Eastern Front German headquarters, General Rundstedt, who had just taken over as Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Front after the Poland campaign, put down his coffee cup and took a military magazine handed to him by Lieutenant General Manstein, his Chief of Staff. He's the Major Rosen who said we could defeat France in 8 weeks, Manstein said, pointing to the magazine cover. Rundstedt squinted at the magazine cover, then asked, what do you think of his statement? Commendable spirit. Young people need that kind of drive. Rundstedt casually flipped through the magazine, then suddenly laughed. He actually said that the French can only win battles under the leadership of lullies and foreigners. He is a very humorous young man, but it's just commendable spirit. He's too young and hasn't fought the French, otherwise he wouldn't say things like the last French soldier died in the Napoleon era. On the other side of the lounge, 3 young staff officers from the Eastern Front headquarters were also gathered around a white coffee table. Is this Major Rosen the one who said we could defeat the French in 8 weeks? A captain asked, pointing to the magazine cover. Yes, that's him, the lieutenant sitting to his left replied. Does he really think he's a military strategist just because he's participated in a few battles? Although we can certainly defeat the French, 8 weeks is impossible no matter what. The French are not the Polish, they are not so easy to deal with. In terms of both weaponry and tactical proficiency, the Polish cannot compare to the French at all. An outsider's words have no value for discussion. Let's talk about something else. Berlin, Navy Headquarters Commander-in-Chief's office. Marshal Reeder, Commander-in-Chief of the German Navy, looked with disgust at the cover of the military magazine and snorted, defeat France in 8 weeks. Ignorance. Throwing the magazine aside, Marshal Reader suddenly thought of the Zeppelin aircraft carrier whose construction was 85% complete but still hadn't solved the issue of carrier-base aircraft, all because of those despicable fellows in the Air Force obstructing from behind. Originally, the Zeppelin aircraft carrier should have been officially commissioned in another 2 months, but now, due to insufficient raw materials and manpower, the Zeppelin had ceased construction. Thinking of this, Reader couldn't help but glance at the magazine cover again, feeling even more disgusted by the fellow in the Air Force uniform on the cover. With a snap, Reader flipped the magazine over, slamming it face down on the desk. Because of the 8-week incident, Chen Dao had become a prominent figure in the German military. Chen Dao was at the center of the storm but remained unperturbed, not paying the slightest attention to the strange looks around him. Standing in front of the full-length mirror in his office, Chen Dao excitedly adjusted his military uniform again. Looking at the colonel's epaulets on his shoulders, Chen Dao thought to himself that it really was easier to get things done when you had connections higher up. With a wave of Goering's hand, he had been promoted from major to colonel, skipping a rank. The joy of the skip promotion had long faded. Chen Dao was excited because the instructor seconded from the armored school was finally arriving today. According to Goering, he was an army major secured through Hitler, absolutely shrewd and capable, and from a military family, and Chen Dao was told to receive him well. Just as Chen Dao finished tidying his clothes, his adjutant, Lieutenant Ba, pushed open the door and said, "Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel Manchuful is here to report." "Is he outside the door?" Chen Dao asked. "Yes, Colonel. I'll go meet him personally." Chen Dao straightened up and walked to the office door, pulled it open, and looked left and right but saw no one at the door. "Colonel, I'm here," a voice sounded from below Chen Dao's chin. Chen Dao followed the sound and looked down, his facial muscles immediately twitching. Whose elementary school student had run out? Chen Dao cursed inwardly. #30 Volume 1, The First Battle of Poland Chapter 30, The Unspeakable Truth of History Roman 8 Chen Dao, after all, was a cultured Hanfei. Although he was displeased, he quickly calmed down and extended his right hand to Lieutenant Colonel Manchuful, saying, "Please come in." As he entered the room, Chen Dao took the opportunity to use himself as a reference to measure Lieutenant Colonel Manchuful's height, concluding that Lieutenant Colonel Manchuful was definitely less than 1.6 meters tall. Never judge a book by its cover. Chen Dao silently repeated this profound saying 5 times, successfully hypnotizing himself, before completely suppressing the dissatisfaction in his heart. The two sat down on opposite sides of the desk, taking their places as host and guest. After Chen Dao's secretary served coffee, Chen Dao picked up his coffee cup and used the opportunity to recall Lieutenant Colonel Mantuful's resume. Lieutenant Colonel Mantuful graduated from the Richfield Central Military Academy in 1916 and joined the 6th Infantry Division as a second lieutenant in April of the same year to participate in the war in France. After Germany's defeat in World War I in 1918, Lieutenant Colonel Mantuful remained in the 100,000-strong army, becoming one of Germany's only 4,000 officers. Thinking of this, Chen Dao put down his coffee cup and thought to himself, the fact that Lieutenant Colonel Mantuful, despite being less than 1.6 meters tall, could survive the eliminations and remain in the 100,000-strong army led by General Seet, was in itself a testament to his ability. Perhaps he truly had some extraordinary qualities. He would consult Guderian, the father of armored forces, when he had the chance. He didn't know him, but Guderian certainly would. While Chen Dao was pondering Lieutenant Colonel Mantuful was also secretly sizing up Chen Dao. In just 1 week, this Major Rosen from the military magazine cover had become Colonel Rosen and his superior. However, he himself looked much better than in the magazine. At least all the bandages were gone. But what kind of courage or ignorance led him to conclude that Germany could defeat France in 8 weeks? He must ask him in person if he gets the chance. Chen Dao cleared his throat twice to get Lieutenant Colonel Mantuful's attention, and then said, "Lieutenant Colonel Mantuful, we will be working together for a considerable period, so I think we should be straightforward." "I like to be straightforward," Lieutenant Colonel Mantuful said. "All right, today is October 10. I personally estimate that our war against France will commence in early May next year. Let's tentatively set it for May 10th. Subtracting the time for troop movements and holiday periods like Christmas, we have at most 6 months to train the troops. Do you have the confidence to train our regiment to a combat-ready level before the war breaks out?" Lieutenant Colonel Mantuful did not answer directly, but instead said, "Please give me an organizational chart." Hearing Chen Dao's reply, Lieutenant Colonel Mantuful's cheek twitched, almost biting his tongue. He stared at Chen Dao and asked, "No organizational chart?" "Not yet. I used to be a commander of an air defense battalion and am not familiar with army organization, which is why I need an expert like you to help." Chen Dao met Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel's incredulous gaze without feeling any shame. "However, I do have some ideas for the organization, and I need your help to refine them." Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel suppressed the feeling that his superior was unreliable, asked Chen Dao for a piece of paper and a fountain pen, and then asked, "Tell me your ideas." "First, there must be a tank battalion." Chen Dao's first sentence almost made Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel snap the fountain pen in his hand. "We also have a tank battalion? Is that strange? How can a powerful weapon like a tank be missing in modern warfare?" Chen Dao retorted. Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel nodded and said, "You continue." "And 3 motorized infantry battalions, 1 air defense battalion, 1 self-propelled artillery battalion, and 1 assault gun company." Assault gun company? Is it the 3 assault gun? Aren't they not officially in mass production yet? Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel was shocked again. "No, it's the 4th assault gun, but this weapon is currently still in my conception. My idea is to use them to support infantry in attacking bunkers, and if they encounter enemy tanks, they can also be used as anti-tank guns," Chen Dao explained. "The Air Force is really rich." Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel sighed in his heart, and then said, "I think we also need an engineer company and a reconnaissance company, plus the units directly under the regiment HQ. In addition, we need at least 1 replacement company." "Won't a replacement company be insufficient? Let's make it a replacement battalion," Chen Dao said. Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel had no choice but to add a replacement battalion to the organizational chart. "Isn't 1 air defense battalion too many? For a regiment-level unit, an air defense company is sufficient," Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel said. "Not too many. This battalion has 12 88mm anti-aircraft guns. They will usually be used as howitzers or cannon, and occasionally they can also act as anti-tank guns. It's not too many at all." Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel had to once again lament the Air Force's financial prowess. "Which units will our regiment's personnel come from? Do they have combat experience?" Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel asked. "The personnel will mainly come from the Hermann Goering Anti-Aircraft Regiment and the 7th Air Defense Battalion, plus 1 paratrooper battalion, totaling 5 battalions. Among these, the paratrooper battalion and the 7th Air Defense Battalion have combat experience. Besides these 5 battalions, the rest will be new recruits." Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel then asked, "When will the equipment and personnel be in place?" "Personnel, light weapons, and trucks will arrive within a week. For tanks, assault guns, and self-propelled artillery, and the 251 Type half-track, I cannot guarantee their arrival time." Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel said with a worried frown, "Our time is very tight. Training infantry tank coordination, infantry artillery coordination, and infantry tank artillery coordination cannot be completed in a short time. This also depends on when the heavy equipment can be in place. If it arrives too late, I'm afraid there won't be enough time to complete the training before the war starts. Don't be nervous. If the training cannot be completed, it's not your fault. Just go ahead and do your best. I almost forgot, before the heavy equipment arrives, you must prioritize air-ground coordination training, and it should be treated as the most important subject to train," Chen Dao said. "What?" Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel asked, puzzled. "Because I forgot to tell you, our regiment also has an aviation regiment under its command, but I prefer to call it the Flying Artillery Regiment. This regiment has 20 Mi-109 fighters, 40 Ju-87 Stuka bombers, and 5 Fi-156 reconnaissance aircraft." "All right, I understand." Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel stammered for a long time before recovering and couldn't help but once again lament that the Air Force was truly too rich. The Hermann Goering Regiment was indeed true to its name, with an organization as bloated as the Air Force commander's physique, plus a seemingly unreliable commander. His future work would truly be arduous and long. Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel wrote down Flying Artillery Regiment on the paper, then showed a hint of embarrassment and tentatively asked, "Colonel, what specific position will I hold in the regiment?" Chen Dao immediately understood Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel's unspoken meaning. Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel was, after all, from the army. If Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel's authority wasn't great enough, and the officers and soldiers of the Hermann Goering Regiment didn't obey Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel's orders, Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel's future work would be very difficult to carry out. "I've already arranged it. You will receive an Air Force Lieutenant Colonel rank." Chen Dao saw Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel's expression change and quickly explained, "Don't be nervous. This doesn't mean you'll leave the army. Seeing Lieutenant Colonel Mantufel's expression return to normal, Shen Dao continued, "Your specific position will be Deputy Commander and Chief of Staff of the Hermann Goering Regiment." "I understand." Lieutenant Colonel Mantufel secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "My adjutant, Lieutenant Ba, will take you to get your uniform tailored and arrange your dormitory. I'm going to the paratroopers right away, so I'll excuse myself first," Chen Dao said. At the paratrooper headquarters, General Student had just supervised a successful parachute training session for the paratroopers of the 7th Air Division, and then returned to the airborne headquarters building with a heavy heart. After the Poland campaign, the development of airborne troops could be described as flourishing. First, General Student was promoted to Air Force Lieutenant General and also appointed Inspector General of Airborne Troops for the German Air Force. The remaining units of the 7th Air Division, which originally had only one regiment, had successively completed their training and were expected to reach full strength in another month. In addition, the 22nd Infantry Division transferred from the Army had arrived and would be reorganized into the 22nd Air Landing Division. Currently, one regiment was undergoing training in glider operations. Overall, the development prospects for the German airborne forces, led by General Student, were incredibly bright. However, General Student had been experiencing inexplicable symptoms such as heart palpitations and cold sweats for the past week. The last time he experienced these symptoms, he was being ganged up on by 2 French fighter jets on the Western Front, and he barely escaped by using all his ingenuity. What danger would this time bring? General Student recalled his aerial combat experiences in World War I and immediately concluded that these symptoms were an ominous premonition. There have been no major training accidents recently with the airborne troops. The most serious one was when a new recruit from the 7th Air Division accidentally dropped a live grenade at his feet during training, but an experienced soldier nearby picked it up and threw it away, so there was no danger and no one was injured. What will happen? General Student returned to his office and sat in his chair, pondering. "Sir, Colonel Rosen wants to see you," his adjutant said, pushing open the door. "Please show him in," General Student said. A moment later, Chen Dao appeared before General Student. After sitting down opposite General Student, Chen Dao smiled and said, "Congratulations on your promotion, General. And congratulations to you, Colonel Rosen. Not every officer gets the chance to be promoted 2 ranks at once," General Student said, throwing a cigarette to Chen Dao. Lighting the cigarette, Chen Dao smiled and said to General Student, "I heard that the 22nd Air Landing Division has already begun training. Your subordinates have doubled. I really must congratulate you. I heard that you have taken command of the Hermann Goering Anti-Aircraft Regiment. Your subordinates have more than doubled compared to before, so I should be congratulating you instead." General Student saw Chen Dao's forced smile, and his heart began to pound violently, with fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Could this ominous premonition be about him? General Student immediately became nervous. Chen Dao stared at General Student with a smile, like a weasel eyeing a helpless old hen. "Recently, Commander-in-Chief Goering issued a new order to me. I'm under a lot of pressure and need your help," Chen Dao said, pulling a piece of paper from his left breast pocket and handing it to General Student. "It's definitely not good news." General Student nervously took the paper and unfolded it. It was a transfer order, roughly stating that the 2nd Battalion of the 1st Regiment of the 7th Air Division was to be requisitioned to join the newly formed Hermann Goering Motorized Infantry Regiment. A whole battalion. This is a whole battalion, and it's one of the 3 battalions that just participated in the Poland campaign and have combat experience. "You are really too ruthless." General Student's face instantly turned ashen. As if he didn't see General Student's expression, Chen Dao continued, "General Student, when we fought alongside the 7th Air Division in Kutno, the 2nd Battalion and I formed a deep friendship. Besides them, there are 4 others, the 4 paratroopers who taught me how to throw grenades. I miss them very much. Can you transfer those 4 to our Hermann Goering Regiment as well, as a testament to our friendship? Are you trying to silence them? Didn't I already promise to keep that matter a secret for you? Why won't you let them go?" "I will not hand them over to you," General Student asked coldly. "How could I be trying to silence them? Am I that kind of person? I'm short on veteran soldiers and want to invite them to help train new recruits," Chen Dao said with a smile. "Impossible. I will not hand over those 4 to you," General Student said emphatically. Chen Dao stood up abruptly and looked down at General Student, saying, "Really impossible?" "Impossible," General Student said, not showing any weakness. "All right, I was going to give you a batch of new rifles to replace all the Mauser 98K rifles in the 7th Air Division for the sake of our friendship. Since you don't want them, then forget it. That's also impossible." "You really don't want that batch of new rifles?" Chen Dao said. "I won't be threatened by you. You may leave. Do I have to get another transfer order for you to release them?" Chen Dao said. General Student was stumped by Chen Dao's question and remained silent for a moment before saying, "All right, but you have to give me that batch of new rifles." "I was just joking, you will definitely get the new rifles." "What new rifles? How is their performance?" General Student asked. "I can't explain it clearly now, you'll know later." "When will you release them?" Chen Dao said. "Those 4 and the 2nd Battalion will be transferred together. Within 2 days, you have to give me time to hold a farewell ceremony, right? P.S. Lieutenant Colonel Mantuful should be an Army Lieutenant Colonel at this time. I wrote him as a major in the previous chapter, which has now been corrected. There will be another chapter before 10 p.m. #31 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 31. Check trip. It was already evening when Chen Dao returned to the Hermann Göring Regiment station. Chen Dao found Manteuffel and then sent for the commander of the 7th Air Defense Battalion and the commanders of the 3 Air Defense Battalions under the Hermann Göring Regiment to have dinner together. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Dao said, "Tomorrow morning, I will go to check to customize our heavy equipment. During these 2 days that I am away, Lieutenant Colonel Manteuffel will be in charge of all work in the regiment. You must fully cooperate and not slack off." The 4 battalion commanders cooperatively welcomed Manteuffel's arrival, at least on the surface. Chen Dao then said, 2 days later, Major Schubert, the commander of the paratroopers 2nd Battalion, will lead his troops to join our regiment. At that time, I will hold a formal banquet to celebrate the establishment of our Hermann Göring Motorized Infantry Regiment, and also to welcome Lieutenant Colonel Manteuffel and the paratroopers 2nd Battalion. The Commander-in-Chief will also attend this banquet. So, Lieutenant Colonel Manteuffel, your most important task during these 2 days of my absence is to prepare this banquet. Make it as lavish as possible. Don't be afraid to spend money, as the Commander-in-Chief will foot the bill for this banquet. Manteuffel nodded subtly and said, "I will arrange everything." After a few casual chats, the chef began serving the dishes. After a not-so-lavish dinner, Manteuffel and the 4 battalion commanders returned to the officers' quarters. Chen Dao, on the other hand, returned to Karin Manor overnight to pack his luggage. Early the next morning, Chen Dao, carrying his luggage, met up with Lieutenant Ba, who was already waiting outside Karin Manor. They then drove directly to Berlin railway station. At 8:30 a.m., the train carrying Chen Dao and Ba, both in military uniform, departed from Berlin, heading straight for Prague, the capital of Czech. Stepping out of the Prague railway station exit, Chen Dao saw from a distance 2 young men wearing duckbill caps, each holding a wooden sign, looking around in the crowd. The wooden signs had large German letters written on them, Heinz von Rosen. Chen Dao and Ba walked toward the 2 young men with their luggage. The 2 young men seemed to have been briefed. As soon as Chen Dao and Ba appeared, they kept glancing in Chen Dao's direction. Seeing Chen Dao and Ba approaching them, the 2 young men came forward and asked Chen Dao's identity in German. After confirming Chen Dao's identity, the 2 Czech youths eagerly took the leather cases from Chen Dao and Ba's hands and led them toward 2 cars parked nearby. Just as he reached the car, Chen Dao saw 2 men emerge from it. The man in the lead had a thin, long face, a comical small mustache, and half of the top of his head was gloriously bald, revealing a sweaty forehead. This man was unremarkable in appearance, but he greatly surprised Chen Dao. "Albert, aren't you filming in Vienna? How come you're here?" Chen Dao asked in surprise. Göring's family had 5 siblings. Hermann Göring was the 4th, and this middle-aged man in front of him was Albert Göring, the 5th. Albert wiped the sweat from his bald forehead with a handkerchief, then put it away and opened his arms to Chen Dao. "Welcome to Prague." Chen Dao could only embrace Albert. After shaking hands politely with Lieutenant Ba, Albert said, "I was just transferred to Skoda Works as the export director. Didn't you know?" Chen Dao slapped his forehead and said, "I remember now, my brother-in-law mentioned it." After saying that, Chen Dao looked at the middle-aged man standing behind Albert. "This is Mr. Arno, the general manager of Skoda Works," Albert introduced. "Hello, Colonel Rosen." Arno quickly extended his right hand to shake Chen Dao's hand. After shaking hands, Chen Dao, Arno, and Albert got into the first car, and Lieutenant Ba got into the second car. They then set off, driving west of Prague. "Mr. Arno, have you received the production licenses and blueprints for the 4-number tank and the 251 Type half-track?" Chen Dao asked Arno, who was sitting in the passenger seat, from the back seat. "I received them last Saturday," Arno replied. "When can I see the first batch of half-tracks?" Chen Dao asked directly. "Heinz, don't be impatient. These technical questions should be asked of the engineers. Don't make it difficult for Mr. Arno." Albert, sitting to Chen Dao's right, said, "All right, but it needs to be soon. My time is tight." Chen Dao gave Albert face, and then asked about some of Czech's local customs and traditions. The three quickly got into a lively conversation. The largest factory of Skoda works is located in Pilsen, an industrial town west of Prague. Chen Dao refused Arno's suggestion to take him and Lieutenant Ba to the hotel first and went straight to the Skoda factory. In the engineer's office, Chen Dao met Dr. Ned, the chief engineer of Skoda. After unfolding the three-view drawings of the 251 Type half-track and the 4-number tank on a wooden stand, Chen Dao pointed to the 251 Type half-track and said, "The 251 Type half-track has been finalized. You can start production directly. I will send you the quantity ratios for the various submodels later. When can I see the first batch of half-tracks?" Chen Dao stared at Dr. Ned and asked. The plump Dr. Ned pushed his glasses up his nose and said, "In 4 months." Chen Dao immediately widened his eyes. "No, 2 months at most. I need to see the first batch of half-tracks." Seeing Chen Dao was displeased, Arno stepped forward and said, "Colonel Rosen, we have standard construction times. You cannot make a person run at the speed of a car." Arno complained, but Chen Dao was unmoved. "Master, Arno, how many workers do you have in your factory?" "About 100,000 people. I know your current operating rate is definitely less than 100%, and many workers are currently idle. Call everyone you can find. Either 3 shifts a day, 8 hours per shift, or 2 shifts a day, 10 hours per shift. Both are fine. In short, you must find a way to improve efficiency. In 2 months, by December 15th, I want to see the first batch of half-tracks," Chen Dao said. "Heinz, national laws require the protection of workers' rights. Only 8-hour shifts are allowed per day, and overtime must be paid for additional hours," Albert said, walking over to Arno. Chen Dao inexplicably felt that Albert's tone was sarcastic. Perhaps it was my illusion. Chen Dao suppressed the doubt in his heart and said, "Then pay overtime. I will not default on your procurement costs. In short, by December 15th, I want to see the first batch of half-tracks." Arno was about to speak, but Chen Dao didn't give him a chance, pointing to the 4-number tank and saying, "Tanks are much more complex than the 251 Type half-track, and I also need to add some modifications. Take note." Ned quickly found a pen and notebook, ready to record. "The tank gun needs to be replaced. If I remember correctly, this gun should be a 24 caliber 75mm tank gun." Chen Dao looked at Ned. Ned nodded, indicating that Chen Dao was correct. Chen Dao was secretly pleased, thinking that his memories from his previous life were indeed accurate. In his previous life, Chen Dao had played a tank battle game called World of Tanks, which primarily featured World War II tanks from German, Soviet, American, British, French, Chinese, and Japanese lines. Chen Dao specialized in the German and Soviet tanks at the time, so he was very familiar with some German tank data. Now, this data finally came in handy. Double the caliber, use a 48 caliber 75mm gun. "I believe you have enough capability to develop this gun," Chen Dao said. Ned quickly wrote down Chen Dao's words. He heard the unquestionable tone in Chen Dao's voice. "The front armor it's only 30mm. Chen Dao exclaimed, looking at the markings on the blueprint. "This is practically paper armor. You could poke through it with a butter knife. It needs to be thickened to 80mm. Chen Dao said. Ned stopped writing, his small eyes emitting 2 rays of wisdom, and he said, "Colonel Rosen, if the front armor is thickened to 80mm, it is very likely to cause an overweight problem in the front of the tank. We can try a thickness of 50mm. Chen Dao wondered if he had remembered incorrectly, thinking that the tank data in the game World of Tanks had been subtly adjusted by the chief designer Serb, known as the File Demon, and did not represent historical actual data. Chen Dao couldn't help but feel a bit unsure, and hesitantly said, "Try both 50mm and 80mm thickness. In short, make it as thick as possible." Ned had no objection and quickly recorded it. After carefully checking the other data of the 4-number tank, Chen Dao found that it was basically consistent with his memory, so he asked Ned to put away the blueprints of the 4-number tank and the 251 Type half-track. Chen Dao pulled out his stack of white papers from his suitcase, unfolded them, and placed them on the wooden stand. Ned and the others looked closely and found that there were drawings of 3 types of armored vehicles on them. These 2 designs above are 2 types of self-propelled artillery derived from the 4-number tank chassis. The first is named Wasp's self-propelled howitzers, and its main weapon is a Le FH-18 105mm howitzer with an MG-34 machine gun as its secondary weapon. The second is named Wild Bee self-propelled howitzer, equipped with an SFH-18 150mm howitzer as its main weapon and also a machine gun as its secondary weapon. Chen Dao saw Ned and the other two staring strangely at the blueprints and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. These drawings are all concept sketches I drew myself. They're a bit rough. Your main focus is to understand my intentions, and you can freely apply your design talents when designing. Don't just copy my concept sketches. Ned lowered his head and wrote down the weapon parameters Chen Dao mentioned, muttering to himself, "This isn't rough at all, it's simply a kindergarten child scribble." After recording, Ned tried to make himself look calm, then asked, "From the blueprints, both of these self-propelled howitzers require adjusting the engine position on the chassis, which should be moved to the middle of the chassis, is that correct, Colonel Rosen?" How could Chen Dao know these technical questions? However, as a rather intelligent Hanfei, Chen Dao certainly knew how to handle such situations. "I always respect technical personnel like you, because you represent professionalism, so as long as it doesn't affect the vehicle's performance, you can freely apply your skills. Our Skoda products are absolutely worthy of your and Marshal Goring's trust. Please rest assured." Arno quickly pledged his loyalty to Chen Dao. "Alright, let's talk about the last weapon, the Sturmgeschütz Roman 4. This weapon is relatively easier because Germany has already designed a similar weapon, the 3 assault gun. I will get the blueprints for it, and you can make modifications based on the 3 assault guns blueprints. However, the main gun needs to be changed. The Sturmgeschütz Roman 4 will have 2 types of main guns. One is a 28 caliber 105 mm howitzer, and the other is a long-barreled 75 mm gun. So we need to design 2 types of Sturmgeschütz Roman 4? Ned asked. Chen Dao nodded. For the 75 mm gun, are we using the newly designed 48 caliber one? No, it needs to be longer. What do you think of a 70 caliber? Chen Dao asked tentatively. 70 caliber. Ned suddenly looked up, almost flinging his glasses off. Colonel, with all due respect, a 70 caliber gun is extremely difficult to research, develop, and manufacture. I personally do not recommend using a gun of this caliber, nor do I recommend guns with a caliber greater than 60. Chen Dao thought, just as I expected. He then tentatively asked, what if we use an 88 mm anti-aircraft gun? This one. Chen Dao unfolded another blueprint, which showed the German Army's active Flak 36 88 mm anti-aircraft gun. Ned looked at some of the weapon parameters on the blueprint and shook his head, saying, if this gun is modified into a tank gun, it can barely be squeezed into your proposed Sturmgeschütz Roman 4, but it might bring many side effects. Its volume and weight are simply too large. Considering the volume and load capacity of the 4-number tank, I still recommend using a 75 mm caliber gun. Chen Dao did not answer directly, but fell into thought. A moment later, Chen Dao made up his mind and said, you first developed the assault gun with the 105 mm gun. As for the one equipped with the 75 mm gun, I will consult with companies like Krupp and Rheinmetall to see if they have a suitable 75 mm gun. Chen Dao was Goering's representative, so Arno naturally dared not neglect him. After a lavish dinner, Chen Dao returned to his luxury suite at the hotel, and Albert followed him in. The two were acquaintances, and Albert asked directly, I have a arms deal here, do you want to take it? P.S. There will be one more chapter before 10 p.m. #32 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 32. Brother-in-law from Sweden. On the morning of October 13, Chen Dao, accompanied by Albert, visited the Skoda works. Naturally, a grand farewell luncheon followed at noon. After the luncheon, a tipsy Chen Dao and Lieutenant Ba were sent into a car and set off back to Germany. Around 8 p.m., as Chen Dao entered Karn Manor, the old butler greeted him, excitedly saying, Count Fock and the Countess have arrived and are currently chatting with the Marshal. Chen Dao's eyes quickly darted around in their sockets, and he immediately recalled who Count Fock and the Countess were. It turned out his eldest sister and brother-in-law had come to visit. Heinz von Rosen had 3 siblings. Karen was the second, Heinz was the third, and they also had an elder sister, Gilly von Rosen. Gilly was married to Erich von Fock, a prominent figure in Swedish high society. It was at Count Fock's home that Goering first met Karen and fell in love. Recalling the identity of Count Fock and the Countess, Chen Dao immediately knew how he should treat them. Chen Dao tossed his suitcase and coat to the old butler and strode into the living room. He immediately saw an unfamiliar woman and Emmy playing with Ada, while Goering was talking with a sharply dressed old gentleman. My dear Gilly, you've finally come to Berlin to see me. Chen Dao spread his arms and rushed towards Gilly. Gilly was also extremely excited. She put down Ada and threw herself into Chen Dao's arms, crying, Heinz, I heard you were severely wounded. I was so worried I could have died. Don't fight anymore. Come back to Sweden with me. Chen Dao looked at Goering and Count Fock, who were smiling and gathering around. then lowered his head and said to Gilly, "A soldier's duty is to win the war. After the war is won, I will come to Sweden to see you." Releasing the tearful Gilly, Chen Dao enthusiastically embraced his brother-in-law, Count Fock. Everyone sat down again to chat, and after discussing various interesting anecdotes from around the world, Goering suggested that the three men go to his study upstairs for cigars. Chen Dao immediately understood that Goering had something to say, so he went upstairs with them. In Goering's study, the three men puffed on cigars while discussing business. After Count Fock's explanation, Chen Dao understood his purpose. Count Fock had come bearing the heavy responsibility of the Swedish industrial sector. Swedish industrial giants had confirmed that the war between Germany and England and France would continue and be prolonged. Germany would certainly need large quantities of industrial products and raw materials, such as munitions and iron ore. Therefore, they entrusted Count Fock to represent them in negotiations with Goering, who was responsible for Germany's industrial development, in an attempt to increase Sweden's market share in German industrial procurement. In a couple of days, I'll arrange for Eric to meet with representatives of German industry. Heinz, take a look first. Are there any Swedish weapons that we can use? Chen Dao felt very troubled upon hearing this. He thought Germany is a major industrial power with a complete military industry and a strong nation. From a single bullet to battleships and aircraft carriers, it can be completely self-sufficient. Why would it need Swedish armaments? Chen Dao thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any weapons that needed to be purchased from Sweden. However, relatives are relatives after all, and his elder sister and brother-in-law had come a long way. He had to give them some face and couldn't directly refuse. Chen Dao, in a flash of inspiration, asked, "Do you have any 75mm artillery, either field guns or anti-aircraft guns with a caliber of 45 or more?" Chen Dao was thinking of the tank guns for the 4-number tank in the Sturmgeschützroman 4. If there were existing artillery in Sweden that could be modified, it would save a lot of development time, and also give Count Fock face, killing two birds with one stone. Count Fock's words, after a moment of thought, made Chen Dao ecstatic. "I remember Bofors once sold a batch of 75mm anti-aircraft guns to China, model M1929. I don't know the exact caliber, but I can confirm it's over 45 calibers. If you need it, I'll send a telegram back to Sweden tomorrow and have them send over the specific weapon parameters." Yes, Chen Dao hadn't expected to find urgently needed artillery in a small country like Sweden. He quickly nodded and said, "I urgently need this artillery. Be sure to have them send the weapon parameters tomorrow." Count Fock, seeing that Chen Dao actually had an intention to purchase, couldn't help but become more enthusiastic and pressed. "What other weapons do you need?" Chen Dao frowned, deep in thought, when he suddenly remembered the business Albert had mentioned to him. He thought he might be able to discuss it with his brother-in-law, but before discussing it, he needed to sound out his second brother-in-law, Goering. "If that cannon truly meets my requirements, this business alone will be enough for you to make a huge profit," Chen Dao said with a smile. "I don't have any other needs for now. If I have other weapon requirements, I'll contact you again." The three chatted for a while longer. Goering promised to introduce Count Fock to the representatives of German industry the day after tomorrow, and then the three left the study. The next day, Chen Dao took Goering's car to the Air Force headquarters. When passing the Hermann Goering Regiment's garrison, Chen Dao did not get out of the car, but instead went to Goering's office. "The day before yesterday, I met Albert in Czech," Chen Dao said, sitting opposite Goering's desk. He instinctively opened Goering's cigar box, took out 2 cigars, lit one for himself, and casually put the other into his left chest pocket. Goering turned away, pretending not to notice. "What did he tell you?" "He said there's a big business opportunity and asked if I'd be willing to invest." "I'd like to hear your advice," Chen Dao said. Goering, hearing that there was business to be done, turned around and looked at Chen Dao, waiting for him to continue. "After we annexed Czech, 38 divisions of the Czech army were disarmed. Plus the stockpiles, we captured at least 60 divisions worth of equipment. Less than half of it was requisitioned by us, and a large portion is piled up in warehouses. There's also a lot stored in the Skoda factory warehouses." Albert said, "We can't just watch these weapons rust in the warehouses," and asked if I could think of a way to deal with them. "Those weapons have been requisitioned by the army. I can't interfere," Goering said. "The army is only temporarily using them to make up numbers. Once our weapon production increases, the army will definitely phase out that equipment. After all, Czech equipment and the army's standard equipment parts are not interchangeable, and maintenance is very troublesome. And it's not just the Czech equipment. The Polish weapons we've recently captured are enough to arm over 1 million people. Also, after the France campaign ends, I estimate the amount of French weapons we capture will also be enough to arm 2 million people. Unfortunately, these equipments are not interchangeable with our standard equipment, and at most, only a small portion can be utilized. Preserving them also requires a large number of personnel and warehouses. Don't you think it's a great pity? I believe Albert is right. We should dispose of them and exchange them for some much-needed foreign currency or materials. Check Poland, France. Goering turned away again, his left index finger tapping continuously on the desk. After tapping rhythmically for a few minutes, Goering suddenly turned to face Chen Dao, leaning forward, and spoke to him with a serious expression. Let's not talk about France for now, and the Czech equipment has already been requisitioned by the army, so let's not talk about that either. Let's just talk about Poland. As you said, that's enough weaponry to arm over 1 million people. Letting these weapons and equipment rust in warehouses is a huge waste of national resources and a very irresponsible act towards Germany's interests. I believe we should stop this behavior. Waste is shameful, and frugality is glorious. Moreover, Germany itself is not wealthy, so we should save every bit of resources even more, Chen Dao said solemnly, also infected by Goering's concern for the country and its people. I'm very pleased that your thinking can reach this level, Goering said with an expression that suggested Chen Dao was teachable. However, there are 2 problems. First, how do we transport them out? Germany has been blockaded by the British Royal Navy, and our merchant ships cannot sail, Goering said, spreading his hands. The other problem is, which region or country in the world needs equipment for millions of people right now? The transportation problem is easy to solve. As we all know, Count Fock is a very warm-hearted person, don't you agree? Chen Dao snapped his fingers elegantly, solving Goering's first problem. As for the second problem, that's even simpler. In the Far East, China and Japan are fighting. China is the most populous agricultural country in the world, and their weapon production cannot meet the needs of the war with Japan at all. Moreover, in my judgment, the war between China and Japan will last at least another 5 years, and the weapons China needs will definitely be an astronomical figure. Jaya. No. Goering shook his head repeatedly. The Führer does not want us to trade with China anymore, especially in weapons. We need Japan to contain the Russians for us in the Far East. We cannot anger the Japanese. You're wrong. It's not Germany trading with China, but as trading with Sweden, and then Sweden trading with China. Germany and China have no direct dealings. What can the Japanese say? Heinz, you have a point, Goering said, slowly leaning back in his chair with the cigar in his mouth, then smiled and said, I'll consider it further. Chen Dao did not try to persuade him further. He knew that Goering was already tempted. #33 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 33, Formation of the Army. When Chen Dao returned to the Regiment 8Q of the Hermann Göring Motorized Infantry Regiment, he saw 500 or 600 people standing in neat formation on the parade ground from a distance. Seeing the soldiers' iconic steel helmets without ear flaps and their one-piece coats that covered their thighs, Chen Dao knew they were the paratrooper 2nd Battalion. With a screech, Chen Dao's Benz car stopped steadily in front of the formation under everyone's gaze. Chen Dao raised his hand and gave General Student a standard military salute, then said, Welcome, General Student, you came in person, which is a pleasant surprise. General Student said expressionlessly, They will be your subordinates from now on. I hope you can lead them to gain more honors. Chen Dao keenly noticed that General Student was not in high spirits, and after a brief thought, he understood. An entire battalion of old subordinates being non-combat casualties would not make anyone too happy. Chen Dao stared into General Student's eyes and said, No, they are my subordinates, and also your subordinates. We must lead them together to achieve honor for our Air Force. General Student looked at Chen Dao in astonishment. He saw unprecedented sincerity in Chen Dao's eyes. Recalling the days they fought together in Poland, General Student suddenly realized that this little brother-in-law was a competent officer, aside from some minor bad habits like being a bit unreasonable, not following military orders, and being overly concerned with saving face. Oh, and little brother-in-law occasionally had a muddled head. Only someone with a muddled head would say something as ignorantly bold as we can take out France in 8 weeks. Hopefully, he won't get a muddled head when commanding his subordinates in battle, General Student thought silently. Chen Dao walked around General Student and faced the paratroopers of the 2nd Battalion, saying solemnly, Today, in front of General Student, I, Heinz von Rosen, commander of the Hermann Göring Motorized Infantry Regiment, officially issue my first order to you. I allow you to retain the 2nd Battalion designation, and I allow you to retain the paratrooper designation. Although in the upcoming battles, you will ride in trucks like motorized infantry and in armored vehicles like mechanized infantry, you will always be paratroopers. You were in the past, you are now, and you will be in the future. I also promise General Student and you that I will expand 2 motorized infantry battalions using you as the backbone, and I will also allow these 2 infantry battalions to use the paratrooper designation to commemorate the contributions paratroopers made to the establishment of the Hermann Göring Motorized Infantry Regiment. After speaking, Chen Dao raised his hand and saluted the paratroopers of the 2nd Battalion. Major Schubert, the commander of the 2nd Battalion, looked at Chen Dao with a complicated expression. This little brother-in-law, who was originally his peer, had now become his direct superior. When Major Schubert first learned that he and his subordinates were to be transferred under little brother-in-law, he was very resistant, but ultimately had to obey under overwhelming military orders. A few days ago, when Major Schubert was on leave, he had a gathering with some fellow villagers. During the gathering, he was often teased by his friends serving in the army and navy. "Schubert, can you introduce me to Major Rosen? I want to ask him how to defeat France in 8 weeks." So Major Rosen has been promoted to Colonel Rosen. What military achievements did he have to be promoted 2 ranks at once? Is it because he said he could defeat France in 8 weeks? His friend's teasing words still echoed in his ears, and Major Schubert's heart rippled again. But now it seems, following little brother-in-law isn't bad either. At least he respects the honor of the paratroopers. Calming his emotions, Major Schubert shouted with full vigor, "Attention, salute." The paratroopers of the 2nd Battalion, led by Schubert, collectively returned the salute to Chen Dao. Chen Dao lowered his right hand and turned to General Student, asking, "General Student, may I have the honor of allowing them to continue retaining the paratrooper designation?" General Student's eyes were already red, and he choked out, "It is my honor." General Student, there will be a welcome ceremony tonight at 7 p.m., which is also the formation ceremony of the Hermann Göring Motorized Infantry Regiment. Please do us the honor of attending. Chen Dao invited General Student. "I will definitely attend." After General Student left, Manteuffel was busy assigning barracks to the paratroopers, and Chen Dao retreated to his office. Lying back in his office chair with his arms crossed over his chest and his legs crossed on the desk, Chen Dao closed his eyes tightly and murmured, "I wonder if Big Brother-in-law's anti-aircraft guns are any good. Did the Führer adopt my plan after all? When will the new equipment be in place?" So many questions. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Dao fell asleep in his chair. At 7 p.m., the formation ceremony of the Hermann Göring Motorized Infantry Regiment officially began in the regiment HQ's mess hall. All officers of the Hermann Göring Regiment attended the ceremony, except for those who had to remain on duty. Göring, holding his marshal's baton, was naturally the first to speak, and the special guest, General Student, immediately offered his blessings. As General Student stepped down from the podium, Chen Dao took a blank piece of paper and stood before the microphone, tapping it lightly with his index finger. Chen Dao began, "Today, I want everyone to know, who are we, the Hermann Göring Regiment? Where are we going? We, the Hermann Göring Regiment, are not a garrison force sitting idly at Air Force headquarters during wartime, nor are we merely an honor guard that marches in parades and shouts slogans. We are a heroic force, bearing the name of Marshal Göring, representing the Air Force in ground warfare. In attack, we will serve as the spearhead of the offensive. Any enemy's defensive line will be like this blank piece of paper before us," Chen Dao said, tearing the blank paper in his hand. "In defense, we will be the firefighters. Wherever the enemy breaches the line, our presence will be there. In such a heroic force, there is no place for cowards." While the officers applauded enthusiastically, Chen Dao nodded to the officers, then waved his hand, and several soldiers, amidst the officers' puzzled gazes, distributed propaganda posters to them. The officers, led by Göring, took a look and immediately felt their blood boil. On the colorful propaganda poster, the first thing that caught the eye was a tall figure from behind, wearing a damaged military uniform and the German Army's iconic M35 steel helmet, kneeling alone on one knee. His left hand leaned on a Mauser 98K rifle. His right arm had only a torn half-sleeve remaining, and crimson blood flowed profusely down his forearm, dripping onto the ground. His right hand hung down, holding a long-handled grenade emitting white smoke. Opposite the figure stood a group of heavily armed enemy soldiers. From the helmets of those enemy soldiers, Göring and the officers immediately recognized them as French. On the back of that German soldier, 2 lines of text were clearly printed. "Are you going to be a coward for a lifetime? Or a hero, even if only for a few minutes?" Chen Dao raised the propaganda poster in his hand and shouted, "Look at the hero in our hands and answer me. Are you going to be a coward for a lifetime? Or a hero, even if only for a few minutes?" "Ew!" The officers shouted in unison. Very good, but I have to say one thing, Chen Dao said, slamming the propaganda poster onto the table. What you need is not just verbal courage, because the brave shout from the heart can only awaken a few. Who is a hero? Who is a coward? We'll see in the war. When Chen Dao stepped down from the podium, the officers' applause almost lifted the roof of the mess hall. P.S. Thanks to the Ocean Guard and Heart Floating for the rewards, and thanks to James Bonds for his active comments in the book review section. 1/3, 34 Volume 1, The First Battle of Poland Chapter 34. The internal contradictions of historical truth. Chen Dao's speech pushed the atmosphere of the ceremony to a climax, and then, naturally, came the inevitable feasting. And next morning, Chen Dao finished washing up and eating breakfast and saw Count Fock waiting for him in the living room. After a simple greeting, Count Fock handed a stack of blueprints to Chen Dao. This is the M1929-75 L60 anti-aircraft gun produced by Bofors that I mentioned. It was once exported to China and Hungary, and these blueprints were airlifted from Sweden, Count Fock said. Chen Dao thought to himself that there was no fax machine in this era, and for the sake of sending such a stack of papers, the Swedes were willing to airlift them. It seemed that the Swedish industrial sector had truly invested heavily in deep cooperation with Germany. Chen Dao carefully examined the blueprints and found that the appearance of this 75mm anti-aircraft gun was very similar to the German standard Flak 3688mm anti-aircraft gun. If there were no text labels, even an old hand like Chen Dao, who came from an anti-aircraft battalion commander, would have almost been fooled. Look at this gun carriage, look at this base. It's so similar to Germany's 88mm anti-aircraft gun. This is clearly a copy of Germany's 88mm anti-aircraft gun, Chen Dao said, pointing to the blueprints. It was originally a product in which Germany's Krupp participated in the design, Count Fock explained. Chen Dao thought to himself, no wonder. It turned out that this 75mm anti-aircraft gun was designed with Krupp's involvement, and it could be said to be a twin brother to Germany's 88mm anti-aircraft gun. 60 caliber, armor-piercing projectile muzzle velocity 840 meters per second, high explosive projectile muzzle velocity 860 meters per second. This is truly a gun tailor-made for the Sturmgeschützraum 4, Chen Dao muttered softly. Count Fock didn't hear what Chen Dao said, but seeing his brother-in-law's expression, he knew that this business was within reach of success. I want the production rights for this gun. Have Bofors quote a price, and preferably quickly. My time is tight. Count Fock didn't speak, he just smiled. Also, tell them not to quote too high a price, otherwise I'll go to Krupp, and I won't have to pay to go to Krupp, Chen Dao instructed. I have already obtained authorization from Bofors. If this gun meets your requirements, the production license and blueprints for this anti-aircraft gun will be given to you as a gift to congratulate you on becoming the commander of the Hermann Göring Motorized Infantry Regiment, Count Fock said with a smile. My Swedish friends, no, my Swedish compatriots, truly move me, Chen Dao exclaimed. What are you two talking about? So happy, Göring said as he entered the living room dressed in a crisp white marshal's uniform. I received blessings from my Swedish compatriots, so of course I'm happy, Chen Dao explained. Göring didn't press further, but instead said to Count Fock, today is the day you meet with representatives of German industry. We should depart. In the following days, Count Fock returned very late each day. Chen Dao did not inquire about the details of the negotiations, but by observing his expressions, he knew that Count Fock's trip had been very successful and that he must have concluded several large deals. On Monday, October 20th, Chen Dao's good days finally came to an end. Previously, Chen Dao had been on injury leave, so he could go home to live every day. More accurately, the officers and soldiers of the Hermann Göring Regiment were full of admiration for Chen Dao's actions, led by Manteuffel, seeing that their commander insisted on going to the barracks every day to preside over work even while on injury leave. The end of the injury leave meant that Chen Dao could no longer return to Karin Manor to live every day, and could only reside in the officers' dormitory. Chen Dao arrived at his office. Before he had even warmed his seat, Lieutenant Bai and Göring's adjutant walked into the office. Colonel, there's a military meeting at the Prime Minister's office that you need to attend. The Marshal is waiting for you outside, Göring's adjutant said. Sitting in Göring's luxury car, Göring said, the Army's yellow plan has been finalized. It will be submitted to the Führer today, and the Führer specifically requested your presence at the meeting. Chen Dao remained silent, just nodding his head, secretly praying that the plan formulated by the army would not be the Manstein plan. Otherwise, if his pirated version met the original, he would surely feel uneasy. In the Prime Minister's office conference room, A huge military map had already been spread out. Goering and Chen Dao were the last to arrive, and after their arrival, the meeting immediately commenced. The Army Headquarters Chief of Staff, General Halder, was responsible for explaining the Yellow Plan. Halder was from Bavaria, with a gaunt face and wearing glasses. Chen Dao's first impression of Halder was calm and capable. The only flaw was that Chen Dao noticed Halder's mouth seemed to be sunken inward, much like an old lady who had lost all her teeth. Halder's explanation, both in speech and thought, was quick and clear, but it did not stir any ripple in Chen Dao's heart. The plan Halder explained was for the German army to concentrate its main forces on the right flank, launching a major assault towards Belgium and northern France after the start of hostilities and occupying the ports along the English Channel. Isn't this just a rehash of the Schlieffen Plan? What exactly is the army headquarters doing? Chen Dao stroked his chin, no longer in the mood to listen to Halder, and looked down at his shiny leather boots as if a flower had grown on them. Is this the Yellow Plan or the Schlieffen Plan? Goering couldn't help but be the first to question. Chen Dao looked up at Halder, who had an old lady's mouth, wanting to hear his explanation. Halder glanced at Goering. Chen Dao noticed that Halder's gaze was not like looking at a marshal, but rather like looking at a battalion commander. This plan is indeed very similar to the Schlieffen Plan, but its execution is different from the Schlieffen Plan. We now have powerful armored corps, and both our assault capability and marching speed far exceed those of our predecessors. Moreover, using this plan can achieve a surprising effect, because the French will not anticipate that we are using a similar operational plan to 1914, Halder explained. Should I say this old lady's mouth is being sophistical, or that he's being perfunctory? Halder didn't know that his statement had already made Chen Dao completely categorize him as having an old lady's mouth. Goering did not speak again. Hitler then asked several detailed questions about the Yellow Plan, and Halder answered fluently. Chen Dao's gaze drifted to Halder's left hand. Halder occasionally touched his left trouser pocket, as if to pull something out. After hesitating several times, Halder raised his left hand and pressed it onto the table. Chen Dao also withdrew his curious gaze. Distribute this plan to the troops. We will act according to this plan. Chen Dao was greatly surprised. Before he could react, Hitler uttered a shocking statement. No later than November 15th, we will launch our offensive against France. Chen Dao's vision went black, and he almost fell to the ground. Although his arrival could trigger a butterfly effect in history, it couldn't be like this. Chen Dao felt his heart pounding in his throat, as if it could leap out at any moment. Army Commander-in-Chief Brochich's words saved Chen Dao, who was almost spitting blood. Fura, we cannot launch an offensive in November. We consumed a large amount of ammunition in the Poland campaign, and our current ammunition reserves are insufficient to support a war against France. Furthermore, according to the Meteorological Department, Western Europe will experience blizzards starting in November, which is unsuitable for combat. Chen Dao felt his heart drop back into his stomach, thinking, thankfully, the weather saved me and also saved Germany. Well, weathers? Hitler frowned, then looked at Brochich for a few moments and said, after November, report the weather conditions to me once a week. Once the weather improves, immediately launch the offensive. Hermann, you must urge the production department and the armaments department to immediately accelerate ammunition production. Do not delay our operational plan. After issuing the orders, Hitler announced the end of the meeting, and Goering and Chen Dao were left behind. 2/3-35 Volume 1, The First Battle of Poland Chapter 35, The Internal Contradictions of Historical Truth Roman II. In the lounge of the Prime Minister's office, Hitler slowly put down his coffee cup and said listlessly, Hermann, what do you think of the army's Yellow Plan? They are perfunctory with you, Goering said concisely. Heinz, what about you? Hitler asked, staring at Chen Dao. It can't compare to the concept my brother-in-law and I have, Chen Dao said. The plan they devised is simply putrid. It's a crime against Germany. Hitler roared loudly. Hitler's roar came without warning, causing fine beads of sweat to break out all over Chen Dao's body. Chen Dao wriggled a few times and the sticky feeling on his body lessened considerably. After exchanging glances with Goering, Chen Dao cautiously asked, then why did you agree to their plan, and let them launch the attack in November as planned? Hitler's roar seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He said in a low voice, 2 objectives. The first objective is strategic deception against France. The second objective, I wanted to test the loyalty of the army, and the result. Hitler shook his head and then lowered it. Chen Dao glanced at Goering, then subtly tilted his head toward the silent Hitler, signaling Göring to comfort the dejected Hitler. Just as Göring was about to speak, Hitler suddenly raised his head and said, "Hermann, Heinz, remember, your concept must not be leaked under any circumstances." After Chen Dao and Göring swore to keep the secret, Hitler said, "Hermann, besides the Yellow Plan, there's something else I called you for today. Marshal Reeder from the Navy has reported to me, hoping to quickly obtain the carrier-based aircraft for the Zeppelin aircraft carrier, and there's also the issue of the ownership of these aircraft. You need to give the Navy an answer as soon as possible." Göring's demeanor changed, suddenly exuding an aura of dominance that Chen Dao dared not meet directly. "Leave this matter to me. The Navy will absolutely not bother you about this again." "That's good. In short, you need to resolve this matter as soon as possible," Hitler said. In the army headquarters, Brauchitsch and Halder, who had just returned from a meeting, hid in the lounge. After closing the door, Brauchitsch looked at Halder with a complex expression and said, "You were right not to make that decision." Halder remained silent, took a pocket pistol from his left trouser pocket, and threw it onto the table, saying listlessly, "After all, I once swore allegiance to him. I can't bring myself to do it. But if we don't kill him, he will surely lead Germany to ruin, of that I have no doubt. Killing him alone is easy, but his cronies are still there and will continue the war. We can only find a way to bring the war against France to a stalemate, stir up public discontent, and then launch a coup to arrest him and his cronies. Only then can Germany be completely saved," Brauchitsch said. "All right, for now, this is the only way." On the way back to the station, Chen Dao sat in the car, hugging his arms tightly, head bowed, lost in thought. After today's meeting, Chen Dao felt that his path to survival was bleak, and he might even die young again. Chen Dao could now confirm that the army, or rather the army headquarters, and Hitler were not of one mind, leading to irreconcilable conflicts between the army and the air force. Due to the issue of carrier-based aircraft ownership, there were also irreconcilable conflicts between the Air Force and the Navy. As for the Navy and the Army, they were probably just strangers, certainly not close. And then there was the armed SS. They were definitely on Hitler's side, just like the Air Force, but the armed SS, still in its growth phase, could barely be considered half a service branch. Back in his office, Chen Dao stood by the window, staring blankly at the two pine trees outside, calculating on his fingers that Germany had a total of 3.5 service branches, with only 1.5 firmly on Hitler's side. Among these 3.5 service branches, the German Air Force had conflicts with both the Navy and the Army. Once the armed SS grew stronger, there would inevitably be fierce conflicts with the Army over resources. Moreover, the functions of the armed SS overlapped with those of the Army, so the Army would surely suppress the armed SS. At that time, Hitler would definitely favor the armed SS, which would further exacerbate the conflict between Hitler and the army. With only 3.5 service branches in total, couldn't they unite against external threats? Didn't they know that unity was strength? Couldn't they just play together happily? Chen Dao suddenly felt immense pressure. As Chen Dao was feeling melancholic, a cuckoo sound reached his ears. Chen Dao looked up and found that a cuckoo bird had appeared on the pine tree to the left of the window at some point. The cuckoo bird, adorned with blue-gray and white feathers, hopped around on the pine tree, continuously emitting loud cuckoo calls. Chen Dao clearly saw that its widely opened mouth, as it called, was a vivid blood red, as if it were spitting blood. "You're spitting blood, and I'm about to spit blood too." Alas, spitting blood can no longer satisfy this Hanfei. This Hanfei is so melancholic that he's almost urinating blood, Chen Dao thought, frowning at the joyful cuckoo bird. Chen Dao suddenly heard the sound of a door opening, quickly composed himself, and turned to see Mantoffel entering. Mantoffel held a report for Chen Dao to sign. Chen Dao quickly scanned it and found it was a report on requisitioning a batch of trucks and motorcycles within the Air Force for motorized training, so he picked up his pen and signed his name. After signing, Chen Dao, still feeling melancholic, called out to Mantoffel, who was about to leave, rather impolitely intending to infect Mantoffel with his own gloomy mood. "Do you usually enjoy literature?" Chen Dao asked. Mantoffel didn't know why Chen Dao was asking such a strange question. After looking at Chen Dao, he noticed that Chen Dao seemed quite dejected, so he said, "I quite like it. I'll say a sentence, and you feel the emotion contained within it. Then tell me," Chen Dao said. Mantoffel wondered what kind of fit the young commander was throwing. He decided to wait and see, nodding and saying, "All right. There are 2 trees outside my window. One of them is a pine tree, and the other one is also a pine tree. Can you feel what mood I'm in right now?" Chen Dao asked, full of hope. Mantoffel said without hesitation, "This sentence structure is a waste of words. If any staff officer, battalion commander, or company commander under me dared to use this structure to write a report for me, I would make them copy the report 100 times, so they would forever remember that there are 2 pine trees outside my window is the correct way to write it. Oh, alright, thank you for your critique. Chen Dao subtly hinted for him to leave. No sooner had Manteuffel left than Lieutenant Ba entered the office holding a letter. Chen Dao took the letter and saw that the sender was none other than Albert Goering. Opening the letter, Chen Dao read it 10 lines at a glance. Albert mentioned in the letter that Skoda Works had already received the blueprints and production license for the M1929 anti-aircraft gun and was currently working on converting the anti-aircraft gun into a tank gun. At the end of the letter, Albert subtly inquired about the progress of the scrap steel recycling business. Chen Dao slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten this important matter. What a sin. Pressing the electric bell to call Lieutenant Ba, Chen Dao said, "Prepare the car, I need to see the Commander-in-Chief." #36 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 36, Project Cuckoo. Chen Dao took Albert's letter to Goring's office door and, just as he pushed the door open, heard a roar from Goring. "Don't even think about those planes. Everything that flies in Germany is under my control." With a bang, Goring slammed down the phone, breathing heavily as he plopped back into his chair. Chen Dao thought to himself, what's going on? The Führer's anger just played out in the Prime Minister's office, and now Goring's anger is playing out at Air Force headquarters. Chen Dao tossed the letter onto Goring's desk, then sat in the chair opposite Goring and asked, "Who's trying to steal your planes?" Goring, without looking up from the letter, said, "Who else could it be? It's that old reader again. He actually wants to transfer the Zeppelin's carrier-based aircraft to the Navy's jurisdiction. What a pipe dream." Oh, Chen Dao sighed softly, leaning back in his chair, thinking, why would Reader do anything but provoke Goring? He is really asking for trouble. Cuckoo. A familiar call entered Chen Dao's ears. Chen Dao leaned over and saw a cuckoo bird had landed on the windowsill outside the window behind Goring at some point. The cuckoo bird, with its blue, gray, and white feathers, saw Chen Dao looking at him and stopped calling, instead staring at Chen Dao with his small round eyes. In the spacious and bright office, Goring silently lowered his head to read the letter. One person and one bird, separated by the window, communicated silently with their eyes. A rare tranquility filled the room. "What are you looking at?" Goring's voice broke the silence in the room, and Chen Dao's body twitched as he snapped back to reality. Goring curiously turned his head to look at the cuckoo bird outside the window. The cuckoo bird, startled by Goring's wide eyes, flew into the air, letting out a few loud cuckoo calls before flying away. A cuckoo bird? Cuckoo birds shouldn't be here this season, should they? Goring muttered a few words and turned around. Albert only now thought to ask about the business progress. He really has no business acumen at all. Tell him that everything is under my control, and he should wait for my notification, Goring said. Chen Dao nodded slightly. Goring's eyes darted up and down, scrutinizing Chen Dao, seeing his dull gaze fixed on the desktop, looking utterly distraught. After a few rotations of his eyeballs, Goring suddenly understood and said with a smile to Chen Dao, "Heinz, you're not familiar with business matters, so it's best you don't get too involved. Your most important job now is to quickly improve the combat effectiveness of my regiment. I will open an account for you in a Swiss bank, and after the business is done, I will transfer every dividend to you on time." Chen Dao coldly grunted and said nothing more. Goring felt suspicious about Chen Dao's attitude. Isn't Heinz worried about the dividends? With my intelligence, how could I possibly guess wrong? Driven by curiosity, Goring decided to demand an explanation for his intelligence. "Heinz, what are you thinking?" Chen Dao was no longer lost in thought and excitedly said, "I was thinking about that cuckoo bird." Goring realized he truly couldn't keep up with Chen Dao's line of thought, thinking, even if I guessed wrong this time, it has nothing to do with intelligence. Chen Dao didn't notice the look of disinterest on Goring's face and continued to speak to himself. This cuckoo bird, his scientific name is the cuckoo. "Heinz, are you trying to make me pull out my gun?" Goring shouted in displeasure. "Pull out a gun? Why would you pull out a gun? I'm talking business with you. Why would you pull out a gun?" Chen Dao retorted, staring at Goring. "This isn't business, this is a biology class." No, this is business. Just listen to me. Patience is a virtue, especially when it comes to a big business involving thousands of combat aircraft. You need even more patience, Chen Dao patiently explained. As soon as he heard it was a big business involving thousands of combat aircraft, Goring's impatience vanished, and he immediately sat up straight, leaning in to listen to Chen Dao's lesson. The cuckoo bird's scientific name is the cuckoo. To reproduce, the cuckoo bird has evolved a powerful biological instinct, its brood parasitism. Every year, in late spring and early summer, it doesn't build a nest or incubate its own eggs, but instead lays its eggs in the nests of other birds, letting these birds incubate them for him. Moreover, he lays only one egg in each nest he flies to. His eggs are very similar in color and size to the host's eggs, and after the cuckoo chick hatches, he will push the host's chicks or eggs out of the nest, thus exclusively enjoying the host's upbringing, and then grow into an adult. No, grow into a bird, Chen Dao said. I don't see what this has to do with business, Goring said impatiently. I just said that to do big business, you need patience. If you're like this, how can I talk business with you in the future? Chen Dao said, expressing his disappointment. I'll give you 5 more minutes. Hurry up and speak, Goring urged. The Navy is in urgent need of aircraft right now. We can use the pretext of helping the Navy establish naval aviation and send 2 people to serve as Commander-in-Chief of Staff of Naval Aviation. The reason is that our Air Force has more experience, and with the help of our Air Force veterans, naval aviation can grow more quickly. This way, the command of naval aviation will be firmly in our hands. However, naval aviation is, after all, part of the Navy's organization, so all expenses, such as the money for buying aircraft, aviation fuel, and building air bases, and, oh yes, the pilots' salaries, will definitely be paid by the Navy. We won't have to pay a single rights mark. It must be the Navy that pays, Goring said, his face beaming. Goring, full of business acumen, immediately understood and grasped the meaning. You mean, we are that cuckoo bird, borrowing the Navy's money to hatch our eggs? What a brilliant idea. How did I not think of it? Goring said, staring at Chen Dao with an approving look. Heinz, under my influence, you're finally starting to have a business mind. Goring sprang from his chair, strode to Chen Dao's side, and plopped down onto the desk, looking down at Chen Dao and saying, I'll handle this. The Navy must agree. If they don't agree, they won't get a single plane. Everything that flies in Germany is under our Air Force's jurisdiction, Chen Dao interjected. Yes, exactly. Goring excitedly wiggled his plump body on the desk, which groaned under Goring's abuse. Chen Dao looked at the desk with sympathy, fearing it might not withstand Goring's weight and give up the ghost. By then, not just the planes, but the Zeppelin will also become our Air Force's property. No, Goring exclaimed, jumping off the desk. I need to quickly order the halt of the Peter Strasser's dismantling, Goring shouted. After a phone call, Goring sat back in his office chair. What is the Peter Strasser? Chen Dao asked. The Zeppelin's sister ship. Dismantling began on September 19th, with the steel being repurposed. He is now also our Air Force's property and must be preserved, Goring explained. One thing to note. If the Fuhrer asks about this, we must present a united front with the Navy, so that if negotiations with the Navy fail in the future, we can shift the blame to the Navy, Chen Dao cautioned. I'll keep that in mind. I'm going to talk to Rita right now. He has to agree. Outside the Air Force headquarters building, watching the car speed away, Chen Dao thought that Goring's bulging belly was full of business. As for Reader, he should be the kind of layman with six-pack abs and no business sense. Germany's Cuckoo project was almost certainly a success. Unity is strength. Unity is strength. This strength is iron. This strength is steel. Chen Dao hummed a tune as he got into his car. The unity of Germany's 3.5 military branches begins with this Hanfei. With beautiful aspirations, Chen Dao returned to his office. #37 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 37, New Commander. Inside the office, Chen Dao wrote a short letter to Albert, then pulled out a book from his drawer titled Attention, Tanks, by the renowned Guderian. As a humble Hanfei, Chen Dao knew his own capabilities. In his previous life, he hadn't even commanded a single platoon, and now he was suddenly going to lead thousands of officers and soldiers into war. If he didn't study diligently, it would be irresponsible to those thousands of lives and to the war itself. For several days, Chen Dao left all the regiment HQ's affairs to Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel, while he immersed himself in studying in his office. Attention, tanks! Was quickly worn out, and he then moved on to Rommel's infantry attacks. Whenever he had a question, Chen Dao would seek out Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel for guidance. The first time Chen Dao asked for help, Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel quickly realized Chen Dao's true level, a complete novice. However, considering Chen Dao's previous role as an anti-aircraft battalion commander, Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel felt relieved. Lieutenant Colonel Manteuffel greatly admired Chen Dao's humble and eager attitude, and was extremely patient when teaching him. Their friendship grew rapidly through these lessons, and their addresses changed from Colonel Rosen and Lieutenant Colonel Manteuffel to Heinz and Hasso. Lieutenant Colonel Manteuffel's full name is Hasso Eckert von Manteuffel. In the lounge of Army Group A headquarters in the West, Rundstedt, the commander of Army Group A, said to his chief of staff, "Manstein, if you think that plan is unsuitable, you can devise a better one, and I will support you." Manstein spoke bluntly, "In my opinion, the strategic intent of the Army headquarters is, in essence, a complete imitation of the famous Schlieffen Plan of 1914. It is a disgrace that our generation cannot produce a better plan, but instead copies old works. Even if it is from Schlieffen's hand, I still consider it a disgrace. The weak only complain about reality, the strong change reality. Do you want to be strong or weak?" Rundstedt asked. "Commander, please rest assured, I will change all of this." A confident light gleamed in Manstein's eyes. On the firing range of the Hermann Göring Regiment HQ, Lieutenant Colonel Manteuffel and the battalion commanders of the Hermann Göring Regiment surrounded Chen Dao. Chen Dao, waving a large pistol in his right hand, said, "This is the first batch of weapons I ordered for you, the Mosser Factory's M1932 pistol. It will become our regiment's designated ****. Chen Dao grew fonder of the pistol, which glowed with a faint blue light the more he looked at it. He thought to himself that he finally got to use the long-desired box cannon, and this ham-phase life would not have been in vain. I imagine you are not unfamiliar with this pistol. After all, it's an old gun. This gun has a full auto function, and with a 20-round extended magazine, it's essentially a ****. Its firepower is definitely ranked first among pistols, at least among those I know. Of course, it also has the disadvantage of being too bulky, and its appearance isn't as cool as the Luger pistol, but as soldiers, practicality should be paramount. Don't you agree?" Lieutenant Colonel Manteuffel and the other commanders reacted very coldly, completely without the applause Chen Dao had anticipated. Lieutenant Colonel Manteuffel said, "The disadvantage of this pistol is not just its bulkiness, its full auto function only looks excellent. When firing in full auto, the muzzle of this gun rises at a very large angle, and most of the bullets fly into the sky, completely missing the target." Saying this, Lieutenant Colonel Manteuffel picked up a pistol from the wooden box, deftly loaded a 20-round magazine, and pulled the trigger at a distant target, firing several bursts of da-da-da until the gun was empty. "The recoil is too great. You can't control the muzzle jump at all when firing in full auto," Lieutenant Colonel Manteuffel said. "I heard this gun has been discontinued. Which warehouse did you find it in?" Major Schubert asked. "This gun has indeed been discontinued. I had the Mosser factory restart production of it. It wasn't found in a warehouse," Chen Dao explained. "I've found a solution to the problem you mentioned." Chen Dao raised the pistol, pointed at the target, and said, "See my gesture? Palm up, hold the gun horizontally, and then fire. By using the muzzle jump, you can sweep fire at enemies in front of you, especially when facing superior numbers. This gun can definitely leave them with an unforgettable memory. Of course, holding the back of your hand up also works, but the muzzle will jump to the left side of your body. You all try it," Chen Dao said. Lieutenant Colonel Manteuffel and the commanders each took a pistol and tried firing it, imitating Chen Dao's posture. For a time, gunshots echoed on the firing range. After they finished trying the guns, Chen Dao said, "This matter is settled. If you're not used to it, you can keep your preferred pistols. Remember to teach the soldiers the grip I mentioned, and also remember to save two for me. I'm a dual wielder." After speaking, Chen Dao checked his watch and then said, "I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. You all try it again. I personally highly recommend this pistol." Leaving Lieutenant Colonel Manteuffel and the commanders to try the guns on the firing range, Chen Dao soon appeared in Göring's office. He instinctively pulled out a cigar from Göring's cigar box and lit it. Then Chen Dao asked, "I can tell from your expression that something good has happened recently." Göring joyfully gave a thumbs up. "Our cuckoo project was successful. Reader will be here for a meeting this afternoon to discuss some details, and then you can take office." Oh, Chen Dao nodded happily, then reacted, asking in confusion, "Take office? What do you mean?" "I've decided. You're going to be the commander of naval aviation." Cough, cough, cough. Chen Dao was startled and unexpectedly choked on the smoke, coughing violently, tears and snot streaming out. Göring, with a strange smile, poured Chen Dao a glass of water, then said, "It's just a Navy colonel, no need to be so excited." Chen Dao drank a few sips of water, finally stopping his coughing, and glared at Göring, saying, "What kind of international joke are you playing? You're actually letting me be the commander of naval aviation? I only know how to shoot down planes. I have no idea how to manage them. Plus, I get airsick. If the Navy knew their naval aviation commander was airsick, what do you think they'd think? What do I care what they think? You are the most suitable candidate. You must know that business is like war, and secrecy is very important. Only the two of us know about our cuckoo project, and I don't intend for a third person to know, so only you are the most suitable. As for professional matters, you don't need to worry. I will assign you a capable chief of staff to handle the professional aspects. You just need to ensure our business, and not a single rise marks of profit should be lost. Chen Dao scratched his head in embarrassment and asked curiously, how did you convince Reader? Reader only needs orders, not persuasion. I first went to the Fuhrer. I told the Fuhrer that we are not only willing to let the Navy have its own aircraft, but we are also willing to send experienced officers and instructors to help the Navy establish naval aviation. The Fuhrer was very happy at the time and immediately summoned Reader, ordering him to accept my proposal and immediately begin forming naval aviation. The problem was solved. Reader didn't object? Chen Dao asked. Of course he didn't want our people in the Navy. I only emphasized one point at the time, that we are more experienced, and with our help, naval aviation can form combat effectiveness more quickly. I said nothing else. The Fuhrer solved all the problems for me. I can imagine the scene at the time. What was originally a conflict between our Air Force and the Navy, you managed to turn into a conflict between the Fuhrer and the Navy. All of Reader's objections would make the Fuhrer think Reader was targeting him, Chen Dao said with a smile. Exactly. You didn't see it. The Fuhrer scolding Reader, saying Reader's refusal to accept my suggestion was due to selfish motives and that he wanted to turn the Navy into his own independent kingdom. His expression was absolutely marvelous, truly something to savor, Goering said, gesticulating wildly. You really enjoy Schadenfreude, but what's this about a Navy colonel? What do you think I've been doing these past few days? I've been discussing details with Reader. I've already asked, and his planned naval aviation will have a strength of 9 aviation squadrons, barely enough to form an aviation regiment. As the commander, you'd at most be a commander, and the Navy would at most give you a Navy colonel rank. 9 aviation squadrons combined are less than 150 aircraft. What can that accomplish? Chen Dao asked. It doesn't matter. Once you take office, everything will be up to you. All right, I'll give it a try. Chen Dao remembered his true purpose was to use naval aviation as a link to unite the Air Force and Navy and reduce internal friction. It probably wouldn't be suitable for anyone else to go, and it might even have a counterproductive effect. So he agreed. Chen Dao suddenly remembered a very important matter and asked, after I go, what about the Hermann Göring Regiment? Who will command it? Göring revealed a profound smile and asked in return, do you know who the commander-in-chief of the German Air Force is? Of course it's you. Don't joke with me, Chen Dao said. Göring remained unmoved and continued to ask, do you know who the German aviation minister is? I told you not to joke with me. It's still you, Chen Dao said unhappily. Do you know who Germany's forestry minister is? Göring continued to ask. Chen Dao turned his head away, ignoring him. Göring burst into laughter, then said, of course it's still me. Not only these 3 positions, I am also the Prussian Prime Minister, the head of Germany's 4-year industrial plan, the leader of the Gestapo, and the Führer's designated successor. I know all that. What are you getting at? My point is, since I can hold so many positions by myself, you can also do a part-time job. Young people shouldn't be lazy. Do more work, it won't tire you out. #38 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 38. New Commander Roman II. Chen Dao slumped back in his chair, and several derogatory terms like bureaucracy, one-man rule, and wanton behavior instantly popped into his mind. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. You'll have lunch with me and attend the meeting with me this afternoon, Göring said. It's no problem for me to hold 2 positions, but if I go to the Navy, who will handle the daily affairs of the Hermann Göring Regiment? Are they supposed to run to the Navy to find me for signatures? Chen Dao asked lazily, lying in his chair. Ha ha, Göring smiled, a smile that Chen Dao found rather inscrutable. Daily affairs can be handled by Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel. Haven't you always done it that way? What's the most common thing you say when officers from the Hermann Göring Regiment come to you for official business? Don't bother me with such minor matters. Go find Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel. Göring mimicked Chen Dao's voice, pinching his throat. Chen Dao shivered and jumped out of his chair, pointing at Göring and saying, how did you know? I get it. You must have planted a spy on me. The Hermann Göring Motorized Infantry Regiment is named after me. Shouldn't I be concerned about the daily affairs of the regiment? Anyway, it doesn't really matter whether you, the commander, are there or not. Besides, Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel's professional ability is excellent. With him there, the regiment's affairs won't be affected. Go to the Navy with peace of mind. Just come back and check in every now and then. Chen Dao's blood instantly rushed to his head, and he glared at Goering, shouting, "Explain to me. What do you mean by it doesn't really matter whether you, the commander, are there or not?" Goering teased, "Why are you blushing? Sit down, speak properly. You hurt my pride, do you know that?" Chen Dao stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at Goering. A knock on the door came, and Goering's secretary pushed the door open and said, "Marshal, Captain Galland is here." Seeing an outsider enter, Chen Dao had no choice but to sit back down in his chair, still fuming. "Let him in," Goering said. A moment later, an Air Force captain about the same age as Chen Dao walked into the office and respectfully saluted Goering. Chen Dao glanced at Galland and saw that Captain Galland had a slicked-back hairstyle, very popular among young German soldiers, and a little mustache that was 9/10 similar to Hitler's. How did Captain Galland's head grow so vividly, like a vertically placed winter melon? Chen Dao thought silently. Goering, showing great respect, stood up and walked to Captain Galland, pointing at Chen Dao and saying, "Let me introduce you. This is Colonel Heinz von Rosen." Chen Dao quickly stood up and walked to face Galland. He is Captain Adolf Dassler Galland, squadron leader of the 4th Dive Bomber Squadron of the 2nd Training Wing. He participated in the Condor Legion and received the highest Spanish honor, the Diamond Gold Spanish Cross. Goering continued. When Galland heard Chen Dao's name, his eyes lit up. He then extended his hand to Chen Dao and said, "Colonel, I've seen you in military magazines. I really like what you said about a soldier not being able to avoid war." Seeing that Captain Galland, with his winter melon face, was so sensible, Chen Dao shook Galland's hand and said, very respectfully, "So you're a combat hero who participated in the Spanish War. You must tell me about your heroic deeds in Spain sometime." After listening to their compliments, Goering's expression turned serious and he said, "Captain Galland, attention." Galland immediately stood at attention. Chen Dao stared at Goering in confusion, wondering what Goering was going to do. Goering picked up a silver aluminum box with an eagle emblem from the table, pulled out a pair of epaulets, and personally placed them on Galland's shoulders. "From now on, you are Lieutenant Colonel Galland. Congratulations. Promoted 2 ranks." Chen Dao was greatly surprised. A trace of confusion flashed in Galland's eyes. Could Marshal have made a mistake? Then he thought that such a low probability event was impossible, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Galland excitedly recalled that when his superior informed him yesterday that Marshal Goering would personally award him the rank of major, he had received countless envious glances from his colleagues. Now that major had turned into lieutenant colonel, what would happen when he went back? He would surely be stripped naked by envious and jealous colleagues, tied to a plane, and flown into the sky, enjoying the thrill of zero-distance contact with nature. Before Galland could recover from his excitement, Goering continued, "The German Navy will establish naval aviation. To enable naval aviation to quickly form combat capability, our Air Force will send 2 capable officers to serve as Commander and Chief of Staff of Naval Aviation. Congratulations again, Lieutenant Colonel Galland. Before long, you will serve as the first Chief of Staff of Naval Aviation, and Colonel Rosen will be your commander." Chen Dao suddenly realized. No wonder Galland could be promoted 2 ranks. It turned out Goering was finding a partner for himself. "Lieutenant Colonel Galland, we are partners from now on." "Congratulations." Chen Dao quickly extended his right hand to Galland. "Oh, thank you." Galland, almost knocked out by happiness, suddenly came to his senses and shook Chen Dao's hand. "We'll have lunch together, and this afternoon we'll have a meeting with Marshal Reeder of the Navy," Goering said. During the meal, Chen Dao learned that Galland was 27 years old, only 1 year older than him, and thought to himself that this could be considered an accomplishment at a young age. When Galland learned that Chen Dao was a year younger than him, he glanced at Chen Dao's colonel rank, then thought about his own lieutenant colonel rank, and thought to himself that it was good to have someone above you to get promoted. The joy of being exceptionally promoted 2 ranks immediately faded considerably. At 1:40 p.m., Marshal Reeder and his staff arrived at Air Force headquarters. At 2:00 p.m., the meeting began on time. Marshal Reeder knew the high-ranking Air Force officials present, such as Milch and Jeskinek. When Goering introduced Chen Dao and Galland, Reeder looked Chen Dao over a few times and then recognized Chen Dao as Major Rosen, who had recently appeared on the cover of a military magazine and had boldly claimed to defeat France in 8 weeks. Seeing that in less than half a month, this Major Rosen, who hadn't even grown a beard, had become Colonel Rosen, Reeder's surprise was immeasurable. His peripheral vision swept over the young lieutenant colonel with the winter melon face opposite him, and Reeder felt a pang of sorrow. These two young men, under 30, were to serve as commander and chief of staff of German naval aviation, and he was powerless to stop it. Why do such bizarre tragedies always unfold? And within the German Navy he had painstakingly built. Reader couldn't help but want to question God. What was wrong with Germany? Unfortunately, Marshal Reader was too far from God and too close to Göring. All he could do was discuss the details of the establishment of naval aviation with Göring. After listening for a while, Galland, seeing that Chen Dao had no intention of speaking, couldn't help but ask a few questions, which Göring and Reader answered one by one. Chen Dao sat in his chair, quietly smoking, but his ears were perked up, listening clearly to Galland's questions. He thought to himself that Galland, who had just learned of his new position, was able to ask pertinent questions, which meant he was quite talented. Göring and Reader discussed for a while longer, finalizing that Chen Dao and Galland would take office next Monday, bringing the meeting to a close. Reader declined Göring's offer to stay for dinner with him and his subordinates and prepared to lead his subordinates away. Marshal Reader, please wait a moment, Chen Dao said. Colonel Rosen, do you have a question? Reader asked. Galland looked at Chen Dao, wanting to hear what profound insights his new superior had. When Lieutenant Colonel Galland and I take office in the Navy, will we have to wear Navy uniforms? Chen Dao asked. Yes, and the Navy will grant you the same rank you hold in the Air Force, Reader replied. Reader thought to himself, you must wear Navy uniforms, so that if problems arise in the future, the Navy can legitimately discipline you. So my rank will be Colonel, and Galland will be Lieutenant Colonel, Chen Dao murmured. Do you have any questions? Reader's face showed impatience. What is the rank of Dönitz, commander of the submarine force? Chen Dao suddenly asked. Major General, Reader replied. Both are commanders of units under the Navy, so why is he a Major General and I am a Colonel? Does this mean that in the eyes of the Navy, naval aviation is not as important as the submarine force? Chen Dao questioned. This is indeed a very serious question. Please answer. Marshal Reader, Göring reacted, joining in the questioning. Reader saw that Göring, along with several high-ranking Air Force officials like Milch and Jeskinek, were all staring at him, and instantly felt the atmosphere in the conference room was a bit strange. If you want to be promoted to Major General, show your strength. If you are a competent naval aviation commander, not to mention Major General, even the rank of Marshal is possible. Reader, being a man of great experience, was not intimidated by the aura of the Air Force officials and spoke neither servile nor overbearing. Marshal Reader, there's a saying, look at the essence through phenomena. The Major General rank and Colonel rank I mentioned are just superficial. The essence of the matter is, Chen Dao said, the essence of the matter is the status of naval aviation within the Navy. Our Air Force personnel are going to the Navy to help you build naval aviation, not to be discriminated against. Please note this, Marshal Reader, said Jeskinek, Chief of Staff of the Air Force. Chen Dao was surprised that Jeskinek, whom he was not very familiar with, actually spoke up for him, and he glanced at Jeskinek in surprise. Jeskinek's single sentence elevated the rank issue to a matter of face, or rather, honor among military personnel. Marshal Reader instantly felt the atmosphere in the conference room become even more oppressive. Cough, cough. Göring's eyes darted around, and he coughed twice lightly, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Marshal Reader, although Colonel Rosen and Lieutenant Colonel Galland are young, I can guarantee that they are absolutely competent naval officers. After they take office in the Navy, their every word, action, and gesture will represent not only the Navy but also the German Air Force. Do you think I would casually choose two incompetent officers to go to the Navy and tarnish the honor of the German Air Force? Look at Lieutenant Colonel Galland's Iron Cross First Class and then look at that Diamond Gold Spanish Cross. Can't these two medals prove Lieutenant Colonel Galland's ability? Hearing Göring mention him, Galland straightened his back even more. Do you know that Colonel Rosen has already begun to fulfill his duties as Naval Aviation Commander even before taking office? Göring continued. Reader, of course, didn't know what Göring was talking about and asked in confusion, I don't understand what you mean. After Colonel Rosen learned that he would be appointed Naval Aviation Commander, he pleaded with me to immediately halt the dismantling of the Peter Strasser aircraft carrier, and I agreed. He also asked me to restart the construction of the Peter Strasser. Although the Navy had stopped allocating funds, I, seeing his diligence, guaranteed with my name to have the shipyard allocate workers to begin construction first. As for the expenses, the Navy can reimburse the shipyard later. Can this matter prove that Colonel Rosen is a competent naval officer? Göring asked. Marshal Reader frowned and asked, is there such a thing? Do you think I'm lying to you? Göring said, displeased. The naval officers sitting to Reader's left whispered a few words in Reader's ear, confirming that the Peter Strasser aircraft carrier had indeed stopped dismantling, though the specific reason was unknown. Chen Dao saw reader's embarrassed expression and was already overjoyed, thinking to himself that his brother-in-law was indeed a master in business, lying effortlessly and turning black into white. It seemed his major general rank was within reach. Marshal Goering, I assure you that naval aviation will receive the same treatment as the submarine force. No one will discriminate against them, reader said sincerely. Seeing that Goering and the others were not speaking, but only staring at him, reader knew that he could only convince them with concrete actions. He steeled his heart and said, Colonel Rosen will receive the rank of Major General in the Navy. Chen Dao showed no joy, his expression calm as he pressed. What about my Chief of Staff, Lieutenant Colonel Galland? Marshal Reader gritted his teeth and said, he will receive more respect in the Navy. Reader's words were subtle, but Galland understood. He would receive the rank of Colonel in the Navy. Promoted 3 ranks in one day. When his colleagues found out when he returned, would they tie him up with ropes and drag him behind a plane like a kite? Galland thought, with a mix of joy and sorrow. 1/2-39 Volume 1, The First Battle of Poland Chapter 39, The Truth of History, The Tragedy of Battleships I. After being promoted to Major General, Chen Dao was overjoyed and sent Reader and others to the entrance of the Air Force headquarters building with Galland. Watching the naval motorcade gradually depart, Chen Dao turned to Galland and said, Did you hear that? We're going to the Navy next Monday to take office. Go back and pack your bags immediately, then come back to me. We need to formulate a development plan for naval aviation before we take office. Today is Wednesday, so we're short on time. Galland put away the smile brought by his promotion. I'll go back and pack my bags immediately. He then saluted Chen Dao and bid him farewell. After seeing off the bustling Galland, Chen Dao returned to Goering's office, plopped down opposite Goering, and leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. In less than a day, this Han Fei actually became a general and the commander of naval aviation. Is this an illusion or reality? Goering raised his hand and tossed Chen Dao a cigar, teasing, Heinz, how does it feel to be Germany's youngest general? Do you want to give a promotion speech? No need. Chen Dao looked up expressionlessly, stiffly lit the cigar, took 2 puffs, then suddenly sprang up, leaned forward, and asked Goering, I'm not dreaming, am I? Being able to smoke a cigar means you're not dreaming, Goering said. Okay, I'm still living in reality. Chen Dao finally recognized the reality. Subsequently, the brother-in-law and little brother secretly plotted. No, rather, the brother-in-law gave the little brother some high-level guidance on the development of naval aviation until Goering's adjutant reported that Lieutenant Colonel Galland had returned. Galland didn't have much luggage, only 2 suitcases. Chen Dao took him back to the regiment HQ of the Hermann Göring Regiment and arranged for him to stay there. Upon learning the significant news that Chen Dao was about to become the commander of naval aviation and would also remain the commander of the Hermann Göring Regiment, Manteuffel immediately offered Chen Dao polite congratulations. After I leave, you will be fully responsible for the regiment's affairs. I will be very busy for the next 3 months, so unless you encounter trouble you can't solve, it's best not to disturb me. Of course, I'll come back to visit you when I have time, Chen Dao said. Manteuffel indicated understanding, then grumbled inwardly, the Navy and Air Force circles are truly chaotic. Our army is much purer. Chen Dao's gaze fixed on Manteuffel's Air Force uniform, and he suddenly remembered that Manteuffel was a cross-circle figure spanning the Army and Air Force circles. He and Galland had inadvertently become cross-circle figures spanning the Air Force and Navy circles. Did this mean that cross-circle movements were emerging in the German military and would become a popular trend in the German military in the future? For the next 3 days, the guard at the Hermann Göring Regiment's Regiment HQ would see the lights in the commander's office on until late at night every day. The duty officers in the officers' dormitory would open the gates for the commander and Lieutenant Colonel Galland, who left early and returned late, every day after midnight. On Sunday morning, Chen Dao and Galland bid a reluctant farewell to the officers led by Manteuffel and set off for Kielport. Kielport is located in northern Germany and is the capital of Schleswig-Holstein. It is situated at the eastern entrance of the Kiel Canal, 11 kilometers from the sea. In the latter half of the 19th century, it became a military port and an important naval base. With the excavation of the Kiel Canal, its economy developed rapidly, gradually becoming Germany's railway hub and fishing base. Kiel's industry is primarily shipbuilding and mechanical manufacturing, with shipbuilding second only to Hamburg. The German Navy's submarine force headquarters and reconnaissance force headquarters are both located in Kielport. With the establishment of the German naval aviation, another naval aviation headquarters was added to Kielport. On Monday morning, Chen Dao and Gallant stepped out of the car and stood in front of a gray, three-story building. After showing their pre-prepared naval officers' credentials to the guards, they entered the building amidst the guards' gun salutes. Directly opposite the entrance was a reception desk, overseen by a naval lieutenant. Upon seeing Chen Dao and his group in Air Force uniforms, the lieutenant, who had already been informed, immediately guessed their identities. The lieutenant stood at attention and saluted. Seeing the naval officers' credentials displayed by Chen Dao and his group, the lieutenant confirmed that Chen Dao was the commander he was waiting for. "This Captain Bot is my adjutant. He needs an office. The 4 paratroopers are my orderlies. They need a lounge. Arrange it immediately," Chen Dao ordered without formality. The naval lieutenant ordered a receptionist to lead the 4 paratroopers to the lounge, while he personally led Chen Dao and his group directly to the 3rd floor. Besides the conference room on the easternmost side, all other rooms on the 3rd floor were offices and adjutants' rooms. After instructing the lieutenant to inform the officers to assemble in the conference room, Chen Dao entered the office. The first thing Chen Dao saw on the desk was an exquisite paper box. Could it be a gift from the Navy? Chen Dao curiously opened the paper box and saw a neatly folded naval major general's uniform inside. Chen Dao picked up the paper box and went into the office's adjoining room. When he emerged, Air Force Colonel Chen Dao had transformed into Naval Major General Chen Dao. Chen Dao arrived at the easternmost conference room on the 3rd floor, unhesitatingly taking the main seat in the center of the conference table. Looking at the teaming heads on both sides of the table, a surge of warmth welled up in Chen Dao's heart. This Hanfei's forces had grown and expanded again. Chen Dao lightly coughed twice and said, "I am Heinz von Rosen, and starting today, I will serve as the commander of naval aviation. Please introduce yourselves so we can get acquainted," starting with Colonel Gallant. Everyone's introductions were simple and clear and quickly concluded. Chen Dao specifically remembered 3 names: Colonel Abmans, Deputy Chief of Staff of Naval Aviation; Colonel Ohm, the designated captain of the Zeppelin; and Captain Lawrence, the adjutant assigned to him by the Navy. "There will be a large meeting at Naval Headquarters on Saturday morning, and I need to submit the Naval Aviation Development Plan to Marshal Reeder at that meeting. Colonel Gallant has a preliminary plan. Colonel Abmans, please cooperate with Colonel Gallant to refine this plan. Give me the first version of the plan on Wednesday, and we'll use Thursday and Friday for revisions. I'll take it to the meeting on Saturday." Colonel Abmans said concisely, "No problem." He then glanced at Gallant, a slight ripple in his heart. These 2 overly young superiors had already formulated a preliminary plan. Now he could see what they were capable of. Colonel Ohm, regarding the training of Zeppelin aircraft carrier pilots, Colonel Gallant also has a plan. After the meeting, you should go find him. If you determine there are no issues, bring it to me for signature. Carrier-based aircraft pilot training is very difficult, so we need to seize the time and strive to form combat capability as soon as possible. Hearing Chen Dao's words, the naval officers in the conference room once again focused their gazes on Gallant. While those around were looking at Gallant, Chen Dao, seated in the main position, subtly observed those around him. He clearly discerned the meanings revealed in the eyes of those naval officers: jealousy, suspicion, and disapproval, but no trust. Indeed, where there are people, there is a world of intrigue. It's always been this way, ancient and modern, Chinese and foreign. Chen Dao sighed in his heart, then composed himself and said calmly, "Captain Lawrence." Chen Dao looked at his adjutant and said, "Inform the logistics department that the wall behind the reception desk on the 1st floor needs to be beautified. Add a sentence below the naval ensign: science and technology are the primary combat force. Remember, the words must be prominent." After instructing Captain Lawrence, Chen Dao scanned the room and said, "Science and technology are the primary combat force. This sentence is the founding philosophy of our naval aviation. All of you must remember it. P.S. 3 updates today, making up for the chapter owed yesterday. 1/3, #40 Volume 1. The First Battle of Poland Chapter 40, The Truth of History, The Tragedy of Battleships Part 2. In the office, Chen Dao held a pencil in his right hand, leaning over the desk and muttering as he stared at a form titled Plan Z. 2 Zeppelin-class aircraft carriers, 6 Hindenburg-class battleships, 2 Bismarck-class battleships, and 8 P-class pocket battleships. Why so many battleships? It takes at least 3 or 4 years to build a battleship, plus time for debugging and crew training. By the time the ships are built, the war will be over. Chen Dao lifted his pen and crossed out the P-class pocket battleships, then crossed out the Hindenburg-class battleships. After a moment of thought, Chen Dao drew a bracket after the Hindenburg-class battleships and filled in the number 1 inside. since 2 are already under construction, if possible. In case we encounter an Iowa-class battleship or similar in the future, it would be good to have a large ship to support the Navy, Chen Dao said, turning his gaze to the 2 Bismarck-class battleships and putting a checkmark next to them. Since they are almost complete, let's keep them. They are famous ships of their generation after all. The plan for 249 submarines must be kept. This Hanfei has heard of the Wolfpack tactics, and they seem very effective. Chen Dao put another checkmark next to the submarines. As for these light cruisers and destroyers, they are not presentable. Let reader negotiate with Hitler himself. How many he can keep depends on his own ability. Chen Dao repeatedly reviewed the heavily modified Plan Z several times, and after confirming there were no issues, he threw away the pencil. He pulled a piece of letter paper from the desk drawer, placed it on the table, and quickly wrote a letter with his fountain pen. After sealing it in an envelope, Chen Dao pressed the doorbell and called Captain Ba. I have a letter here that you must deliver personally to Marshal Goering. You must leave immediately and ensure the Marshal replies to me. Captain Ba stepped forward a few paces, extending his hands to take the letter, but Chen Dao pulled his hand back. This letter contains highly classified military secrets. Only 3 pairs of hands are allowed to touch it, my hands, your hands, and Marshal Goring's hands. Remember that? I will not let a 4th pair of hands touch it unless I am dead, Captain Ba stated with a stern face, then took the letter, which felt heavy as 1,000 pounds. In Berlin, at the Army Headquarters building, Army Commander-in-Chief Brauchitsch and Chief of Staff Halder, along with several staff officers, stood before a giant military map, listening to a staff officer explain a new plan for attacking France. After the staff officer finished explaining the plan, Brauchitsch and Halder exchanged glances, and Halder said, Manstein actually wants Army Group A to be the main attacking force, with armored units passing through the Ardennes and then forcing a crossing of the Meuse River to capture Sedan. The terrain in the Ardennes is simply not suitable for large-scale armored operations. For his personal gain, he disregards the interests of the nation. I truly do not wish to comment further on such behavior. General Rundstedt also signed this plan, Brauchitsch reminded him. Halder pushed his glasses up his nose, thought of Rundstedt's seniority and prestige in the military, and then said, Archive this plan. Do not reply to them. In Berlin, at Air Force headquarters, Goering sent Captain Bod out to rest, then opened Chen Dao's letter and read it 3 times. He threw the letter on the desk, stared at it, pondered for a long time, and then smiled slightly. Ah, still too young, Goering said with a smile, then picked up his pen and wrote a lengthy reply. After sealing it, he called Captain Ba and instructed him, You must personally deliver this letter to General Rosen. Absolutely do not let anyone else see it. Unless I die, I will absolutely not let a 4th pair of hands touch this letter, Captain Ba swore again. After watching Captain Ba leave, Goering used a lighter to ignite Chen Dao's letter, watching as the letter turned to black ash in the ashtray. Half a day later, Chen Dao stared at Goering's reply, dumbfounded, his mouth twitching incessantly. It took him a long time to finally exhale a long breath. I'm still too young. I have so much to learn. Why didn't I think of this method? Indeed, the older ginger is spicier. Chen Dao reread the letter several times, firmly memorizing its contents, and with a sigh, took out his lighter and burned the letter to ashes. The pungent smell from the burning letter had just dissipated when Captain Lawrence, Chen Dao's adjutant, entered the office. General, it's time for the meeting. The Chief of Staff asks you to come to the conference room. Chen Dao checked his watch and found that it was indeed almost time for the scheduled meeting. I'll be right there. Thank you for the reminder. In Berlin, at the Prime Minister's office, in Hitler's office, Goering placed a stack of forms in front of Hitler and said with concern, The army hopes to receive more 3-type tanks and 4-number tanks before the France campaign. Also, the 3 assault gun has been finalized and is about to go into production. In addition, the army has recently expanded by nearly 50 divisions, and we don't have enough equipment to arm them. Many infantry divisions can only temporarily use capture-check weapons. Krupp and Benz are urging me to allocate the raw materials they need as soon as possible, otherwise they cannot increase production. However, the steel quotas for this year and next year have already been distributed, and I don't have more quotas to allocate to the army. Hitler put on his glasses, flipped through the forms, and said, I know you are under a lot of pressure. After all, the direction of this war is beyond our control. England and France refuse to negotiate peace with us, so we can only keep fighting. But the army will not be understanding of me. They will only blame me for being ineffective. If the France campaign goes smoothly in the future, everything will be fine, but if it doesn't, they will definitely shift the blame onto me. saying I didn't provide them with enough resources, Göring said self-deprecatingly. This is not your responsibility. Hitler looked up at Göring gently, with no hint of blame. Have you thought of a way to solve this problem? Göring adjusted his facial muscles, skillfully forcing out a troubled expression. There is only one way. The Navy's usefulness in the France campaign is limited. Should we reallocate some resources from the Navy to the Army first? That's what I was thinking too. How do you plan to do it? Hitler nodded and asked. The first two Hindenburg-class battleships, H-39 and H-40, only began construction in July and August of this year. They won't be operational for at least 4 years, so they can't play any role in the France campaign. Therefore, I suggest we halt their production for now and resume after the France campaign. Other battleships in Plan Z, like the 8P-class pocket battleships, should also be halted. As for submarines, my plan is to only keep the 32 currently under construction and not start any new projects unless we have sufficient resources. As for destroyers and cruisers, the Navy must also reduce their numbers, Göring said with great pain. Hitler said softly, although I am deeply pained, we have no choice but to do this. Proceed as you suggested. But what about Reader? Göring stared at Hitler, a troubled expression on his face. I will explain to Marshal Reader. On Friday afternoon, just before quitting time, Chen Dao suddenly received a call from Göring. After some casual chat between the brother-in-law and little brother, Göring suddenly said, the meteorological department predicts a blizzard soon. Be sure to dress warmly when you go out. I know. You also take care of yourself and don't get any fatter, Chen Dao said, hanging up the phone. Leaning back in his chair, he thought that his brother-in-law had already laid the groundwork, and tomorrow it would be up to him. On Saturday morning, Chen Dao and Gallant traveled by car to the Navy headquarters, also located in Kiel Port, to attend a General Navy meeting. Sitting in the back seat of the car, Chen Dao said to Gallant, who was with him, do you remember that meeting on Monday? I remember. Their eyes made me very uncomfortable, Gallant said. I didn't like their eyes either. Today is our first time attending a General Navy meeting. We must seize this opportunity to fight a good battle and make the Navy people not dare to look down on us anymore. I am confident in my plan, but I don't think they will be difficult to deal with. Right, at least the Navy people won't be chasing your ass with planes and strafing you, Chen Dao quipped. In the conference room of Navy headquarters, after the tardy Reader took his seat, Chen Dao secretly observed him out of the corner of his eye and keenly noticed that Reader seemed dispirited, thinking to himself that Reader must have already heard the bad news. Reader announced the start of the meeting and called on Chen Dao first. General Rosen, report on the development of naval aviation. Chen Dao quickly scanned the people in the conference room, noticing that their eyes held suspicion, curiosity, or disdain. Chen Dao thought to himself, as expected, fortunately, with my brother-in-law's brilliant plan, it would indeed be difficult to gain their trust in a short time otherwise. Chen Dao unhurriedly picked up the notebook on the table to block the various gazes of the attendees. I have 3 things to say. The first is that the Zeppelin and Peter Strasser aircraft carriers have fully resumed work. However, given the seriousness of the current international situation, I believe we urgently need new capital ships to enter service. The Zeppelin was 85% complete when it was launched in December last year and nearly 95% complete when work stopped in October this year, while the Peter Strasser only began construction last year and cannot be put into use in the short term. Therefore, I suggest that the German shipyard transfer the workers building the Peter Strasser to the Zeppelin, adopting a 2-shift system to work day and night to complete the Zeppelin as soon as possible. Once the Zeppelin is completed, all workers will then be transferred to the Peter Strasser, also using a 2-shift system for day and night construction to accelerate its building. After Chen Dao finished, he looked up at Reader. Reader thought for a moment and then agreed to Chen Dao's proposal. Marshal, I think General Rosen's proposal is very insightful. Should we ask the Wilhelm shipyard to allocate more workers and adopt a 2-shift system to accelerate the construction of the Tirpitz battleship, so that it can enter service as soon as possible? Chen Dao looked up and saw that it was Major General Lugens, commander of the Naval Reconnaissance Unit, who was speaking. Also a Major General, Chen Dao looked at the 50-year-old Lugens, then thought of his own age of 26, and for the first time wondered if he was being too much. No wonder he attracted jealousy. I will personally coordinate this matter with the Wilhelm shipyard and the German shipyard. Reader agreed to Lutjens' proposal without hesitation. Chen Dao continued, the second thing I want to talk about is aircraft models. The carrier-based aircraft for the aircraft carriers have been finalized, the Mi-109T fighter and the Ju-87C. However, we still lack a land-based fighter, and I do not recommend the long-range reconnaissance squadron to continue using the FW-200. After all, it is a passenger plane converted into a combat aircraft, and its performance is not excellent. I believe we should switch to a true military long-range reconnaissance aircraft. Therefore, I suggest that we should select a land-based fighter and a long-range reconnaissance aircraft through a bidding process. Vida, is there enough time? Reader asked. To my knowledge, there are some new aircraft at Junkers and Henkel Company. They couldn't become military aircraft not because their performance was poor, but due to some political and resource factors. I believe there is absolutely enough time for bidding, and of course, I will have the Navy Ordnance Bureau oversee the performance, Chen Dao explained. You are the commander of naval aviation. You decide, Reader said. The last item is the development plan for naval aviation, Colonel Galland. Chen Dao turned his head, signaling Galland. Galland picked up the thick stack of papers in front of him. We plan to take 2 years, by the end of 1941, to build naval aviation into an armed force with 30 squadrons and 1,200 combat aircraft. Here is the detailed aircraft model ratio, table, and budget. Galland stood up, walked to Reader's side, and placed the plan in front of Reader. Everyone in the conference room simultaneously turned their gaze to Chen Dao and Galland. If not for strict military discipline, Chen Dao believed the conference room would already be bustling with noise. 1,200 combat aircraft. Isn't that too many? Reader asked in surprise. I don't think so, and this number doesn't include trainer aircraft in flight schools, Galland said. Chen Dao chimed in, Marshal. I'm sure you know that Marshal Goering and I are quite close. I can get some information about the war's direction from him. This number was formulated based on the information he disclosed to me. I cannot reveal those details, but I can guarantee that 1,200 aircraft are absolutely not too many. Chen Dao's profound and enigmatic statement immediately made the generals in the room frown and ponder. Relying on their many years of military experience, they immediately imagined all sorts of possibilities. Reader was no exception. He immediately remembered that the young General Rosen in front of him was Goering's little brother, and the Führer also seemed to know him. In any case, it's better to believe it than not. If so many aircraft are indeed needed in the future, the Navy would be very passive if it couldn't provide them. I will go back and review the plan carefully before giving you a reply. Can you give us a reply by next Saturday? Chen Dao pressed. Yes. After Reader replied to Chen Dao, he had Durnit's report on the submarine force's construction, followed by the high seas fleet. Chen Dao listened in, quietly observing Reader's reaction. When Durnitz mentioned the need to quickly build more submarines to reach his required number of 300 ocean-going submarines, Chen Dao saw a cloud cast over Reader's face. When the commander of the high seas fleet proposed that the shipyards send more personnel to accelerate the construction of the 2 Hindenburg-class battleships already underway, Chen Dao saw Reader's face already heavily clouded. There is something I need to inform everyone, Reader said in a somber tone, as if he had just suffered the loss of a child. The Hindenburg-class battleship will be immediately halted. The P-class pocket battleships can only proceed with design refinement, and their construction start time will be indefinitely postponed. Only the 32 submarines currently under construction will be retained. The number of cruisers and destroyers built will be reduced according to the ratio of capital ships. The staff department must quickly come up with a reduction plan, which I will report to the Führer. Reader's words, like a bolt from the blue, caused a huge uproar in the conference room. Officers questioned Reader as to why this was happening. Reader had anticipated this and immediately shouted, "Quiet, quiet." After the conference room became quiet again, Reader said, "Because resources are limited, the production of army weapons must currently be prioritized. Everything must make way for the France campaign, so this is outrageous." Chen Dao seized the opportunity and shouted loudly, "What is France? The French never fight. We can defeat them in 8 weeks. After defeating France, our enemy will be Great Britain. In a war with England, our navy is absolutely the main force. Without ships, how can we fight the British? Are we supposed to drive tanks to duel with British battleships? The army is making excuses to infringe upon our interests. Our navy absolutely cannot tolerate such selfish behavior from the army. We must appeal to the Führer." In an instant, everyone in the conference room suddenly found General Rosen to be so handsome and so understanding. Seeing Chen Dao so filled with righteous indignation, Reader instantly felt much closer to this young Major General Rosen, who was still wet behind the ears. He thought to himself that although Major General Rosen had only been in the Navy for less than a week, he was already thinking from the Navy's perspective. It seemed he had some redeeming qualities. Reader automatically filtered out the words "we can defeat France in 8 weeks, gave Chen Dao an appreciative look, and then said, "This news was personally told to me by the Fua." Hearing Reader's words, everyone in the conference room, except for Chen Dao, couldn't help but feel a surge of disappointment. Galen mustered his courage and asked, "Are the Zeppelin aircraft carrier and the Peter Strasser also to be halted?" "No, the warships being halted are all those newly started this year and those planned for construction. Aircraft carriers are not included," Reader replied. Galen breathed a sigh of relief and sat back down, feeling uneasy and worried that the naval aviation budget might be cut, which would prevent the 2-year plan for 1,200 aircraft from being completed. "No, we cannot let the army dictate terms to us like this. We must reclaim our rights," Chen Dao said indignantly. "I will go to Marshal Goering and ask him if he can find a way for the Navy to reclaim some resources from the Army, even if it's just enough for one battleship." The gaze of everyone in the conference room converged on Chen Dao. Chen Dao clearly detected an unprecedented emotion in their eyes. Reader stared at Chen Dao with delight and said, "General Rosen, on behalf of the Navy, I thank you. I will also go to the Führer and try to get him to change his mind. I'll return to Berlin tomorrow, but it might take some time, as it also takes time for Marshal Goering to lobby the Führer and the Air Force headquarters. Let's tentatively set it for 1 week. Marshal, is that acceptable?" Chen Dao asked. "Yes, as long as you succeed," Reader said without hesitation. "Good, I'll leave tomorrow." "No, I'll leave after the meeting," Chen Dao said. In Berlin, after Chen Dao returned, he spent his days at the Hermann Göring Regiment HQ fulfilling his duties as commander and incidentally learning military art from Manteuffel. In the evenings, he returned to Karin Manor to reunite with his family and incidentally learned business from his 2 brothers-in-law, living a very regular life. On Thursday evening, Göring called Chen Dao upstairs to his study and said with a smile, "Reader went to see the Führer today. What was the result?" "He came back empty-handed. Should we proceed with the next step of our plan?" Chen Dao asked. "Wait for my good news tomorrow." On Friday, in the Prime Minister's office, Göring found Hitler and said with a joyful expression, "I recently imported a batch of ores, including iron, chromium, manganese, and tungsten, through Spain, Sweden, Turkey, and Italy. Our resource pressure has been temporarily relieved. Has Reader not come to see you recently?" Hitler removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes, saying, "He just came yesterday. He was very agitated, and it took me a lot of effort to calm him down. This batch of ores came at just the right time. I think it should be able to guarantee the construction of some warships," Göring said. "You should quickly calculate how many warships these ores can ensure normal construction for, and then inform the Navy. In the future war against England, we will need the Navy's strength." "I understand. I'll go take care of it immediately." On Saturday, in the Navy headquarters conference room, Reader listened to his subordinates' reports with a lack of enthusiasm. Galen noticed that His Excellency the Marshal would glance at the empty chair beside him every few minutes. Not just Reader, but almost everyone in the conference room was doing the same. "Hopefully, it's good news," Galen secretly wished. With the knock at the door, Chen Dao pushed it open, saluted Reader, and then walked to Galen's side and sat down. Chen Dao's appearance was like a spring breeze in winter, invigorating everyone in the conference room. They already knew that Reader's trip to Berlin had yielded nothing, and Chen Dao was now the German Navy's only hope. Chen Dao seemed unaware that he had become everyone's spiritual pillar. Ignoring their gazes, he quietly asked Galen, "Has our plan been approved? The Marshal still has some detailed questions for you." Chen Dao nodded, saying nothing more. Reader saw Chen Dao's demeanor, and his heart sank by half. Chen Dao completely lacked the radiant expression he had when he left, and a dispirited aura emanated from him. It seemed he had not succeeded. Reader's heart was immediately filled with sorrow. Chen Dao covered his mouth and let out a big yawn, then looked up at Reader. This action drew everyone's attention. Chen Dao picked up the water glass on the table to moisten his throat, then said with a solemn expression, "Marshal, I am very sorry." Reader felt his heart instantly grow cold. It seemed it really was a failure. Chen Dao ignored the deflated expressions of the others and looked at Reader, saying, "I'm sorry, Marshal, I did my best, but those 8P-class pocket battleships are still indefinitely postponed." Reader had lost the desire to speak. He simply looked at Chen Dao, signaling him to continue. Of the 6 Hindenburg-class battleships, the 4 not yet started are indefinitely postponed, and one of the 2 already under construction will be halted. Major General Rosen, did you say one would be halted? Chen Dao's voice was a bit soft, and Reader was sitting a bit far away, so he didn't hear Chen Dao clearly. He asked, holding onto a last shred of hope. "He said one would be halted." Lujins, sitting to Chen Dao's left, shouted ecstatically. Reader and the others were reinvigorated. Reader then urged, please continue. H39 will continue construction, H40 will be halted, and we can transfer the workers from H40 to H39 to implement a two-shift work system. As it concerned everyone's vital interests, no one dared to interrupt Chen Dao. They simply stared intently at Chen Dao, fearing they might miss a single word. Chen Dao's eyes showed a look of recollection. Oh, and the number of cruisers and destroyers still needs to be reduced, but we can report as many as possible, as long as it's not too unreasonable. What about submarines? Dernitz finally couldn't help, but asked. Chen Dao smiled at Dernitz, because submarines are the kind of warships with short construction periods that can form combat power quickly. They will still be executed according to Plan C. That's all I could do. Reader was silent for a moment, then tremblingly extended his right hand, pointed at Chen Dao, and shouted excitedly, grab him. Chen Dao was instantly surrounded by the generals, then grabbed by a dozen hands and tossed toward the ceiling, then fell, only to be tossed up again and fall again on November 11, 1939, on the 13th day after Hanfei Chen Dao took office in the Navy. Under the guidance of his brother-in-law, he successfully infiltrated the Navy, becoming recognized as an insider by everyone in the Navy. Phase 2 of the Cuckoo Project was successfully completed. P.S. A big chapter, equivalent to 2 chapters. I got a bit stuck, so it's late. Sorry. #41 Volume 1. First Battle in Poland Chapter 41. A special Christmas gift in midair. Chen Dao was surprised to see Galen also joining the crowd. That ungrateful melon-faced guy. I'll deal with him when I get back, Chen Dao muttered to himself. Ultimately, Reader, the instigator, rescued Chen Dao. With a command from Reader, Chen Dao made a safe landing under the cover of the crowd. As soon as Chen Dao stood firm, Reader walked up to him, straightened his back, and raised his right hand to salute him. General Rosen, on behalf of the German Navy, I thank you for everything you have done for the Navy. Please accept my respect. Seeing Reader's actions, all the Navy officers stood at attention and saluted Chen Dao. According to German military etiquette, the subordinate must salute the superior first. Chen Dao dared not overstep and quickly returned Reader's salute. Marshal, I am a Navy Major General, not an Army Major General. It is my duty to protect the interests of the Navy. Walking out of the Navy headquarters building, a cold wind blew, and Chen Dao shivered involuntarily, raising his hand to tighten his collar. A few snowflakes landed on Chen Dao's cheek. Chen Dao looked up at the sky where snowflakes danced, then at the snow-covered ground, muttering, is there really a blizzard? Dowland frowned and said, it's best if there's no blizzard, otherwise our training plans and shipbuilding plans will be delayed. That's a minor issue, it doesn't affect the big picture. This blizzard can make people calm down, Chen Dao said, and got into the car. The blizzard Brachich had mentioned finally arrived. On November 11th, heavy snow fell in some Western European countries, which then turned into a blizzard. Tens of thousands of residents in countries like Belgium, Netherlands, England, France, and Germany experienced power outages, and transportation was severely affected. In Chen Dao's office, Galen looked at the snowflakes fluttering outside the window and said worriedly, due to the blizzard, the Germany shipyard has stopped work, and the service date of the Zeppelin will be delayed again. Chen Dao said dismissively, this is an act of God. There's no use being anxious. We just do what we can. Now I can only let the pilots and sailors do some physical training. Also, the tender documents for land-based fighters and long-range reconnaissance aircraft have been sent to various aircraft manufacturing companies, and they are preparing. However, we still have to wait for good weather to conduct aircraft performance tests. Chen Dao nodded and said, this is all we can do for now. The Marshal has approved our army building plan. You should urge the Messerschmitt Company and Junkers Company to produce Me 109T and Ju-87C as soon as possible. They are already finalized aircraft, so why the delay? I will. To Galen's dismay, the heavy snow continued intermittently for over a month. Often, just as the soldiers of the naval aviation finished clearing the roads and grounds after a snowfall, they would look up to find the sky overcast again. Left with no choice, Chen Dao and Galen had to apply for funds under the pretext of physical training, purchasing a batch of winter outdoor equipment for the naval aviation soldiers. Winter sports like skiing and ice skating then vigorously commenced. On December 10th, a telegram from Czech was placed on Chen Dao's desk. Chen Dao was overjoyed after reading it and immediately submitted a leave request to the Navy headquarters. That afternoon, Chen Dao, along with Captain Ba and 4 orderlies, boarded a train to Berlin, where he would transfer to Prague, the capital of Czech. At 2 p.m. on December 15th, outside the main gate of the Hermann Göring Motorized Infantry Regiment HQ, Corporal Mayer, with a C-96 pistol holstered at his waist, was on guard duty with 2 paratroopers. The snow had stopped and the wind had died down, but the weather remained bitterly cold. Corporal Mayer and the 2 paratroopers' faces were pale with cold, but they still stood ramrod straight on either side of the gate. Hiss, hiss, Corporal Mayer kept sniffing, sucking the snot running down his nostrils back into his nose to prevent it from flowing into his mouth. However, under the powerful force of gravity, the snot rushed towards Corporal Mayer's lips again and again. When it rains, it pours. Just as the battle with his snot entered a stalemate, Corporal Mayer's stomach betrayed him, rumbling loudly. Also under the nefarious influence of gravity, a cold current flowed down his intestines, heading straight for Corporal Mayer's anus. After fighting a dozen rounds against the two-pronged rebellion with renewed vigor, Corporal Mayer finally couldn't help but say to the soldier next to him, "Walter, I'm going to the latrine. I'll be back soon." With that, Corporal Mayer ran back to the guard post with his legs clamped together, grabbed a roll of toilet paper, and ran toward the latrine while wiping his nose. No sooner had Corporal Mayer disappeared than Walter heard a faint creaking sound, which grew louder and quickly escalated to the level of noise. Walter looked in the direction of the sound and was surprised to see a convoy aggressively heading straight for the camp gate. The convoy consisted of 4 armored vehicles. Walter clearly saw a cannon mounted above the driver's cab of the leading armored vehicle, which seemed to be a 37mm anti-tank gun. Walter quickly made his assessment. The convoy got closer to the gate. Walter saw that the 3 armored vehicles behind each had a machine gun on top of their driver's cabs. It was an MG-34 machine gun. Seeing the round barrel with numerous holes, Walter immediately recognized the machine gun's model. The convoy stopped in front of the camp gate's barrier. A person stuck his head out of the driver's cab of the leading armored vehicle and said, "Raise the barrier, I need to get in." Walter eyed the person, who seemed to be an officer, with suspicion. He was very surprised by the officer's tone, which sounded as casual as if he were returning to his own home. Walter inexplicably walked up to the armored vehicle and said, "May I ask who you are? Attention." The officer jumped out of the vehicle, and Walter was surprised to find that the officer, who looked to be in his 20s, was actually a major general. Walter and his companion quickly saluted with their rifles. After returning the salute, the officer said, "Private, raise the barrier, my vehicle needs to get in." "Please show your identification, General," Walter said. The Major General pulled out a document from his chest pocket, glanced at it, and his expression changed. He stuffed the document back into his pocket and said to Walter, "I'm Heinz von Rosen, your commander. Raise the barrier. I need to get in." Walter and his companion exchanged glances, thinking, could it be that Commander has returned? After Chen Dao took up his post in the Navy, Lieutenant Colonel Manchufel was responsible for the daily affairs of the Hermann Göring Regiment. Over a month, an unwritten rule formed among the officers and soldiers of the regiment. They referred to Manteuffel as the commander and Chen Dao, the actual commander, as that commander. Looking at the Major General's uniform on Chen Dao, Walter identified it as a Navy uniform after a moment, further confirming in his mind that this Navy Major General was the legendary that commander. Walter bit the bullet and said, "Sorry, General, I've never seen you before, and according to military law, we only recognize identification, not people. Please show your officer's ID. You don't recognize me." "You too," Chen Dao said angrily, looking at the 2 soldiers for a few moments before asking, "Are you new recruits?" "Yes, General. We just finished basic training last month and were assigned here," Walter said nervously. Chen Dao was speechless for a moment, thinking to himself that he had left for Czech in a hurry and only brought his Navy officer's ID. Now, he was being blocked from entering his own camp by 2 young soldiers from his own regiment because he didn't have his officer's ID. If this got out, how would he ever be able to get by in Air Force circles again? "I am Captain Ba, and this is my identification. I can prove that he is our commander." Captain Ba came to the rescue. Walter confirmed that Captain Ba's identification was in order and said with difficulty, "Captain, you can go in, but who are you?" "Ah, Commander!" Corporal Mayer returned victorious after successfully eliminating the two-pronged rebellion. After seeing the general's face at the gate, he immediately stood at attention and saluted with joyful surprise. "You are Corporal Mayer, from Paratrooper 2nd Battalion, 6th Company?" Chen Dao asked hesitantly. "It's me, Commander." Corporal Mayer didn't expect Chen Dao to still remember him, and his joy was evident. Suddenly, the weather didn't feel so cold anymore. "Quick, raise the barrier and let the commander in. Hurry and call Regiment HQ to notify Lieutenant Colonel Manteuffel," Corporal Mayer ordered. Tell Lieutenant Colonel Manteufel to have Major Schubert lead the 2nd Battalion to assemble on the parade ground. I'll wait for them there, Chen Dao ordered. Soon, Chen Dao met the hastily arriving Manteufel on the parade ground. After saluting, Manteufel pointed at the 4 armored vehicles in surprise and asked, "Are these armored vehicles ours?" "These are the first batch of 251 type armored vehicles produced for us by Skoda Works. Of course they are ours. Christmas is coming soon, and they are my Christmas gift to the regiment." Manteufel walked to the leading half-track vehicle with surprise, pointing at the 37mm anti-tank gun on the front and said, "This sub-model should be the 251-10 type. Are those 3 with machine guns the 251-1 type?" "Correct," Chen Dao said with a smile. "Are these 4 vehicles ours?" Major Schubert asked Chen Dao after assembling his soldiers. "Of course. Here's the manual. Take a look." Major Schubert took the manual and began to read. The 251 type half-track armored personnel carrier weighs 8.5 tons and can carry 2 drivers and 10 infantrymen. The 251-1 type has a machine gun at the front and rear. Schubert walked around a 251-1 type armored vehicle and indeed saw a machine gun at the rear and above the driver's cab. The 251-10 type has a 37mm anti-tank gun mounted on its roof, Chen Dao said, pointing to the leading armored vehicle. 4 armored vehicles, 1 for the platoon HQ, and 1 for each of the 3 infantry squads. Just enough to equip a platoon. "You really have given us a great gift," Manteufel said with a smile. "A small gift, nothing to mention," Chen Dao said modestly. "Schubert, take your men to the firing range. I have another gift for you." 10 minutes later, at the firing range, Chen Dao ordered, "Schubert, send 2 squads over to the rear compartment of the armored vehicles to move out the boxes inside." A few minutes later, 40 wooden long boxes were neatly arranged in front of the paratroopers' 2nd Battalion's formation. Chen Dao pried open a long box with a crowbar and pulled out a rifle that neither Manteufel nor Schubert had ever seen before. "This is my 2nd Christmas gift to you, the M1 semi-automatic rifle. This rifle can be fitted with an 8-round magazine," Chen Dao said, taking out a magazine and inserting it into the rifle, then pulling the bolt to chamber a round, aiming at the target, and pulling the trigger, firing all 8 rounds in a few seconds. "This rifle has a very high rate of fire, and I think it's excellent suppressive firepower. There's a manual inside. You can take a look." Manteufel and Schubert each picked up an M1 semi-automatic rifle. Manteufel weighed the M1 and said, "It's a bit heavy." "I think so too, and I also think an 8-round magazine is a bit small for a semi-automatic rifle," Chen Dao said. After the Poland campaign, Chen Dao, who was used to the AK-47, had always been unimpressed with the low rate of fire Mauser 98K rifle. However, after searching all over Germany, he couldn't find a suitable semi-automatic rifle. As a last resort, he had to buy 10 M1 semi-automatic rifles from the United States through the black market, and then threw them to the Mauser factory for imitation for improvement. After disassembling and studying the M1 rifle, the Mauser factory changed the original 7.62 mm rifle round to the German standard 7.92 mm caliber, and also improved the slightly flawed gas system, then produced 200 prototype guns. There are a total of 200 prototype guns, all here. You will test them immediately and then provide feedback on your experience to the Mauser factory for further improvements. Before the France campaign begins, our regiment must complete the re-equipment, Chen Dao said. "My gifts have been delivered. Merry Christmas, everyone. You all go and test the M1 rifle first. I'm going to visit Marshal Goering." While Manteufel were testing the New Year's gifts, Chen Dao gave them with the paratroopers, and that the army headquarters brought it and held around as they looked at us to evaluate on them. Manstein has submitted this plan for the 4th time. "What exactly does he want?" Halder said with dissatisfaction. "We can't let him continue like this. We must find a way to stop him," Brauchitsch said. "File this plan away too. I'm not in the mood to read it." As for Manstein, let him go to the Eastern Front, Halder said. 2 days later, at Army Group A headquarters, Manstein stared blankly at a transfer order with a dejected expression. The order commanded him to complete his handover within a week and then go to Poland to serve as the commander of the 38th Infantry Corps. Being transferred from a staff chief of staff of an army group to a corps commander who governs a region seemed like a promotion but was actually a demotion. Rundstedt, of course, knew the inside story and comforted his beloved subordinate. "Headquarters has truly disappointed me. They actually used such tactics against you. Even if they send me to the Eastern Front, I will make my plan a reality," Manstein said undaunted. "But this really is a special Christmas gift," Manstein then said with a bitter smile. #42 Volume 1. First battle in Poland, Chapter 42, Public Service Announcement. Drunk driving is not recommended in Goering's office. Goering kept grinning as he looked at Chen Dao's Air Force Major General uniform. General Rosen, how do you feel about receiving the gratitude of all the high-ranking officers of the Navy? Goering, affecting the tone of a reporter, held a cigar as a microphone and interviewed Chen Dao face-to-face. Chen Dao straightened his military uniform and said earnestly, I thank Marshal of the Air Force, I thank the Minister of Aviation, I thank the Minister of Forestry, I thank the Prime Minister of Prussia. I also want to thank my brother-in-law, who cares about me the most. Without your support, I would not have achieved what I have today. Ha ha ha. Goering let out a strange laugh, pulled open a drawer, took out a piece of paper, and slapped it down in front of Chen Dao with a thud. This is my gift to you for your promotion to Major General of the Navy. Chen Dao took it and saw it was a check for 100,000 rice marks. Chen Dao glanced at Goering and asked, did our scrap metal business succeed? I gave some scrap metal to the warm-hearted Count Fock, and he returned some rare minerals to me. After processing these rare minerals, I had a sum of money, and this is your deserved share. Of course, this is just the first sum, Goering said. Chen Dao looked at the number on the check, and mathematical formulas flashed through his mind. He first calculated how much gold 100,000 rice marks could be exchanged for, and then converted the gold into RMB of later generations. Less than a minute later, Chen Dao quickly came to a conclusion. This check was equivalent to 5 million RMB, which was indeed a huge sum. Thinking that as the commander of the Hermann Goering Regiment, his monthly military pay was actually only 600 rice marks, this check was equivalent to 14 years of his salary. Was this what the saying cannons roar, gold pours meant? Perhaps so. Chen Dao, without any awkwardness, folded the check and put it into his right chest pocket, then said, Christmas is coming. Are there any activities recently? Upon hearing this, the light in Goering's eyes became sharper. There's an event tonight. You should come too. Chen Dao hesitated and asked, where is the event? Who invited? I don't want to deal with those ladies and young women again. They're a headache. Karin Manor, I invited. It's mainly to foster relationships and talk business. Don't worry, I won't introduce you to a girlfriend, Goering said. That's good, Chen Dao said, relieved. At Karin Manor, in the living room of Goering's villa, Goering raised his glass to the German industrial magnates in the living room and invited, to our youngest General Rosen and German history, cheers. Yes? A group of well-dressed magnates surrounded Chen Dao like stars around the moon, raised their glasses, and drank them all. Relying on his battlefield intuition honed in the hail of bullets, Chen Dao keenly realized that the banquet Goering had set up today seemed to be a Hunman banquet. Each industrial magnate was like a hungry wolf, their eyes gleaming green, staring at him, a pure little lamb. No wonder he talked so much nonsense to me on the way back. It turns out he had premeditated this. Chen Dao raised his glass and took a sip of wine to conceal his unease. Today, the theme of our gathering is to celebrate General Rosen's promotion to Commander of Naval Aviation, but as everyone can see, General Rosen is so young and lacks experience. Therefore, as his relative, I believe I have an obligation to help him fulfill his duties as a soldier. Just last week, because we had to prioritize the production of army weapons and equipment, the Führer and I had to cut the Navy's budget. After deducting the cost of building various surface ships, the funds allocated to naval aviation are negligible and cannot meet the needs of naval aviation for equipment procurement. So I ask everyone to extend a helping hand, generously donate, and help the newly appointed General Rosen overcome this difficulty, Goering said, looking down at everyone from the second floor. The industrial magnates, who had anticipated this, calmly wrote their names and donation amounts in the donation book presented by the waiters. Was this blatant robbery or extortion? Chen Dao was puzzled. Seeing some magnates even eagerly grabbing the donation book in the crowd, Chen Dao concluded that this should be a collaboration. Soon, the donation book was delivered to Goering. Goering called Chen Dao over and pointed to the total donation amount at the end of the book. Chen Dao looked closely and saw that it was as much as 3.6 million rice marks. Chen Dao quickly calculated that 3.6 million rice marks was enough to purchase 60 Mi-109 fighter jets. These planes were enough to arm 1.5 fighter squadrons, truly a huge sum. As the protagonist, aren't you going to say a few words? Goering smiled. For the sake of the huge sum, Chen Dao cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention, pondered for a moment, and then said, "The hand that gives roses always retains some fragrance. On behalf of the German Navy and Naval Aviation, I thank everyone for your generosity. I am a person who knows how to repay kindness, and your generosity will surely be repaid in the future." The magnates had been waiting for Chen Dao's promise, and the atmosphere of the banquet became even more enthusiastic, lasting until midnight when both hosts and guests were thoroughly satisfied and dispersed. After seeing off the magnates, a slightly tipsy Goering, pulling the swaying Chen Dao, said, "What urgent matter do you have to go back for? Wait until dawn to leave." "No, I have to go back to the regiment HQ tonight to stay." "I must go back," Chen Dao slurred. I'm leaving," Chen Dao said, breaking free from Goering's hand and walking unsteadily toward the car at the villa entrance. Seeing that Chen Dao was determined to leave, Goering no longer stopped him, only instructing Chen Dao's adjutant, Captain Bai, and the driver to take good care of Chen Dao. As the car just entered the Berlin city area, Chen Dao suddenly shouted, Stop the car." The driver had no choice but to pull over. Chen Dao pushed open the car door and dashed to his street lamp, leaning on it with his left hand and clutching his chest with his right, panting heavily. Captain Ba, seeing Chen Dao about to vomit, quickly patted his back. Chen Dao tried to vomit for a long time but didn't succeed, instead becoming much more sober in the bitter cold of the night. Staggering back to the car, Chen Dao pulled open the door and said to the driver, "You sit over there, I'll drive." The driver looked at the reeking Chen Dao, then sought help from Captain Ba with his eyes. Before Captain Ba could speak, Chen Dao pressed the driver's shoulder and said, "Hurry, move aside. I'll drive. Let me show you my racing skills." The driver had no choice but to switch seats. Captain Ba tried to persuade Chen Dao a few times but failed, so he sullenly sat in the back seat of the car, exchanged a glance with the driver, and thought, "The general is really drunk today." Chen Dao put the car in gear and stomped on the accelerator, and Captain Ba's body slammed hard against the backrest of the rear seat. Captain Ba managed to steady himself by holding on to the front seat, only to hear a screeching friction sound. The car performed an incredibly stylish drift at an intersection, then shot out like a rocket. Captain Ba felt his heart pounding and thought nervously, "Fortunately, it's midnight now and there are no pedestrians on the road. Otherwise, the commander's driving skills would cause who knows how many casualties." Before Captain Ba's relief dissipated, a faint figure appeared in front of the road. The person was wearing a long coat and a felt hat, carrying a briefcase in his left hand, walking on the right side of the road. Chen Dao swayed the steering wheel, muttering, "Look, I'll drive between those two people." The pedestrian walked unhurriedly, carrying his briefcase, when he suddenly noticed two bright beams of light shining from behind, illuminating the road ahead of him. Instinctively looking back, the pedestrian saw a car hurtling towards him in an S-shaped path. The pedestrian let out a scream and quickly dodged to the side. At the last moment, he barely avoided the car, and with a thud, the car knocked the pedestrian's briefcase flying, then crashed into a street lamp pole and screeched to a halt. In the driver's seat, Chen Dao broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "Damn, I hit someone." Chen Dao and the two others quickly jumped out of the car and rushed to the pedestrian, asking about his injuries. My briefcase, my briefcase." The pedestrian ignored Chen Dao and the two others, just muttering about his briefcase, then bent down to pick up the scattered small items on the ground. The pedestrian's briefcase had already fallen apart, and the small items inside were scattered all over the ground. Chen Dao and the two others had to help pick them up one by one. After picking up a few small items and then a slightly larger one, Chen Dao walked under the street lamp and, using the light, stared at the larger item. After examining it carefully for more than a minute, the expression on Chen Dao's face became increasingly serious. "This thing, could it be?" Chen Dao said, reaching to his right waist, but found nothing. "Where's my gun?" Chen Dao shouted. Captain Ba looked up at Chen Dao, not knowing why Chen Dao was looking for a gun. Chen Dao pointed at the pedestrian and shouted, "Catch him, he's a spy." Captain Ba was stunned, then dropped the small items in his hand, quickly pulled out his gun, and pointed it at the pedestrian. Chen Dao's driver fumbled around on his body for a long time and pulled out a fruit knife. I'm not a spy." The pedestrian, seeing a dark gun muzzle pointed at him, immediately raised his hands and stammered in defense. "You're not a spy? What is this?" Chen Dao shook the slightly larger item in his hand. "Don't tell me I don't know. These are parts from a telegraph machine. Let's find a police station and lock him up. I want to interrogate him myself," Chen Dao said. After collecting the items, Chen Dao had Captain Ba escort the man into the car, and the driver then drove to find a police station. After a few turns, the driver found a police station, and the three of them escorted the pedestrian inside. The duty officer, seeing that the leader was a general, quickly came forward to greet them. After learning their purpose, the duty officer immediately realized the seriousness of the matter and quickly led Chen Dao and the others to the interrogation room. He handcuffed the pedestrian and locked him to an iron interrogation chair. Captain Ba personally searched the man but only found a wallet and a set of keys. No weapons were found. Chen Dao held the telegraph machine part and dangled it in front of the pedestrian, then asked, "Speak, your name, address, the location of the telegraph machine, and which country do you serve?" "I'm not a spy," the pedestrian said with a tearful face. "Less nonsense. First, your name," Chen Dao said fiercely. The pedestrian weakly stated a name. Chen Dao leaned in and said, louder, "Say it again." "My name is Conrad Zeus." Captain Ba quickly took notes. "Where is your telegraph machine?" Chen Dao continued to ask. "I'm not a spy. I don't have a telegraph machine. These are parts from a computer." Conrad Zeus's voice was already tearful. "Parts from a computer?" Chen Dao stared at the part in a daze, thinking, are there computers in this era? Didn't the world's first computer appear in the United States in the 1950s? Chen Dao was immediately furious and shouted at Conrad Zeus, "You dare to trick me?" He walked to the wall, took down a police baton hanging there. Chen Dao returned to Conrad Zeus's side, pointed at Conrad Zeus, and shouted, "Believe it or not, I'll knock out all your teeth." Conrad Zeus finally cried, "I'm telling the truth, it's a computer I developed myself, and these are all parts from the computer." Looking at Conrad Zeus, who was covered in snot and tears, Chen Dao thought, could he really not be a spy? "Where is your computer?" Chen Dao asked. Conrad Zeus gave an address in Berlin. Chen Dao thought, could there really be a computer? How could there be such a divine artifact in this era? "Escort him, we'll go to the place he mentioned," Chen Dao said. An hour later, as Chen Dao watched Conrad Zeus eloquently explain the working principle of his Z2 electromagnetic computer, he finally believed that there was indeed a primitive computer in front of him. Chen Dao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking, I almost ran over this brilliant man who built a computer by himself while driving drunk. What kind of sin is this? However, if it weren't for this drunk driving incident, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to meet this brilliant man. Was drunk driving right or wrong after all? Chen Dao was conflicted for a moment, looking at the honest and dull Conrad Zeus and thinking that this brilliant man, who seemed to be of similar age to himself, had almost died under his wheels. Chen Dao made up his mind. No matter what, drunk driving was unacceptable. 43 Volume 1, The First Battle of Poland Chapter 43. Public service advertisement. Science and technology are very important at dawn. 5 Opel half-track trucks stopped in front of the building where Conrad Zeus lived. Captain Ba jumped out of the leading truck, and after a few shouts, a squad of paratroopers jumped out of each of the first 4 trucks. 3 squads of paratroopers were dispatched to cordon off the street, while Captain Ba personally led 1 squad of paratroopers to raid Conrad Zeus's home to move his belongings. Conrad Zeus was pulled aside and guarded by 2 watchful paratroopers, watching helplessly as the paratroopers cleared out his room, not missing a single part or drawing. In the end, Conrad Zeus could not escape the fate of being moved. He was carried downstairs, his arms held by 2 burly paratroopers, and put into a truck. When Conrad Zeus, handcuffed, got out of the truck, he found himself in a military camp, which was the regiment HQ of the Hermann Göring Regiment. Conrad Zeus, along with his Z2 computer and drawings, was placed into an empty officer's dormitory. He is not to leave this building without my order. Have the mess hall send him meals daily. No abuse, be polite, treat him as an Air Force captain. After Chen Dao finished his instructions, he returned to his commander's office. Soon after, Göring, who had received the notification, arrived late. A sleepy Göring sat opposite Chen Dao, first stretching with a big yawn. "If you don't give me a sufficient reason, I will definitely deduct your bonus on the charge of disturbing my sleep." "My reason is very sufficient. I have discovered a big business," Chen Dao said. Göring's eyes lit up, and the fatigue in his eyes vanished. Sitting upright by pressing on the armrests of his chair, Göring stared at Chen Dao with sparkling eyes. "What business? What scale? What profit margin? What cost?" Göring asked 4 questions in a row. "Do you know about the steam engine? The steam engine invented by what triggered the first industrial revolution, bringing humanity into the age of steam." "Stop!" Göring shouted. "Don't give me a science popularization lecture. Don't force me to pull out my gun. I remember the last time you said you would pull out your gun. I was explaining the Cuckoo Project to you," Chen Dao reminded Göring. Göring immediately calmed down. "Is it a business of the scale of the Cuckoo Project? Tell me quickly." "No, compared to this business, the Cuckoo Project is completely insignificant." "Where was I just now?" "The first industrial revolution," Göring reminded him. "I know the second industrial revolution was the electrical revolution." "Just tell me directly. What does our business have to do with the Industrial Revolution? This business I'm talking about can trigger the third industrial revolution. Let's call it the technological revolution for now. How much profit do you think this business can make? Chen Dao asked. Goering's corpulent body bounced from the chair like a ball, leaning forward, hands propped on the desk, looking down at Chen Dao. Are you sure this thing can trigger the technological revolution you mentioned? I'm not well read, so don't lie to me. Chen Dao pointed to his own eyes and met Goering's gaze. Look into my eyes. Do I look like I'm lying? Goering stared into Chen Dao's eyes for a full 2 minutes, then sat back in his chair, excitedly pinching his fingers and saying, if this business can really trigger the third industrial revolution, the word profit isn't enough. A printing press, we're essentially opening a money printing factory. A moment later, Goering suddenly calmed down. Are there any drawbacks to this business? Drawbacks? Chen Dao thought for a moment and then said, if there are drawbacks, the only one for this business is that the investment cycle is relatively long and the initial profits are relatively small. However, we can operate it to increase the initial profits. How long is the investment cycle? Goering asked. I estimate large-scale profit recovery should be after 50 years, Chen Dao said. 50 years later? The excitement on Goering's face immediately faded considerably. He frowned in thought, and a few minutes later, Goering perked up again. 50 years it is. I always need to leave some inheritance for Ada. I will treat this business as the largest inheritance I leave for Ada. But are you sure this thing can really trigger an industrial revolution? Goering said, I'll take you to see that thing later. If you're still not at ease, there's another big business. This business can recoup profits within about 5 years, and it's just as groundbreaking as the first business I mentioned, also capable of triggering an industrial revolution. What business is it? Goering asked, trembling all over. The first business I mentioned is called computers, and the second is called nuclear fission or atomic energy technology. Both of these technologies can completely change the world. Nuclear fission? Atomic energy? Goering asked, his eyes flickering. Is nuclear fission really that important? Of course, nuclear fission technology can create a super bomb. One bomb can destroy a city. It can also be used to build nuclear power plants. In short, it's a groundbreaking technology. Nuclear fission technology and computer technology will definitely trigger the third industrial revolution. Trust me on this, Chen Dao said with conviction. You know, whenever I hear the word culture, I can't help but want to pull out my gun, let alone these insignificant scientific technologies. This mindset of yours is a sickness and it needs to be cured. Remember, from a political perspective, scientific and technological advancement is the primary productive force. From a military perspective, scientific and technological advancement is the primary combat power. From a business perspective, scientific and technological advancement is the primary money printer. If you don't value scientific and technological advancement, you won't become a great politician. If you don't value scientific and technological advancement, you won't become a powerful military strategist. And if you don't value scientific and technological advancement, you certainly won't become the richest person in the world. Goering pulled a pen from the pen holder on Chen Dao's desk, then asked Chen Dao for a piece of paper and wrote down what Chen Dao had just said. Folding the paper and putting it into his pocket, Goering said with lingering fear, since 37, we have already begun research on nuclear fission, codenamed the Uranium Project. I never knew this technology was so important. I almost missed a major business opportunity. Fortunately, you reminded me. Chen Dao became interested and pressed. The Uranium Project? Is it for making atomic bombs? What stage is the research at? I don't know. I didn't care about such things before. I will pay more attention in the future, Goering said. The Uranium Project must be treated as the most important project. Results can be achieved in 5 years at most. I guarantee it. Chen Dao thought to himself, if there are no results after 5 years, he might as well commit suicide. If Germany did not possess atomic bombs in 5 years, the American fat man and little boy bear children might just run to Germany to make a scene and create mushroom clouds. Thinking of that scene, Chen Dao felt his scalp tighten. I will find a way to remind the Fuhrer to raise the priority of the Uranium Project and increase the budget, Goering said. First priority, it must be the first priority, Chen Dao reminded him. I've noted that. Shall we go see the computer you mentioned? Goering asked. Okay. #44 Volume 1. The First Battle in Poland Chapter 44. The Birth of Sauron. When Chen Dao returned to the office with Goering, Goering had already decided to invest in Konrad Zeuss's invention. Konrad Zeuss alone isn't enough. We need to find him some assistance. And to produce this Z2 computer, we must have the appropriate factory buildings and equipment. My plan is for us to establish a company to operate this. What do you think? Goering asked. I agree. Chen Dao took out the check for 100,000 rice marks from his right breast pocket and placed it on the desk. This is my capital. Goering picked up the check from the middle of the desk and slapped it down in front of Chen Dao with a thud. Don't play games with me. Would I make you pay? Besides, what's this little bit of money of yours good for? Goering forced Chen Dao to put away the check, then said, I'll handle the funding. You discovered this computer, and without you, this big business wouldn't exist. You should take a larger share of the stock. For now, you'll take 50%, I'll take 30%, and the remaining 20% will go to investors. If there are new partners in the future, you'll need to share some of your stock with them, at most 10%. What do you think? Find others? Chen Dao was surprised, staring at Goering in confusion and asking, You're actually planning to find others to partner with for a business of this scale? It's not that I want to find others, it's that we are not suitable to be publicly involved. Once war breaks out with France, we won't have time to manage the company, and we don't know how long the war will last. We must find a partner to help us manage the company, and of course he will have to buy shares. Who are you planning to find? Chen Dao asked. Rimsma, I think he's more suitable, Goering said without hesitation. Rimsma, the one who sells drugs? Chen Dao asked. He only trades tobacco, not drugs, Goering clarified. Chen Dao recalled that since Hitler became Chancellor of Germany in 1933, tobacco magnate Philipp Reemtsma had made a secret deal with Goering. Goering provided protection for Reemtsma's tax evasion, and Reemtsma, in turn, donated 1 million rice marks annually to the Goering Art Center. Reemtsma faithfully kept his promise, and Goering was very satisfied, so he returned the favor by helping Reemtsma out of difficulties. In 1933, the then boisterous stormtroopers opened a tobacco company to compete with Reemtsma. Goering secretly supported Reemtsma in establishing a foothold in the market, ultimately crushing the stormtroopers' tobacco company. Not long after, Reemtsma was summoned by the court for perjury, and it was Goering himself who intervened to make the matter disappear. Goering also persuaded Hitler not to collect donations for the Hitler Foundation from Reemtsma's company, arguing that collecting donations from the tobacco industry would affect Hitler's and the government's image, and Hitler actually agreed. For a business of the computer's magnitude, an ordinary person would be ecstatic to the point of a heart attack if they owned just 1% of the shares, yet Goering was going to sell 20% of the shares to Reemtsma at once. Could this Reemtsma be Goering's long-lost brother? Chen Dao thought, gossiping. Besides him, who else are you preparing to let invest? Chen Dao asked. Now we are blockaded by England and the French, and our merchant ships cannot pass through the North Sea. I think there should be an agent to help us open up overseas markets. For example, the warm-hearted brother-in-law? Chen Dao asked. Goering nodded, however. This is just my idea. Perhaps we can end the war soon, and there's no need to let more people invest. Alright, if we need the brother-in-law's help, I'll sell 10% of my shares to him, Chen Dao said. In the future, we might also need help from others, and we'll have to give them some shares. Where will these shares come from? Chen Dao pressed. At most 5 people, no more. They must be influential enough to provide significant help. If we have to give them shares, I'll provide them, Goering said. Alright, in any case, let's do it quickly, Chen Dao said. How about the company name Caesar? Goering asked. Caesar? No, I hate Italians, Chen Dao said. Caesar was a Roman, not an Italian, Goering corrected. To me, it's pretty much the same, Chen Dao said. Then you think of a good name. Once it's decided, I'll immediately go find Reemtsma to handle the business license. The marketplace is like a battlefield. Time is money. The name must be domineering. Chen Dao's mind was stuck for a moment, and he couldn't think of a good name for a long time. Hurry up and think of a good name for our company, Goering urged. Seeing the bloodshot eyes of Goering staring at him, Chen Dao, in a trance, seemed to see the eye of Sauron, composed of flames and with a vertical pupil. That's right, the Dark Lord Sauron from The Lord of the Rings was an incredible figure, and his name was domineering enough. Even powerful figures like Aragorn, Legolas, and Gandalf the White would feel their scalps tingle and their anuses clench upon hearing his name. It had to be him. Chen Dao made up his mind, took a pencil from the pen holder, and neatly wrote a German word, Sauron, on the white paper. Sauron, that's the name of our company. And Chen Dao said, drawing an eye with a vertical pupil on the white paper. This eye is our company's logo. The part above the pupil is made of flames. Remember to find a good painter to draw it, Chen Dao instructed. This eye has a logo? Goering asked. Yes, this eye is called the Eye of Sauron. This eye means that under its insight, all business opportunities are nowhere to hide. Oh, and below this logo, we should add a sentence. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. This sentence will be our corporate philosophy. Shen Dao said. Good, I'll listen to you. I'll go find Rim's man now. Goering picked up the paper in front of Chen Dao and stood up, walking toward the door. With his hand on the doorknob, Goering turned to Chen Dao, who was seeing him off, and said with a smile, to congratulate the birth of Sauron and the Eye of Sauron, I represent the German Air Force in reserving 50 Z2 computers. Chen Dao also let out a few strange laughs. I represent the German Navy in ordering 30 units. After exchanging a smile with Goering, Chen Dao said, I suddenly remembered something. What is it? I think our company should be an investment company, not just a computer manufacturing company, Chen Dao said. Investment company? You mean? Goering asked. Under the inspiration of the Eye of Sauron, I suddenly thought of a few hot investment spots. I'll tell you more when I get home tonight. #45 Volume 1 First Battle in Poland Chapter 45 The Bandits' Christmas Syndrome Season 1 Part 1 On the morning of December 18, Chen Dao returned to the Naval Aviation Headquarters in Kielport. Chen Dao's first order upon returning was to hold a meeting. In the meeting room, seeing that everyone was present, Chen Dao had Galland and Leibniz report on the naval aviation's construction work over the past week. The winter of 1939 was indeed a rare cold winter in Europe, and in the past week, the naval aviation could only conduct physical training for its officers and soldiers, and urged the Messerschmitt Company and Junkers Aircraft Manufacturing Company to accelerate the production of carrier-based aircraft for aircraft carriers. After listening to the report, Chen Dao said, The weather is bad, and this is all we can do. Christmas is almost here, and we still have two things to do before Christmas. The first is to give the soldiers some Christmas gifts, and the second is to decorate the barracks to give them a festive atmosphere. After speaking, Chen Dao pulled out a check from his right chest pocket and placed it on the table. I have 100,000 rice marks here. Take them and quickly prepare red envelopes for all the officers and soldiers. As soon as Chen Dao spoke, he saw the officers looking at each other, bewildered. After a moment of thought, he realized that neither Germany nor Europe had the custom of giving red envelopes. Colonel Leibniz, the deputy chief of staff of the naval aviation, indeed asked in confusion, What is a red envelope? A red envelope is a gift, which is money wrapped in red paper. Chen Dao patiently explained the meaning of the term red envelope to the officers. While the shops are not yet on holiday, quickly order a batch of red paper. I want to give red envelopes to all officers and soldiers. The point of a red envelope is to express goodwill, not the amount of money, so my intention is to give 20 imperial marks to each person, regardless of rank. After a quick calculation, Galland asked, after deducting the money for the red envelopes, we will still have over 60,000 rice marks left. How do you plan to use this money? Confiscate it, and then buy more alcohol, beer, red wine, white wine, as well as ham, sausages, roasted chicken, and candy. In short, not a single rice mark should be left. On Christmas Eve, Christmas, and the 26th, let's call the 26th Saints' Blessing Day, hoping God will bless us with more victories in the new year. The food for these 3 days must be plentiful. The British and French should also be preparing for Christmas now and won't come to fight us, so recent holiday approvals can be relaxed, Chen Dao said. Chen Dao's feat of snatching a large amount of resources for the German Navy from the Army's jaws had long spread throughout the Navy. The naval aviation officers had already labeled Chen Dao as capable. Hearing Chen Dao's recent speech, the naval aviation officers thought that this capable commander was so understanding and knew how to conduct himself that he could almost be considered a good leader. In the future, after the war with England and France, if this young good leader could prove to the world that he could fight, he would immediately become a perfect leader, and the future of naval aviation would be bright. A spark of joy ignited in the officers' hearts. Chen Dao had no idea of the officers' little thoughts. He just instinctively felt that the officers were in good spirits and thought, let me, Hamfei, add more fuel to your fire. Chen Dao picked up a donation booklet from the conference table and handed it to Galland on his right. This is the military fund I raised during my holiday. After the meeting, you should immediately organize personnel to form a fundraising committee. As soon as Christmas is over, make sure those companies deliver their donations according to the names and amounts in this donation booklet. Galland curiously opened the donation booklet and looked at it with Leibniz, who was sitting to his right. Heinkel Aircraft Manufacturing Company, 200,000 rice marks. Junkers Aircraft Manufacturing Company, 200,000 rice marks. When they saw the total donation amount of 3.6 million rice marks, a sense of powerlessness arose in both their hearts. It truly was infuriating to compare oneself to others. The commander had only been gone for a week, and he had already plundered raised 3.6 million Reichsmarks for the naval aviation. What a powerful ability to print money! Galland silently handed the donation booklet to the other officers. After circulating among the officers, the booklet returned to Chen Dao's hands. Chen Dao was unaware at this moment that he had inadvertently poured a barrel of gasoline on the officers' hearts, causing the spark of joy that had just ignited within them to instantly erupt into a raging inferno. Chen Dao was puzzled. It's just over 3 million Reichsmarks. Why are they all looking at me with shining eyes? Is it really that big of a deal? Unable to bear the officers' worshipful gazes, Chen Dao quickly called for the meeting to adjourn and fled. A few days passed quickly. On December 24, Chen Dao woke up early, taking Galland and Leibniz to visit each department under the naval aviation, distributing red envelopes to the soldiers with the heads of each department. Upon receiving the red envelopes, the low-ranking soldiers were especially delighted. A single private's monthly salary was only 90 Reichsmarks. Now, with an unexpected increase of nearly a quarter of his income, how could he not be excited? By snatching resources from the army's jaws, Chen Dao successfully earned the praise of high-ranking Navy officials, led by Reader. The Christmas red envelope distribution successfully won the hearts of the naval aviation's grassroots soldiers. For a time, Chen Dao became the most popular person in the German Navy, from the marshal down to the private. The newly established naval aviation had few subordinate departments. Around 2 p.m., amidst the officers' and soldiers' farewells, Chen Dao left the last department. He visited the Naval Aviation Academy. Galland and Leibniz stood on either side of Chen Dao, urging him with concern, "You should go back and rest quickly. We'll handle the rest." Chen Dao raised his trembling right hand and pressed it to his chest, letting out a long breath. "I'll go back and rest first. You two go on with your work. Do you want to go to the hospital for a checkup?" Leibniz asked. "I had a physical examination yesterday. There's nothing wrong except for a slight arrhythmia." Captain Ba, Captain Lawrence, take good care of the commander. Leibniz could only instruct Chen Dao's two adjutants. Watching Chen Dao's car gradually drive away, and remembering Chen Dao's bloodshot eyes, pale face, and trembling hands, Galland said to Leibniz with worry, "Our cause has just begun. The commander absolutely cannot have any problems at this time. We cannot do without him. God bless, he'll be fine," Leibniz also said with a worried frown. Returning to his office, Chen Dao gasped for breath, clutching his chest, and leaned back in his office chair. What the hell is going on? Why is there this urge to destroy everything? Chen Dao tried his best to control the desire, but no sooner had he suppressed the thought of embracing a bundle of grenades and perishing with Galland next door, than an impulse to sweep through 3 floors of the Naval Aviation Headquarters with a C-96 pistol surged into his mind. What's been wrong with me these past few days? Chen Dao found that as Christmas approached, this destructive desire grew stronger and stronger. Could it be a mental illness? Chen Dao suspiciously pulled out a medicine bottle, poured out 4 sleeping pills, and took them with water, then fell into a deep sleep. 46 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 46, The Bandits' Christmas Syndrome Season 1 Part 2. In the early morning of December 25, 1939, Chen Dao woke up to find himself lying in his dormitory. Grumble before Chen Dao could figure out why he was in the dormitory. He felt his stomach constantly twitching, letting out a series of violent protests. After getting up, dressing, and washing, as soon as Chen Dao pushed open his door, he met Captain Lawrence and Captain Ba waiting in the corridor. "Commander, are you feeling better?" Captain Ba asked with concern. "Much better. Was it you two who brought me back yesterday?" Chen Dao asked. "Yes." Captain Lawrence nodded. "Let's go eat," Chen Dao said, leading the way to the mess hall. As Chen Dao expected, after a breakfast, the restless heart began to beat faster and his hands trembled uncontrollably again. This feeling seemed even stronger than yesterday. It was truly bizarre. Chen Dao walked out of the mess hall with a gloomy expression, followed nervously by Captain Ba and Captain Lawrence. Over the past few days, they had already noticed the changes in Chen Dao, becoming more diligent and careful in their work, fearing to displease him. Watching Chen Dao enter his office, Captain Ba and Captain Lawrence quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as they returned to their desks in the adjutant's office, the door creaked open, and Chen Dao stood at the doorway, waving his hand and saying, "Grab your guns and follow me." Having no choice, the two put on their overcoats, fastened their belts, and slung on their pistols, following Chen Dao downstairs. Officers walking on the stairs saw the 3 men descending from the 3rd floor. The one in the lead had a gloomy expression, 2 C-96 pistols tucked into his belt, and his peaked cap pulled low over his eyebrows, almost obscuring his eyes. A chilling aura emanated from him. When the officers saw it was Chen Dao, they quickly moved aside to make way and saluted. Chen Dao, expressionless, raised his hand to return the salute and swept past, leaving the officers looking at each other, secretly wondering what had happened. Stepping out of the office building, Chen Dao raised his hand and drew a C-96 pistol from his belt, using the muzzle to tap his cap rim. He said to Captain Lawrence, "Go to the guard company and get 2 machine guns. Remember to bring plenty of ammunition, then find me at the shooting range." When Captain Lawrence arrived at the shooting range in a truck carrying 2 machine guns and over a dozen crates of ammunition, he saw Chen Dao happily firing C-96 pistols left and right, pinging and banging away, while Captain Dao was also practicing with his pistol nearby. Seeing Captain Lawrence arrive, Chen Dao stopped shooting. He moved an MG-34 machine gun from the truck bed and had the driver bring his sedan onto the shooting range. Then he mounted the machine gun on the car's roof. He loaded it, pulled the trigger, and began to spray bullets, da-da-da. Chen Dao quickly fired a 50-round belt of ammunition. While reloading with Captain Ba, he said to Captain Lawrence, "Mount that other machine gun too, and fire." Captain Lawrence didn't know what was wrong with his commander, so he could only call the driver to act as assistant gunner. Then he set up the machine gun and joined Chen Dao in his frenzy. The da-da-da sound of the 2 machine guns sweeping was like firecrackers, adding a festive atmosphere to the holiday for no reason. Around noon, the gunfire at the shooting range finally ceased, and yellow-orange casings were scattered everywhere. Chen Dao dropped the machine gun, rubbed his sore right shoulder, and said, "Let's go, time for lunch." Looking at Chen Dao's retreating figure, Captain Ba pointed to his face, splattered with gun oil, then spread his hands to Captain Lawrence, who was rubbing his shoulder, showing an innocent, bitter smile. Captain Lawrence also smiled bitterly and shook his head. He and Captain Ba, his fellow unfortunate comrade, together carried the machine guns back into the truck, then drove to follow Chen Dao back for lunch. Lunch was the Christmas feast. As commander, Chen Dao naturally took the stage to deliver Christmas greetings, followed by a grand carnival. Chen Dao, with the beautiful aspiration of getting himself drunk and going back to sleep, took the initiative, frequently proposing toasts and never refusing a return toast. However, while his idea was grand, reality was harsh. Under the dissolution of his throbbing Hanfei heart, all the alcohol he consumed turned into sweat and was expelled from his body. Chen Dao, with his sweat-soaked back, not only didn't get drunk but became even more energized. After a drinking contest, Chen Dao successfully earned the nickname 1,000 Cups Not Drunk in the hearts of the officers. Looking at the dwindling number of people in the mess hall, Chen Dao inwardly cried out in defeat, "Why can't I get drunk?" Left with no choice to suppress the uncontrollable urge within him, Chen Dao had to take the unfortunate Captain Lawrence and Captain Ba out of the mess hall. They rounded up a gun crew from the guard company, and several of them got into a truck, pulling a Flak 37mm anti-aircraft gun directly to the shooting range. Upon reaching the shooting range, they unloaded the anti-aircraft gun, leveled its barrel, and Chen Dao sat in the gunner's seat, immediately beginning to fire. Boom, boom, boom amidst the explosions. White mushroom clouds rose from the hillside opposite Chen Dao, where the targets were placed. The cannon roared all afternoon. Captain Ba and Captain Lawrence, along with 6 gunners, spent the entire afternoon as loaders. As dusk approached, with Chen Dao's command, "That's enough for today, back to camp," everyone felt as if they had been granted a great pardon, thinking, "Finally, we're free." They quickly hitched the anti-aircraft gun to the truck and followed Chen Dao's sedan back to camp. Back in the officers' dormitory, after dinner, Chen Dao took 4 sleeping pills, then lay on his back on the bed, thinking, "Finally, I've made it through today, but what about tomorrow? When will these hard times end?" While lost in thought, Chen Dao fell into a deep sleep. For a full week, Chen Dao spent his days at the shooting range. From the C-96 pistol to the MG-34 machine gun, from the 20mm anti-aircraft gun to the 37mm anti-aircraft gun, Chen Dao practiced with all of them. Even the large 88mm anti-aircraft gun was dragged to the shooting range by Chen Dao and fired wildly. January 1, 1940 was a fortunate day for Captain Ba and Captain Lawrence, because the first order the commander issued after arriving at the office that morning was that they would not be doing target practice today. Leaving Captain Ba and Captain Lawrence to secretly rejoice in the adjutant's office, Chen Dao sat in his office chair, looking at his still trembling hands, thinking that the urge to destroy everything had finally weakened to a controllable level, and he had finally endured it. Today was the first day of 1940, and the new year naturally brought new beginnings. Chen Dao decided to start writing a diary from today, to record his Hanfei life. After the war, he might organize and publish it, perhaps even winning a Nobel Prize like Churchill. In the following days, Chen Dao diligently wrote his diary every day while also fighting against the desires within him. The results were pleasing. One diary entry after another was written, and his inner desires waned more and more. On January 5th, Galland and Leibniz returned to work after their holidays. Chen Dao thought to himself that he could finally return to Berlin, saving his brother-in-law from constantly calling to urge him. Before Christmas Eve, Goering had called Chen Dao to return to Berlin for Christmas. Chen Dao had already noticed his body's abnormality at the time and thought that there was a little girl, Ada, in Goering's home. If he lost control and hurt a child, it would be difficult to handle, so he declined. Now that his body had mostly returned to normal, he could go back. To be safe, he waited a few more days until January 15th. Chen Dao noticed his eyes were less red and his hands were less shaky. Convinced that he had finally overcome his desires, he decided to return to Berlin. After requesting leave from the Navy headquarters and booking his train ticket, Chen Dao decided to catch up on some sleep before taking the night train. After informing Captain Ba to wake him up on time, Chen Dao lay down on his desk and fell asleep. Heinz Chen, I'm FBI agent George MacDonald. You're surrounded. Surrender your weapon and release the hostage. You have the right to remain silent, but anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You know what? All of our Christmas was ruined, and it's all because of you. You son of a bitch. Scene after scene flashed clearly through Chen Dao's mind, until that last dazzling flash of fire. In the corridor on the 3rd floor, Captain Bai walked out of the adjutant's office, checked his watch, and approached Chen Dao's office door. After a few gentle knocks, he pushed the door open. Seeing Chen Dao motionless at his desk, Captain Bai quietly approached him. Just as he was about to wake Chen Dao let out a miserable scream, and sat bolt upright. Captain Ba was startled by the sudden burst of Hanfei aura from Chen Dao, stepping back a few paces. He watched horror as Chen Dao pointed his right finger at the air, shouting and yelling, until he finally collapsed weakly into his chair as if exhausted. Captain Ba took out a white handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from Chen Dao's forehead, all the while wondering what kind of nightmare could have made His Excellency the Commander so distraught. And what language was he speaking just now? He had never heard it before. Taking the handkerchief from Captain Bai, Chen Dao wiped his sweat and asked, "Is it time?" "Commander, you should be leaving," Captain Ba said. On the train to Berlin, Chen Dao silently smoked a cigarette, then pulled out his Hanfei diary from his briefcase and began to write. At the end of the diary, Chen Dao wrote with a frown, "MacDonald, I actually dreamt of you, that dead ghost. Damn it, it's definitely a sign of bad luck. You're the son of a bitch, and your whole family is. P.S. 3 updates today, the 3rd will be later. #47 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 47. The Bandits Christmas Syndrome Season 1 Part 3 Heinz, you finally thought of coming back. I thought you didn't want this family anymore." Goering spread his arms and lunged at Chen Dao, wanting to embrace him, but was prevented from a complete success by his protruding belly. After an incomplete embrace with Goering, Chen Dao's gaze turned to the tall, thin, bald man behind Goering. "Happy New Year, Philip." Chen Dao extended his right hand to Philip Rensma. "Happy New Year, Heinz." Rensma smiled and shook hands with Chen Dao. "Let's go upstairs," Goering urged after they shook hands. In Goering's study, 3 men with cigars puffed away like immortals. Goering, with a cigar in his mouth, excitedly picked up a piece of paper from his desk and handed it to Chen Dao. "Look at this," Goering said excitedly, pointing at the paper. Chen Dao took the paper, scanned it, and exclaimed, "Sauron Investment Co. Limited. Our business license has been approved. The registered capital is actually 2 million Reichsmarks. Yes, and look at this." Goering handed over another piece of paper. Chen Dao saw 3 eyes of Sauron, burning with fierce flames, drawn side by side on the paper, each with slight differences in color and lines. "Which of these 3 designs do you think is most suitable?" Goering asked. Recalling the eye of Sauron he had seen in movies, Chen Dao's right index finger slid back and forth over the 3 designs, then pointed to the one on the far right and said, "This one is the most suitable. Remember this one, use it as the company's logo when you go back," Goering said to Rensma, pointing at the eye of Sauron. "Okay, I'll take care of it." Rensma folded the paper and put it in his pocket. "One last question, where should we build the factory?" Rensma asked. "Not in Merlin, preferably in a safer industrial city." "By safer, I mean a city that bombers flying from England cannot reach," Chen Dao said. "British bombers? With the Air Force, they'll be shot down as soon as they enter Germany's airspace." Goering snorted coldly. "It's best not to be in Berlin," Chen Dao insisted. What do you think of Vienna? Rumsma asked. Seeing both Goering and Chen Dao looking at him, Rumsma explained, I also have some business in Vienna and go there often. If we build the factory there, it will be more convenient for me to oversee it. After calculating the distance between Vienna and England, Chen Dao thought that Vienna should be relatively safe, so he nodded. I think Vienna is more suitable. Since you don't like Berlin, then put the factory in Vienna, but the company headquarters must still be in Berlin. Of course the company headquarters should be in Berlin, I have no objection to that. Besides computers, what other industries should we invest in? Rumspa asked. Ask him, Goering said, gesturing to Chen Dao with his chin. Mr. Rumsma, our most important task now is to build a computer factory. Many customers are waiting to try our products. This is our most important business. All other businesses must make way for it, Chen Dao said. Rumsma raised his eyebrows, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. All right, I'll build a computer factory first, and we'll talk about other businesses later. Speed is essential. Also, make sure to provide ample funds to Conrad Zeus so he can develop newer types of computers. I've already arranged it, and I've even hired some assistants for him, Rumsma said. For the next 2 days, Chen Dao's life was extremely regular. He fulfilled his duties as commander of the Hermann Göring regiment during the day and returned to Koren Manor in the evening to learn business from Göring. On the morning of January 18th, Chen Dao was in his office consulting Manteufel about tactical issues when Manteufel's adjutant suddenly entered and said, Commander, Marshal Göring just called and wants you to go to the Prime Minister's office. Now? Chen Dao asked. Yes, he wants you to go now. At the Prime Minister's office, as soon as Chen Dao sat down in front of Hitler, Hitler asked, Heinz, do you know General Manstein? Manstein! Chen Dao's heart tensed, and he carefully replied, During the Poland campaign, I knew he was the chief of staff of the Southern Army Group, but I never met him. Is that all? Hitler pressed. That's all, Chen Dao said. Hitler recalled a conversation with Manstein a few days earlier. Do you know Major General Heinz von Rosen? I've only seen a major with that name on the cover of a military magazine. Is he a major general now? It seems they really don't know each other, Hitler thought. Shaking off the memory, Hitler said, Last Wednesday, I hosted a dinner for 5 newly appointed corps commanders, and General Manstein was among them. He proposed a completely new plan for attacking France. What kind of plan? Göring asked. A plan that looked very familiar to me, which is why I called you and Heinz here, Hitler said. His plan wouldn't happen to be Chen Dao pointed to himself, then to Göring, looking very surprised. Exactly the same as ours, would it? Hitler chuckled a few times and said, Exactly the same. How could this be? This is impossible. I didn't tell him, and Heinz couldn't have told him. How could he come up with the same battle plan as us? Göring quickly explained, fearing that Hitler would think he and Chen Dao had leaked information. I think it's possible. I've heard that General Manstein is a very intelligent man. There's an old Eastern proverb, great minds think alike. If it's him, I believe it's possible for him to devise a battle plan as excellent as ours, Chen Dao said. Is it really a coincidence? Göring asked. For now, that's the only explanation. In 1885 and 1886, Mr. Daimler and Mr. Benz independently built automobiles, ushering in the automotive era that was a coincidence. In 1939, you and General Manstein each developed similar battle plans. This kind of coincidence is entirely possible, Hitler said. Daimler and Benz's companies later merged into what we know as Daimler-Benz. How about calling your plan the Göring-Rosen-Manstein plan? Hitler said with a smile. Göring knew the inside story and decided not to get involved in this muddy water, quickly clarifying, I don't care about such empty titles. Let's just call it the Rosen-Manstein plan. Seeing Göring's feigned modesty, Chen Dao couldn't help but curl his lip. Then he thought, even Göring understands humility, so as a conscientious Hanfei, facing the genuine Manstein, he should naturally be even more modest. After all, he was the copycat. General Manstein surpasses me in rank, prestige, and ability, and he is also much older than me. I believe this plan should be called the Manstein-Rosen plan. It's good for young people to know how to be modest. This plan will be called the Manstein-Rosen plan. However, I will remember that you were the first to propose this plan. Hitler didn't want to dwell on trivial matters like the plan's name, so he made a final decision. Upon seeing Hitler make the decision, Chen Dao's conscience immediately felt much more at ease. Last week, I already ordered Army headquarters to formulate a detailed battle plan based on this proposal. Army Group will serve as the main attacking force in this plan. There will be a meeting at the Army Group at headquarters the day after tomorrow, and Brachich and Halder will also attend. I want you two to go as well. as you were the first to propose this plan and can provide some guidance to make it more perfect, Hitler said. Chen Dao and Goering were dumbfounded. Goering understood almost nothing about the plan, so how could he provide guidance to Army Group A? Chen Dao thought to himself, I only remember a framework. I know nothing about the details of the plan's execution or troop deployment. How can I guide anyone? Wouldn't I be exposed after a few questions? It seems that in this era of many talented people, being a copycat is not easy, Chen Dao thought dejectedly. Seeing that they remained silent, Hitler pressed, You don't want to go? Goering suddenly remembered that Chen Dao was the true architect of this plan. He would surely know how to handle those army men. With that thought, Goering immediately calmed down. I'm willing to go. Chen Dao thought, since my brother-in-law has agreed to go, what else can I say? He could only helplessly reply, I'm willing to. P.S. 3 updates today. Happy birthday to James Bonds. #48 Volume 1. First Battle in Poland Chapter 48. The Bandits' Christmas Syndrome Season 1 Part 4. Chen Dao and Goering returned to Karin Manor and immediately went into Goering's study to conspire. Goering asked, What should we do at the meeting the day after tomorrow? Chen Dao couldn't help but think of saying just wing it, but the words changed before they left his mouth. He thought to himself, at this time, he couldn't let his brother-in-law be discouraged. After all, he was his biggest backer. It's very simple. Eloquence is silver, silence is gold. You just need to remain silent. If the Führer insists you speak, I will prompt you. What if they want you to speak? Goering asked worriedly. How do you plan to handle it? I'll teach you a unique skill, and then you won't ask me questions that only a rookie would ask when you encounter similar situations in the future, Chen Dao said. A unique skill. Goering immediately became interested. Tell me quickly, do I need to write it down? No need. This unique skill can only be memorized with the heart, not with the pen. Listen carefully. I'll only say it once. Goering sat up straight and pricked up his ears, afraid of missing a single word Chen Dao said. Seeing Goering adopt a humble posture of listening attentively, Chen Dao began to talk not in all seriousness. There is a saying that goes, if you talk to him about the law, he talk to you about policy. If you talk to him about policy, he talk to you about public opinion. If you talk to him about public opinion, he talk to you about national conditions. If you talk to him about national conditions, he talk to you about reason. If you talk to him about reason, he plays dirty. If he plays dirty with you, he talk to you about the law. After Chen Dao finished, he asked, Did you remember what I said? Goering frowned and remained silent, meticulously dissecting and savoring every word Chen Dao had just said in his mind, finally reaching a conclusion. Is the name of your unique skill sophistry? Goering asked. No, the name of this unique skill is dialectics, also known as asymmetric strike or staggered attack. In practical application, when we face a civilian military strategist like the Führer, who has only read a few military books and hasn't attended a military academy, we should leverage our advantage of being military academy graduates with strong professional capabilities and extensively discuss professional knowledge with the Führer. Absolutely no emotional appeals. We can't compare to the Führer, who is a literary middle-aged man when it comes to emotional appeals. Literary middle-aged man? Is that the nickname you gave the Führer? Goering asked, gossiping. You can't understand it that way. Chen Dao nodded and said, According to my understanding, when we face those army officers who are military academy graduates with strong professional capabilities, are we supposed to compete with them in emotional appeals? Goering pondered. You can also play dirty, Chen Dao corrected. At least in terms of land warfare, our professional capabilities cannot compare to theirs, so we can only adopt a staggered attack method to deal with them. Have you remembered? There's still a day tomorrow. I'll carefully study this dialectic you mentioned, Goering said. On January 19th, on the way to the Prime Minister's office, Chen Dao looked at the road outside the car window and asked inexplicably, This is the way to the Prime Minister's office. Has the meeting location changed? Yes, the meeting location has been changed to the Prime Minister's office. Don't ask me why. I don't know either, Goering said. I guess the Führer is not confident in the plan we formulated and wants to intervene personally. Chen Dao's guess was entirely correct. The France campaign was a battle that would determine Germany's fate, and Hitler indeed did not dare to let his marshals and generals handle it. So he changed the meeting location to the Prime Minister's office, where he would personally preside over the meeting. In the Prime Minister's office conference room, Chen Dao, wearing an Air Force colonel's uniform, sat side by side with Goering on Hitler's right, watching Halder point to the map with a pointer and explain the new operational plan. After Halder finished explaining, Hitler said, This Manstein-Rosen plan. As soon as Hitler's words came out, he saw puzzled looks simultaneously bursting forth from the eyes of the army officers, led by Brauchitsch and Halder. Hitler knew the reason and calmly explained, Long before I ordered the army headquarters to formulate the Yellow Plan, Marshal Goering and Colonel Rosen had already proposed to me the operational concept of using the Ardennes forest as the main breakthrough point. Later, General Manstein also independently developed a similar operational plan. Because Marshal Goering is very magnanimous and doesn't care about false fame, I named this plan the Manstein-Rosen Plan. Goering actually had such ability? The army officers all looked at Goering. The questioning gazes converged on Goering's face, and Goering couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Fortunately, the army officers' gazes did not linger on his face for too long and then turned to Chen Dao, who was sitting beside him. Chen Dao ignored the gazes of the army officers, calmly staring blankly at the glass on the conference table, as if appreciating a rare cultural relic. Because Hitler had guaranteed it, Halder certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to openly question Chen Dao. That would be equivalent to questioning Hitler's credibility. After the discussion begins, I will test the strength of Colonel Rosen to see if he is truly exceptionally talented or a thief who came to steal fame, Halder decided in his heart. You all report to me your respective assigned tasks and how you plan to complete them. General Run said, please begin. Chen Dao glanced at the oldest general in the conference room and thought to himself that the Fuhrer actually used honorifics for him. This old man must have some extraordinary qualities, and he should be careful when encountering him in the future. Rundstedt concisely explained the tasks of Army Group A, followed by Kluge, the commander of the 4th Army, when List, the commander of the 12th Army, and General Busch, the commander of the 16th Army, successively explained their tasks. Chen Dao was already drowsy. Chen Dao only understood a few terms like Ardennes Forest, Meuse River, and Sedan, but he knew nothing about the various place names and unit designations they mentioned. Because he was sitting too close to Hitler, Chen Dao had to force himself to appear focused. Chen Dao saw out of the corner of his eye that Goering was staring intently at the map on the wall, seemingly serious, but his eyes showed no hint of alertness, clearly indicating he was distracted. Chen Dao vaguely listened to an old general named Klest finish his explanation, thinking, who's next? Is this ever going to end? Seeing the last person stand in front of the map, Chen Dao felt every cell in his body perk up, because that person was Guderian. My 19th Panzer Corps will pass through Luxembourg and Belgium in 3 columns. On the first day of the attack, I will cross Luxembourg and break through the Belgian defenses into southern Belgium. On the second day, I will reach Lofschart. On the third day, I will reach Bolin and cross the Simons River. On the fourth day, I will reach the Meuse River. On the 5th day, I will cross the Meuse River and establish a bridgehead on the opposite bank. Then what do you plan to do afterwards? Hitler asked. Unless I receive other orders, I will continue to advance west. Supreme Headquarters should decide whether I advance towards Paris or the English Channel. I personally believe I should advance toward the English Channel. Hitler nodded and said nothing more. Silence returned to the conference room. Guderian, seeing that no one else was asking questions, was about to return to his seat. At this moment, an abrupt voice broke the tranquility of the conference room. I don't believe you can break through the Meuse River. #49 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland Chapter 49, The Bandits' Christmas Syndrome Season 1v I don't believe you can cross the Meuse River. Guderian looked up and saw that it was General Busch, commander of the 16th Army Group, who was speaking. Guderian's eyebrows rose, and just as he was about to speak, a loud voice preempted him. The Meuse River is nothing more than a small ditch in front of Germany. We can cross it with a single stride. Guderian turned his head and saw that it was Colonel Rosen, whom he was not familiar with, who was speaking. Chen Dao smiled and nodded to Guderian, then said to General Busch, let alone a mere Meuse River, what is France? We can defeat it in, at most, 8 weeks. General Busch's words immediately caught Chen Dao's attention. Chen Dao thought, who is so pessimistic as to dare to openly oppose Guderian? Chen Dao recalled carefully and finally remembered that the general with the golden slicked back hair was General Busch, commander of the 16th Army Group. Considering that Guderian was Manteufel's old superior, he was, in a way, one of their own. Chen Dao took the initiative to speak up for Guderian. 8 weeks again? Can't you be a little more modest? Goering painfully lowered his head, thinking, Heinz is usually so smart and sharp, why does he always get dizzy on this issue? Colonel Rosen, what confidence do you have that we can defeat France in 8 weeks? Halder had long been eyeing Chen Dao, and seeing Chen Dao once again expound his divine theory of defeating France in 8 weeks, he immediately asked, it's simple, I arrived at this through calculation. I believe Army Group A will be able to reach the English Channel in about 3 weeks at most, and coordinate with Army Group B to eliminate the enemy fighting in Belgium. After the British-French Allied forces fighting in Belgium are eliminated, the remaining French forces will be no match for us. We will need at most another 5 weeks to eliminate the remaining French troops and occupy their remaining territory. That's how the war will be won, Chen Dao said. Halder was greatly disappointed. He thought Colonel Rosen had some profound insights, but he turned out to be an idealist. Goering keenly noticed the disappointment and contempt in Halder's eyes, and a thought flashed through his mind, recalling something Chen Dao had said. He then spoke up to help. Strategically, we must despise the enemy, but tactically, we must take the enemy seriously. Therefore, when you execute the Manstein-Rosen plan, you must be cautious and absolutely must not let tactical negligence lead to strategic failure. Chen Dao immediately followed Goering to further press Halder. If army headquarters can be more cautious in formulating tactical details and more decisive in executing them, I believe we can defeat France in 6 weeks. Field Marshal Brauchitsch, the army commander-in-chief, said, Colonel Rosen, you are not Sherlock Holmes. Do not assume that what you think is what the enemy will do. Halder said, Colonel Rosen, there can be no idealism in war. The enemy will not move in lockstep with you. I suggest you correct your idealistic views, otherwise, once the war begins, your idealism will not only harm yourself, but also naval aviation and the Hermann Goering Motorized Infantry Regiment. If you rely on idealism to command troops, you will certainly cause them many unnecessary losses. Halder was now furious. What did be more cautious mean? What did be more decisive mean? According to the logic of this young colonel, if Germany could not defeat France in 6 weeks, did that mean the plan formulated by the army was not cautious, or that its execution was not decisive? Halder still had some reservations about Goering, but he completely disregarded Chen Dao, this unruly young colonel, and mercilessly attacked him. Damn it, you old hag-mouthed fellow, how dare you speak to me like that? Chen Dao cursed inwardly. Forcibly suppressing his anger, Chen Dao said seemingly calmly, Thank you for your reminder, General Halder. I will be sure to correct my shortcomings. Why isn't General Manstein here today? He is also a co-creator of this plan. He should be attending this meeting. Hitler said, attending today's meeting are the commanders of Army Headquarters and Army Group A. General Manstein has been transferred to commander of the 38th Army Corps and is no longer part of Army Group A, so he is not present. On the eve of a major war, the Chief of Staff of Army Group A, which will lead the main attack, is transferred from his post, and this Chief of Staff is also the architect of the operational plan. Could there be some inside story here? Chen Dao said in a sarcastic tone. No, General Manstein is exceptionally talented, and being transferred to Corps Commander is also a promotion. How could there be an inside story? Goering now understood that Chen Dao intended to launch a misdirection attack on Halder, so he actively cooperated. Precisely because General Manstein is exceptionally talented, he has become a target of jealousy and was sidelined on the eve of a major war, forced to be a pitiful bystander. It's truly regrettable, Chen Dao said. Jealousy is a cardinal sin that only appears in women, not in soldiers. You shouldn't overthink it. Goering saw Halder, who was sitting opposite him, trembling with rage, and mercilessly added another jab. Marshal, I also have a friendly reminder. Brauchitsch also felt Halder's anger and, seeing Goering and Chen Dao working together to throw mud at army headquarters, he actively counterattacked. This plan is excellent, a testament to the extraordinary talent of General Manstein and Colonel Rosen. However, we must ensure strict secrecy and not let it fall into the hands of the Belgians again, like the Yellow Plan. Otherwise, we will have to ask General Manstein and Colonel Rosen to formulate a new plan. Before Brauchitsch had finished speaking, Chen Dao saw Goering's face instantly turn red, then purple. Chen Dao immediately recalled the recent Yellow Plan leak incident, where 2 Air Force majors, Reinberg and Hersman, violated regulations by carrying the Yellow Plan on a flight, only to get lost in bad weather and make an emergency landing in Belgium, where they were captured by the Belgian army. It was precisely because of this leak that Army Headquarters was forced to cooperate with Hitler in adopting Manstein's plan. Chen Dao thought to himself, this old man Brauchitsch seems amiable, but I didn't expect him to give Goering and the German Air Force such a resounding slap in the face with his first move. Does he not understand the rule of not hitting someone's face or revealing their shortcomings when scolding them? It's necessary to teach him a lesson. HMPH, Chen Dao sneered a few times. I knew you would bring that up. Field Marshal Brauchitsch, you still don't know, do you? This plan was personally orchestrated by Marshal Goering. Major Reinberg and Major Hersman were carrying a fake operational plan at the time, with the aim of strategic deception against the British and French. I didn't expect even you to be fooled. Goring's spirits lifted, and he immediately recalled the dialectics Chen Dao had taught him the day before, thinking, Heinz is now applying the misdirection tactic of when he talks about leaks, you talk about deception. Looking around at everyone, Goering saw that not only Brotchich and Halder, but even Hitler had expressions of shock in their eyes. He couldn't help but admire Chen Dao even more, resolving to diligently study this miraculous dialectical art that could turn black into white and confuse right and wrong. Hermann, is what Heinz said true? Hitler asked, half believing, half doubting. That's how it is? Goering tried to adjust his facial muscles, forcing a bitter smile. For reasons of secrecy, I originally wanted to announce this after the France campaign, but Heinz got excited and, look at Heinz's hand, he's still too young, prone to impulsiveness. Hitler looked at Chen Dao and saw that Chen Dao's hand tightly gripping the water glass was actually trembling. He immediately believed Goering's words by 80%. Hitler thought to himself, my old comrade in arms must be telling the truth. I was wondering why those two majors would take off in such bad weather, weren't they afraid of crashing? Now all my questions have been answered, but why didn't my old comrade in arms inform me beforehand? It caused me to reprimand him for it. Under Hitler's scrutiny, Chen Dao barely managed to suppress the urge to smash the cup on Brotchich's head, and he retracted his trembling right hand under the table. Damn it, it's acting up again. Is it ever going to stop? Chen Dao felt his heart pounding violently again and quickly gathered himself, suppressing the urge to destroy. Marshal Goering has truly put a lot of effort into the victory of the France campaign. I am deeply impressed. How long do you think it will take us to defeat France? Halder suddenly asked. Goering thought to himself, you're trying to trouble me with such a petty trick? He was about to speak with a sneer when he heard Chen Dao preempt him. Marshal Goering's view is the same as mine. We can defeat the French in at most 8 weeks. Goering's hands, hanging under the table, twitched involuntarily a few times, then clenched into fists. Marshal, is that your view as well? Halder pressed. Goering's face turned crimson again. After glaring at Chen Dao, Goering painstakingly unclenched his fists, placed his hands on the table, and, suppressing the agitation in his heart, said without a trace of emotion, I also believe we can defeat France in at most 8 weeks. Hitler stared at Goering in surprise, as if he couldn't believe his ears. The army officers uniformly stared at Goering, and a strange silence fell over the conference room. General Halder, how long do you think it will take us to defeat France? Goering asked back, pressing his clenched fists on the conference table. It will take longer than 8 weeks, Halder said. That only shows you lack strategic vision. I'll say it one last time, at most 8 weeks, and we will eliminate France, Chen Dao said loudly, clutching his chest. Why if you can't? Halder asked, if we cannot defeat France within 8 weeks, I am willing to resign from all military positions to punish myself for misjudging the war situation, and also to punish myself for overestimating the army. Remember my words, we will definitely defeat France within 8 weeks. If not, there is only one possibility, because your army did not give its full effort. On the way home, Chen Dao clutched his chest, trying to control the agitation within him, while Goering stared gloomily out the car window. The driver occasionally glanced at the two through the rearview mirror, not daring to breathe a word. Upon entering the villa, Emmy was in the first-floor hall playing with Ada and several maids. Seeing Goering and Chen Dao enter, she quickly greeted them. Goering nodded with a grim face and whispered to Chen Dao, come with me. In Goering's study, as soon as Chen Dao entered, Goering slammed the door shut and pointing at Chen Dao, roared, what exactly do you want to do? Do you only feel satisfied if I become the clown of the German military? You actually used such underhanded tricks to force me to say those words. Goering paced back and forth in the study like a trapped lion. Defeat France in 8 weeks? Do you think that's possible? I really can't understand why you always dwell on this. Have you been hypnotized? Or have you been made stupid by Polish shells? Do you know how serious today's matter is? From now on, our German Air Force will never be able to hold its head high in front of the army. You even bet your military position. Do you know that your current position is something many people can never achieve in their lifetime? You are so frivolously betting it away. If you don't want to do this anymore, tell me as soon as possible. I can find 100 people to replace you at any time. Chen Dao clutched his chest and leaned back on the sofa, slowly saying, you'd better not talk to me like that. And don't force me to speak my mind, otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Hearing Chen Dao's words, Goering was enraged. He rushed to Chen Dao, put one hand on his hip, and pointed at Chen Dao, shouting, I only have this attitude, and I am not afraid of any consequences. You better tell me what's on your mind as soon as possible, and tell me what you really want to do, so I won't always be so passive. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Chen Dao straightened his back, sprang up from the sofa, and stood in front of Göring, punching the wall next to Göring. Do you think you wouldn't be a clown without today's incident? You don't even look in the mirror at your favorite outfit: long leather boots, tight cowhide jacket, wavy sleeves, a Robin Hood hat, and holding a long spear. Who do you think you are? Robin Hood. And your attire at home is even more disgusting. Long silk pajamas are one thing, but you actually put powder on your face and blush, and I almost forgot the nauseating red nail polish. Are these preferences a man should have? Don't even mention me. Do you know what image you have in others' eyes? The army people behind your back say you can at most be a company commander, and the navy people say you are an actor. Are these statements also because of me? Are they also because of today's incident? Every time Chen Dao spoke a sentence, he punched the wall, and soon, bloodstains appeared on the white wall. Göring was a man who had been on the battlefield. Seeing Chen Dao's pale face, bloodshot eyes, he keenly felt a murderous aura rushing towards him. Now I'll tell you what's on my mind. What did I risk my life for on the battlefield? What did I painstakingly do to gain a reputation in the Navy? Do you think it was just for a cuckoo product? And why did I start a company with you? Do you think I was just trying to make money? You remember this: everything I've done, including today's events, is to make my sister's husband a respected man. I don't want my sister's husband to be pointed at behind his back. If you weren't my sister's husband, I wouldn't care if you died. Göring was stunned by Chen Dao's intensity. It took him a while to recover, and in his humiliation and anger, his face turned pale as he pointed at Chen Dao, trembling uncontrollably. Then he shrieked, You get out! I don't want to see you again! Get out, now, immediately! You'll be responsible for what you said today. Before long, you'll come begging me. Chen Dao then pulled open the door and walked out. The door slammed shut, and Göring's body trembled. Staring blankly at the door for a moment, Göring then stumbled unsteadily, leaning on the desk, and sat down on a chair, panting heavily. With a creak, the door suddenly opened. Chen Dao poked his head in and, pointing at Göring, ordered, After I leave, don't take morphine. It's not good for you. With that, Chen Dao retreated from the study and closed the door. Göring stared blankly at the door again. Rolling up his sleeve, Göring involuntarily touched his left arm, which was covered in needle marks. With a creak, the door was pushed open again. Chen Dao poked his head in and, pointing at Göring, said, Not today, at least. With that, Chen Dao slammed the door shut and strode away. Göring stared at the door, expecting Chen Dao to appear again. As if a century had passed, the door indeed opened again as Göring had anticipated. Not today, at least. With that, Chen Dao slammed the door shut and strode away. Göring stared at the door, expecting Chen Dao to appear again. As if a century had passed, the door indeed opened again as Göring had anticipated. 50 Volume 1, First Battle in Poland, Chapter 50, Key 100 and JU 89. The door opened again, and a fragrant breeze wafted through as Emmy entered the study holding Ada. Herman, what happened? Why you look so pale? Emmy was startled by Göring's pale face and asked with concern. Seeing Ada in Emmy's arms, Göring's expression softened considerably, and he extended his hands towards Emmy. Emmy handed Ada to Göring, then asked, Did you quarrel with Heinz? He also looks very pale, and almost fell down the stairs when he went downstairs. Göring sat in his chair, absent-mindedly playing with Ada in his arms, and only after a long while did he react, looking up and asking, He left? Emmy nodded and said, He left. He looked even paler than you, and he didn't even acknowledge me when I greeted him. Is he sick? Göring answered irrelevantly, My dear, you are a professional actress. Do you think my usual attire is fashionable enough? Does it have a noble air? Emmy shook her head without hesitation. No. But it's very majestic. Majestic? Why use that word to describe me? Göring asked in confusion. You are truly majestic when you wear your military uniform, Emmy said seriously. Göring realized that his and his wife's thoughts were truly not on the same wavelength, so he reminded her, I mean outfits other than military uniforms, such as the silk robes I wear at home, and the Robin Hood suits I wear when I go hunting. Göring clearly saw Emmy's gaze instantly become erratic, so he pressed, Tell me the truth. Those outfits are very distinctive, but I think they should appear on stage. Those are outfits for us actors. Seeing Göring's serious expression, Emmy had no choice but to tell the truth, then secretly checked Göring's face. Göring didn't get angry, he was just very disheartened. Handing Ada back to Emmy, Göring asked out of the blue, Heinz left. Emmy was startled, then nodded and replied, He left. Göring scratched his head in distress and tremblingly extended his right hand to Emmy. Why didn't you stop him? Emmy opened her mouth wide in surprise. You take Ada to play first. Seeing Emmy's stunned expression, Göring felt even more dejected and waved his hand, saying, Emmy obediently closed the door, leaving Göring alone. Göring looked up and saw the crimson blood stains on the opposite wall. After staring blankly at the shocking bloodstains for a while, Goering let out a long yawn. After the yawn, a very decadent expression appeared on Goering's face. With this expression, Goering took out a long aluminum box from the rightmost drawer of his desk, took out a thick rubber band from it, and tied it around his left arm. Thick blue veins immediately appeared on Goering's arm. Goering then took out a syringe and a small medicine bottle from the aluminum box and drew the morphine from the small medicine bottle into the syringe. The needle tip touched the blood vessel, but did not pierce it for a long time. After staring at his arm and hesitating for a few minutes, Goering raised the syringe, then put it back on his arm, repeating this 7 or 8 times before slamming the syringe onto the table with a bang and getting up to leave the study. Goering walked to the 3rd floor of the villa, took out his key, opened the door of the easternmost room, slipped inside, and leaned against the door. On the dressing table opposite the door was a huge wedding photo. Goering looked at his beautiful and moving ex-wife in the photo and said dejectedly, "Karen, I'm sorry, I messed things up." On the train back to Kiel, Chen Dao wrote in Hanfei's diary, "I curse you, Heinz, you actually made me say such emotional words. Thank you, Heinz, if it weren't for you, I would have smashed my brother-in-law's head open. But your influence on me is only this once, and it won't happen again." The weather in late January was still cold, but it snowed less frequently. Soon after Christmas, Naval Aviation's fundraising committee began collecting funds according to the names and amounts on the donation ledger. The collection was very smooth. Almost as soon as Naval Aviation's payment reminder letter arrived, checks from industrial giants arrived at the fundraising committee. While the fundraising was in full swing, the Naval Aviation aircraft bidding was also progressing rapidly. On January 25th, at the Naval Aviation Bidding Conference, representatives from all German aircraft manufacturing companies, including Junkers Company, Messerschmitt Company, Focke-Wulf Company, Arado Company, and Dornier Company, gathered to present their aircraft models and performance introductions to naval aviation. After the bidding conference, Chen Dao and Galland, after a comparison, focused on the proposals submitted by Junkers, Messerschmitt, Focke-Wulf, and Henkel Company. The model Focke-Wulf Company competed with was a land-based fighter, and they submitted the FW-190 fighter. The model Junkers Company focused on was a long-range reconnaissance aircraft, and they submitted the Ju-89 bomber. Henkel Company had the biggest appetite among all companies, submitting the He-100 fighter and the He-177 bomber, aiming to monopolize the production rights for both types of aircraft in this naval aviation bidding. Chen Dao held up the He-177 bomber document in his hand and said, "I think the Henkel 177 bomber can be eliminated. This is the model the Air Force intends to procure, and the performance description says this bomber is even developing a dive bombing function. I really can't understand why such a large bomber needs to develop this function. Are the people in the Air Force Ordnance Bureau crazy?" Galland said, "I heard it was General Udid who made the suggestion. That dive bombing fanatic? I understand now. If it's him, I can comprehend. The bombers we procure are only used as long-range reconnaissance aircraft and do not require dive bombing capabilities. Moreover, if both we and the Air Force procure this aircraft, in case of insufficient production in the future, they will definitely prioritize the Air Force, and we can only wait. Since the war has already begun, one of the most important indicators we value in this bidding is the ability to quickly go into mass production and form combat effectiveness, so I think this model can be eliminated," Chen Dao said. "Production will definitely be low during initial manufacturing, and we don't need the dive bombing function, while the Air Force does. It's very contradictory, so I also think it should be eliminated," Galland said. Their opinions were consistent. Leibniz nodded in agreement, then held up a document and said, "This is the FW-190 fighter. Its performance is excellent, but this model is also a type the Air Force plans to produce, which might cause conflicts between us and the Air Force over production capacity allocation. What do you think? Let's eliminate it. We have a lot to do now, but it doesn't include competing with the Air Force for planes," Chen Dao said. "The only ones left are the He-100 fighter and the Ju-89 bomber and Messerschmitt Company's fighter," Galland asked. "We'll discuss Messerschmitt Company's aircraft later," Chen Dao said. "Make a memo for the He-100 fighter, stating that there are already 12 official production models of this aircraft. As long as we decide to procure it, Henkel Company can immediately begin mass production, which meets our primary requirement. Moreover, this aircraft has a range 250 kilometers greater than the Me-109. I recommend the Ordnance Bureau pay close attention to it. As for the Ju-89 bomber, Right that this is the only remaining bomber, and the second prototype has already been produced. I recommend procurement, Chen Dao said. Galland and Leibniz quickly made memos on the performance descriptions of the two aircraft. Leibniz asked, I heard that the He-100 fighter lost to the Me-109 fighter in the Air Force's bidding. Are there any fatal flaws? They lost the bid mainly due to political reasons, not performance, Chen Dao explained. Chen Dao picked up Messerschmitt Company's performance manual and said, Messerschmitt is truly impatient, bringing a jet fighter that is still in its initial stages to bid. What should we do? This aircraft certainly cannot form combat effectiveness in a short period, but I am personally very optimistic about its prospects. I heard that the Air Force is very interested in jet fighters and has already invested in developing this aircraft, Leibniz said. Adolf Dassler, consult the Air Force Technical Bureau and ask them if they have invested in this aircraft. If they have invested in developing this fighter, we will give up. If we need this aircraft in the future, we can directly use theirs, which can also save naval aviation a sum of money.
Thanks for joining Fanfiction Reader. If you enjoyed it, hit subscribe and come back for more fan-made adventures.